Contents. Preface 9. Introduction to the First Period 57. Part 1. The October Revolution and the Establishment of Soviet Power 65. 1. The interweaving of the revolutionary processes. Between February and October 1769. 2. The dictatorship of the proletariat and class relations on the morrow of October 91. Part 2. Soviet power and the transformation of class relations between 1917 and 1921. 133. 1. The transformation of relations between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat under the dictatorship of the proletariat. 135. 2. The transformation of class relations in the towns. 143. 3. The transformation of class relations in the countryside. 210. Part 3. The transformation of the principal instruments of the proletarian dictatorship. 251. 1. The transformation of the central organs of power and the administrative machinery of state. 255. 6. Contents. 2. The changes in the Bolshevik Party, the guiding instrument of the proletarian dictatorship. 292. 3. The objective character of the process whereby the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquired independence. 329. Part 4. The ideological and political struggles inside the Bolshevik Party. 345. 1. The changes in the Bolshevik Party's relations with the masses. 347. 2. The ideological and political struggles in the Bolshevik Party before the Civil War. 368. 3. The ideological and political struggles during war. Communism. 380. 4. The ideological and political struggles at the end of war. Communism and the beginning of the NEP. 395. Part 5. The balance sheet of 5 years of revolution and the prospects on the eve of Lenin's death. 437. 1. The balance sheet drawn up by Lenin on the period of war. Communism. 439. 2. The mistakes of war. Communism analyzed. 451. 3. State capitalism. 464. 4. The changes in Lenin's conception of the NEP. 477. 5. The tasks before the Bolshevik Party at the time of Lenin's death. 506. Bibliography. 531. Preface. It seems to me essential to explain to the reader why and how I have written this book and how it relates to my previous writings. The simplest procedure is undoubtedly to begin by showing how the book began and how what was at first a project of limited scope developed into a more ambitious one. What gave the immediate impetus to this work was the invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia by the Soviet forces. Those who claim to be Marxists cannot confine themselves to condemning or deploring political acts, they have also to explain them. Regrets and wishes may help the people to endure their woes, but they do not help them either to perceive their causes or to struggle to get rid of them or to prevent their re-emergence. By explaining the reasons for something that does indeed deserve condemnation from the standpoint of the interests of the working people, we can contribute, however, to causing political forces to evolve in such a way that the regrettable events do not recur. In the case of the invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia, I thought it all the more necessary not to confine myself to expressions of regret because what was at issue was, besides the fate of a people which had already suffered many occupations, the judgment to be passed upon what the Soviet Union has become today, since it was Russian forces, together with their allies, that carried out this act of violence. If I felt justified in dealing with the problems of the Soviet Union, this was because I have been studying that country for nearly 40 years and because I believe that everything concerning it has worldwide significance and implications. That was my opinion in 1934, when I began to learn Russian, in 1936, when I visited the USSR to study Soviet planning, in 1939, when I published a book on the subject, in 1946, when I published another book dealing with the theoretical and practical problems of planning, in 1950, when I published a book on the Soviet economy, and since then, in several visits to the country and in other books on Planning 1 and on the transition to socialism. 2. Basically, my interest in the Soviet Union since the mid-1930s has been determined by identification of what was happening in that country with the first experience of socialist construction. Without being blind to the difficulties and contradictions that marked this process, I nevertheless considered, not only that the October Revolution had opened a new era in the history of mankind, but also that the economic and social development of the Soviet Union provided a sort of model for the building of socialism. The difficulties and contradictions accompanying this development seemed to me, despite their seriousness, to be due above all to the special historical conditions of Russia. I thought there was no reason why they should reappear elsewhere, or should prevent Russia from continuing to advance towards socialism and communism. The undeniable economic successes achieved by the USSR, especially in the industrial field, the Red Army's victory over Hitlerism, the rapidity with which economic reconstruction was carried out after the war, the improvement in the Soviet people's standard of living, the help rendered by the government of the USSR to socialist China, all seemed, moreover, to confirm the appreciations and forecasts I have mentioned, even though the social inequalities that developed during the first 5-year plans were tending not to diminish but rather to intensify. The 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party. 11. Although it offered no analysis of the difficulties and contradictions that had led to the acts of repression committed indiscriminately and on a large scale during the preceding years, but confined itself to substituting for such an analysis personal accusations against Stalin, seemed to confirm that the Soviet Union, having reached a certain level of economic development, was now about to enter upon a phase of greater socialist democracy, thus opening up vast opportunities for working class initiative. This Congress seemed to show, too, that the party had retained, or rather, had recovered the capacity for self-criticism that was essential if errors were to be rectified. For actually this was not at all the case. The contradictory reality of Soviet history and Soviet society was not subject to the least analysis. The aspects of reality which needed to be condemned and transformed were not explained in relation to the inner contradictions of the Soviet Union. They were presented as being perversions due to the actions of a certain personality, namely, Stalin. The acceptance by the Soviet Communist Party of such a pseudo-explanation testified to its abandonment of Marxism as a tool of analysis. This made the party incapable of helping to transform the social relations that had given rise to that which was being condemned in words. The pseudo-explanation given thus fulfilled its task of consolidating the class relations which concentrated economic and political power in the hands of a minority, so that the contradictions engendered by these class relations, far from diminishing, were actually deepened. Among many other consequences, this deepening of the social contradictions resulted in a worsening of the conditions in which the USSR's economy functioned. The same thing happened in those countries linked with the USSR whose leaders followed the same political line. Instead of an attack being launched on the social contradictions themselves, economic reforms were introduced which were attempts to make the economic system work better by increasing the powers of factory managers and giving ever greater scope to capitalist forms and criteria of economic management. 12. Contrary to the hopes of the leaders of the Soviet Union and the fraternal countries, the various reforms have not radically solved any of the difficulties with which these leaders are faced. To be sure, momentary successes have been obtained in limited fields, but failures predominate. There is greater dependence on foreign techniques, increased foreign indebtedness, a marked reduction in the rate of industrial growth, and difficulties in the field of food supplies. Signs of discontent on the part of the working people with their situation and with the impact of the economic reforms, become more and more apparent. The whole world saw what happened in Poland in December 1970, when the workers in the big Baltic coast cities of Gdansk, Gdynia, Szczecin, and Sopot went on strike against a government policy which meant price increases and a lower standard of living for the working people. the repressive measures taken against the struggling Polish workers caused them to counterattack by occupying the offices of the party and of the political police and organizing a strike committee which formed a workers' militia. Although the security forces then resorted to still more intense repression, killing or wounding a number of the workers, the latter resisted, kept up their strike, and compelled the authorities to modify the composition of the ruling group, to negotiate, and to yield on a certain number of the workers' demands. 5. The events in Poland were a turning point in the relations between the working class in the countries of the Soviet zone and the political authorities of these countries. We know that they produced a profound echo among the working class of the USSR and aroused a wave of fear among the leading circles there, fear which was reflected in the revision of the economic plans for 1971, and also in intensified repression. In the USSR itself there has indeed been in recent years a tendency to increased repression which has become more and more obvious, as shown in the adoption of new police measures and in what we know of the population of the camps. Now, according to available estimates, amounting to about 2 million. 13. On the basis of these deepening internal contradictions, the international policy of the USSR is marked by increasing negation of what formerly made up the socialist aspects of Soviet foreign policy. Instead of the aid that once was given to China and Albania, we have seen since 1960 a deliberate attempt, in the name of ideological divergences, to sabotage the economic development of these countries through unilateral repudiation of signed agreements, cutting off of supplies needed for factories under construction, withdrawal of technicians, etc. The Soviet Union is in this way trying, unsuccessfully, to make use of the economic relations it established with these countries in the past to bring severe pressure to bear upon them and subject them to its hegemony. In general, the USSR's international policy appears more and more like that of a great power seeking to secure as many economic and political advantages as possible for itself by utilizing the close relations it has formed with other countries. This imperialist type of policy leads the USSR both to collaborate with and to come into contradiction with the USA. These two great powers are both struggling for world hegemony. They are also led to make compromises at the expense of the peoples. They talk about détente while engaging in an armaments race exceeding anything previously known to history, and while American imperialism continues to carry on its wars against Third World peoples. By taking its stand on the same ground as the USA, that is, by entering into competition with that country for world hegemony, the USSR has been led to build offensive armed forces of unprecedented strength, equipping itself with gigantic means for intervention anywhere in the world. So as to be able to wield such a potential, equal, or even superior in some fields to that of the USA, the USSR is now devoting 25 to 30% of its gross national product to military expenditure, as against 7 to 8% in the case of the USA. It is increasing year by year the number of divisions it keeps on a war footing on the frontiers of China, but its main military potential is turned toward Western Europe, and is also increasing rapidly. In order to have at their disposal instruments of an 14. Imperialist-type foreign policy, the Soviet leaders are imposing a heavy burden on the people of the USSR, which hinders the country's economic development. Ultimately they have been compelled to seek financial and technical aid from American imperialism even while constantly clashing with the latter. A review of this process of evolution caused me to reconsider also the past of the Soviet Union, for it is impossible to suppose that the course being followed by that country results merely from the personal responsibility of a few leaders. The accession to power of these leaders and their ability to operate the policy I have described are necessarily to be explained by the social relations that now prevail in the USSR, and that took shape over a long preceding period. Hence the need to analyze these relations. In the analysis which I was thus led to undertake, I was also able to draw upon the experience I had had of the economic and political transformations effected in China and Cuba. As regards the latter country, this was a very concrete practical experience, as I participated on several occasions in discussion of the problems that arose in planning the Cuban economy in the years 1960 to 1966. On the basis of this experience I found myself thereafter questioning a set of conceptions regarding the conditions for working out economic plans, the significance of planning in the transition to socialism, and the implications of the existence of commodity and money relations in social formations in which state ownership of the means of production plays an important role. So as to clarify the nature of the theses set forth in the present book and help the reader to situate them better in relation to those which I expounded in 2 previous books, it is appropriate to recall what were the limits of my questioning of previously held conceptions. In the Transition to Socialist Economy, which brings together a series of writings produced between 1962 and 1967. 1. 15. Applied myself to showing the connection between the existence of commodity and money relations, in Cuba as in the USSR, and of units of production which function, de facto, in relative independence of each other, thus operating as economic subjects. 6. The analysis I then put forward tended to explain the existence of commodity and money relations, and of wage relations, by that of real social relations which function independently of men's will. In the setting of this analysis, therefore, commodity and money relations appear as the manifestation of underlying social relations, they are effects of these relations, and objective requirements for the reproduction of these relations. Today I consider that the specific form of the analysis I offered in 1962 and 1967 was not satisfactory. I have been induced to modify very seriously the terms of my analysis in the light of further thinking about the conditions under which socialism is being built in China, and in particular about the lessons to be drawn from the Cultural Revolution. The chief shortcoming of my writings of 1962 to 1967 lies in the fact that what is there treated as something dictated by objective requirements is essentially related to the level of development of productive forces. 7. Although the concept of the nature of the productive forces is mentioned in these writings, the precise significance of the concept is not developed. Consequently, it is not made clear that the main obstacle to a socially unified policy consists not in the level of development of the productive forces but rather in the nature of the dominant social relations, that is, both in the reproduction of the capitalist division of labor and in the ideological and political relations which, while being an effect of this division, also constitute the social conditions for this reproduction. What therefore fails to come out clearly in the writings collected under the title The Transition to Socialist Economy, is that the development of the productive forces can never, by itself, cause the capitalist forms of the division of labor, or the other bourgeois social relations, to disappear. What is not said is that only a class struggle developing under the dictatorship of the proletariat and correctly led thanks to scientific experimentation on a mass scale and to theoretical analysis can bring about the disappearance of capitalist economic relations, by attacking the capitalist division of labor and, at the same time, the ideological and political relations that make it possible for relations of exploitation and oppression to be reproduced. If in 1962 to 1967 I did not set out the formulations which I now put forward, this was because I was still strongly influenced by a certain conception of Marxism which has been widely prevalent in Europe, and which is noting but a special form of what Lenin called economism. 8. It was the lessons to be drawn from the Cultural Revolution in China that enabled me to carry further my break with economism and so to re-establish contact with the revolutionary content of Marxism, a content masked and overgrown by the long years of economistic practice that have characterized the European labor movement. 9. In Economic Calculation and Forms of Property, in which I mentioned that I was preparing an analysis of the Soviet social formation, I began to turn away from my previous problematic, in which the disappearance of commodity and money relations and the progress of socialist planning tended to be seen as dependent above all on the development of the productive forces, and not, first and foremost, on the revolutionization of social relations. As I have said, it is in the course of these last few years and, in part, through Think. 17. About the Cultural Revolution and its significance, that I have come to take account more systematically of what is implied by rejection of the problematic of the productive forces, that is, of a conception which unilaterally subordinates the transformation of social relations to the development of the productive forces. These were the circumstances in which, between 1968 and the present time, I wrote a number of articles on some problems of socialism, and undertook a fresh analysis of the Soviet Union, with a view to defining better the specific nature of state capitalism and the relations and practices of the classes which dominate that country today. At the beginning of 1969, I finished writing a first essay setting out the results of this analysis, from which it emerges that, under cover of state ownership, relations of exploitation exist today in the USSR which are similar to those existing in the other capitalist countries, so that it is only the form of these relations that is distinctive there. This distinctive form is that of state capitalism, and we have known since Engels's time that state capitalism is merely capitalism pushed to an extreme. Nevertheless, when I critically reread the essay I had written, it struck me that what was lacking in it was historical background. It is indeed impossible to understand the Soviet Union's present without relating it to the country's past. It is not enough to show the relations and practices that are dominant today, one must also explain how they have become dominant. One needs therefore to consider how, through what struggles and contradictions, the first country of the dictatorship of the proletariat has become transformed into a country carrying out an imperialist policy, which does not hesitate to send its armed forces into other countries in order to uphold its great power interests. Analysis of the transformation that the Soviet Union has undergone is at least as important as analysis of the present situation taken on its own. Such an analysis can serve as an invaluable source of instruction, and help other proletarian 18. revolutions to avoid taking the same road and ending up not with socialism, but with a specific form of capitalism just as oppressive and aggressive as the classical forms. The present period demands, despite the difficulties involved, that this task be fulfilled. Even if it falls short of perfection, the effort to accomplish it cannot but help us to understand a past which is also our present, and to grasp how a proletarian revolution can be transformed into its opposite, namely, a bourgeois counter-revolution. The Soviet experience confirms that what is hardest is not the overthrow of the former dominant classes, the hardest task is, first, to destroy the former social relations upon which a system of exploitation similar to the one supposed to have been overthrown for good can be reconstituted, and then to prevent these relations from being reconstituted on the basis of those elements of the old that still remain present for a long time in the new social relations. In our time it is therefore vital that we understand the reasons why the first victorious socialist revolution has ultimately produced the Soviet reality of today. If this is not understood, then, despite the positive and invaluable lessons to be drawn from the successes of the Chinese Revolution, the risks are indeed tremendous that what may begin, here or elsewhere, as a proletarian revolution, could result in the end in something quite different from socialism. The essay I wrote in 1969 therefore seemed to me inadequate, and before publishing it in updated form I thought it necessary to complete my work by making an analysis of the Soviet Union's past. When I took up this task I appreciated that it was at least as complex as the already tackled one, first, because it covered an historical period that was much longer and richer in events and conflicts, and secondly, because one had to try to discover, through and beyond the particular history of the Soviet Union, the general movement of the contradictions of which this very particularity was the form of existence. By itself, indeed, this particularity might seem accidental or fortuitous and would not enable us to draw the necessary lessons from what has happened in the USSR. 19. The objective was to arrive at a knowledge of the history of the Soviet Union sufficiently precise to make it possible to write something other than a history of that country, to subject the class struggles in the USSR since the October Revolution to an analysis of sufficiently universal bearing, even though presenting itself in the specific shape of a contemporary history of the USSR. I thus had to analyze the decisive moments through which the Soviet social formation has passed and determine the nature of the social relations that have existed and have been dominant at each of these moments. I also sought to define the nature of the social forces that have contributed to altering the articulation of these relations, even when, as often happened, struggles were carried on that aimed at changes quite different from those which actually ensued. The present volume sets out the first results of this work, the ultimate aim of which is to provide an analysis of present-day Soviet reality, an analysis that would remain to some extent incomprehensible in the absence of an adequate knowledge of the conditions in which today's reality took shape. These analyses thus continue the work of rectification which I began between 1962 and 1967. My work of rectification and of concrete analysis of the Soviet Union, of its present and past, caused me gradually to break with a certain congealed and simplistic conception of Marxism and to re-establish contact with what I believe to be the revolutionary content of historical and dialectical materialism. 11. Only a part of the results of this work is included in the present volume, but I must provide a general survey in this foreword, for what is involved goes far beyond what might be a mere personal itinerary of no great interest to the reader. As mentioned earlier, the simplified Marxism from which I tried to break free was not something personal to me, it had become that which the European sections of the Third International, departing further and further from Leninism, had caused to prevail in Europe, starting in the early 1930s, at the time when I began to think about the problems of socialism. 20. This simplified Marxism bore within itself, moreover, if not in germ then at least as a possibility to which it was exposed, the premises of modern revisionism, that is, of a bourgeois ideology which has contributed to consolidating the existence of capitalist social relations in the Soviet Union and also outside it. It would be futile to claim that I have analyzed all aspects of the congealed Marxism with which I have had to break in order to render intelligible what has happened in the Soviet Union. It is necessary, however, to set forth and discuss some of the theses, explicit or implicit, of this kind of Marxism, so as to afford a better understanding of the meaning of the rectification being carried out in the pages that follow, and of the significance of the conclusions that will be brought together in the last volume of the work. 3 of the fundamental theses of the congealed Marxism with which one must break in order to restore a true revolutionary character to historical and dialectical materialism concern the basis of class relations, the role of the productive forces, and the conditions for the existence of the state and for its withering away. I shall say just a few words about these 3 theses and their objective ideological and political functions. Class relations and legal forms of ownership. The first thesis with which one has to break is that which makes a mechanistic identification of legal forms of ownership with class relations, particularly where the transition to socialism is concerned. This thesis was explicitly expounded by Stalin in his report on the draft constitution of the USSR, presented on November 25, 1936, to the 7th Congress of Soviets of the USSR. 12. In his report, Stalin summed up the transformation of forms of ownership that had taken place in Russia during the period 21. 1924 to 1936. He showed that in this period legal private ownership of the means of production and exchange had been practically abolished, and replaced by 2 other forms of ownership: state property, which predominated in industry, transport, trade, and banking, and collective farm property, which predominated in agriculture, and he concluded, the capitalist class in the sphere of industry has ceased to exist. The kulak class in the sphere of agriculture has ceased to exist, and the merchants and profiteers in the sphere of trade have ceased to exist. Thus all the exploiting classes have now been eliminated. 13. According to this report, there were now only the working class, the peasant class, and the intelligentsia, who must serve the people, for there are no longer any exploiting classes. 14. In conclusion, this part of Stalin's report asserted that, as a result, economic and political contradictions between classes are declining and becoming obliterated. 15. Acceptance of this thesis obstructs analysis of the contradictions which in fact continued to manifest themselves in the Soviet Union. It makes incomprehensible the idea that the proletariat could lose power to any sort of bourgeoisie, since the latter seems to be incapable of existence unless capitalist private property is reconstituted. Such a thesis disarms the proletariat by persuading it that the class struggle is now a thing of the past. Life has made it its business to show, or rather to recall, that changes in legal forms of ownership do not suffice to cause the conditions for the existence of classes and for class struggle to disappear. These conditions are rooted, as Marx and Lenin often emphasized, not in legal forms of ownership but in production relations, that is, in the form of the social process of appropriation, in the place that the form of this process assigns to the agents of production, in fact, in the relations that are established between them in social production. 16. The existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of state or collective forms of property is not enough to abolish capitalist production relations and for the antagonistic classes. 22. Proletariat and bourgeoisie, to disappear. The bourgeoisie can continue to exist in different forms and, in particular, can assume the form of a state bourgeoisie. The historical role of the dictatorship of the proletariat is not only to change the forms of ownership but also, and this is a much more complex and protracted task, to transform the social process of appropriation and thereby destroy the old production relations and build new ones, thus ensuring the transition from the capitalist mode of production to the communist mode, the transition to socialism, meaning this transition, which alone enables bourgeois social relations, and the bourgeoisie as a class, to be eliminated. The above is nothing new, but quite literally, a return to Marx and Lenin, to Marx, for whom the dictatorship of the proletariat is the necessary point of transition for arriving at the abolition of class differences in general, 17, and to Lenin, who frequently recalled that classes still remain and will remain in the era of the dictatorship of the proletariat, adding that every class has undergone a change, so that their relations have also altered, and the class struggle, while continuing, assumes different forms. 18. It is because the task of the socialist revolution is not confined to transforming legal property relations, and that what is fundamental is to transform social relations as a whole, including production relations, that Lenin comes back so often to the essential idea that it is comparatively easy to start the revolution. But it will be more difficult to continue the revolution and bring it to its consummation. 19. Thus, the transition to socialism inevitably occupies a long period of history, and cannot be accomplished within a few years. 20. It is clear that if one is to understand the changes in Soviet society and the possibility of the re-establishment of a bourgeois dictatorship in the USSR, one has to abandon the thesis that exploiting classes have ceased to exist merely because there is a dictatorship of the proletariat, and 23. Because state and collective farm property predominates, one needs to go back to Lenin's conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat as the continuation of the class struggle in new forms. The primacy of the development of the productive forces. A second thesis characteristic of the simplification of Marxism, which tended to impose itself during the 1930s in the European sections of the Third International, was that of the primacy of the development of the productive forces. This thesis presented the development of the productive forces as the driving force of history. For a certain period, acceptance of this thesis gave one the illusion of possessing an explanation of the contradictions in the Soviet social formation, an explanation that was no longer to be sought in the class struggle, as this was supposed to be on its way out, or even to have ceased altogether with the disappearance of antagonistic classes. In a very general form, the thesis according to which the productive forces are the driving force of history was set forth by Stalin in his essay of September 1938 entitled Dialectical and Historical Materialism, 21, in which he wrote, "First, the productive forces of society change and develop, and then, depending on these changes and in conformity with them, men's relations of production, their economic relations, change." 22. The thesis thus formulated does not deny the role of the class struggle insofar as there is a society in which antagonistic classes confront one another, but relegates this to the secondary level. The class struggle intervenes essentially in order to smash production relations that hinder the development of the productive forces, thus engendering new production relations which conform to the needs of the development of the productive forces. 24. Actually, in the passage quoted above, Stalin acknowledges that the new production relations can appear independently of a revolutionary process, when he writes, "The rise of new productive forces and of the relations of production corresponding to them does not take place separately from the old system, after the disappearance of the old system, but within the old system." 23. One can certainly find passages in Marx which suggest a similar problematic, but his work as a whole shows that, for him, the driving force of history is the class struggle, and that, as long as classes exist, it is through conflicts between classes that social relations are transformed. It shows also that socialist social relations can arise only through class struggle. Similarly, Lenin would never have been able to formulate his theory of the weakest link in the imperialist chain, the theory which explains why a proletarian revolution could take place in Russia if, like the Mensheviks, he had held to a conception which put the main stress on the development of the productive forces, since, according to this conception, a proletarian revolution could not happen elsewhere than in the most highly industrialized countries. The thesis of the primacy of the productive forces prevents one from using rigorously the concepts of historical materialism, and leads to incorrect political formulations, such as this one, put forward by Stalin in the above quoted essay. If it is not to err in policy, the party of the proletariat must both, in drafting its program and in its practical activities, proceed primarily from the laws of development of production, from the laws of economic development of society. 24. The conception of the productive forces developed in this way certainly gave rise to a number of difficulties when it came to fitting it into the theses of historical materialism as a whole, but it was a necessary corollary to the thesis about the disappearance from the USSR of exploiting classes, and therefore also of exploited ones. The connection between these theses is seen, for example, when Stalin writes that the basis of the relations of production under the socialist system is the social ownership of 25. The means of production. Here there are no longer exploiters and exploited. Here the relations of production fully correspond to the state of productive forces. 25. One of the difficulties arising from this formulation is that it does away with any possibility of contradiction between the two elements of the economic basis. This led Stalin in 1952 to make a partial rectification of his earlier formulation, when he reproached Notkin for having taken literally his formulation regarding full conformity, and said that this referred only to the fact that under socialism, society is in a position to take timely steps to bring the lagging relations of production into conformity with the character of the productive forces. Socialist society is in a position to do so because it does not include obsolescent classes that might organize resistance. 26. Ideologically and politically, these two theses on the disappearance of exploiting and exploited classes in the USSR and on the primacy of the development of the productive forces, have contributed to blocking any organized action by the Soviet proletariat to transform the production relations, that is, to destroy the existing forms of the process of appropriation, the basis for the reproduction of class relations, and build a new process of appropriation, excluding the social division between the function of management and that of execution, the separation between manual and mental labor, and the differences between town and country and between workers and peasants, in short, to destroy the objective basis for the existence of classes. On the one hand, classes were supposed to have disappeared, and on the other, the production relations were supposed to correspond perfectly to the productive forces, and any contradiction that might seem to exist was supposed to be bound to disappear in good time, thanks to the action of socialist society. Under these conditions, the fundamental problem for the Soviet proletariat to solve seemed to be that of increasing production as quickly as possible. In building the material foundations of socialism, it was guaranteed that the core 26. Sponding production relations and the appropriate superstructure would also develop. Hence the slogans of the period. Technique decides everything and catch up with and surpass the most advanced capitalist countries. It is understandable that the Chinese Communist Party considered itself justified in saying, in the publication on Khrushchev's phony communism and its historical lessons for the world, Stalin departed from Marxist-Leninist dialectics in his understanding of the laws of class struggle in socialist society. 27 Actually, this understanding of the laws of the class struggle was not particular to Stalin. Here, as on many other matters, Stalin merely expressed in systematic fashion the views of the leading strata of the Bolshevik Party. Despite appearances, his role was essentially that of transmitting and concentrating orientations which reflected the changes going on within Soviet society and the Bolshevik Party. This role was due to the fact that the party itself was becoming less and less capable of going against the tide, that is, of revolutionizing practice and theory. Even when Stalin, at certain moments, disregarded the fears and reservations of the Central Committee and the Political Bureau, he did not go against the tide in the strict sense, 28, but merely deduced the ultimate consequences of the conceptions prevailing in the party's leading circles. It was this will to go through to the end that placed Stalin apparently above the party and caused to seem specifically his some conceptions which, except in a few cases, 29 were not peculiar to him but acquired exceptional authority through the support he gave them. This was just what happened with the understanding of the laws of the class struggle in socialist society. The fact is that this understanding dominated the ideological and political conceptions of the European sections of the Third International, and thereby helped to conceal the existence of classes and of class struggle in the Soviet Union, thus encouraging people to seek elsewhere than in class. 27. Contradictions. The causes of the grave difficulties being experienced by the Soviet Union. This elsewhere was signposted by the thesis on the primacy of the productive forces. It was because those forces were insufficiently developed that the USSR had to cope with enormous difficulties and therefore was obliged to take a series of measures that were remote from what the Bolshevik Party's old program thought corresponded with the demands of the building of socialism: increased wage differentials, development of a bonus system, growing privileges accorded to technicians, strengthening of the personal authority of the manager of an enterprise, etc. For a whole generation, my own generation, the two theses mentioned above enjoyed a sort of obviousness which caused us to avoid analyzing the real contradictions and problems. Even when these were not ignored, their solution was put off till later it would in due course be provided by the development of the productive forces. In order to appreciate the obviousness of these theses, one must remember that they express the view not only of Stalin personally but also of the most revolutionary wing of the European Marxist movement of the time. 30. It will not be out of place to quote here some of Trotsky's statements regarding these two theses. Although his attitude to them was close to Stalin's, it nevertheless caused him to draw very different conclusions. Like Stalin, Trotsky accepted that, after the collectivization or statization of the means of production, there are no possessing classes. 31. Since private property no longer exists. Explaining his idea, Trotsky added that there were no possessing classes in the USSR because the establishment of state property prevented any bureaucrat from acquiring stocks or goods which he could transmit to his heirs. 32. He also observed that in civilized societies, property relations are validated by laws. 33. Leaving it to be assumed that 28. Relations belong to the superstructure and do not correspond to the relations established in the social process of production and reproduction. We also find in Trotsky, although in caricatured form, Stalin's formula according to which the communist program must proceed primarily from the laws of development of production, as when he writes, Marxism sets out from the development of technique as the fundamental spring of progress, and constructs the communist program upon the dynamic of the productive forces. 34. These similarities render all the more striking the difference between the practical conclusions drawn by Stalin and Trotsky respectively. For Stalin, socialism had been achieved, in essentials, at the end of the first 5-year plan. For Trotsky, this conclusion was inacceptable for two main reasons. On the one hand, as he saw it, there could be no question of socialism in a single count. And, on the other, the achieved productivity of labor was too low in the Soviet Union for it to be possible to talk of socialism having been realized there. 35. Thus, Trotsky acknowledges that the social content of one and the same legal form can vary, but this variation is not related, for him, to different production relations, but to the achieved productivity of labor, and this leads him to declare that the root of every social organization is the productive forces. 36. Finally, from the standpoint with which we are concerned here, what characterizes Trotsky's conception is that it accepts the thesis of the primacy of the development of the productive forces in its uttermost implications, notably in the two following respects. First, reference to the level of the productive forces enables Trotsky to bring in the notion of bourgeois norms of distribution, 37, which have been dictated to the USSR by the low level of the productive forces, and which could lead to a restoration of private property. The idea of a restoration of 29. Bourgeois domination within the setting of state property is thus implicitly rejected by Trotsky, though he is unable to bring forward any genuine arguments to justify this rejection. Second, the role which Trotsky ascribes to the development of the productive forces goes so far that it completely replaces the class struggle, so that he can write, the strength and stability of regimes are determined in the long run by the relative productivity of their labor. A socialist economy possessing a technique superior to that of capitalism would really be guaranteed in its socialist development, for sure, so to speak, automatically. 38. I have quoted Trotsky at this length, alongside Stalin, in order to show the extent to which, despite the different conclusions drawn, the two theses were a sort of commonplace in European Marxism in the 1930s, which tended to obstruct analysis of the transformation of society in terms of the class struggle. I shall endeavor later on to state what, in my view, were the reasons that enabled these two theses to play for so long their particular ideological and political role. Before doing this, however, I must say something about a third thesis which was linked with the two discussed so far: the existence of the state and the disappearance of exploiting classes. One of the difficulties to which acceptance of the thesis of the disappearance of exploiting classes gives rise relates to the existence of the Soviet state, not as a transitional form becoming transformed into a non-state, a commune, to use the formulation employed by Engels in a letter to Babel, and taken over by Lenin, but as a state becoming more and more separate from the masses, endowed with an apparatus increase. 30. Ingly jealous to safeguard its secrets, and functioning in a hierarchical manner, with each echelon subordinate to a higher one. From the Marxist standpoint, the form of existence of the Soviet state and the nature of its apparatuses created a problem, since, for historical materialism, this type of state can exist only on the basis of class antagonisms. The strengthening of such a state machine is a symptom of the deepening of these antagonisms, whereas their disappearance is accompanied by the extinction of the state in the strict sense and its replacement by organs of self-administration by the masses. This problem was considered by Stalin, notably in his report to the 18th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party. 39. In his address, Stalin recalled Engels's formulation in Anti-Düring: as soon as there is no longer any social class to be held in subjection, as soon as class rule, and the individual struggle for existence based upon our present anarchy in production, with the collisions and excesses arising from these, are removed, nothing more remains to be repressed, and a special repressive force, a state, is no longer necessary. 40. In order to solve the problem thus presented, Stalin was obliged to declare that certain of the general propositions in the Marxist doctrine of the state were incompletely worked out and inadequate. 41. He then proposed that this inadequacy be repaired by claiming that the Soviet Union needed a state and a vast state machine not because of internal social relations but owing to an external factor, namely, capitalist encirclement. This produced the following formulation: the function of military suppression inside the country died away. In place of this function of suppression, the state acquired the function of protecting socialist property from thieves and pilferers of the people's property. The function of defending the country from foreign attack fully remained. Consequently, the Red Army and the Navy also fully remained, as did the punitive organs and the intelligence service, which are indispensable for the detection and punishment of the spies. 31. Assassins and wreckers sent into our country by foreign intelligence services. 42. Apart from the theoretical difficulty that arises from asserting the need for a huge force specializing in internal repression in order to deal with an external danger, when the masses' own organizations ought to be capable of coping with the task of detecting the hostile elements sent into our country by foreign intelligence services, in a country where, in principle, no class was ready to cooperate with such elements, this thesis on the need to maintain a state machine came up against a more concrete difficulty: how to explain that such numerous measures of coercion needed to be taken if it was merely a matter of striking at elements sent in, together with thieves and pilferers of the people's property, or persons who, out of weaknesses, vanity, or slackness of will had allowed foreign foes to enmesh them in their espionage nets. 43. It is hard to answer this question when so formulated. However, the scale of the repression carried out, the forms it assumed, and the contradictions shown in it can be much better understood when we set these facts in relation not mainly to the activity of foreign spies and the slackness of will of Soviet citizens but to a class struggle that was both furious and blind. Trotsky, having also accepted the thesis of the disappearance of class oppression, was faced with the same problem in explaining the existence of a state machine. The solution he offered was purely economic in character. Taking up the formulation by Engels quoted above, he singled out from it the individual struggle for existence, and declared that it was because this had not disappeared in the USSR that the state continued to exist, and that it would also exist after a revolution even in America, on the basis of the most advanced capitalism. 44. It is worth quoting also this curious prognostic. 32. Cation, insofar as the social organization has become socialistic, the Soviets ought to drop away like the scaffolding after a building is finished. 45. Nevertheless, however unsatisfactory the thesis according to which the form of existence of the Soviet state was explicable by the threat from outside and the slackness of will of the citizens of the USSR, acceptance of the first two theses made it almost inevitable. This flashback should help the reader to understand the quasi-impossibility for those who accepted the theses discussed to carry out a Marxist analysis of Soviet society, since essential to such an analysis would be not to shut one's eyes to class relations and the effects of the class struggle, but on the contrary, to perceive that here are relations and a struggle which are of decisive importance, and destined to remain so until a classless, communist society has been built. But this review of the past still fails to provide an answer to the following question: why did the economistic problematic, of which the theses discussed above formed parts, play for so long its specific ideological role? The dominance of the problematic of the productive forces. In answering this question, it must not be forgotten that the problematic of the productive forces, one of the aspects of the problematic of economism, was historically bound up, in an indissoluble way, not only with the European labor movement of the years 1880 to 1914 but also, in transformed fashion, with the history of the Russian Revolution, especially from the end of the 1920s onward, during the first attempt ever made. 33. To build socialism. The prestige which this attempt acquired in the eyes of the great majority of those who rightly saw in capitalism the perfected system of exploitation of man by man, a system which has already produced 2 world wars and innumerable wars of lesser dimensions, was bound, to some degree necessarily, to cast reflected glory upon the theoretical problematic connected with this attempt. This is, however, only half an answer, for we still have to ask why this historical link was formed between the first attempt to build socialism and the theses that lie at the heart of the problematic we are discussing. To this second aspect of the question I shall try, in this preface, to give only some elements of a reply, elements which will themselves be developed in the present volume and its successors. The cessation of the fight against economism in the Bolshevik Party. The first element of my reply relates to the ideology of the Bolshevik Party itself. This party, despite the far-reaching changes it underwent through the mere fact of its revolutionary activity, and through Lenin's ideological struggle against economism, was far from having rid itself of all economistic conceptions at the moment when, with Lenin's departure, the fight against economism ceased to be a feature of the ideological struggle inside the party. It should be recalled that the term economism was used by Lenin to characterize critically a conception of Marxism which sought to reduce it to a mere economic theory by means of which all social changes could be interpreted. Such a conception can assume a variety of forms. When not systematized, it may play only a relatively secondary role, and it is possible then to speak only of a tendency to economism. Because economism defines the development of the productive forces as the driving force of history, one of its chief 34 effects is to depict the political struggle between classes as the direct and immediate result of economic contradictions. The latter are thus supposed to be able by themselves to engender social changes and, when the time is ripe, revolutionary struggles. The working class thus appears to be spontaneously urged toward revolution. The same problematic tends to deny that exploited and oppressed classes other than the proletariat are capable of struggling for socialism. 46 At another level of analysis, economism is characterized by the fact that it tends to identify productive forces with the material means of production, thus denying that the principal productive force consists of the producers themselves. Consequently, economism ascribes the major role in the building of socialism not to the initiative of the working people but to the accumulation of new means of production and technical knowledge. Economism can appear in a variety of forms, even contradictory ones, depending on the conjuncture of the class struggle. It can appear as rightist or leftist. In the Bolshevik Party, economism fostered certain attitudes taken by opposition groups in 1918 and in 1920-1925, including the trade union oppositions, whose right-wing character was especially clear. 47 Among the rightist-leftist effects of economism in the Bolshevik Party must also be mentioned the positions taken during the war communism period by Bukharin, Trotsky, and Preobrazhensky, who contemplated a direct transition to communism by way of generalized resort to state compulsion, this being defined as the expression of proletarian self-discipline, as a result of abstractly identifying the Soviet state with the workers' state. This form of economism made of centralized management of the economy the essence of communism. It can be regarded as rightist in that it subjected the working people to an 35 apparatus of coercion. It seemed thus to stand in opposition to a left-wing economism which declared, implicitly at least, that the unification of the working class and the unity of this class with the other toiling classes can be effected spontaneously through the convergence of the interests of all the working people. In reality, these two conceptions both deny the decisive role of the ideological and political class struggle and the necessity of a Marxist-Leninist party guided by a correct political line. The first conception tends to substitute state coercion for political and ideological leadership of the proletariat, 48, while the second tends to replace this leadership by the activity of the trade unions. As will be seen, these two interpretations of Marxism led certain Bolsheviks, when war communism came to an end, to call for statization of the trade unions, while others came out in favor of trade unionization of the state. If it is necessary to dwell at such length here upon economism, this is not only because it has played an increasingly influential role in the European sections of the Third International, but also because the existence of economism, in one form or another, constantly confronts the labor movement with new problems. It is an illusion to imagine that Marxism and Marxist parties can be wholly and finally purged of it. This is in fact the form that bourgeois ideology takes within Marxism, and this ideology has its roots in bourgeois social relations that can disappear only when classes themselves disappear. Struggle against economism is thus necessarily a part of the life of Marxism, and is even the principal form taken by the ideological class struggle in this field. Marx and Lenin waged this struggle in their writings. Lenin's activity enabled the Bolshevik Party to shake off the crudest forms of economism, but tendencies to economism continued very strong within it. This was the reason why Lenin often had difficulty in making his views prevail. It also explains why economism marked so deeply the way in which the NEP was implemented, and the conception of collectivity. 36. Zashin and industrialization that prevailed in the Soviet Union, assigning the most important role to accumulation and treating technique as though it were above classes. What has been said does not yet enable us to understand more than partially the historical link between the first attempt to build socialism and economism. In order to arrive at a fuller understanding of this link, two other series of ideas need to be followed through, concerning, first, the social foundations of economism, and secondly, the explicit revival of a number of economistic theses at the time of the 5-year plans. The social foundations of economism. Without entering into a debate for which this is not the place, it needs to be recalled that economism is itself a product, within Marxism, of the class struggle. To forget this is to fall into idealism, to suppose that ideas develop by their own motion and affect history independently of social contradictions. In its original form, economism arose in the Second International, in the German Social Democratic Party. In its rightist variant, it was connected with the existence within this party of a powerful political and trade union apparatus which became integrated with the German state machine. The heads of this powerful apparatus were able to delude themselves that a steady increase in their organizational activity and pressure for workers' demands would eventually create the conditions for capitalism to be overthrown. They were all the more attached to this illusion because, by indulging it, they could strengthen their own positions in the German labor movement without, apparently, having to incur the risks inherent in revolutionary activity. In this way there emerged a bourgeois ideology, decked out with a few seemingly Marxist formulations which exercised a considerable influence on the German labor movement as a whole, insofar as the operations of the movement's political and trade union apparatus and the strength of German imperialism enabled some strata of the 37. Working class to secure an improvement in their living standards. Conversely, in Tsarist Russia, where the conditions for the development of a legal labor movement were not present, the Menshevik's economism found no echo in the Russian working class, apart from a few relatively privileged sections such as the railroad workers. In the Bolshevik Party itself, the trade union leaders proved on a number of occasions to be the principal agents of a right-wing economism, and after the October Revolution, the growth among party members of a stratum of administrators and of business, planning, and financial officials favored the development of economism in new forms. As will be seen, these new forms assumed a rightist or leftist appearance depending on the course of the class struggle and on the characteristics of those strata of the workers that could provide a social basis for them. In its turn, the economism which had developed in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union found a response in the sections of the Communist International established in those countries where it was possible for the labor movement to develop in forms akin to those of the German labor movement before the First World War. The explicit revival of economistic theses during the implementation of the 5-year plans. The explicit revival of economistic theses which was expressed in a particularly systematic way in the writings mentioned above needs to be considered in two aspects: as the result of a profound evolution of Russian society and the Bolshevik Party, and in connection with the new authority acquired by these theses through their having been expounded by Stalin. The first aspect is clearly the decisive one. It was the many changes undergone by Soviet Russia and by the Bolshevik Party between October 1917 and the beginning of 1929 that made it possible for conceptions to be adopted at first only 38. Implicitly, in practice, which identified the building of socialism with the fastest possible development of the productive forces, 49, and of industry in particular, even at the expense of the alliance between the working class and the peasantry. The economistic theses, in the form in which they triumphed at the end of the 1920s, were never fundamentally challenged by the various oppositionist trends. What the latter challenged were only particular concrete measures or groups of measures, of a political or administrative character, decided on the basis of a general orientation which they did not challenge fundamentally. Even the objections raised by Bukharin against an industrialization campaign which he thought was being conducted too hastily, were aimed at warning against the long-term negative economic effects of an initial industrial effort which he considered excessive. His argument was essentially that a smaller initial effort would make it possible to accomplish more quickly the same sort of industrialization that was aimed at by the 5-year plans. He did not question whether this type of industrialization was in conformity with the needs of socialist construction. While it is true that the economistic conceptions which triumphed with the first 5-year plans corresponded to deep-seated tendencies in the Bolshevik Party of that period, it is no less true, as has been observed, that the explicit assertion by Stalin of the economistic theses in question endowed the latter with exceptional weight, by virtue of the equally exceptional authority attached to his interventions. Here arises one of the aspects of what has been called the question of Stalin. In raising this question, it must be kept in mind, first and foremost, that Lenin and Stalin had very different attitudes regarding problems of ideological struggle within the party. Lenin, generally speaking, always put this struggle in the 39 forefront. He never hesitated to go against the tide, as a result of which he more than once found himself in a minority in the Central Committee, and this on questions of vital importance, which shows, incidentally, how mistaken it is to see the Bolshevik Party as a Leninist party. Stalin saw his leading role in a different way. On major problems he endeavored above all to give expression to profound tendencies existing in the party, for which he thus acted as spokesman. From this standpoint, polemical attacks leveled against Stalin on the grounds that, by means of his personality, he imposed on the party conceptions that were alien to it, are groundless. They relate to something quite different, namely, that Stalin persevered with inflexible rigor in putting into effect measures called for by conceptions that were not only his but also those of almost all the party members, including most of those who opposed certain of these measures. Furthermore, the party was constantly changing. The social forces largely operative within it in 1929 were different from what they had been in 1917, and were different again in 1934 and in 1952, these changes being themselves bound up with changes in Soviet society. However, and this is the second point that needs to be considered, by making himself the spokesman of profound tendencies in the party, Stalin gave additional weight to these tendencies, greatly reinforcing them. This was especially so in the case of the economistic conceptions which prevailed from 1929 onward. The additional weight conferred by Stalin upon the theses he backed was a consequence of his own authority. This was not mainly due, as some like to imagine, to the fact that Stalin was the general secretary of the Bolshevik Party. His authority was due to what almost the entire party, from the early 1930s onward, saw as the exceptional twofold merit of Stalin that 40. He had not given up the idea of building socialism in the USSR, and that he had worked out a policy which, as the party saw it, would successfully bring about that result. When, after Lenin's death, the other Bolshevik leaders were ready to allow the continuation of a NEP that would have meant development toward private capitalism, or else to advocate certain measures of industrialization which they declined to present as leading to the establishment of socialism, Stalin, taking up a thesis of Lenin's, 50, reaffirmed that it was possible to undertake the building of socialism in the USSR without making this dependent on the victory of the proletarian revolution in Europe or in the rest of the world. By adopting this line, and then by framing a policy aimed at drawing the logical consequences from it, Stalin intended to give back confidence to the Soviet working class. He provided the party with an objective other than merely trying to keep itself in power while waiting for better days, and in this way he contributed to the inception of a gigantic transformation process, which was to create the conditions needed for defense of the Soviet Union's independence and for intensification of the divisions in the imperialist camp, as a result of which the Soviet Union was able to play a decisive part in the defeat of Hitlerism. The policy of industrialization kept alight the beacon of the October Revolution, sustained the people's confidence in the victorious outcome of their struggles, and thus objectively helped to ensure the success of the Chinese Revolution. By proclaiming that the Soviet Union could advance to socialism, Stalin, contrary to Trotsky's claims, appeared as heir to Lenin's position, several of whose writings, especially the last, asserted this possibility. This was one of the sources of Stalin's authority, which was linked with the theses he propounded. Actually, the enormous authority that Stalin enjoyed, especially right after the Second World War, was due not only to the theses he had upheld, but also to the efforts, courage, and self-sacrifice of the Soviet people. It was through the toil and heroism of this people that the industry of the USSR had been built and the Hitlerite armies defeated. 41. Nevertheless, it was Stalin who had directed these efforts and struggles by giving them the right objectives. True, life has shown that, in respect of the precise path to be followed and the concrete measures to be taken in order to arrive at the objective decided upon, Stalin made serious mistakes, but their exact nature was not immediately apparent at the time. 51. Moreover, in the situation that the Soviet Union and the Bolshevik Party were in at the end of the 1920s, the mistakes made were doubtless historically inevitable. The fact that these mistakes were made, and that they entailed grave political consequences, has given the world proletariat an exemplary lesson. It has been finally demonstrated that certain forms of attack against capitalism are illusory and only strengthen the bourgeoisie within the machinery of political and economic administration. The lessons drawn by Lenin from the comparable, even though limited, experience of war communism have thus been confirmed. For the moment, however, the fact that the Soviet Union accomplished in a few years changes of extraordinary scope, resulting in the elimination of private capitalism and pre-capitalist forms of production, gave unprecedented authority to the theses upheld by the Bolshevik Party and formulated by Stalin. This strengthened still further the obviousness which these theses were seen as possessing by the great majority of members of the revolutionary movement, not only in the Soviet Union but also in Europe and elsewhere. Economism in the labor movements and communist parties of Europe. Another factor helps to account for the role played, outside the Soviet Union, by the economistic conception of the building of socialism. This factor is the circumstance that the economism which Lenin had combated in the Bolshevik Party was much more widespread and lively in the European SEC. 42. Shins of the Third International than in its Russian section. In Europe, more precisely in Western Europe, and especially in Germany and France, economism had a long history which was largely identical with that of Europe's social democratic parties, mainly from the time when European capitalism entered the phase of imperialism. Since economism had not been combated in the rest of Europe as it had been in Russia, it is easy to understand that the revolutionary workers' movement in Europe was quite prepared to accept as obvious the economistic theses of the Soviet Communist Party. Today, the economistic problematic of the building of socialism has been severely shaken for at least two reasons. The first of these is external to the USSR. It is the Chinese Revolution. What is happening in China proves that a low level of development of the productive forces is no obstacle to a socialist transformation of social relations, and does not necessarily require passing through forms of primitive accumulation, with aggravation of social inequalities, and so on. China's example shows that it is not necessary to aspire to build first of all the material foundations of socialist society, putting off till later the transformation of social relations, which will thus be brought into conformity with more highly developed productive forces. China's example shows that socialist transformation of the superstructure must accompany the development of the productive forces, and that this transformation is a condition for truly socialist economic development. It shows, too, that when the transformations are carried out in this way, industrialization does not require, in contrast to what happened in the Soviet Union, the levying of tribute from the peasantry, a procedure which seriously threatens the alliance between the workers and the peasants. The second reason why the economistic problematic of the building of socialism has been severely shaken is the actual disappearance of the facts from which the economistic the 43. SES under discussion claim to derive their obvious character. As long as the Soviet Union was economically weak, with only a mediocre degree of industrial development, that which seemed, in the economic and political relations obtaining in that country, to be in contradiction with what Marx, Engels, and Lenin had said about socialism could be attributed by economism to this economic weakness of the USSR. The economistic conceptions left room for hope that when the Soviet Union ceased to be weak there would be an end to the restrictions imposed on freedom of expression by the masses, the inequality of incomes would be reduced, the many privileges enjoyed by a minority of cadres and technicians would be abolished, and the repression extended to wide sections of the population would cease. The negative features of Soviet society could thus be seen as the price that had to be paid in order to build the material foundations of socialism, as transient phenomena that must disappear automatically when this objective was attained or was being approached. The facts thus seem to justify the economistic problematic and render pointless any analysis of Soviet reality in terms of class struggles that might express the rise of a state bourgeoisie 52 which was taking over all positions of command and setting up the apparatus needed to ensure its domination. Today the situation is quite different. Although still experiencing great economic difficulties, 53 which have to be explained, the Soviet Union has long since become the world's second industrial power and Europe's first, and in many fields of science and technology it holds the leading position. Furthermore, it is bordered by European countries closely associated with it, which possess a far from negligible economic potential. And yet the phenomena which economism claimed to account for by the backwardness of the USSR, and which therefore should have been only transient, far from disappearing, are being maintained and developed. The privileges that, when they arose in the recent 44 past, were regarded as having been imposed by the conditions of the moment, by the needs of accumulation, are today officially recognized elements in the system of social relations within which it is claimed that the Soviet Union is building the material foundations of communism. For the Soviet Communist Party there is no question of dismantling this system, on the contrary, it seeks to reinforce it. There is no question of allowing the Soviet workers to exercise collective control over the utilization of the means of production, over the way current production is used, or over the activity of the party and its members. The factories are run by managers whose relations with their workers are relations of command, and who are responsible only to their superiors. Agricultural enterprises are run in practically similar ways. In general, the direct producers have no right to express themselves, or rather, they can do so only when ritually called upon to approve decisions or proposals worked out independently of them in the higher circles of the state and the party. The rules governing the management of Soviet enterprises 54 are to an increasing degree copied from those of the advanced capitalist countries, and many Soviet managers go for training to the business schools of the United States and Japan. What was supposed to give rise to increasingly socialist relations has instead produced relations that are essentially capitalist, so that behind the screen of economic plans, it is the laws of capitalist accumulation, and so of profit, that decide how the means of production are utilized. The producers are still wage earners working to valorize the means of production, with the latter functioning as collective capital managed by a state bourgeoisie. This bourgeoisie forms, like any other capitalist class, the core of functionaries of capital, to use Marx's definition of the capitalist class. The party in power offers to the working people only an indefinite renewal of these social relations. It is, in practice, the party of the functionaries of capital, acting as such on both the national and international planes. For anyone who faces the facts, life itself has dispelled any 45 hopes one might have cherished for the consolidation and, a fortiori, the extension of the gains of the proletarian revolution in the Soviet Union. Today we need to try and understand why these hopes have been dashed, so as to appreciate what the USSR has become, and by way of what transformations. These are two of the aims of this work, which I have thought it necessary to pursue for several reasons. 2. The need to determine the prevailing social relations in the USSR and the conditions for their formation. The first reason is that there are still many people who do not want to face the facts. They still identify the Soviet Union with socialism. This has important effects on the workers' class struggles, especially in the industrialized countries. In the eyes of the workers of these countries, even those who are most militant and most convinced of the need to do away with capitalism, the lot of the Soviet workers does not seem an enviable one, and they therefore fear that what with the Soviet Union held up as an example is offered as an alternative to capitalism is not really an alternative. Accordingly, the leaders of the Western Communist parties, while claiming still to see the Soviet Union as the socialist fatherland, at the same time try to assure the workers of their own countries that the socialism they propose to build will be different from that which, they say, exists in the Soviet Union. Explanations of the how and why of this difference remain rather cursory. Related, at best, to the alleged psychology of nations, example the French are not the Russians and have nothing in common with a political analysis. They can therefore convince only those who want to be convinced. For the rest, the equation USSR equals socialism serves to put them off socialism. 55. The second reason why it is of the highest importance to understand why the Soviet Union has become what it is today, and to find an explanation which is independent of the merely 46. Russian aspect of Soviet history. 56 is that this why is closely bound up with the official Marxism of the communist parties which identify the Soviet Union with socialism, a Marxism that is still burdened with the economistic heritage of the Second International. One of the essential aspects of the ideological struggle for socialism has always been the struggle against economism. And when we analyze why the Soviet Union has become what it is today, a capitalist state of a particular type, we see clearly the help that economism has rendered to the bourgeois social forces which were promoting this evolution, for it has disoriented revolutionaries and ideologically disarmed the Soviet workers. Analysis of the transformations that the Soviet Union has undergone and the struggles through which these have been accomplished is thus extremely topical in its implications. What has been at issue in these struggles is precisely the conceptions that still largely prevail in the labor movement of the industrialized countries. Analyzing as concretely as possible, through the example given by the experience of the Soviet Union, the mistakes to which these conceptions lead thus provides a negative lesson that cannot but help those who want to fight for socialism in getting rid of these conceptions. Analysis of what has happened and is happening in the USSR is of special importance for members and sympathizers of the revisionist parties. These are, indeed, ideologically paralyzed by their inability to understand the Soviet Union's past, and therefore its present as well. One expression of this paralysis is the resort to empty formulations about the personality cult, or the attitude that consists in distancing oneself somewhat from the Soviet Union while continuing to proclaim one's fidelity to the socialist fatherland. Such formulations and attitudes testify to an ideological crisis which is deeper than it seems, and which may turn out to be the prelude to thinking that will finally challenge Refer. 47. Mist and revisionist practice. This thinking needs to be nourished by an attempt to understand the past and the present of the Soviet Union. Without it, one remains more or less doomed to remain imprisoned in schemas that conceal historical truth. The revisionist leaders are clearly frightened of such thinking, which is why, once again, we hear formulas of incantation about anti-Sovietism whenever there is any sign of critical thinking about the concrete history of the USSR. The only purpose of these formulas is to prevent members and sympathizers of the revisionist parties from posing the vital questions, those which could lead the struggles of the proletariat and the people to result in something other than the triad of parliamentary reformism, trade union struggles allegedly independent of any political organization, and the cult of spontaneity. Of course, analysis of Soviet reality, past and present, is only one factor that can help to bring about ideological clarification and so contribute indirectly to rescue the labor movement, and especially the sclerotic Marxism that prevails over a large part of the world today, from the circle in which it seems to be imprisoned. Fortunately, however, there are other factors, too. One of these factors is the worsening of capitalism's own crisis, both on the economic plane and on the planes of ideology and politics. Another factor contributing to give new life to the people's struggles and their orientation is the positive lessons which, in contrast to the Soviet Union's failure, can be drawn from the building of socialism in China. There, life, meaning the struggle of the masses, led by a genuine Marxist-Leninist party, has shown how to solve the problems presented by the socialist transformation of social relations. Marxism-Leninism has thus found fresh vigor and clarified a series of questions. 48. Which could indeed be clarified only through social practice. Thereby, too, as has already been observed, we can today understand more clearly the nature of the transformations undergone by the Soviet Union. More precisely, by rejecting the economistic problematic, we can grasp that what has happened to the Soviet Union is the result of a process of class struggle, a process which the Bolshevik Party controlled badly, and even controlled less and less well as time went by, through not being able to unite the popular forces and find at each moment the correct line of demarcation between the forces in society that could give support to the proletarian revolution, those that were inevitably hostile to it, and those that could be neutralized. In the class struggle that went on in Russia and in the Soviet Union, the proletariat therefore suffered serious defeats, but the struggle of the proletariat and the peasantry continues, and will inevitably, after delays and through ups and downs about which it is futile to speculate, lead the working people of the Soviet republics to restore their power and resume the building of socialism. January 1974. Introduction to the First Period. This volume aims to analyze the principal aspects and effects of the class struggle during the first years of Soviet power, until Lenin's departure from the scene. As will be noticed, the plan adopted is not chronological, because my task is to show the changes that took place in that period in the relations between classes and in economic, political, and ideological relations. These various changes are themselves analyzed as they developed historically, which necessitates frequent references to the main stages through which the Soviet Revolution passed during those years. It is only at the end of this overall analysis, however, in Part 5 of the present volume, that the significance and implications of these stages will be ready for discussion. For this reason, it will be useful briefly to review here the principal subdivisions of the period being studied. The first stage of the Soviet Revolution after its victory was that of the establishment of proletarian power and the initial economic and political changes connected with this, a stage that runs from the insurrection of October 1917 to the beginning of the White Rebellions at the end of May 1918. During these months, the Soviet power strove to break the economic power possessed by the bourgeoisie by virtue of its ownership of the principal means of production and exchange, by nationalizing large industrial enterprises, mines, banks, etc., and placing the economy as a whole under supervision by the working class, while not proceeding to widespread measures of nationalization. Lenin called this policy one of state capitalism, one which was destined to pass on later to the second step towards socialism, i.e., to pass on to workers' regulation of production. 2. During the first months of 1918, it 57. 58. Did not look as though this second step would be taken very soon, for a number of reasons, some of which were connected with the unsatisfactory functioning of the Soviets. 3. While others were bound up with the idea, generally accepted in the Bolshevik Party, that only an upsurge of the proletarian revolution in the rest of Europe would enable Russia's march to socialism to be speeded up. 4. In fact, the outbreak of the White Rebellions and the intervention by the imperialist armies led to the development of economic and political practices that were very different from those originally envisaged. These methods, in which the predominant role was played by the state apparatus, and in which coercion by the state, especially in the form of requisitioning agricultural produce, constituted what was called war communism, prevailed in the period running from June 1918 to March 1921. At the close of the period of civil war and foreign intervention, Russia was devastated and on the brink of famine. The methods of war communism seemed incapable of helping to improve the situation. The new economic policy was adopted. This policy appeared at first to be a return to the state capitalism of the winter of 1917 to 1918. The NEP conception underwent several changes until it was abandoned in 1929. One of its principal aspects was the re-establishment of freedom of trade in agricultural produce and the end of requisitioning. If this first volume is largely devoted to analysis of the changes that took place before Lenin's death, The reason is that that event coincided with the actual transition of the Russian Revolution from one phase to another. With the ending of military operations, production began to recover and an active industrial proletariat was reconstituted, while increasing social differentiation began to become apparent among the peasantry. This new phase is clearly distinct from the first years of Soviet power, with special features that necessitate separate analysis. For this reason, the actual consequences of NEP are not examined in this volume, and only the different notions of NEP held by various Bolshevik leaders are 59. Cussed, these being expressions of underlying differences about the social and political conditions for the building of socialism. The analysis of social and political changes in the pages that follow is based on documents of the time, on the works of historians and economists both Russian and non-Russian, and to a very large extent on many of Lenin's writings. The latter are, indeed, of exceptional importance. They not only show the orientations that Lenin endeavored to give to Soviet policy, many of them provide a clear and unembellished analysis of the situation, and where the past is concerned offer a critical evaluation of the policy followed. 5. It is to these writings that I especially refer, for they are exceptionally instructive. The ones that define political orientations are, of course, instructive as well, but not in the same way. They enable us to grasp the political conclusions that Lenin drew from a certain analysis, but we need to take care not to confuse these conclusions, and the measures advocated by Lenin, with the actual changes in, or even the actual policy of, the Soviet state and the Bolshevik Party. The implementing of Lenin's orientations often, in fact, came up against substantial resistance, either because the objective process of the class struggle and the real strength of the classes involved determined changes other than those aimed at, or because the machinery of party and state followed only imperfectly the orientations indicated. In the first part of this volume I examine the main features of the revolutionary mass movement which developed from the winter of 1916 to 1917 onward, one of the effects of which was the setting up of Soviet power in October 1917. The dual character of this movement, proletarian in the towns and democratic in the countryside, is analyzed and related to the characteristics of the system of proletarian dictatorship established after October. The specific role played by the Bolshevik Party in the revolutionary movement and in the political relations formed after October is given special attention. Part 2 is devoted to analyzing the changes that took place. 60. In class relations between 1917 and 1922, while Part 3 seeks to reveal the changes in the main instruments of the proletarian dictatorship during that period, Part 4 sets out the ideological and political struggles between various tendencies within the Bolshevik Party, and also relates these struggles to the general movement of class contradictions and the changes in the economic situation and the international conjuncture. Finally, Part 5 endeavors to draw up a balance sheet of this period, estimating the actual implications and the real impact of the changes that had been made down to the end of it, so as to bring out the principal tasks facing the Bolshevik Party at the moment Lenin left the stage. Generally speaking, the analysis that follows tries to break with a certain conception of the history of the Soviet Revolution which presents this history as the outcome of decisions and choices made by the Bolshevik Party, and thus in imagination making the party a demiurge responsible for all the successes and failures of the Russian Revolution. Although this way of conceiving history is completely false to the real movement of events and to historical materialism, which enables us to understand this movement, from the beginning of the 1930s it very soon became characteristic of most Soviet historians, leading them to provide an apologetic picture in which the achievements of the Russian Revolution appeared as the work of the Bolshevik Party and even, more particularly, of Lenin, followed by Stalin. Thereby there vanished the real substance of the movement of history, the development and the shifting of contradictions, and, first and foremost, of class contradictions. It is this movement that the following pages seek to understand, without always succeeding very well, for it is extremely complex, and has only rarely been analyzed as it should be, namely, as an objective process. In breaking, or trying to break, with the subjectivist conception of the Russian Revolution and the subsequent changes in Soviet society, one has to recognize that what is being analyzed is not the result of the will or the intentions of the Bolshevik Party or of the Russian proletariat. It has to be 61. Appreciated that the Russian Revolution and the subsequent changes in Soviet society resulted from an objective process of conflict between social forces and from the interventions of their ideological and political representatives. Consequently, analysis has to be centered on the social classes, the mutual relations in which these were caught, the struggle between the classes, and the effects political, ideological, and economic of these struggles. It has to be accepted, in conformity with reality, that the social changes resulting from these struggles were only to a very limited extent anticipated or willed. This way of analyzing the historical process does not mean denying the reality of the activity of the Bolshevik Party, but it does oblige us to situate this activity differently from when the party is imagined to be the subject of history. It compels us to recognize that the Bolshevik Party, like any other proletarian revolutionary party linked with the masses, participates in the movement of history, but does not determine it. The revolutionary party's participation in the movement of history enables it, in certain definite circumstances, to affect the course of this movement by ensuring that the changes with which the movement is potentially pregnant do in fact take place. This is the meaning of the Revolutionary Party's intervention in the historical process in which it participates, an intervention which can take a variety of forms, but which is effectual only insofar as the Revolutionary Party finds its bearings correctly amid the contradictions, and helps the masses to act upon the latter through a sufficiently correct line based on the real movement and taking account of its potentialities. The conditions for an effectual intervention by the Revolutionary Party in the historical process are extremely variable, but it is only when they have been appreciated that the party really plays a leading role. This was the role that the Bolshevik Party did in fact play in October 1917 and in a certain number of other situations, so that its activity had decisive historical significance. Even when this is the case, however, it 62 is the objective process that determines the changes, although the dominant factor in this process is the party's intervention. The leading role of the Bolshevik Party resulted from the way it was inserted in the movement of history, its relations with the social forces whose actions were decisive, and its capacity to guide them on the basis of a Marxist analysis of the contradictions. This role was shown in striking fashion at the moment of the revolutionary upheaval brought about by the October days of 1917, and also, even if in a less immediately obvious way, in the party's day-to-day work. This is the fundamental work of a revolutionary party, which consists in helping the masses to organize themselves and to transform, through their own practice, their consciousness of their capacity for action, and also to discover the forms this action needs to take. Basically, this is the principal aspect of the party's leading role. Mao Zedong gave a remarkable definition of what this role means when he wrote, "Leadership is neither a slogan to be shouted from morning till night nor an arrogant demand for obedience, it consists rather in using the party's correct policies and the example we set by our own work to convince and educate people outside the party so that they willingly accept our proposals." 6. Whenever the conditions for effectual intervention by the Bolshevik Party were not present because it had not correctly analyzed the contradictions, worked out a sufficiently correct line, or kept to a non-authoritarian style of leadership, so that its relations with the masses had deteriorated, the objective process of history developed without the party exerting a positive influence on its course. Consequently, the decisions taken failed to produce the results expected. This is why it is precisely the objective process of class struggle that must be first of all subjected to analysis. It is in relation to the development of this process that we need to examine the party's political line, the measures it adopted, and the struggles carried on within it. This is the type of analysis that has been attempted in these pages. 63. Part 1. The October Revolution and the Establishment of Soviet Power. The Russian bourgeoisie and landlord class lost power on October 25, 1917. On that day the armed workers, together with the soldiers and sailors of Petrograd and Kronstadt, formed the insurrectionary forces of the revolution led by the Bolshevik Party, and went into action. Within a few hours, all the important public buildings in the capital had fallen into the hands of the revolutionary forces. In the early morning of October 26, the Winter Palace, seat of Kerensky's provisional government, was occupied and the ministers found there taken prisoner. On October 25 the Petrograd Soviet had confirmed the removal of the provisional government, which had been decreed that morning by the Soviet's Military Revolutionary Committee. In the evening the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets assembled. The Bolsheviks had a majority. During the night of October 25 to 26, the Congress had withdrawn to, also confirmed the downfall of the provisional government. It declared that the powers of the previous Central Executive Committee of the Soviets had expired, and itself took power. In the hours that followed, the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets decided to form a provisional workers' and peasants' government, bearing the name of the Council of People's Commissars and made up of leaders of the Bolshevik Party. The Congress instructed this government to start immediate negotiations for a just, democratic peace and adopted the decree on land which abolished the landlord's ownership of land. For the armed insurrection triumphed at almost the same time. 65. 66. In Moscow and in the other big towns. This victory testified to the former provisional government's loss of authority in the eyes of the masses. Though Kerensky escaped from Petrograd, he was no longer obeyed by the bulk of the army. Only a few sections still followed him, and they were so few and so demoralized that the offensive he tried to launch against Petrograd immediately after the October days proved a miserable failure. The test of arms thus confirmed that the bourgeoisie had indeed lost power and that this was now wielded by the Soviets under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party. The succession of events that occurred in the capitals on October 25 and 26, and the leading role played by the Bolshevik Party, the Revolutionary Party of the Proletariat, are not in themselves, however, enough to determine fully the characteristics of the new stage into which the Russian Revolution then entered, or the class character of the new ruling power. These characteristics were also determined by all the class struggles that had taken place between February and October 1917, which were of a specific sort, connected with the interweaving of the democratic and proletarian revolutionary processes that made up the substance of the Russian Revolution. This interweaving was to have, moreover, a great influence on the relations established between the dominant political apparatuses of Soviet power and on the subsequent course of the revolution. 1. The interweaving of the revolutionary processes between February and October 1917. From late 1916 onward, the discontent of the masses of workers and peasants, condemned to increasingly difficult living conditions, increased rapidly, together with the anger of the soldiers who were undergoing indescribable hardships in a war the imperialist character of which they realized more and more clearly. In the middle of February 1917, the discontent of the Petrograd workers and of the soldiers stationed in the capital found open expression. Strikes and demonstrations followed each other, partly spontaneous, partly organized by the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. They spread to Moscow and the industrial centers. On February 25 the soldiers in Petrograd began to fraternize with the workers of the capital and its outlying districts. On the 26th mutinies broke out in the garrison, and on the 27th workers and soldiers joined forces. The Winter Palace was taken, and the Tsar abdicated. So ended the first act of the Russian Revolution. It had occurred in a country whose specific features made it, in Lenin's words, the weakest link in the imperialist chain. The Russia of before October 1917 was both an imperialist country and one heavily dependent on world imperialism which had invested millions of francs in loans to the Tsarist state, in the extraction of oil and coal, and in the iron and steel and engineering industries. The dependence of Russian imperialism on British and French capital was one of the sources of its weakness and was itself a consequence of the specific way in which Russian 69. 70. Imperialism had developed, with an industrial capitalist basis that was extremely narrow. Russian imperialism thus bore a dual character. It resulted from a close combination of two forms of imperialism, capitalist and pre-capitalist. To the first of these corresponded a high degree of capitalist concentration in industry and the existence of bank capital closely linked with industrial capital, so forming a finance capital which pressed toward imperialist expansion in alliance with Anglo-French imperialism. To the second form of imperialism corresponded Russia's essentially military expansionism. The economic basis of this expansionism, which was manifested vigorously from Peter the Great's time onward, call for separate analysis. Here, let it merely be mentioned that Tsarist expansionism was rooted in the internal contradictions of Russian society, which urged the Tsarist state into making a series of moves that prepared the way for Russian capitalism. Once the latter had arisen, the contradictions of the old Russian society and those of nascent capitalism led the Tsarist state to go ahead with its military expansion and to support the development of Russian capitalist industry by various means, in particular by the so-called emancipation of the serfs, decreed in 1861, which enabled the state to carry out accumulation at the expense of the peasantry. Russia's expansion, begun seriously under Peter the Great, proceeded thereafter without interruption. In Europe it was directed toward Finland, the Baltic countries, and Poland. To the south it was directed toward Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan and, beyond them, toward India, with Russia aiming to secure access to warm water, in the Mediterranean, the Arabian Sea, and the Indian Ocean. This drive brought Russia into conflict with Britain on more than one occasion. Eastward, Russia's expansion was directed toward Siberia, China, and even the American continent. Already in the 17th century the conquest of Siberia was practically complete, and the Russians continued their thrust to the east, across the Bering Strait, occupying Alaska. 71. Toward China, Russia's expansion was marked by a series of clashes followed by treaties which the Russians regularly broke. Of particular importance were the treaties imposed on China by Russia in the second half of the 19th century. These operations, carried out in conjunction with the aggressions of France and Britain against China, enabled Tsardom to annex from that country nearly 1.5 million square kilometers of territory. Thus, the Tsarist Russia, which collapsed in February 1917, had behind it a long past of expansion and colonization, originally commercial mercantile in character, and later increasingly industrial capitalist. The dual character of Russian imperialism corresponded to the weak capacity for accumulation possessed by Russian big capital, a reflection of the relative weakness of the bourgeoisie, which was unable to struggle against Tsardom for its own class aims. This incapacity explains the fear that gripped the Russian bourgeoisie whenever the established order was threatened. After the revolution of 1905, the Russian bourgeoisie knew that it was faced by a working class capable of determined struggle. The power of the Russian proletariat grew steadily. Thanks to its organization, it was increasingly ready to take advantage of every revolutionary change. The bourgeoisie was thus paralyzed and doomed to leave the initiative for revolution to the proletariat and the peasantry, for which was what happened in February 1917. The lack of any real political initiative on the part of the bourgeoisie in relation to Tsardom, which granted it hardly any political rights, was also due to its economic dependence on Tsardom. The relatively rapid process of industrialization which developed in the last years of the 19th century and the years preceding the First World War was, in fact, based only partly on accumulation of industrial profits and expansion of the home market. It depended partly on foreign investment, but also on government money loans from the state bank, orders from the public services, etc. To a large extent Russia's industrial expansion was still based on a 72. Primitive accumulation of which the Tsardom was the political and ideological instrument. The lack of real political initiative by the bourgeoisie explains the peculiarities of the February Revolution of 1917, which began by throwing up Soviets, whereas the bourgeois provisional government was not formed till later. 6 On February 27, 1917, indeed, there came into being the Provisional Executive Committee of the Council of Workers' Deputies, mainly consisting of leading members of the Socialist and SR parties. This committee called on the workers and soldiers of the capital to choose delegates to a Petrograd Soviet, which duly held its first meeting on the 28th. The committee issued a decree subordinating all the troops in the capital to the Soviet. In the days and weeks that followed, Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers, and also factory committees, were formed all over the country, though the makeup of these bodies varied, as the class struggle of the proletariat and peasantry developed very unevenly from one town or region to another. At the end of February 1917, the only organ that could speak in the name of the revolution which had just come about was the Petrograd Soviet, with behind it the Soviets that were being set up all over Russia. This Soviet power, backed by the mutinous troops, was seemingly confronted by no other power. The only organ that might have claimed to oppose it, namely the committee derived from the Imperial Duma, enjoyed no prestige among the revolutionary masses, for it consisted of representatives of the bourgeoisie and the landlords. But the Petrograd Soviet, consisting mainly of Mensheviks and SRS, made a pact with the Duma Committee on March 1, and by virtue of this a provisional government composed of bourgeois politicians was formed, and the Soviet undertook to support this government on certain conditions. 7. In this way began the situation which Lenin described as dual power. 8. A situation which ended in October 1917 as a result of the development of the 73 Soviet organizations, the strengthening of the Bolshevik Party's influence within them, and, finally, the triumph of the October Revolution. The rise of the Soviet movement. From March 1917 onward, Soviets of workers and soldiers were formed in all the towns of the Russian Empire. The movement began in the big cities and spread to the middle-sized towns. After a time, peasant Soviets also came into being. It was estimated that there were 400 Soviets in May, 600 in August, and 900 in October. 9. Parallel with this process went the formation of factory committees, and of district Soviets in towns of a certain size. In considering the spread of this movement, it is in practice impossible to distinguish between what was due to spontaneity and what resulted from the activity of Menshevik and Bolshevik militants. The presence of such militants in nearly all the Soviets, and the role that they played in them, show that the movement, while certainly corresponding to an aspiration on the part of the revolutionary masses to organize themselves for action, assumed the scale that it did as a result of the work of political activists. The Mensheviks and SRS did not want to see the Soviets as organs of power. For them, the Soviets were organs of revolutionary struggle and propaganda, while the factory committees were assigned the task, in the main, of carrying out trade union functions. In fact, owing to the loss of authority among the masses suffered by the provisional government, and to the persevering activity of the Bolshevik Party, the Soviets tended to transform themselves into local organs of power and take on the solving of numerous administrative problems. They also elected delegates to Soviets of regions and provinces, and to the All-Russia Congress of Soviets. 74. At the end of March 1917, the first All-Russia Congress of Workers and Soldiers Soviets was held, and on June 3 the first All-Russia Congress of Soviets. From the latter emerged the Central Executive Committee of Russia, in which the SRS had a big majority. This committee sought unsuccessfully to compete with the Petrograd Soviet, which enjoyed great authority throughout Russia and became increasingly dominated by the Bolsheviks. The extremely different level of activity of the Soviet organizations in the big towns and in the regions where there was little industry, and the equally very different political composition of these organizations, reflected the very unequal participation of different classes in the Soviet movement. The movement excluded the bourgeoisie as such, 10, through the way of electing delegates on which it was based. This, of course, did not prevent some of these delegates from speaking for the bourgeois, and especially petty bourgeois, ideological and political tendencies that were influential among sections of the masses. This was the case immediately after the February Revolution, when the SRS were well represented in most of the Soviets, and even more so in the executive committees elected by the latter. The working class and the upsurge of the Soviets. During the months between February and October 1917, the Soviet movement was essentially proletarian. It was so first of all in its social basis, and then, increasingly, because the workers' Soviets took up revolutionary proletarian positions. While the SRS and Mensheviks lost credit through their collaboration with the bourgeoisie and their support for the continuance of the imperialist war, the influence of the Bolsheviks grew in the workers' Soviets. The radicalization of the working-class Soviets developed slowly at first, then with startling rapidity. When, on March 6, 1917, a Bolshevik fraction was formed in the Petrograd Soviet. 75. It had only 40 members among the 2,000 to 3,000 delegates. At the first All-Russia Congress of Soviets, in June, there were still only 105 Bolsheviks out of a total of 1,090 delegates, but the Bolsheviks already dominated the workers' section of the Congress, in which a resolution expressing their views was passed by 173 votes to 144. In October the Bolsheviks, based in the working class, had a majority in the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets, as well as in the Petrograd Soviet. The principal social and organizational basis on which the Bolshevization of the town Soviets developed was provided by the factory committees. These committees increased rapidly after the February Revolution. Although the Bolsheviks were still in a minority in many town and regional Soviets, they captured the majority in nearly all the big industrial centers and garrison towns 11, and they were in the majority in the Central Council elected at the first conference of factory committees of the city of Petrograd, held in the spring of 1917. Their ascendancy was still greater at the second conference, which met in August. Radicalization proceeded more slowly in Moscow and in the provinces, but speeded up in the course of the summer. On the eve of the October Revolution, the All-Russia Conference of Factory Committees numbered 96 Bolsheviks among its 167 delegates, with only 24 SRS, 13 anarchists, and 7 Mensheviks. 12. The main point is that between August and October the slogans of the Bolshevik Party made rapid headway among the working class masses. A minority party in February, the Bolsheviks thus advanced to become the majority party of the proletariat of Russia. The craze Lenin had talked of in April faded away. The proletariat became aware of the blind alley into which the policy of the Mensheviks and SRS was leading them. They realized more and more clearly that it was necessary to get rid of the provisional government and install a Soviet government led by the Bolshevik Party, which would be able to put an end to Russia's participation in the IM. 76. Imperialist war helped the masses in their struggle to satisfy their revolutionary desires, and organize the fight against the forces of counter-revolution. The soldiers and peasants and the upsurge of the Soviets. The peasants and the soldiers formed the other component of the Soviet movement. The soldiers in the rear, the garrison troops, were very directly influenced by the working class, and their delegates to the Soviets became radicalized at much the same rate as the workers' representatives. The movement progressed more slowly among the soldiers at the front. Until June they remained under the influence of the SRS and Mensheviks. During the summer the bloody failure of the offensive decided on by Kerensky, and the increasingly well-organized propaganda of the Bolsheviks, quickly transformed the situation, and in October the soldiers at the front, like those in the rear, gave massive backing to the Bolsheviks' policy. The peasants in the strict sense of the term, however, entered much more hesitantly into the Soviet movement, and were far from rallying en masse to the Bolshevik line. To be sure, the peasantry was already organized in the spring of 1917, but the center of gravity of their organization was not the Soviet system but the system of land committees, which were set up mainly at the level of provinces, counties, and districts, that is, remote from the villages themselves. These committees worked with the provisional government, and were dominated by the rural petty bourgeoisie. Politically, they were largely under the influence of the SRS, and that situation did not change much between February and October. Soviets of peasants' deputies gradually arose to confront the 77 land committees. The initiative in forming these came not from within the villages but from peasants in uniform, from soldiers. In fact, the movement for the creation of peasants' Soviets remained fundamentally a movement led from above. This too was promoted by the SRS and by the Cooperative Union, which united mainly well-to-do peasants under SR influence. The reason the latter took such an interest in developing peasants' Soviets was that they saw them as a means of offsetting the radicalization of the town Soviets. Formally speaking, the SRS succeeded well enough. At the First Congress of Peasants, held May 4 to 28, 537 delegates out of 1,115 were SRS and only 14 were Bolsheviks. On the very eve of the October Revolution, the peasant Soviets at county and province level were mostly dominated by the SRS. At that time, most of the peasant Soviets were opposed to participation in the All-Russia Congress of Soviets. 13 Until October, the peasant Soviets were, in the main, organs that functioned at county and province level. There were few at district level, and fewer still in the villages. In fact, between February and October 1917, the activity of the peasant masses hardly took the Soviet form at all. The peasant masses remained ideologically under SR influence and did not raise the question of power. Their activity was essentially focused on the agrarian revolution, formulated in terms of expropriating and dividing up the great estates of the landowners, the state, and the clergy. They thus followed the same line as in past peasant struggles, local risings and direct seizure of land. Nevertheless, between May and October this mass revolutionary activity grew in scope. 14 escaped from control by the SRS, and objectively prepared the way for the October Revolution. One of the features of the peasant movement between February and October 1917 was thus its indifference to the question of power, and so to the establishing of local organs of power. Left to itself, without the support and leadership of the town proletariat, this movement was doomed to suffer the same defeat as all previous peasant revolts, for it was incapable. 78. Of offering organized and unified resistance to repression by a state acting to protect the interests of the property-owning classes. Left to itself, unsupported by the movement and the organization of the proletariat, it was equally incapable of destroying that state and of building a state that would defend the interests of the toiling masses. There were many reasons why the activity of the peasant masses themselves remained confined within the limits of direct action in relation to the land, and did not turn toward organized alliance with the proletariat of the towns. The ideological and political factors are easily perceived, the strength of the influence of the SRS and the feeble influence exercised by the Bolsheviks. But these two aspects of one and the same political situation need to be explained. If we turn to the past, however, the explanation is seen to be relatively simple. The Bolsheviks had done little by way of propaganda and organization among the peasant masses, whereas the SRS, operating through the rural intelligentsia, had acquired a certain degree of influence over an entire section of the peasantry. Between February and October the Bolsheviks could not redress the situation for lack of available forces. Besides, the very structure of the village, the existence of traditional village assemblies usually dominated by rich and middle peasants, tended to block the formation of village Soviets and a thorough radicalization of the peasant movement. Indeed, the old village structure, although undermined by the development of capitalism, still helped make every village a little world of its own, more or less self-enclosed, whose problems, it seemed, could be settled on the spot. This structure, the basis of autocracy and bureaucratic despotism as well as of revolts, continually renewed and always unsuccessful, against the exploitation made possible by this order of things, presented a strong obstacle to penetration of the Russian village by the revolutionary ideas of the proletariat, and even by bourgeois democratic ideas. Between February and October 1917 many motions were 79. Indeed put forward from rural sources which included radical political demands, calling for the establishment of a democratic republic, universal suffrage, the convening of a constituent assembly, etc. 16. But the circumstances in which these notions were composed by the rural intelligentsia, in a situation where the peasants themselves were not organized and the content of the agrarian demands included in them give reason to suppose that they expressed not so much the aspirations of the peasant masses, still deeply attached to communal forms of property, as those of the well-to-do peasants, the kulaks, and the landowners who had left the mere. These strata of the peasantry were the first to speak up, but the rest soon took practical action, and a section of the well-to-do peasants and kulaks joined them so as to get a share for themselves in the division of the expropriated estates. The ripening of the conditions for the October Revolution. Throughout the period between February and October, the provisional government, backed by the Mensheviks and SRS, sought to keep the movement of the masses within the framework of bourgeois legality, trying to deceive the workers and peasants with promises of concessions that were put off again and again. In this way the contradictions between the aspirations of the masses and the class nature of the provisional government become greater and greater. The development of a new revolutionary situation between February and October 1917. Between February and April 1917 the mass of the workers and the soldiers were still in the state of having, as Lenin put it, succumbed to the craze of revolutionary defensism, and he fought against this craze, calling on the party, then still in the minority, not to succumb to the general epidemic on the poor pretext that they wished to remain with the masses. 17 After April, and especially after June and July, the situation changed rapidly. Experience taught the masses new lessons. The workers and soldiers saw with growing clarity that continuance of the war did not correspond to the interests of the people but to those of the Russian bourgeoisie and of Anglo-French imperialism. They came to realize that the provisional government, the Mensheviks, and the SRS upheld the interests of the bourgeoisie, and that the Bolsheviks alone fought against the latter. It was therefore urgently necessary to get rid of the provisional government, transfer power to the Soviets, and act to ensure that leadership in the latter was held by the Bolsheviks. A revolutionary mass movement had to be developed in order to drive out the provisional government, which would not depart of its own accord. Insofar as these ideas took hold of the mass of the workers and of the soldiers, and this happened in the two capitals and in many industrial centers and garrison towns, the conditions for a new revolution, for a proletarian revolution, were maturing. The confidence that the peasantry still placed in the SRS, even on the eve of October, showed that they had not yet drawn from the experience they had undergone all the lessons drawn by the workers and by the soldiers, especially in the garrison towns. Nevertheless, the bulk of the peasantry gradually moved into action, seizing the land in disregard of the ban placed on such conduct by the provisional government and the exhortations of the majority of the SRS. The Bolshevik Party supported the revolutionary movement of the peasant masses. The analysis given by Lenin in April allowed this new situation to be seen as a de facto breakdown in the class collaboration between the bourgeoisie and the peasantry, as the opening of a new stage in the bourgeois democratic revolution. 18. The ripening of the conditions for proletarian revolution in the towns, and the entry into a new stage of the democratic 81. Revolution in the countryside, confirmed the analysis made by Lenin, who had shown that Russia was the weakest link in the imperialist chain and that a proletarian revolution could be victorious there through the explosive combination of the exploitation of the masses by landlords, Russian capitalists, and foreign capital with state oppression, which served both the expansionist tendencies of Russian imperialism and the demands of primitive accumulation. This specific combination of exploitation and oppression was the source of the misery of large sections of the people and of the profound discontent of part of the intelligentsia. The imperialist war intensified to the utmost the contradictions in Russia's situation, and the experience of the provisional government proved that the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie were incapable of rescuing the country from the hopeless situation it was in. The increasingly open revolt of the masses, workers, soldiers, and peasants led the Bolshevik Party and Lenin in the first place, for several of the Bolshevik leaders hesitated to decide on the October insurrection. Insurrection and Revolution, October 1917. The overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie, exercised by Kerensky's provisional government, and the establishment of a new ruling power resulted from an armed conflict in the form of insurrection. This armed conflict had to take place in order to consolidate the relationship of forces in favor of the proletarian revolution and demonstrate in practice that real power was now in the hands of the Soviets and of the Bolshevik Party. On October 25, 1917, the Bolshevik Party showed concretely that it was able, by taking the initiative in operations, to sweep away the provisional government as a material fact, by making Kerensky take to his heels and by arresting some of his ministers. It showed also, and especially, through the combination of military and political action, that the forces organized in the 82 Soviets could effectively cease to recognize the existence of the provisional government, thereby compelling the General Staff to bow to the accomplished fact, since, as a result of the political transformation carried out on the initiative of the Bolsheviks, the General Staff had ceased to be able to dispose of the bulk of the forces it had been able to count on the day before. What happened on October 25 was thus neither the culmination of a people's war nor of a rebellion, but of an insurrection supported by the masses and carried out, in accordance with a preconceived plan, by armed forces. These armed forces 19 were drawn from the working class and the garrisons, and operated so as to achieve precise aims which had been assigned to them by the Bolshevik Party. As Lenin often pointed out, insurrection is an art. The insurrectionary form of action was dictated by the course that the class struggle followed between February and October 1917. On the one hand, the extent of the peasant revolt testified to the profundity of the revolutionary crisis into which the country had entered. On the other, the characteristics of this revolt meant that it was in grave danger of being crushed. The peasant movement did not itself raise the question of power, and it was developing in a disunited, localized way, so that it could be suppressed bit by bit. Under these conditions, survival of the provisional government meant danger that the peasants would be defeated, and, with them, the revolution. As Lenin wrote, if the Bolsheviks failed to take the offensive against the provisional government, which was crushing the peasants, they would be traitors to the peasants and to the revolution, for to tolerate the suppression of the peasant revolt by government would be to ruin the whole revolution. 20. The peasants' entry into the struggle for land carried the Russian Revolution into a new stage. It signified a de facto breakdown of the alliance between the peasantry and the bourgeoisie, that alliance which had made it possible for the provisional government to be formed and had given strength to the bourgeoisie. 21. Thereafter, a clash between the bourgeoisie and the revolutionary masses was inevitable, and 83. It was imperative that the proletariat and the Bolshevik Party act quickly. There could be no question of waiting for the coming Congress of Soviets to discuss matters peacefully, or for a mass movement to develop in the towns. Waiting would mean leaving the initiative to the provisional government, permitting it not only to put down the peasantry but also to concentrate against Petrograd the troops still loyal to it and take the offensive at the moment and in the conditions of its own choice. Therefore, Lenin called on the Bolsheviks to launch a surprise attack. They must not hesitate, for they were sure of the support of the masses throughout Russia, while in Petrograd they had at their disposal thousands of armed workers in Petrograd who could at once seize the Winter Palace, the General Staff Building, etc. Lenin added that the Soviet government formed in the course of the insurrection could not be overcome by the bourgeoisie. Agitational work in the army will be such as to make it impossible to combat this government of peace, of land for the peasants, and so forth. 22 facts were to show that Lenin's analysis was correct, that it was possible to establish Soviet power through armed insurrection, and that this power, the establishment of which opened a new stage in world history, would be remarkably firmly grounded. Nevertheless, it was only with great difficulty that the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party agreed to the idea of insurrection and recognized its urgency. 23. The point is important because, together with other similar cases, it shows the gap that often existed especially on matters and at moments of a decisive character between Lenin and the majority of the party leadership, a situation that was to have consequences later on. 3. The stages of the Russian Revolution between April and October 1917. In order to appreciate the new stage into which the Russian Revolution entered as a result of the October insurrection and 84. To understand its distinctive features, we must start from the situation existing in April 1917. This situation was marked by the interweaving of domination by the bourgeoisie and revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, the dual power which then constituted the peculiarity of the situation in Russia. 24. Dual power meant that in April 1917 the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry was both realized and not realized, for, through the SRS, the majority of the people supported a line of class collaboration, so that the bourgeoisie is in power. 25. This situation of dual power was highly unstable. It implied that Russia was then in a period of transition from the first stage of the revolution to the second. 26. This peculiarity of the Russian Revolution was itself due to the interweaving of two revolutionary processes, that of the proletarian revolution and that of the bourgeois democratic revolution. After October this interweaving did not cease to exist, but assumed entirely new features. Already in April 1917 Lenin forecast that there will be a new stage in the bourgeois democratic revolution, beginning when the peasantry separates from the bourgeoisie, seizes the land and power despite the bourgeoisie. 27. Things happened, in fact, in a different way from what Lenin expected at that time. To use one of his own expressions in this same article, life, in putting this forecast into practice, concretized it and thereby modified it. 28. What actually happened was that the Russian Revolution passed through two distinct and complementary stages. The revolutionary struggle of the peasants for the land and the new democratic stage traversed by the revolution during the summer of 1917. The first of these two stages resembled the one that Lenin had forecast, although it presented some different features. 85. From the summer of 1917 onward, the peasantry separated itself in practice from the bourgeoisie, for it began to seize the land. However, ideologically and politically it did not decisively break with the bourgeoisie. The peasantry, in the main, did not withdraw its confidence from the SRS, and did not raise the question of power. It could raise this question, and answer it, only by accepting the leadership of the working class and the Bolshevik Party, which at that time it was not prepared to do. Lenin recognized this on the very evening of October 25 when, in addressing the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, he raised the question of winning the confidence of the peasants, declaring, "A single decree putting an end to landed proprietorship will win us the confidence of the peasants. The peasants will understand that the salvation of the peasantry lies only in an alliance with the workers." 29. The revolutionary struggle waged by the peasants from the summer through the autumn of 1917 thus marked a new stage in the bourgeois democratic revolution, for its aims were the division of the land and the development of private exploitation of the soil, aims which remained wholly within the limits of the bourgeois order. The framework within which the division of the land took place was normally the mir. The latter was supposed, in principle, to carry out a periodic redistribution of land among its members. While such a periodic redistribution might delay the development of capitalism in agriculture, it could not prevent this, for the conditions in which it took place were affected by the development of capitalism outside agriculture and by the social inequalities which this development brought about within the mir itself. If, during the summer and early autumn of 1917, the bourgeois power represented by the provisional government was repressing the peasantry, this was not because the peasants' activities were destroying the foundations of capitalist development, but because the immediate interests of the Russian bourgeoisie were closely bound up with those of the landlords. It was in order to protect these immediate interests. 86. That the provisional government resorted to a repression that jeopardized the entire revolutionary process, so that the intervention of the proletariat was needed in order to enable the revolution to proceed and dig deeper. As a result of this intervention, that is, of the October insurrection, a new stage was reached in the Russian Revolution. The entry of the revolution into this new, proletarian stage did not mean, however, that all the democratic tasks of the revolution had been accomplished. On the contrary, the relations between classes were then such that these democratic tasks could be fully accomplished only in connection with the rise and triumph of the proletarian revolution. This was true of the democratic aims pursued by the peasantry. It was true also of the national aims of the non-Russian peoples of the former Tsarist Empire. In 1917 these peoples entered into battle to win their national independence. By setting up their own governments they freed themselves from foreign oppression and helped the Russian proletariat to smash bourgeois domination. Lenin understood very quickly the dialectical unity of these revolutionary movements, and succeeded in convincing the Bolshevik Party of this, so that it asserted, in the name of proletarian internationalism, the right of these peoples to separate and form their own states. One of Lenin's historical merits is that he grasped the revolutionary implications of the movement of the peoples formerly subjected to Russian domination and the need for the Bolshevik Party to support this movement. 30. It is well known that this need was not understood either by certain Bolsheviks or by the revolutionary wing of the German Social Democrats. Rosa Luxemburg, for instance, saw, in the main, the bourgeois aspect of the national movements and did not realize that the democratic aspect of these movements demanded that they be supported by the proletariat, just as the proletariat must support the movement of the peasants fighting for the land. 87. The revolutionary struggle of the workers to overthrow the provisional government and the new proletarian stage of the revolution begun in October 1917. The rise of the revolutionary peasant movement and of the revolutionary movement of the non-Russian peoples, combined with the powerful advance of the proletarian forces, determined the possibility and necessity of the October insurrection, in order that the revolution might continue. The victory of the October insurrection radically altered the characteristics of the Russian Revolution, the conditions in which the peasants' struggle for the land went forward, and the nature of the ruling class. From October onward, the principal aspect of the Russian Revolution was its proletarian aspect. Thereafter, the revolutionary struggle of the peasants proceeded as a democratic revolution. It took place under the political hegemony of the proletariat, but was not actually led by the proletariat and its party, a circumstance that gave rise to some special features in the subsequent course of the Russian Revolution and also to certain special features of the dictatorship of the proletariat established by the October Revolution. 2. The dictatorship of the proletariat and class relations on the morrow of October. The October insurrection put an end to the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and established the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia. It thus enabled the proletariat to form itself into the dominant class in order to continue the revolution, carry out the tasks of the democratic revolution, and take the first steps towards socialism. The October insurrection made it possible to smash the power of the bourgeoisie because it constituted a moment in an overall revolutionary process which at that point reached a certain degree of maturity. It was, of course, not the occupation of a few public buildings or the arrest of a few ministers that enabled the proletariat to substitute its rule for that of the bourgeoisie. What made possible this world historic change was the new relations of forces between classes which the October insurrection revealed, at the same time as it helped to consolidate this, for power is precisely a relation between classes, and not an object which is seized. If the October insurrection was able to reveal and at the same time consolidate the existence of a new relation between classes, the reason was that this event demonstrated that it was no longer the bourgeoisie but the proletariat, together with its party, which was in command of the guns. It revealed that the new dominant class had acquired, and the old dominant class had lost, decisive military power. 1. In October 1917 the proletariat possessed decisive military power because the armed forces which were in a position to decide the fate of the revolution were no longer prepared to 91. 92. Fight for the bourgeoisie. 2. They had rallied to the revolution for ideological and political reasons, because they could not escape the pressure and activity of the masses. The latter were urged forward by the hopeless situation in which the Russian bourgeoisie was holding the country. The thrust of the working class masses became irresistible thanks to the Bolshevik Party, which helped these masses to grasp the character of the situation, and to act unitedly and at the right moment. 3. It was thus the combination of overall revolutionary conditions and the action of the Bolshevik Party which made possible the victory of the October insurrection and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Of the various factors that facilitated the October victory: the hopelessness of the situation, the exasperation of the masses, the pressure they exerted which caused a decisive section of the armed forces to come over to the camp of revolution, the leading role played by the Bolshevik Party, etc. It was the party's leadership of the urban masses, and first and foremost of the working class masses of Petrograd, Moscow and the other main industrial centers, that determined the proletarian character of the ruling power resulting from this victory. For the class content of the October Revolution and the ruling power emerging from it, what was decisive was the leading role played by the Bolshevik Party. All revolutions are due to the resolute action and heroism of the masses, and in particular, when this class is present, of the working class. That was so in the case of the Revolution of February 1917, in which the working classes of Petrograd, Moscow and other towns played the determining role, and yet this revolution did not lead to the establishment of proletarian rule. The October Revolution was unlike all previous revolutions, except the Paris Commune, by virtue of the fact that it was carried through under the guidance of proletarian ideas. The Bolshevik Party was the organized carrier of these ideas, and it was this that enabled the Russian proletariat to make itself the dominant class. Thanks to the ties of Con. 93. Fidance established between it and the most combative sections of the proletariat, the party served as the instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It remained such as long as it maintained these ties and also continued to be the carrier of proletarian ideology and practice, the second condition being always the decisive one, for a party may possess an extensive base in the working class and yet be only a bourgeois labor party, through failing to uphold proletarian ideology and practice. Characteristics and limitations of the leading role of the Bolshevik Party in 1917 and immediately after October. The leadership exercised by the Bolshevik Party in the revolutionary process bore two aspects, the ideological and the political. Of these the ideological was the dominant one, although this was itself the product of the party's political activity, its work in organizing and uniting mass struggles, for it was this work that enabled the party to enrich its theoretical conceptions, define its political line, and spread this line among the people. The leading ideological role of the Bolshevik Party corresponded to the ideological leadership of the revolution by the proletariat, whose party concentrated the most combative forces and revolutionary initiatives. This leading ideological role was one of the conditions for the hegemony of the proletariat in the revolution. Proletarian hegemony and the leading ideological role of the proletariat must obviously not be confused with the dominance of proletarian ideology. The latter can be achieved only as the result of a protracted class struggle carried on under the dictatorship of the proletariat and bringing about a revolutionary transformation in social relations. The leading ideological role of the proletariat and its party constitutes a necessary point of transition on the road to polity. 94. Cal power. The Bolshevik Party's activity had succeeded in reaching this point on the eve of October through the political and ideological work carried out by its militants. What marks the conquest of a leading ideological role by the proletariat and its party is that a certain number of revolutionary ideas concerning the immediate situation, the contradictions in the situation, and the way to resolve them, have seized hold of the masses to a sufficient degree to become material forces and shake the dominance of bourgeois ideology. This was one of the results achieved by the Bolshevik Party's activity on the eve of October, a result that expressed itself in the fact that the masses ceased to bow before the existing order and the soldiers refused to use their weapons against those who were pointed out to them as targets by the beneficiaries of this order. Having reached that point, the leading ideological role of the proletariat could be transformed into proletarian hegemony, which enabled the political power of the proletariat to be established, as was done by the October Revolution. In October 1917 the leading role of the Bolshevik Party was subject to a certain number of limitations which must be mentioned here, as they had important effects on the subsequent course of the revolution and on relations between the different parts of the state machine. The first of these limitations, which was a specific feature of the revolutionary situation of that time, has already been indicated. This was the fact that at the moment of the October insurrection the leading role of the Bolshevik Party was mainly established in relation to the working class masses, whereas it was still comparatively weak where the peasantry was concerned. The consequences of this limitation were to be all the more important because it would be very difficult thereafter for the Bolshevik Party to effect any radical change in the situation. True, during the Civil War a decisive section of the peasantry came to accept the political leadership of the Bolshevik Party. It fought under the party's leadership and thereby enabled the Soviet power to defeat the White Guards and the foreign intervention. 95. Shionists, but this rallying to the Bolshevik banner did not mean that the peasant masses had, in the main, accepted the ideas propagated by the party, either in the field of revolutionary Marxism or even in that of immediate measures. The second limitation on the leading role of the Bolshevik Party was that, even among the workers, the leading ideological role of the party was principally political. What had to a large extent penetrated a decisive section of the working class masses were not the fundamental ideas of revolutionary Marxism, those which light up the path to socialism and reveal what is necessary for the march to communism, but those that corresponded to what Lenin called immediate tasks. 5. As a result of these various limitations on its leading role, and of the immediate tasks of the revolution, the Bolshevik Party could not set itself the aim, once Soviet power had been established, of tackling the tasks of socialist transformation straight away. In 1917 and at the beginning of 1918, the party rightly considered that to try to rapidly attain socialist objectives, except in relation to certain points, would be utopian and therefore extremely dangerous. This necessary momentary restriction of the party's tasks was the theme of many reminders issued by Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders. In Lenin's April theses, for instance, he declared, "It is not our immediate task to introduce socialism, but only to bring social production and the distribution of products at once under the control of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies." 6. He reaffirmed this conception shortly before the October Revolution. 7. Proclaimed it afresh on the very day of the insurrection. 8. And repeated it with emphasis 6 months later. 9. As we see, Lenin in those days stressed consistently that Russia was only at the beginning of the transition to socialism, pointing out that what had been done in October 1917, and then between October 1917 and April 1918, though essential, was still only enough to allow the first steps to be taken in the direction of socialism. From most of Lenin's writings we get the impression that 96. The main reason he thought it was not possible to go faster and farther towards socialism was the economic situation, the breakdown of industry, the general disorganization, famine, etc. But this main reason was itself dependent on a more fundamental one, connected with the type of leadership that the Bolshevik Party was then in a position to exercise, that is, with the limitations restricting the party's leading role at that time. Thus we observe that the party thought it would be easy to pass directly into communism from the second half of 1918 onward, when economic conditions had become still worse, but when it seemed that the political and ideological conditions were greatly improved, with the peasant masses united around the Soviet power in order to resist the White Guards and the imperialist forces. In this period of civil war the leading role of the party was indeed considerably enlarged, but not to the point of allowing it, without grave danger, to advance beyond the line it had drawn in 1917. 10. The party recognized this in 1921, and came to see the problems of the conditions for progress towards socialism in terms essentially similar to those which had been established nearly 4 years earlier. It is in the light of what has been said of the leading role of the Bolshevik Party, its characteristics and its limitations, in October and in the period immediately after October, that we can examine the problem of the forms of proletarian power and its specific features in that period. 2. The forms of proletarian power in October 1917 and its specific features. The revolutionary struggle of the workers in the large towns, led by the Bolshevik Party, thus brought into being a proletarian hegemony, an ideological and then a political power of the proletariat. This power was first and foremost a relation between classes. It cannot be identified with a par. 97. Particular political institution, the same class power may, depending on concrete circumstances and conditions, be accomplished in reality in a variety of political institutions. 11. After October 1917, the power of the proletariat, its organization as the dominant class, was wielded through the Bolshevik Party. It was this party that accomplished in reality proletarian power, which concept included state power but was not confined to it. Indeed, proletarian power dominated state power. We must therefore distinguish between political power and the Bolshevik Party, which accomplished in reality this power, state power, through which coercion of the bourgeoisie and the counter-revolutionary elements was exercised, the forms assumed by this power, and the machinery and organizations which concretely enabled this power to carry out particular actions. The system of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The power of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat, constitutes a system. Lenin calls it, indeed, the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In this system, the proletariat, and the classes with which it is allied, the class organizations, and the class machinery occupy different places, and these are not immutable. They can alter as a result of the class struggle and its effects on social relations as a whole, relations between classes, and more especially, the ideological relations prevailing between the proletariat, the proletarian party, and the classes allied with the working class. During the years following the October Revolution, the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat presented a certain number of characteristics which Lenin described in his address, already quoted, on the trade unions, the present situation and Trotsky's mistakes. 98. In the system as it then existed, the party held the leading place because, as Lenin put it, the party, shall we say, absorbs the vanguard of the proletariat, and this vanguard exercises the dictatorship of the proletariat, which placed it higher than state power. 12. Between the latter and the party, Lenin placed the trade unions as organizations embracing all the workers in industry and capable of forming a link between the vanguard and the masses. 13. This must be a two-way link, from the leading circles to the rank and file, and from the rank and file to the leading circles. In fact, the place thus assigned by Lenin to the Soviet trade unions was never really occupied by them, and the question remains open: can the trade unions, given their structure, which reproduces a certain division in the working class, occupy this place, and, if so, under what conditions? As regards state power, it did not possess, in the circumstances then obtaining, a truly proletarian character, from which followed, according to Lenin, the need to protect the material and spiritual interests of the massively organized proletariat from that very same state power. 14. The reasons why the proletariat in power needs to be protected from state power are not clearly stated in the passage quoted, nor indeed in any other statement by Lenin or the Bolshevik Party. Lenin offered two explanations in this passage. The first related to the class alliance which the proletariat had had to conclude with the peasantry in order to be able to wield its dictatorship in a country with a peasant majority. 15. The second explanation put forward by Lenin related to what he calls the bureaucratic twist 16 which had been given to the Soviet state. This distortion affected the machinery of the state. It needs to be related to what Lenin observed as early as the beginning of 1918, namely, that within the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat, there is much that is crude and unfinished in our 99 Soviets, so that, as regards the functioning of the system as a Soviet system, this has scarcely begun and has begun badly. 17. The indications Lenin gave so frankly and plainly between 1918 and 1920, and which he continued to give right down to his last writings, concerning the characteristics of Soviet state power are of great importance. They contrast with the apologetic style that was to prevail later on, and help us to understand better the crude and unfinished quality of the Soviet system of that period. At the same time, and there is no reason to be surprised at this, given the lack of sufficiently protracted experience, which would have made it possible to acquire a more thorough knowledge of the relations underlying these characteristics, Lenin's formulations do not always provide real explanations, but rather a series of observations. One of the aims of this book is, indeed, to endeavor, as is possible today with the advantage of hindsight, to provide a fuller characterization of the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat as it existed in Russia between 1917 and 1923 and subsequently. This should also make it possible to appreciate better the nature of the social relations and class struggles which determined the characteristics of the system and contributed to its later evolution. In this connection, we must turn back to Lenin's previously quoted formulation: ours is not actually a workers' state, but a workers' and peasants' state. State power and the worker-peasant alliance. If it is not clarified, this formula raises more problems than it explains. Lenin returned to it in what he called a correction, accompanied by a brief commentary. The correction was made in an article published in Pravda of January 21, 1921, under the title "The Party Crisis." In the course of this article, Lenin replied in a few sentences to a comment made by Bukharin at the meeting on December 30, 1920, at which Lenin had spoken of a workers' and peasants' state. Bukharin had interrupted Lenin, exclaiming, "What? 100? Kind of state? A workers' and peasants' state?" In The Party Crisis, Lenin wrote, "I was wrong and Comrade Bukharin was right. What I should have said is a workers' state is an abstraction. What we actually have is a workers' state, with this peculiarity, firstly, that it is not the working class but the peasant population that predominates in the country, and, secondly, that it is a workers' state with bureaucratic distortions." In expressing himself like this, Lenin was using, as he himself wrote, terms that were closer to those he had used during the discussion at the 8th Congress of Soviets, but he virtually maintained what he had said before, as he emphasized in his conclusion: "This correction makes no difference to my reasoning or conclusions." 18 Actually, this correction made Lenin's idea more precise, since it enabled him to point out something that certain Bolsheviks tended to forget, namely that the concrete reality of the Soviet state was necessarily affected by the nature of the relations that the peasant population, the determining social force in a country with a peasant majority, maintained with the proletariat, the leading social force operating through its party. The problem here presented is twofold: that of the contradiction between the massive presence of non-proletarian popular forces and the proletarian and democratic character of the ruling power, 19, and that of the correct handling of this contradiction. In the given circumstances, this was a necessary condition. While the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat must be led by the proletariat and its party, this system had also to be based on the broad masses of the people, even if these were non-proletarian, and these masses must therefore find a place, and a substantial one, in the organs of the proletarian power, first and foremost in its organs of self-administration and government, namely, the Soviets. This contradiction is more or less acute depending on the characteristics of the ideological and political leadership exercised by the proletariat and its party over the popular masses. 101. Themselves. It becomes especially acute when, insofar as a section of the masses is concerned, this leadership, this leading activity, is weak, or comparatively so. This was the case in Russia, apart from a few rather short periods, where the peasants were concerned. As is known, the weakness of the leading activity of the party in relation to the peasantry was connected with the apparently independent form assumed by the revolutionary activity of the peasantry and its success. Actually, this success was won and consolidated only because the working class masses and the Bolshevik party had ensured the victory of the proletarian revolution in the towns and so protected the revolutionary movement of the peasantry. 20 But the close connection between the proletarian revolution in the towns and the democratic revolution in the countryside was not fully apparent to the peasants, as the Bolshevik party was not there on the spot or present among them. Hence the need, reasserted again and again, to convince the peasant masses of the identity between their fundamental interests and those of the proletariat. Hence, 2. The tension that frequently developed between the Soviet power and wide sections of the peasantry. 21. Thus, Lenin's formulation, a workers' and peasants' state, referred primarily to the effects on the life of the Soviet organs which were an integral part of the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat that might be produced by a numerous peasantry liable to develop political activity independent of the dictatorship of the proletariat. There was thus a danger that the Soviet organs might take a line of action that would weaken the proletarian dictatorship. This danger could not be banished by simply excluding the peasant masses from the Soviets. That would only reduce the popular foundation on which the dictatorship of the proletariat had to base itself. It would weaken the indispensable bonds of alliance between proletariat and peasantry, hinder the fulfillment of the democratic tasks of the revolution, and render it impossible to develop the party's leading role. This role can 102. Indeed, be developed only insofar as the party of the proletariat itself shows confidence in the masses and so enables them, through their own experience, to rally ever more closely around the proletarian party. If the party departs from this path, if it does not handle correctly the contradiction between the proletarian character of the ruling power and the necessary involvement of broad non-proletarian masses in the organs of power, it runs into another danger, namely, that of the management of public affairs becoming concentrated in the hands of a small number of persons. Such concentration reinforces the state aspect of the organization of the ruling power, the separation of the machinery of government from the masses, and leads to non-democratic forms of centralization. It leads to the spread, rather than the contraction, of bourgeois political relations, and so compromises the proletarian character of the ruling power. We know that the latter is not only a state power, for the political power of the proletariat does not mean the existence of a state in the strict sense but a power which is no longer a state in the proper sense of the word. 22. It can be seen that Lenin's formulation about the workers and peasants' state also points to the need for correct handling of the contradictions revealed by this formulation. History has shown the mistakes that were made in Russia in the handling of this contradiction. At the level of the functioning of the organs of power, the existence of a numerous peasantry among whom the leading activity of the proletariat was exercised to only a slight degree gave rise, shortly after the October Revolution, to a certain number of measures and decisions. Formally, the most significant of these was the fixing of peasant representation at the ratio of 1 deputy for every 125,000 inhabitants and the representation of townsfolk at 1 deputy for every 25,000 electors. 23. As Lenin saw it, the difference thus established was justified by the fact that the organization of the proletariat had progressed more rapidly than that of the peasantry, and this gave the workers a real advantage. 24. The adoption of this measure of discrimination against the 103 peasantry was not unconnected with the results of the elections to the Constituent Assembly, which was dissolved almost as soon as it met, on the night of January 5 to 6, 1918. These elections, organized under Soviet rule, gave only 175 seats of a total of 707 to the Bolsheviks, as against 410 to the SRS, 17 to the Cadets, 25-16 to the Mensheviks, and 84 to various national groups. 26. The same considerations led the Bolsheviks first to restrict to a serious degree, and then practically to ban, the activity of parties other than their own, including the SR party, which was closely linked with the well-to-do strata in the countryside. It is hard to determine the effects of these various measures on the attitude of the peasants to the Soviets. In any case, at the level of the county Soviets, the proportion of communist delegates, which was nearly 61% in 1918, fell steadily, to 43% in 1920 and 44% in 1921. The disappearance of delegates belonging to the other parties was not accompanied by any increase in the numbers of communist delegates but only by an increase in non-party delegates. In 1920 and 1921, these even outnumbered the communist delegates. 27. The most important political effect of the contradiction between the proletarian ruling power and the predominance of a peasant population subject to only a rather slight degree to proletarian leadership was, of course, not only in the electoral sphere, but in the unsatisfactory functioning of the Soviets. 28. This situation was not the outcome of a long historical process, it was present from the very proclamation of Soviet power. It corresponded to the transitional form, as Lenin put it, then assumed by the dictatorship of the proletariat. The effects of this situation are clearly revealed when we analyze the characteristics and relations of the two main elements in the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia, namely, the organization of the Soviets, as established after October, and the dominant element in the system of proletarian dictatorship, the Bolshevik Party, the party whose ideole. 104. Ogi, political line, style of leadership, capacity to develop the alliance between the working class and the peasantry and, consequently, relations with the masses, constituted the ultimate guarantee of the proletarian character of the ruling power. // The establishment of the Soviet organs and of the Soviet government. The place occupied immediately after October by the Soviet organs, and in the first place by the Central Soviet organs which issued from the Second Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets, resulted from the actual movement of the revolution and the leading role that the Bolshevik Party had played in the insurrection. Actually, it was not the Soviet organs, many of which were still dominated by the SRS and Mensheviks and had even refused to take part in the Second Congress, that had overthrown the provisional government, but the working class masses led by the Bolshevik Party. As Stalin said some years after October, the Congress of Soviets merely took over power from the Petrograd Soviet, 29 that is, from the hands of the Bolshevik Party, which presided over its decisions. 30 As has been said, power, being a relation between classes and not a thing, cannot be handed over. The very dynamic of the revolution and its own initiative at the head of the working class masses invested the Bolshevik Party, and not the Soviets, with effective power, and if part of the state power was indeed wielded, under conditions which we shall examine, by organs which emerged from the Second Congress of Soviets and from subsequent Congresses, this resulted from the policy followed by the Bolshevik Party itself. The relations thus established between the Soviet organs and the party corresponded both to the real relation of forces between the classes and to the conception that the Bolshevik Party, and especially Lenin, 31 had formed of what the respect. 105. Tip positions of the party and the Soviets should be in the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin never held a fetishist conception of the role of the Soviets. When, in the course of the year 1917, the danger loomed that domination of the Soviets by the petty bourgeois chauvinist parties which were ready to follow an anti-Bolshevik policy might become more or less consolidated, Lenin withdrew the slogan "All power to the Soviets," pointing out that the latter could become transformed into mere fig leaves of the counter-revolution. 32 During the summer of 1917 he explained that the slogan "All power to the Soviets" was a slogan for peaceful development of the revolution which was possible in April, May, June, and up to July 5 to 9. This slogan is no longer correct, for it does not take into account that power has changed hands and that the revolution has in fact been completely betrayed by the S.R.S. and Mensheviks. 33 Lenin then put in the forefront the slogan of armed insurrection, with as its aim to transfer power to the proletariat supported by the poor peasants with a view to putting our party program into effect. 34 During September, the defeat of Kornilov's attempted coup d'état and the strengthening of Bolshevik representation in the Soviets led Lenin again to advocate the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." The Bolshevik Party's policy with regard to the Soviet organs thus consisted in recognizing that they had a place in the system of proletarian dictatorship, but were not to be identified with the latter. They could therefore not occupy the dominant position in it, the less so because the peasant Soviets were undifferentiated, and the agricultural workers and poor peasants did not play a preponderant role in them. The relations which developed between the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet organs, and, more particularly, between the Council of People's Commissars and the All-Russia Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, the two central or 106 organs of government, become clearer in the light of the foregoing. The Sovnarkom. In the evening of October 26, 1917, the All-Russia Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets, at its second and last session, approved the formation of a Council of People's Commissars, the first workers' and peasants' government. This first Sovnarkom was composed exclusively of Bolsheviks, its members being nominated by the party. During a short period between the end of November 1917 and the summer of 1918, some left SRS were included in the Sovnarkom, that is, the government, but the growing hostility of the left SRS to the Bolshevik Party's policy led to their removal. Thereafter, the Sovnarkom was composed exclusively of Bolsheviks. Lenin was its chairman until his death. The VTSIK. The All-Russia Central Executive Committee of the Soviets was, legally, the supreme organ of power. It was elected by the Congress of Soviets. The VTSIK that emerged from the Second Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets was made up of 62 Bolsheviks, 29 left SRS, and 10 other socialists, thus reflecting the composition of the Congress after the withdrawal of the right SRS and delegates of other parties who refused to continue to participate in the Congress, as a protest against the insurrection. After this Congress, the membership of the VTSIK was enlarged by the addition of peasant delegates elected by the Congress of Peasants Soviets, in numbers equal to those of the workers' delegates who had been elected by the Congress. 107 of Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets, together with 100 delegates from the Army and Navy and 50 delegates from the trade unions. The new VTSIK, formed on November 15, 1917, consisted of over 350 members and was officially called the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers' Deputies. The first Soviet constitution, that of the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, approved in July 1918 by the Fifth Congress of Soviets, ratified the same proportions for urban and rural representation, but fixed the number of members of the VTSIK at not more than 200. The constitution provided that the VTSIK was to carry out the functions of the Congress between its sessions, and to appoint the Sovnarkom. In theory, the VTSIK was supposed to sit more or less continuously, but in fact an organ which it elected from among its members, the Presidium of the VTSIK, carried out its functions for most of the time. As a result of a resolution adopted by the 8th Congress of the Bolshevik Party in 1919, the Congress of Soviets confirmed this practice. Relations between the VTSIK and the Sovnarkom. De jure, the Sovnarkom was thus subordinate to the VTSIK. The Constitution also stated that promulgation of decrees, orders, and instructions was effected by the VTSIK, that supreme authority in the RSFSR was to be vested in the All-Russia Congress of Soviets, and during the period between Congresses, in the VTSIK, while the Sovnarkom was responsible for the general direction of affairs. The practice was quite different on October 30, 1917. The Sovnarkom passed a decree giving it legislative powers. In principle, this decree was to remain valid only until the meeting of the Constituent Assembly, but in fact it continued in force after the Assembly had been dissolved. By the time the Constitution of the RSFSR was adopted, the situation had been settled, the Sovnarkom had taken precedence over the VTSIK. 108. Which was thereafter merely an organ for ratifying decisions or proposals which it had, as a rule, not initiated. Governmental power was concentrated in the Sovnarkom. The left SRS having been removed from the latter, this meant that governmental power was concentrated in the hands of the Bolshevik Party to an increasing degree, in those of its Central Committee, and eventually of its Political Bureau, which considered the majority of important decisions at the same time as the Sovnarkom, or even, more often than not, before they were considered by that body. The process which deprived the VTSIK of effective governmental power, to the advantage of the Sovnarkom and of the CC of the Bolshevik Party, is of considerable importance. This process decided the question of where the supreme political authority was to lie in favor of the Bolshevik Party, and against the VTSIK, that emanation of the Soviet organs. Before the victory of the October Revolution, the idea of forming an organ of government like the Sovnarkom, constituting an organism distinct from the Soviet organization, had never actually been discussed. It had seemed that all power would be concentrated in the Soviet organs in the strict sense. At the conclusion of the process just described, the situation was a different one. It was the Sovnarkom, whose members were chosen by the Bolshevik Party, and which did not issue directly from the Soviet organs, as the VTSIK did, that wielded governmental power. What had resulted, therefore, was a power structure different from that which had been contemplated before the October Revolution by the Bolshevik Party as well as by others. It is possible to think that the process whereby the structure of government became constituted and consolidated is to be explained mainly by the specific constellation of political forces at the time of the October Revolution, in particular the still far from negligible influence enjoyed by the Mensheviks and SRS in the Soviet organizations as well as elsewhere. According to this view, it was for conjunctural reasons, so as to safeguard the power of government from all possible 109. Direct interference by representatives of bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties, that the Sovnarkom, formed by the Bolsheviks and on the initiative of the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, was created and set de facto in a dominant position in relation to the VTSIK. While this view takes account of the concrete historical process, it does not go to the root of the matter, remaining concerned with the succession of events, and considering only the most external aspect of class relations, which were what was fundamentally involved here. The establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat means that the proletariat sets itself up as the ruling class, and this cannot be done through organs of the Soviet type, which are mass organizations, or through state organs exclusively derived from these. The constitution of the proletariat as ruling class is necessarily effected through an apparatus that is specifically proletarian in ideology and aims, and in the role of leadership and unification that it plays in relation to the masses, in other words, through a proletarian party that plays this leading role, politically and ideologically, and plays it, too, in relation to the machinery of state issuing from the mass organizations. This being so, the concrete forms of articulation between the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship and the party of the proletariat, the instrument of this dictatorship, can be very diverse. This diversity reflects the extreme diversity of the possible relations between classes and of the effects of the class struggle, including its effects inside the proletarian party. In the case of Soviet Russia, there can be no doubt that the specific forms of articulation between the state machinery and the proletarian party were largely determined by the weakness of the Bolshevik Party's direct influence among important sections of the masses, in the first place among the peasants, and also by a certain tendency on the part of the party to seek to solve problems of leadership by resorting to organizational rules rather than ideological struggle. This tendency 110 was reinforced, moreover, by the urgency of the tasks that the party was obliged to carry out in order to consolidate the proletarian dictatorship. The central government and the local authorities. Consideration of the way the Soviet form of government was organized also brings up the problem of relations between the central Soviet organs and the local ones, and of their respective powers. The constitution of the RSFSR did not really settle these questions. It declared at one and the same time that all authority within the Russian Republic is invested in the entire working population of the country, organized in the urban and rural Soviets, and that supreme authority in the RSFSR is vested in the All-Russia Congress of Soviets, and during the period between the Congresses, in the VTSIK. The first formulation implies that every local Soviet is sovereign, whereas the second subordinates the local Soviets to the authority of the central bodies. In practice, listing the powers of the central organs and, still more, day-to-day practice, quickly led to the local Soviets becoming subordinate to the central organs on all important questions. Together with this, the leading role of the party was also asserted on the local level, this being reflected in the preeminence of the party committees over the local administrative organs at the different territorial levels, though the situation was not really firmly established in Lenin's lifetime. At the end of the Civil War, indeed, the basic organizations of the party were very weak, did not exist everywhere, and where they were present did not always possess effective capacity to guide the administrative machinery of the state, which retained and sometimes even strengthened its independence in relation to the central organs of the party. 111. The administrative machinery of the state. When it was formed, the Sovnarkom tried to establish its own administrative machinery on new foundations, but this attempt came to very little. The various people's commissariats were in practice obliged to use, or try to use, a large part of the old administrative machine, which underwent only relatively minor internal changes. This was a very important fact, to which I shall return. It must be pointed out at once, however, that owing to the class composition of the state administrative machinery, and, more profoundly, to the nature of its relations with the masses, its internal hierarchy, and to its relations with the leading organ of the proletarian dictatorship, this machinery strongly resisted orders coming from the highest source of power. There was therefore frequently a quite deep divergence between the policy formally adopted by the Central Committee, the policy that the Sovnarkom tried to apply, and the actual conduct of the state administration. Moreover, this administration tended to erect a screen between the Soviet power and the masses. Consequently, when the rank and file of the party were not in a position to inform the Bolshevik leaders directly, the latter were out of touch with what was happening, especially in the country areas, and also, of course, within the state machine itself. The Bolshevik party sought to remedy the state of affairs on many occasions. Its first attempt was made in March 1918, with the establishment of a People's Commissariat for control of the state. This had little real effect, which was not surprising, since it aimed at bringing the machinery of state under the control of the highest authority through the medium of another piece of state machinery. There were three exceptions to this difficult situation: the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, the Red Army, and the new political police, the Chayka. 35. I shall return to the subject of what became of the latter. For the moment, I shall confine myself to considering the Red Army. 112. The Red Army. In the military sphere, the Soviet power did not at first have at its disposal an apparatus which it had developed for its own purposes before the revolution and in which the Bolshevik party organically played a leading role. The conditions in which the October Revolution took place did not allow for such a development. To be sure, the Bolshevik party had, since 1905, possessed a military organization, but this was in no sense an army, even in embryo. Its role was to coordinate the work of Bolshevik propaganda in the Tsarist army. Between February and October 1917 this military organization played an active role in creating Bolshevik organizations in the army of the provisional government, and began publishing a paper, Soldatskaya Pravda. Shortly before October it helped set up the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee, which prepared the insurrection. On the other hand, shortly before October the workers of Petrograd and other cities began to organize themselves in a military way, with the Bolsheviks' help, and so the Red Guard came into being. It played a considerable role between October 1917 and March 1918 in combating counter-revolutionary attempts by various groups of officers. In fact, Red Guards, assisted by the peasant partisans and workers' militias, formed at first the only armed force proper at the disposal of the proletarian power. The old Tsarist army was still formally in existence after October, and a large part of it was theoretically under the orders of the Soviet power, but it was in a state of utter disintegration, and in March 1918 the Soviet power decided to dissolve it. In that same month the decision was taken to form a Red Army, and Trotsky was entrusted with the task of organizing it. Initially, The new army was to be based on voluntary service, but already in April 1918 this was replaced by conscription. We shall see the characteristics of this army later on, especially as regards relations between officers and the ranks. If, as the facts show, the Red Army, formed in this way, was 113. An instrument of great efficacy in the struggle against the White Guards and the imperialist armed forces, this was essentially due to the heroism, spirit of sacrifice, and abnegation of the workers and peasants who defended the revolution, but this army was not and could not become an apparatus that helped revolutionize ideological relations and develop proletarian practices. On the contrary, bourgeois and even feudal practices were retained in it. Already in 1918, external forms of respect were reintroduced, and officers were accorded various privileges, notably as regards their quarters. Later, the officers' training schools, although recruiting their students from among the workers and peasants, reproduced the hierarchical and ideological relations characteristic of bourgeois armies. For the Bolshevik Party and its leading role. The leading role played by the Bolshevik Party in the October Revolution and in the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship in Russia was not merely the result of the luck of history. It corresponded to a profound necessity. To be victorious, the proletarian revolution needs to be led by a party which is guided by revolutionary Marxism. This is a fact constantly confirmed by experience and which Lenin summed up in the phrase, "Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement." 36 Lenin directly associated the revolutionary proletarian movement's need for theory with its need for a party armed with Marxism when he added, "The role of vanguard fighter can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory." 37 The leading role of the Bolshevik Party did not cease with the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, quite. 114. The contrary. After October, as before, the party fought to maintain its leading ideological and political role. To do this it had to draw upon revolutionary theory and work out its political line by learning the lessons taught by the activity of the masses. In 1917 and 1918 the strength of the Bolshevik Party and its leading role were not based mainly on the use of force, but resulted from its capacity to produce correct theoretical analyses and to translate these into a political line, measures, and slogans which ensured for the party close relations with the most combative elements of the masses. In the last analysis, the leading role of the Bolshevik Party was bound up with its revolutionary development of Marxism in relation to the struggles of the proletariat and peasantry. The role played in 1917 by the Bolshevik Party must not, however, make us forget that it had existed as such for only 5 years. It had been born at the conference held in Prague on January 5 to 17, 1912, as the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. This conference was able to launch a party which was not just a mere grouping of a few militants or a few revolutionary intellectuals because its foundation had been preceded by over 10 years of theoretical and organizational activity, in which Lenin was one of the principal workers, especially in the theoretical field. In order, therefore, to understand the leading role played by the party in October 1917 and subsequently, as well as the way in which this party coped with the problems that confronted it after October, it is essential to recall the principal stages in the struggle waged by Lenin and the Bolsheviks, the struggle that enabled the party to win the position it occupied in 1917. The theoretical struggle for the primacy of revolutionary Marxism in the Russian labor movement. It was in 1894 that Lenin, the future founder and leader of the Bolshevik Party, entered the theoretical struggle for the 115th first time. He was then 24 years old and had been politically active for 6 years. He had already stated his position publicly on many occasions, especially against Narodalism. 38. At that time the struggle of Marxism against Narodism had been in progress for several years, mainly on Plekhanov's initiative. In 1883 he had founded, along with Varazay Sulich and others, the group called Emancipation of Labor, and helped to make Marxism known in Russia both through his own writings and by translating several of the works of Marx and Engels. In his essay of 1894, What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, 39, Lenin carried the critique of Narodism farther than Plekhanov had taken it, and at the same time showed the role that the peasantry, in alliance with the proletariat, could play in the coming Russian Revolution. Arrested in December 1895 and sent to Siberia, then in exile abroad from 1900 onward, Lenin carried on the ideological struggle, first against Narodism and then against economism and legal Marxism. The latter doctrine claimed that Russia should go to school under capitalism, and that, given the country's low level of industrialization, the Russian proletariat should wage only economic struggles, while supporting the bourgeoisie's democratic demands. In the ideological fight against these conceptions, Lenin's decisive intervention, which opened the way for the Bolshevik movement to emerge, was What Is to Be Done, published in 1902. 40. In this book he defined the principles that would govern the formation and working of the Bolshevik Party. He exposed the errors of economism and of the cult of spontaneity with which it is linked. Thus, he wrote, all worship of the spontaneity of the working class movement, all belittling of the role of the conscious element. 116. Of the role of social democracy, means quite independently of whether he who belittles that role desires it or not, a strengthening of the influence of bourgeois ideology upon the workers. 41. The publication of What Is to Be Done? And the assimilation of its contents by the revolutionary militants signified a major defeat for economism and the cult of spontaneity in the form that these tendencies assumed in Russia at that time. In 1904, with the publication of One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, 42, Lenin developed and perfected the organizational principles of the future Bolshevik Party. In this work he defined the relations between class and party, stressed the decisive role of organization, the necessity for a close link between the party and the masses, and for democratic centralism, discipline, and unity. With the publication in July 1905 of Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, 43, Lenin developed his fight against Menshevism, which then represented the chief form of opportunism in Russia. In this pamphlet Lenin stressed as the main question the participation of the peasantry in the democratic revolution, with the latter taking place under the leadership of the proletariat, and not, as the Mensheviks proposed, under that of the bourgeoisie. He wrote on this subject, the proletariat must carry the democratic revolution to completion, allying to itself the mass of the peasantry in order to crush the autocracy's resistance by force and paralyze the bourgeoisie's instability. The proletariat must accomplish the socialist revolution, allying to itself the mass of the semi-proletarian elements of the population, so as to crush the bourgeoisie's resistance by force and paralyze the instability of the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. 44. Two Tactics distinguishes clearly between two stages in the revolution, while indicating the possibility of a transition from the first stage to the second and defining the corresponding class alignments. 45. It shows the leading role to be played by the proletariat in relation to the masses, and the significance of the 117. Slogan of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. It was then that Lenin laid the foundations on the basis of which he was able, taking account of the changes in the situation introduced by the February Revolution, to formulate his theses of April 1917. The Bolshevik Party was thus in a position to work out the essential features of the political line. It was to follow after October. In Two Tactics Lenin set forth the theory of the socialist revolution led by the proletariat exercising hegemony and playing a leading role. This theory broke with the conceptions, inherited from Lassalle, which were prevalent at that time in Western Europe and which saw the proletariat as the only revolutionary class. The revolution of 1905 provided a striking confirmation of Lenin's analysis in Two Tactics, in particular as regards the role that could be played by mass political strikes at the beginning of an insurrection and during its course. The role of such strikes was confirmed afresh in 1917. During the revolution of 1905, Lenin returned to Russia for a short time. He continued to lead the theoretical struggle that the Bolsheviks were waging on two fronts, against the liquidators, who, under the blows of the reaction headed by Stolypin, were ready to wind up the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party as a whole, and against the Itzovists. In 1909 Itzovism was formally condemned by the Bolsheviks. At the same time he was fighting these battles, Lenin was also carrying on a struggle on the philosophical front, by writing Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, which was published in 1909. This book attacked anti-materialist conceptions which are presented in the guise of Marxism, and which Lenin denounced as a subtle falsification of Marxism, a falsification characteristic of revisionism, in political economy as in problems of tactics and in philosophy in general. Thus, when the Bolshevik Party was formed in 1912 it 118 possessed a number of theoretical writings which constituted an ideological armament incomparably better than what was possessed at that time by the other working class parties claiming to be Marxist. The Bolshevik Party's ideological armament was subsequently completed, as far as the main problems were concerned, by the publication of two other works from Lenin's pen, Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 47, and the State and Revolution. 48. The first of these gave a concrete analysis of the development of capitalism in that period and showed what its contradictions and characteristics were. This analysis guided a whole aspect of the activity of the Bolshevik Party, and of the Third International during the first years of its existence. The second developed further the theory of the state and of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and made a radical break with certain Trotskyist conceptions that still prevailed in the Bolshevik Party. Armed ideologically in this way, the Bolshevik Party was able to guide the Russian proletariat so as to enable it to win a series of victories of historic significance. It was inevitable, however, that where problems were concerned to which no previous experience was relevant, the theory at the disposal of the Bolshevik Party should show gaps. These caused the party to intervene in mistaken ways in the revolutionary process. Some mistakes were later corrected, but others were not, or the corrections made theoretically were not translated into corresponding practice, and this resulted in grave difficulties for the Russian Revolution. The political struggle for the building and development of the Bolshevik Party. The Bolshevik Party was constructed essentially on the basis of the principles and theories expounded by Lenin in his books, pamphlets, articles, speeches, letters, etc. These principles and theories were themselves developed in the day-to-day political and organizational activity of the Bolsheviks. Especially after 1905, the latter carried on intense political 119 activity and accomplished a great deal of work in the field of organization of the members themselves and of their newspapers and periodicals, and organization of the ever larger masses who were turning toward the revolutionary movement. This organizational work was closely linked with the intensification of the contradictions in Russian society and with the economic and political class struggles which, with periods of advance and retreat, accompanied the deepening of the social contradictions. One important stage in these struggles was the rise of the mass movement which culminated in the Revolution of 1905. Other large-scale struggles took place between 1912 and 1914. Finally, after the confusion caused by the war, there began, toward the end of 1916, a new upsurge which resulted in the great flare-ups of the February and October revolutions of 1917. One of the characteristic features of the Bolshevik Party and of Lenin's activity was that theoretical analyses constantly accompanied mass struggles, sometimes preceding and guiding them, sometimes following them, so as to draw lessons from them. The development of Marxism thus did not take the form of a mere accretion of new ideas and theories, but of a dialectical development proceeding by breaks which, on the basis of what was taught by life itself, made it possible to reject and correct whatever had proved to be mistaken. This process of breaking and correcting, of dialectical development, made possible the formation of a revolutionary party without precedent in history, stoutly armed theoretically and closely linked with the masses. It was this party that enabled the Russian proletariat in 1917 to organize itself as the ruling class. This party, as it existed in October, was the outcome of an uninterrupted struggle, first to establish the party itself, and then, from 1912 onward, to accomplish its development and consolidation. 1. The struggle to build the party. The struggle to establish the Bolshevik Party was waged within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. 120. And took the form of a struggle to transform it into a party guided by revolutionary Marxism. The RSDLP held its first Congress in March 1898, when Lenin was in Siberia. This was only an abortive first attempt. The Congress adopted neither program nor rules, and no leadership came out of it capable of organizing a link-up between the Marxist groups which had existed in Russia for several years, and which, with few exceptions, were not involved in a practical way in the workers' movement for immediate demands. One of the first mergers between the Marxist groups and the labor movement had, however, been effected by Lenin, in 1895, with the formation in Petersburg of the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, which, as Lenin himself put it, was the embryo of a revolutionary party based on the labor movement. The real beginning of the formation of a revolutionary party came with the foundation in 1900 of the newspaper Iskra, which was launched by Lenin jointly with Plekhanov's group. Iskra had correspondents all over Russia. Despite its illegal status, it managed to circulate more or less regularly. It expounded essentially the same themes as those discussed in What Is to Be Done? And had decisive influence in the preparation of the Second Congress of the RSDLP. This Second Congress was held in July 1903, first in Brussels and then in London. During its discussions, the supporters of the Iskra line not only came into conflict with the opponents of this line, but were themselves divided on a number of questions. On the whole, however, the line upheld by Lenin secured the majority, from which came the term Bolsheviks, used to describe the supporters of this line, and Mensheviks for the members of the minority who were opposed to it. After the Congress, however, Plekhanov and his group joined forces with the Mensheviks and took over Iskra. The Bolsheviks fought against the splitters by carrying on organizational work and by launching a paper of their own called Vipert in January 1905. Thus, at the time when the mass struggle was about to experience a great upsurge, the 121 Bolsheviks had a new paper and had begun to form a Bolshevik faction in the RSDLP. At the beginning of 1905 the Bolsheviks numbered about 8,000, but they did not aim to increase their numbers too rapidly. They were, and wished to be, militants who devoted their lives to work for the revolution. The Third Congress of the RSDLP took place in January 1905. As the Mensheviks had practically broken away, this was de facto a Bolshevik Congress. The upheaval of the revolution of 1905 made possible a considerable increase in the influence of the Bolsheviks. Legal activity became momentarily possible. Consequently, the Bolsheviks altered some of their forms of work, as they were to do again after February 1917. They kept their underground apparatus in being, of course, but their propaganda work was carried on practically openly. They recruited new members, and elected the leaders of their organization at various levels, something which had been almost impossible while the party had had to work underground. The revolutionary upheaval was accompanied among some members, especially those who had joined recently, by an urge for unity aiming at fusion of the Bolshevik and Menshevik organizations. The Menshevik leaders, especially Martov, made some formal concessions, and as a result the Fourth Congress of the RSDLP was held in Stockholm in April 1906, reuniting the two organizations. At that stage the Bolsheviks had 14,000 members and the Mensheviks 94,000. The Bolsheviks were in the minority in the new Central Committee elected by this Congress. This reunification remained a formality. The Bolsheviks fought to recover their majority in the RSDLP. They were organized as a faction and had a paper, Proletary, the organ of the St. Petersburg Party Committee, headed by Zinoviev. At the 5th Congress of the RSDLP, held in London in May 1907, the delegates had been elected by 77,000 members of the party in Russia. The Bolsheviks had been very active and their membership had been swelled by many new working-class cadres who had participated in the Soviets of 1905, and so they were in the majority at the Congress and in the new Central Committee, which included Lenin, Rykov, and Zinoviev. The Congress adopted the principle of democratic centralism, which implies submission by the minority to decisions taken by the majority after a broad discussion. The Bolsheviks continued to be organized as a faction, with their own elected leadership. The latter consisted of 15 members, and was responsible for maintaining the unity of the Bolsheviks so that they could operate as a bloc applying a single tactical line within the party. After the middle of 1907 the labor movement declined, and this decline became serious when Stolypin's repressions began. The membership of the RSDLP shrank and divisions within it intensified, both between Mensheviks and Bolsheviks and among the Bolsheviks themselves. Lenin fought against a series of negative tendencies within Bolshevism, in particular against Itzovism and the idealistic tendencies of Gorky and Bogdanov. The leaders of the Bolshevik faction had to take drastic measures. 49 After this period of division, Lenin agreed to a new attempt at unity with the Mensheviks, which was made in January 1910. He expressed his views about this unity move in a letter to Maxim Gorky in April 1910. There have been deep and serious factors leading to party unity. In the ideological field, the need to purge social democracy from liquidationism and Itzovism; in the practical field, the terribly difficult plight of the party and of all social democratic work, and the coming to maturity of a new type of social democratic worker. At the CC plenum, to these serious and deep-lying factors were added, a mood of conciliation in general, hatred of the Bolshevik center for its implacable ideological struggle, squabbling on the part of the Mensheviks, who 123 were spoiling for a fight, and as a result an infant covered with blisters. 50. In fact, the attempt at reunification failed. In face of the revival of the labor movement, Lenin considered it necessary to consolidate the unity of the Bolsheviks, retain their press organs, and establish a school for cadres. This last was set up in France, at Longjumeau, in 1911, under the direction of Zinoviev. Many Bolshevik cadres were trained there, to return secretly to Russia. In January 1912 the situation was ripe for taking a decisive step forward. The Bolsheviks could now form themselves into a separate party. This was done at a national conference held in Prague. The conference expelled the Mensheviks and thereafter functioned as a party congress. It adopted a minimum program including such immediate slogans as, a democratic republic, an 8-hour day, and the confiscation of all the land of the landlords. The Congress decided that the Bolsheviks would take part in the electoral campaign for the 4th State Duma, and elected a central committee in which, along with Lenin, sat Orджonikidze, Stalin, and Sverdlov. Thus the RSDLP, the Bolshevik Party, came into being. 2. The struggle to develop the party. The newborn party developed rapidly between 1912 and 1914, in keeping with the upsurge of working-class struggle that marked that period, but the outbreak of the First World War at first weakened it considerably, both on the plane of organization and on that of ideological unity. Repression, which was already severe, became unprecedentedly harsh during the war. In November 1914 the police raided a conference of the Central Committee's Russian Bureau and of the Bolshevik Duma deputies. All the participants were imprisoned or sent to Siberia. Not until a year and a half later was it possible to form a new Russian bureau, with Molotov and 124 Shlyapnikov among its members. Throughout the country the Bolshevik organizations, which had at first been seriously affected by the wave of repression, began to reform, especially during 1916, but contact between them amounted to very little. The war also brought new ideological divisions, and only gradually was a certain degree of unity created around the slogans put forward by Lenin in 1914, transform the imperialist war into civil war, defeat one's own government in the imperialist war. At the Zimmerwald Conference, where Bolsheviks and internationalist social democrats like Trotsky met, Lenin's slogans were rejected, and in Russia some of the imprisoned Bolshevik deputies, together with a few of the Bolshevik leaders who were at liberty, took a stand for national unity for the duration. The party's confusion at the time of the February Revolution, when Stalin came out at first for support of the provisional government, was typical of the situation that prevailed. This was not put right until Lenin himself took a hand, especially after his return to Russia, when he set forth his April theses. It remains true that, even during the most difficult years of repression, a certain number of groups and individuals who considered themselves Bolsheviks carried on activity in the factories, especially the war industries, and in the armies. In February 1917 the party had about 40,000 members. 51 Its influence was weaker than that of the Mensheviks, but it developed rapidly and ended by greatly surpassing the Mensheviks in influence in the second half of 1917. In April 1917 the party had 80,000 members, and by August 240,000. From a party of militants it was becoming a mass party. At the time of the October insurrection its membership stood at about 300,000. Lenin was not, however, in favor of too rapid an increase in membership, which meant an influx of persons with little political experience, and at its 8th Congress, in March 1919, the party still had only a little over 300,000 members. 52. 125. While, as regards discipline, the Bolshevik Party was usually united firmly around its leaders, that is, its Central Committee, this did not mean that its decisions were taken unanimously. In fact, as will be seen later, a number of divergences occurred. Lenin certainly played a preeminent part in it, but he was far from always able to make his view prevail, and he often came up against strong resistance when he considered it necessary to correct the line previously followed, or some analysis that had until then been accepted. The Bolshevik Party can be called Leninist only in the sense that it acknowledged Lenin as that one of its leaders who was best equipped theoretically, and the one to whom the party was most indebted for being what it was. The term Leninist is inappropriate if understood to mean that the Bolshevik Party rallied spontaneously or easily to the new directions indicated by Lenin at certain moments, or that Lenin's analyses were the expression of what the party or its leadership was already thinking, more or less. 53 This was far from being the case, and that fact needs to be kept in mind if one is to understand some of the problems that arose between 1918 and 1923. Nor must it be overlooked that, in October 1917 and in the years immediately following, the Bolshevik Party still had extremely weak roots in many localities and factories, not to mention villages. In many localities there were no members capable of explaining on the spot what the party line was and transforming it into living reality or, what was at least equally important, bringing to the notice of the party leadership the concrete problems that arose and the way in which the party's policy was received by the masses. In this respect the Bolshevik Party was still young and inexperienced, and this is another consideration which helps us to understand the difficulties encountered in consolidating the proletarian dictatorship in Russia. To this it should be added that the support given to the Bolshevik Party by the masses was based mainly on coincidence between the party's immediate political slogans and the desire of the masses for peace and of the peasants for land. A 126. Section of the masses, however, especially among the peasants, did not in the least support the socialist aims of the party. Accordingly, the latter, at least until the summer of 1918, did not consider that the situation was ripe for doing more than taking a few steps in the direction of socialism. After the summer of 1918, though, as a result of the outbreak of civil war and the beginning of foreign intervention, the policy followed by the Bolshevik Party changed, and the revolution entered the period of war communism. During this period the pressure of the exigencies of war, the place accorded to state centralization, and the significance attributed by the party to the centralization altered the conditions of the class struggle in Russia, together with the relations between classes. It is this process of transformation that must now be analyzed. Part 2. Soviet power and the transformation of class relations between 1917 and 1921. After October 1917, a process of extremely complex revolutionary changes began as a result of the proletariat having become the ruling class and of the struggle being waged by the masses under the leadership, or with the aid, of the proletariat and its party. As has been shown, the changes that then took place were twofold in character: democratic in the countryside, where the peasant masses were on the move, and socialist in the towns, where the working class was attacking domination of the means of production by their capitalist owners. These changes proceeded by stages and affected to varying degrees the different social relations and their component elements. They caused class relations to alter. Before taking a general view of the principal changes undergone by economic and legal relations during the first years of the Russian Revolution, we must examine how relations altered between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie as a result of the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 133. 1. The transformation of relations between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat not only represented a profound upheaval in relations between classes, but changed the classes themselves. As Lenin wrote in Economics and Politics in the era of the dictatorship of the proletariat, classes cannot be abolished at one stroke. And classes still remain and will remain in the era of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship will become unnecessary when classes disappear. Without the dictatorship of the proletariat they will not disappear. Classes have remained, but in the era of the dictatorship of the proletariat every class has undergone a change, and the relations between the classes have also changed. The class struggle does not disappear under the dictatorship of the proletariat, it merely assumes different forms. 1. If classes remained, even though changed and with changed interrelations, this was because the former social relations and, in particular, capitalist production relations were not abolished but only changed by the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the same article, Lenin said that during the period of transition between capitalism and communism a struggle would be fought out between the former, which has been defeated but not destroyed, and the latter, which has been born but is still very feeble. 2. The existence of defeated capitalism obviously implies also that the bourgeoisie and the proletariat still exist. These two classes continue to confront each other, even though their social conditions of existence have been greatly altered. The primary and basic change in the conditions of existence. 135. 136. Of these classes is bound up with the fact that the bourgeoisie has lost power. This means, concretely, that the bourgeoisie no longer dominates the old machinery of politics and administration, which has been smashed, broken up, and more or less completely replaced by apparatuses and organizations linked with the revolutionary masses and led by the proletariat and its vanguard, the Proletarian Party, a class apparatus which thereafter plays the dominant role. Concretely, this means also that the capitalists and landlords have, in the main, lost their power to dispose freely of the means of production. In industry, the activity of factory committees, workers' control, expropriations, etc., profoundly upset the conditions governing use of the chief means of production, which are no longer directly subject to the requirements of the process of valorization of capital. However, these requirements are not abolished but only transformed by the exercise of the dictatorship of the proletariat. If the bourgeoisie and the proletariat continue their struggle under new conditions, this is precisely because the bourgeois social relations which underlie the existence and practices of these classes have not been abolished but only transformed. Although the social reproduction process is no longer dominated by the bourgeoisie, the capitalist character of this process is at first only partially modified by the dictatorship of the proletariat. The basic structure of this process has not yet really been broken. In each unit of production the producers continue to be involved in the same type of division of labor, which implies the separation of mental from manual work and that of administrative tasks from performance tasks. What is new is that those who direct the immediate process of production must carry out their role under control by the proletariat, the workers' mass organizations, and the new machinery of the proletarian state and of the proletarian party. Nationalization of the means of production by a proletarian state results first and foremost in the creation of politico-juridical conditions favorable to the socialist transformation of production relations and, to the socialization of the means of production, but it is not to be identified with this transformation. 137. We know that production relations are determined relations into which men inevitably enter and which are independent of their will. People form these relations among themselves in the course of what Marx calls the social production of their existence. 3. These relations are imposed upon the agents of production by the structure of the processes of production and circulation, that is, by the real process of social production. This structure is itself embodied in the division of labor and in the instruments of labor. Of course, the specific forms assumed by the division of labor and the instruments of labor do not drop from heaven, but are the effect of previous class struggles and of the character that these struggles have imposed upon the development of the productive forces. In every age, these class struggles make the domination of the production process and the distribution of the labor force among different tasks the basis of special social functions performed within the production relations by certain of their agents, as opposed to the direct producers. For the embodiment of the production relations in the division of labor and in the instruments of labor signifies that it is not enough for a new class to acquire political domination over the other classes for it to transform the existing production relations straight away. It can do this only by breaking up and restructuring, that is, by revolutionizing, the real production process. The capitalist character of the production relations that exist on the morrow of the establishment of proletarian power is obviously also embedded in the very structure of the production process. Thus, when it establishes its rule and nationalizes some factories, the proletariat acquires the possibility, but only the possibility, of revolutionizing the real process of production and of causing new production relations to appear, with a new social division of labor and new productive forces. Insofar as this task has not yet been accomplished, the former capitalist production relations continue, together with the forms of representation and the ideological forms in which these relations 138 appear. Insofar as this task is in course of being accomplished, the former relations are partly transformed, the socialist transition is underway, and it is possible to speak of a socialist society. Socialism thus does not mean it is particularly necessary to stress this in view of the confusion caused by ideological discourses about the socialist mode of production, the abolition of capitalist production relations. It means, given certain definite ideological and political conditions that hardly existed in the Russia of 1918-1922, the transformation of these relations, their destruction and reconstruction of transitional relations which can be analyzed as a combination of capitalist elements and socialist or communist elements. The advance towards socialism means the growing domination of the latter over the former, the dying out of the capitalist elements and the consolidation of the increasingly dominant socialist elements. This advance requires a long historical period. It corresponds to a revolutionization of the conditions of production which is itself the result of a protracted class struggle, guided by a correct political line, that is, a line that determines, at each stage, objectives which make possible an actual socialist transformation of the production relations. The elaboration of such a line presupposes the existence of a proletarian party armed with revolutionary theory and competent to play its leading role. This role is vital, for it is not the party or the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat that can directly bring about a socialist transformation of the production relations, but only the struggle waged by the classes that were formerly dominated and exploited. Such a struggle alone, by revolutionizing the processes of production and social relations as a whole, can put an end to what were formerly the special functions fulfilled by the dominant classes. As long as capitalist relations have been transformed only partially, the forms in which these relations manifest themselves continue to be reproduced, so that money, prices, wages, profit, etc., continue to exist and cannot be abolished by mere decrees. Only the socialist transformation of the relations 139 of production can bring about the withering away of these forms, a transformation which implies that the socialization of production results increasingly from the coordinated action of the workers, who become a collective laborer on the social scale. The process of constituting this collective laborer is a long-term one, passing through stages and calling for the revolutionization of social relations as a whole. Economic, ideological, and political, for the different aspects of this revolutionization are mutually dependent in a complex way. As long as bourgeois elements persist in the various social relations, then, until the coming of communism, there is room for the existence of a proletariat and a bourgeoisie, and it remains possible for the latter if the proletarian class struggle fails to follow a correct line to develop the bourgeois elements in social relations, consolidate the bourgeois aspects of the ideological and political machinery, and ultimately restore capitalism. It is in particular because the development of state ownership, even under the dictatorship of the proletariat, leaves in being elements of capitalist relations which are only partly modified, that the expropriation of the bourgeoisie is not equivalent to its disappearance. As long as capitalist elements persist in the production relations, there also persists the possibility of capitalist functions, and the bourgeoisie can continue to exist in a modified form through the state apparatus and assume the form of a state bourgeoisie. This becomes clearer in the light of Lenin's definition of social classes in his pamphlet A Great Beginning. Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions of the share of social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. 5. 140. This passage brings out some vital points. Relations of distribution are only a consequence of relations of production. Therefore, analysis of relations of distribution can help reveal the nature of the production relations and the class relations that these determine, but cannot, by itself, give knowledge of either. The fixing by law of certain relations to the means of production may formulate these relations, but the latter exist independently of the law. Indeed, the law may serve to disguise real relations that differ from those which it formulates. Thus, in capitalist society, the means of production which are state-owned belong in reality to the capitalist class, they are a part of the latter's collective capital. Classes are distinguished both by the relations of their members to the means of production and by the role which they play in the social organization of labor. The distinction between the place occupied by the agents of production and their role, and consequently also the class practices in which they engage, assumes very special importance when we come to analyze a social formation in which the proletariat is in power. The existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat modifies differentially the place and role of both the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and the exercise of this dictatorship makes it possible to modify further this place, this role, and the system of dominant social practices. Thus, the initial change which establishes the proletarian power but leaves in being various forms of separation between the proletariat and the means of production, can be followed by other changes. If the class struggle is waged correctly, the proletariat, by revolutionizing social relations, gradually takes over the management of the economy and of the units of production, guidance of transformations in the system of productive forces, the direction of the educational apparatus, and so on. 141. These changes result from revolutionary struggles which enable the proletariat to become less and less a proletariat, to abolish itself as a proletariat by appropriating all the social forces from which the capitalist mode of production had separated it. During this process of revolutionary transformation, all the places and roles that corresponded to those of the bourgeoisie are transformed, and the agents of production and reproduction occupying those places and playing these roles also become less and less a bourgeoisie, although constantly liable to develop, in these places and roles, bourgeois social practices which may cause the proletariat to lose the positions it has already won. All those who, in the system of social production and reproduction, occupy a place corresponding to that of the bourgeoisie, and who in that system develop bourgeois social practices despite the existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat, constitute a bourgeoisie. After the October Revolution and in the early 1920s in Russia, the bourgeoisie was widely represented in the state's economic apparatus. It occupied leading positions in the units of production and in the management of the economy as a whole, and also in the administrative and educational machinery. Historically, this situation was due to the class origin of the majority of those who staffed these organizations, but, over and above this origin, what was decisive was the bourgeois practices of those who occupied the leading positions, and the actual structure of the state machine. These practices and this structure tended to consolidate capitalist relations, and therefore also the existence of a bourgeoisie which took the form of a state bourgeoisie. This situation was obviously bound up with the stage the Russian Revolution had reached at that time. The revolution was only beginning to carry out some of its socialist tasks. For these tasks to go on being carried out, it was necessary that there should be revolutionary action by the proletariat organized as the dominant class. This required the elaboration and application of a revolutionary political line, and, therefore, the presence of a leading proletarian party. 142. In order to analyze the transformations that occurred in the place and role of the different classes in the period immediately after October 1917, we must distinguish between the effects of the revolutionary process in the towns and in the countryside. 2. The transformation of class relations in the towns. The transformation of class relations in the towns resulted first from the leadership of the workers' class struggles by the Bolshevik Party, and then, when the new state machine had been set up, from the operation of this machine as well. Fundamentally, the changes carried through between October 1917 and the beginning of 1923 resulted in eliminating the bourgeoisie from the dominant positions they had previously occupied, but this elimination, as we have seen, was not, and could not be, total and immediate. Although the private bourgeoisie was largely eliminated, this period also saw the formation of a state bourgeoisie which was mainly determined by the small extent to which the social process of production and reproduction had been transformed, this being due to the actual conditions of the class struggle, the degree of urgency of the different tasks which the proletariat had to carry out, and the way in which the Bolshevik Party analyzed and handled the contradictions. The changes affecting the various social classes during this period were numerous, and only the main ones can be examined here. I shall first examine the changes which occurred immediately after the establishment of the proletarian power, and then those which took place in subsequent years. The immediate measures affecting industry and trade. In the period immediately following the establishment of Soviet power there was no question, either for the working 143, 144 class masses or for the Bolshevik Party, of introducing socialism. Their chief preoccupation was the consolidation of proletarian power by effecting such changes as would make it possible to gain time, by developing a state capitalism that would permit certain steps to be taken towards socialism, although these transformations were not as yet socialist in character. Changes of this sort took concrete form in certain decisive measures concerning industry and trade. Of these, the most important were the Decree on Workers' Control, published on November 19, 1917, the Decree on the Formation of the Supreme Council of National Economy, the Decrees on the Nationalization of the Banks, the Decree on Consumers' Organizations, placing consumers' cooperatives under the control of the Soviets, and the Decree on the Monopoly of Foreign Trade. Expropriations. While taking these measures, the Soviet government also decided to expropriate a certain number of enterprises, mainly industrial or commercial. However, these expropriations in no way constituted the principal aspect of the policy then being followed, which was characterized by Lenin as state capitalism. Between October 1917 and May 1918, the Bolshevik Party's policy was not at all aimed at extending nationalizations and expropriations. In contrast to the illusions and demands of the left communists, among whom Bukharin was prominent, the majority of the party leaders understood very well that multiplying nationalizations and expropriations does not bring one closer to socialism in the absence of the political and ideological conditions which can enable these nationalizations to bring about effective socialization. Lenin explained this when he wrote, "One may or may not be determined on the question of nationalization or confiscation, but the whole point is that even the greatest possible determination in the world is not enough to pass/rom nationalization and confiscation." 145. Shin to socialization. A few lines farther on, he pointed out that the difference between socialization and simple confiscation is that confiscation can be carried out by determination alone, without the ability to calculate and distribute properly, whereas socialization cannot be brought about without this ability. This ability, a necessary condition for the socialization of the means of production, was one that the proletariat and its party had to acquire in order to utilize the means of production in a coordinated way on the social scale. The expropriations were aimed, above all, at weakening the bourgeoisie economically and politically and smashing its attempts at sabotage. They were measures of class struggle. From the spring of 1918 onward, the Soviet power was increasingly compelled, as a result both of pressure from the workers and of the hostility of the industrial capitalists, to employ this weapon on a scale that did not correspond to existing capacity to organize production on new foundations. This entailed a growing degree of disorganization in industry. The establishment, side by side, of workers' control and the VSNKH seemed at the time to provide the two means by which the Soviet power could acquire the ability that was indispensable for the coordinated social utilization of the means of production. Workers' control. Workers' control was effected by a set of measures aimed at enabling the working class to supervise the way in which the means of production were being employed, through organs emanating from the working class and intended to function both in the factories still belonging to private capital and in those which had been expropriated. The role which Lenin in 1918 attributed to workers' control was essentially that of a preliminary measure aimed at preparing the working class to advance towards socialism. In the immediate tasks of the Soviet government he wrote, "Until workers' control has become a fact, it will be impossible to 146. Pass, to the second step towards socialism, i.e., to pass on to workers' regulation of production." The actual development of the class struggle during 1917 had led to the problem of workers' control arising in the form of a development of the Factory Committee movement. This movement had boomed between February and October, and the Bolshevik Party had given it resolute support. In the weeks following the October insurrection, the Bolshevik Party strove to transform the dispersed and anarchical activity of hundreds and thousands of factory committees into a coordinated system of workers' control, in conformity with the needs of a proletarian policy. This was no easy task, for as the number of factory committees grew, each tended to multiply the prerogatives it claimed and to treat each factory as an independent unit of production, the collective property of its own workers, deciding for itself what should be produced, and to whom it should be sold and at what price. All this when the social domination of the working class over the means of production required that the atomized and contradictory powers of the factory committees be subordinated to a common political end. Social coordination of production was particularly essential in industry, where each unit of production carried out only a limited number of transformation processes, constituting merely one link in a total production process that was highly socialized. The survival of Soviet industry, and the struggle against market forces and against the predominance of the separate interests of the different factories, therefore called for a certain minimum of prior coordination of the activities of the various production units. In the absence of such a priori intervention, coordination takes place a posteriori, somehow or other, through the market, or else results from the relation of forces between different branches of industry or different factories. In practice, it is possible that it may not even take place at all, in which case production becomes increasingly paralyzed. And this is what actually happened during the winter of 1917 to 1918. The Bolshevik Party consequently sought to solve the problem of coordinating the activities of the factory committees by 147. Introducing workers' control. This was to function on a wider scale than that of the individual factory committee, substituting, for the divided and fragmentary authority exercised by the collectives of the separate factories, a coordinated and unified class control. The conditions existing immediately after October did not make it easy to go over to a unified form of control. The workers were not spontaneously convinced of the need for the powers of their factory committees to be limited by subordination to an outside authority. In the eyes of many of them, the establishment of more or less centralized control looked like a confiscation of the power which they had just succeeded in wresting from the bourgeoisie and which they wished to retain at the level of their own factory. This way of looking at the matter was encouraged by the opponents of the dictatorship of the proletariat, especially by the Mensheviks, who incited the trade union organizations in which they had influence to defend the independence of the factory committees and even of the railroad station committees. Before the October Revolution, Lenin had already foreseen the need for workers' control on a national scale, and the difficulty there would be in implementing it. For example, in Can the Bolsheviks retain state power? He had written, the chief difficulty facing the proletarian revolution is the establishment on a countrywide scale of the most precise and most conscientious accounting and control, of workers' control of the production and distribution of goods. For transition to workers' control in this sense, and abandonment of the type of decentralized and anarchical control favored by the factory committees, came up against especially strong resistance from the bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, still deeply rooted in the masses, of everyone for himself, of individual enterprise egoism, and of an abstract notion of freedom. In this connection Lenin wrote, the petty bourgeoisie oppose every kind of state interference, accounting, and control, whether it be state capitalist or state socialist. 5. Despite the political influence exercised by the Bolshevik Party over the most militant sections of the workers, its 148 ideological influence and its foothold in the units of production were still very slight in relation to the task of persuasion that was required in order to transform the factory committees into organs of workers' control. In the period immediately after October, this transformation faced great difficulties which were aggravated by the reluctance shown even by some Bolsheviks regarding the restrictions imposed by countrywide workers' control on the powers of the factory committees. However, the most serious resistance encountered was due to the influence of the Mensheviks and of some anarchist tendencies among a section of the masses, which they used to obstruct Bolshevik policy as much as possible. This resistance and reluctance account for the delay that occurred in adopting decisions concerning workers' control, and also for the magnitude of the controversy aroused by these decisions. Here are some facts by way of illustration. Originally it had been expected that the Second Congress of Soviets would proclaim the establishment of workers' control at its session held on the very day following the insurrection. The decrees on workers' control and on land were to have been promulgated simultaneously. However, this did not happen, and the Congress broke up without adopting any measure concerned with workers' control. Again, though Pravda of November 3 published a draft decree on the subject, which Lenin had prepared, the decree itself was not immediately submitted to the organs of government. Finally, it was only on November 14 that a revised version of Lenin's draft was considered by the VTSIK and adopted with a few amendments. The decree contained the principal provisions of Lenin's draft, 6 in particular as regards the binding character of the decisions taken by the workers' representatives and the responsibility toward the state of these representatives and of the factory owners. Workers' control was made part of the Soviet system. Factory committees and councils were placed under the supervision of higher bodies which functioned at the level of the locality, province, or region, and in all Russia. 149. Council of Workers' Control was to head this entire apparatus. One of the problems the decree had to solve was that of the respective places to be occupied, in the organization of workers' control, by the factory committees and by the trade union apparatus. This problem was not unimportant, for the factory committees emanated directly from the workers in each enterprise, whereas the trade unions had a centralized structure which made them especially well adapted for helping in the establishment of a centralized form of control, but which also meant that they were not under direct influence from the rank and file. The decree dealt with the problem by giving an important place to the trade unions in the organization of workers' control, but this solution caused discontent among some workers, who saw it as a kind of tutelage established over them. On the other hand, some of the Bolsheviks in the trade union movement thought that the decree did not go far enough. They considered that the problem had not been settled with sufficient sharpness in favor of the trade unions, and that the decree tended to perpetuate the division of the enterprises into independent units. Thus, for example, Lazovsky, the trade union's spokesman in the VTSIK, said, "It is necessary to make an absolutely clear and categorical reservation that the workers in each enterprise should not get the impression that the enterprise belongs to them." 7. At the beginning of 1918, the wording of the November 1917 decree was more or less repeated in the Declaration of Rights of the Working and Exploited People. This declaration was drafted by Lenin and adopted on January 3 by the VTSIK. It stated that workers' control was confirmed as a first step towards the complete conversion of the factories, mines, railways, and other means of production and transport into the property of the workers' and peasants' state. 8. This document shows that the Bolshevik Party then accepted that state ownership of the means of production cannot be social ownership until control by the workers themselves of the factories, mines, railways, etc., has been realized. 150. Shortly before drafting it, Lenin had pointed out that the accounting and control essential for the transition to socialism can be exercised only by the people. 9. In March-April 1918, Lenin was to stress again, and more than once, that the control by the masses which he had in mind was something different from what the factory committees tended toward in seeking to run their enterprises each for itself. Workers' control, he said, meant control by the Soviet state, not a multitude of scattered controls. A form of control which would take care of the interests of all would be possible, Lenin added, only if the proletariat and the poor peasants display sufficient class consciousness, devotion to principle, self-sacrifice, and perseverance, only then would the victory of the socialist revolution be assured. 10. As a result of the various decisions, the uncontrolled initiatives that might be taken at the level of each separate unit of production were, in principle, considerably reduced. To the extent that these decisions were actually applied, the factory committees practically lost their independence, ceasing to possess real powers of their own. They were integrated into the system of central workers' control. In all the enterprises of a certain size, the factory committees were made responsible to the state for the maintenance of the strictest order and discipline and for the protection of property. 11. This responsibility was laid upon the elected representatives of the workers and staff appointed to exercise workers' control. These measures aroused the discontent of the anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists, who wanted to turn the factory committees into independent committees of management, perhaps organized in a federation, but without any responsibility to the state. Those opposed to the measures said, in particular, that the workers' control regulations extended so far the concept of an enterprise of national importance that application of the official rules for workers' control meant the complete subjection of the factory committees to an authority external to themselves. 151. This authority was made up of the various organs to which the basic organizations of workers' control were subordinated, namely, the regional councils and the All-Russia Council of Workers' Control. The representatives of the basic organizations of workers' control were in a minority in these bodies. Thus, in the All-Russia Council of Workers' Control there were only 5 representatives appointed by the All-Russia Council of Factory Committees, whereas there were 5 representatives of the VTSIK, 5 from the Central Trade Union Council, 5 from the Association of Engineers and Technicians, 2 from the Association of Agronomists, 2 from the Petrograd Trade Union Council, 1 representative of each trade union with fewer than 100,000 members, and 2 representatives of each union with more than that number. 12. In the higher organs of workers' control, the representatives of the basic organizations were thus outnumbered by the representatives of the trade unions. Even transformed in this way, the structure of workers' control proved incapable of ensuring the coordination required by large-scale industrial production. And Russia was in a situation where supplies for the towns and the villages made it indispensable that production should be regular and, above all, as closely as possible in accordance with needs which could only be estimated on the basis of an overall view of the situation. The Bolshevik Party decided to reinforce the system of workers' control by establishing other forms of coordination and direction of production as well. The most important of these was the VSNKH. In fact, in the conditions that developed when the Civil War began and when the slogan "Everything for the Front" prevailed, it was these forms of coordination and direction that took precedence over workers' control. 13. The latter ended by disintegrating, along with the old factory committees. This breakup seems to have been connected with the shortage in the factories of working-class organizers capable of tackling factory problems. In turn, the lack of working-class 152 organizations at the base is to be seen in relation to the relative numerical weakness of the Bolshevik Party and the absorption of a growing proportion of the most active workers in organizational tasks in the party, the state machine, and, especially, the army. The lack of any systematic impulsion from the party, and the increasing indifference shown by the workers to the factory committees, also played their part. Eventually, workers' control, as conceived in the first months of the Soviet regime, fell asleep, never to awake. It was on other foundations that the direction and coordination of industrial production came to be ensured. The VSNKH and the coordination of the production processes. The first mention of the forthcoming establishment of a Supreme Economic Council was made on November 17. 3 days after the publication of the Decree on Workers' Control. This mention appeared in the decree dissolving the Economic Council, and the Chief Economic Committee which had been set up by the Provisional Government. These bodies were to be replaced by a new Economic Council. Bukharin was given the task of preparing the necessary documents, and the decree he drafted was published on December 5. 14. The task assigned to the Supreme Economic Council was to organize the economic activity of the nation and the financial resources of the government, and to direct to a uniform end the activities of all the existing economic authorities, central and local, including those of the All-Russia Council of Workers' Control. It actually duplicated the functions of the latter, which also included ensuring the planned regulation of the national economy. Furthermore, the decree integrated workers' control into the VSNKH, for it stipulated that the latter should include the members of the All-Russia Council of 153 Workers' Control, and this body was subordinated to the VSNKH. The subordination of workers' control to the system of economic councils prepared the way for its disappearance. Lenin himself, reviewing the decisions taken during the first months of Soviet power, noted that, after beginning with workers' control, they had advanced to the creation of the Supreme Economic Council. 15. Some of the concrete arrangements concerning the organization of the VSNKH and the relations it was to maintain with the units of production were strongly marked by the specific conditions of the period in which the VSNKH was set up. These conditions favored administrative centralization rather than democratic centralism. However, the arrangements made under those conditions were, in the main, retained in the subsequent period, and were found in the organization of the State Planning Commission, or Gosplan, formed on February 22, 1921. The Gosplan was at first only a minor technical organ, with the task of carrying out studies with a view to preparing a plan of economic development. Only much later, in February 1925, did the Gosplan, having been equipped with decentralized organs, replace to some extent the VSNKH-16 during the years 1918 to 1923, the system of economic councils, of which the VSNKH was the supreme body, became the instrument for the centralization and centralized management of industry. The powers conferred on the VSNKH were considerable. It could confiscate, acquire, or sequester any enterprise or any branch of production or business, and was responsible for directing the work of all the economic organs and for preparing laws and decrees concerning the economy, preparatory to submitting these to the Council of People's Commissars. It was placed directly under the latter. The VSNKH was made up chiefly of representatives of the various people's commissariats, assisted by experts who were appointed for their technical ability. The VSNKH had a 154. Twofold structure, consisting of central organs, the Glavki, and regional organs, the local economic councils. Technically, the decree setting up the VSNKH and the other measures subsequently introduced were to ensure, in principle, the coordination by the state of the work of the various factories. At the same time, these measures conferred a great deal of authority on the stratum of engineers, specialists, and technicians, who occupied dominant positions in the VSNKH and the organs attached to it. By the decree, this bourgeois section of the population 17 was restored to positions of leadership, though it held them by virtue of decisions taken by the Soviet power which could, in principle, take away its authority at any moment. The role played by this bourgeois section was enhanced by the economic disorganization against which the Soviet power had to fight in order to prevent the collapse of the proletarian dictatorship. The situation was described in a resolution of the Fourth All-Russia Congress of Soviets, which placed on the agenda a relentless struggle with the chaos, disorganization, and disintegration which are historically inevitable as the consequence of a devastating war, but are at the same time the primary obstacle to the final victory of socialism and the reinforcement of the foundations of socialist society. A Congress resolution called for the creation everywhere and in all directions of strong, solid organizations covering as far as possible all production and all distribution of goods. 18. In keeping with this resolution, the leadership of VSNKH was recast and Bukharin and some other left communists were removed. Among the new heads of the council were Milyudin, an old Bolshevik, and Larin, a former Menshevik who favored centralized state control of industry and planning. A system of economic and political relations thus came into being which formed one aspect of what Lenin called state capitalism, a system which, he said, was not feared by the workers because they knew that it was the organizers, of 155. Really large-scale and giant enterprises, trusts, men belonging to the capitalist class, who had to be hired, as technicians, and whose services could be obtained only in return for higher salaries. 19. Lenin defended this view in a particularly clear-cut way in the immediate tasks of the Soviet government, in which he explained that the Soviet state's recruitment of bourgeois specialists was a compromise with the bourgeoisie, and one the magnitude of which went beyond what had originally been foreseen, but which had been made necessary by the fact that the workers' councils, the Soviets, and the factory committees had not proved able to organize production on a national scale. Had the proletariat acting through the Soviet government managed to organize accounting and control on a national scale, or at least laid the foundation for such control, it would not have been necessary to make such compromises. 20. The appointment of heads of units of production and the question of one-man management. One of the first decisions taken by the VSNKH related to the conditions governing the management of the units of production and the procedure for appointing heads of enterprises which had been expropriated. A decree dated March 3, 1918 provided that each chief directorate was responsible for appointing, in the enterprises within its field, a commissar representing the government, and 2 managers. Only decisions taken by the administrative manager could be challenged by the factory committees or whatever bodies took their place. The technical manager was accountable solely to the chief directorate of the industry to which the enterprise belonged. In nationalized enterprises, the decisions of the factory or workshop committees must be submitted for approval to an administrative economic council in which the workers were not to have a majority. 21. The managers appointed by the 156. Glavki were usually engineers and former managers, and among them were former capitalists. Without anticipating my account of the ideological conflicts which arose within the Bolshevik party, some brief pointers must be given at this stage as to the attitudes of certain of the Bolshevik leaders to the appointment of factory managers by a central administrative authority. Such appointments were sharply criticized not only by some of the Bolshevik trade union leaders but also by those who were known as left communists. The latter, who included Bukharin, were very active in the spring of 1918. They opposed the appointment of factory managers, the power given to these managers, and the relatively high salaries paid to them. For the left communists all this was a violation of the principle proclaimed in the April Theses, according to which officials ought not to receive a salary higher than the average worker's wage, and were to be both elected and subject to recall by their electors. Lenin did not, of course, deny that the decree on factory management contradicted some of the principles set forth in his April Theses, but he stressed that it was a matter of provisional measures imposed by the necessity of getting the enterprises to work and not letting this task be hindered by the practice of a lily-livered proletarian government. 22 For Lenin these measures were a step backward, temporary but unavoidable in the existing circumstances, which, he said, did not yet allow socialism to advance in its own way, by Soviet methods. 23 The step backward of which Lenin spoke was defined by him as a strengthening of capital, for capital is not a sum of money but a definite social relation. 24 Lenin's principled attitude was thus clear, and so it is all the more important to note that the step backward and the strengthening of capitalist relations were not put right later on by the adoption of measures conforming with Soviet methods 25 and the April Theses. In his article, already quoted, on left-wing childish 157 Ness, published in May 1918, Lenin returned to the question of the appointment of factory managers and to the fact that sometimes former capitalists were given these posts. Management is entrusted by the Soviet power to capitalists not as capitalists but as technicians or organizers, for higher salaries. And the workers know very well that 99% of the organizers and first-class technicians of really large-scale and giant enterprises, trusts or other establishments belong to the capitalist class. But it is precisely these people whom we, the proletarian party, must appoint to manage the labor process and the organization of production, for there are no other people who have practical experience in this matter. The workers are not afraid of large-scale state capitalism, they prize it as their proletarian weapon which their Soviet power will use against small proprietary disintegration and disorganization. 26. This quotation shows that Lenin viewed the appointment of specialist technicians to manage state enterprises, where they enjoyed considerable power and received high salaries, as an aspect of what he called state capitalism. Subsequently, between 1918 and 1920, the conditions of civil war and foreign intervention caused the Soviet power to enlarge the scope allowed to experienced administrators and, correspondingly, to restrict the functions of the factory committees. The resolutions of the 9th Congress of the Bolshevik Party confirmed this tendency. Speaking at the Congress, Lenin emphasized that for the work of administration, of organizing the state, we need people who are versed in the art of administration, who have state and business experience, and added that there is nowhere we can turn to for such people except the old class. 27 The Congress also made it clear that the factory committees were to devote themselves mainly to questions of labor discipline, propaganda, and workers' education. 28 Trotsky and Bukharin were among those who tried to give theoretical significance to organizational forms that were established in this period. They strove to ascribe a general 158 socialist implication to measures which, in fact, were above all the result of a very special situation. Bukharin saw in these measures a direct transition to communism. In an endeavor to reconcile the attitude he had taken as a left communist with his present attitude in favor of extreme centralism and one-man management, he wrote that, in a period when the emphasis of proletarian tasks is transferred to the area of economic construction, it was necessary to effect a restructuring of the economic apparatus that resulted from the first phase of the workers' struggle, a restructuring which moves in the direction of the decrease of camaraderie, and in some cases to the introduction of the individual administration. The latter signifies neither a curtailment of the rights of the class nor a diminishing of the role of its organization. This is the form of proletarian administration of industry, compressed and consolidated. 29. Bukharin went on to say that, since one no longer needs to concentrate on the problem of stabilization of the class position of the proletariat, this question is essentially solved at present. The emphasis does not rest on the principal change of relations of production but in the discovery of such a form of administration which guarantees maximal efficiency. The principle of far-reaching eligibility from below upward is replaced by the principle of painstaking selection, independence on technological and administrative personnel, on the competence and the reliability of the candidates. At the top of the factory administrations appear responsible persons, workers or specialists. Within this system no engineer may fulfill a different function from that required of him by the proletariat. 30. The problem of transforming production relations, and the problem of the possibility that managers alien to proletarian ideology might not be subject to direct control by the basic organizations of the party and the workers, were thus settled as if by the waving of a magic wand. 159. The evolution of Bukharin's ideas should not surprise us. It testifies to the profound unity between rightist and leftist attitudes, which is such that one is justified in calling them rightist-leftist. 31. Lenin severely condemned the rightist-leftist extremism of Trotsky and Bukharin, especially in his speech of December 30, 1920, which was published as The Trade Unions, the Present Situation and Trotsky's Mistakes. 32. He mentioned that contradictions might develop between workers and managers, and subsequently indicated that in certain circumstances resort to the strike weapon might be justified, even under the dictatorship of the proletariat. 33. The same rightist-leftist mistakes that were committed by Trotsky and Bukharin reappeared during the 5-year plans in certain statements by Stalin. 34. Even though the latter had, in the controversy of the winter of 1920 to 1921, supported Lenin against Trotsky and Bukharin. Conceptions were thus emerging which were in conflict with revolutionary Marxism. These conceptions found one of their completest expressions in the textbook of political economy issued by the USSR Academy of Sciences. 35. Only one more step needed to be taken in order to arrive at revisionism. The situation of the urban bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie at the end of war communism. The changes in the situation of the bourgeoisie which had been initiated in the first months of Soviet power went ahead at a faster rate as soon as the White Revolt and foreign intervention began. The gradual prohibition of almost all private economic activity, which was a feature of the new period, also affected the urban petty bourgeoisie, especially the small traders. Actually, what was going on was a dual process, the elimination of the activities of the private bourgeoisie, and the development of a state bourgeoisie. 160. Elimination of the activities of the private bourgeoisie. After the establishment of the VSNKH and its subsequent reorganization, the increasing sabotage of production by the bourgeoisie led, between April and June 1918, to a certain increase in the rate at which factories, mines, etc., were expropriated, and soon after the Civil War began, expropriations became general. A decree of June 28, 1918, provided for the rapid nationalization of all large enterprises, i.e., those with a capital of 1 million rubles or more. 36. The decree laid down the principle of nationalization, but the actual application of this principle had to be decided from one case to the next. In practice, the expropriation of large-scale enterprises took place quickly, so that the number of state-owned industrial enterprises increased from fewer than 1,000 in May 1918 to between 3,000 and 4,000 in the autumn of that year. 37. The implementation of these measures and the decision to prohibit practically all activity by private factories and commercial firms had the result that by the end of the Civil War period, at the beginning of 1921, the Russian bourgeoisie had lost most of the positions in industry and trade it had still held in the spring of 1918. Henceforth, it no longer possessed the material and social base which made it a part of the imperialist world bourgeoisie. Its powerful links with international banking and financial capital had been broken, just as the old state whose economic and military policy corresponded to its interests had departed from the scene. Many members of the former bourgeoisie, like many former landlords, had emigrated. This was the case especially with those who had formerly been the richest among them. Nevertheless, despite these upheavals, the pre-revolutionary bourgeoisie had not purely and simply disappeared. A part of the rural bourgeoisie, the kulaks and other rich peasants, had managed more or less to get by, as we shall see in the next chapter. A fairly large proportion of the bourgeois intelligentsia had remained in Russia. To be sure, they mostly lived very modestly, having lost almost everything except their professional income, but they tended to fit themselves into the new Soviet society, carrying on the same sort of activity as before. Their influence was not negligible, as may be seen, for instance, from the discussions on the school system and from the nature of the changes made in this system. Some of the members of this intelligentsia obtained posts in the state administration, especially in the economic apparatus, in the new judiciary that was being formed, in the political police, and in the Procuratura. 38. At the economic level, the activity of the bourgeoisie was carried on both legally and illegally. Illegally, first of all, for the bourgeoisie possessed, in Lenin's words, the art of administration, 39, and it continued to maintain close relations with the state machine. Even during war, communism, a part of the bourgeoisie continued to participate actively in profitable economic operations through illegal trade involving amounts that were certainly substantial, even though impossible to estimate. These operations enabled the bourgeoisie to retain a degree of economic power that was by no means trivial. This explains why after the end of war communism, when the NEP period began, a private urban bourgeoisie, the NEPman, proved able to rise from the dead with comparative ease. However, this element was never to constitute a social force that directly threatened the dictatorship of the proletariat, though its existence and its connections with the state machinery certainly contributed to the subsequent reinforcement of the state bourgeoisie. The weakening of the private petty bourgeoisie and the position of the administrative petty bourgeoisie. The largest element in Russia's petty bourgeoisie was the middle peasantry, whose problems will be examined later. 162. Here I shall confine myself to a few remarks concerning the other petty bourgeois elements. Their numerical importance is very hard to estimate, but it may be assumed that before the revolution they made up about 15% of the population, 1/5 of them being office workers. 40 by early 1920 a large proportion of this petty bourgeoisie, especially the small traders, had been déclassed. Some went in for illegal trade during war communism, others found more or less secure jobs in the administration and in the cooperative societies, while yet others went to work in the factories. The situation of the craftsmen also worsened greatly during war communism. The control of transport and the rationing of raw materials compelled most of them to suspend their activities. A few managed to get work in industry, and some formed producers' cooperatives in order to secure at least a minimum of raw material. The political attitude of these two sections of the petty bourgeoisie was far from friendly to the Soviet power. The NEP caused them gradually to go over to an attitude of neutrality. The position of the administrative petty bourgeoisie was not very different. At the outset, their enmity toward the Soviet power was even manifested in an administrative strike. When the People's Commissars took over the ministries, they found the offices empty of officials and clerks, and sometimes the files in disorder. Gradually, however, since they needed their salaries, these officials and clerks went back to work. At the start of the NEP their number seems to have been no smaller than before the revolution. Deeply influenced by bourgeois ideology, these petty bourgeois elements continued hostile for a long time. They appear to have often practiced a sort of bureaucratic sabotage by aggravating administrative delay and routine. Everything suggests that these practices, to some extent inherited from the past, continued to be characteristic of the administrative petty bourgeoisie even after it had at last accepted the Soviet power. The technicians, specialists, and engineers of middle rank also belonged to the petty bourgeoisie, and at first their enmity toward the Soviet power was no less marked than that of the other petty bourgeois groups. Their neutrality seems, however, to have been won sooner than that of the others, through the material advantages granted to them, as a result of which their incomes were considerably greater than those of the administrative petty bourgeoisie, whose lower stratum received very poor pay, sometimes less than the wages of manual workers. The development of a state bourgeoisie. The process by which a part of the former bourgeoisie penetrated into the administrative and economic state machinery continued during the period of war communism. At the same time, the operation of this machinery ensured the reproduction of bourgeois practices and bourgeois relations of distribution. The latter are, as Marx put it, the reverse side of capitalist production relations, which also continued to be reproduced, 41, though in a form that was partly transformed by the dictatorship of the proletariat. As we know, these practices and relations create the conditions for the development of a state bourgeoisie. The development of the state bourgeoisie was thus the counterpart of objective social relations, which could not be abolished or destroyed in a short period, all the less so because the class struggle and the nature of the contradictions needing to be dealt with did not allow priority to be accorded to the tackling of these relations. At the same time as a state bourgeoisie began to emerge. Relations of distribution. 164. Developed, which were favorable to the factory managers, organizers of branches of industry, and highly qualified engineers and technicians. A part of the surplus value produced in industry was thus appropriated by this new bourgeoisie. A decree of February 21, 1919, consolidated a general scale of wages and salaries with a spread which was much wider than had been considered acceptable in the period immediately after October, although narrower than the pre-1914 differentials. The decree fixed the minimum wage at 600 rubles and the maximum salary for highly qualified administrative personnel at 3,000 rubles. This applied to Moscow and environs. Elsewhere the same coefficients of inequality were to apply, but the basic wage would vary in accordance with local conditions. In fact, salaries exceeding 3,000 rubles could be approved for very highly qualified administrative and technical staff. The payment of such salaries aroused a certain amount of discontent in the working class and disagreement within the party. 42. Consequently, Lenin returned more than once to the problem of the specialists and their salaries. He said that it was not possible to get industry to function without them, and also impossible simply to force these men to work for the Soviet power. To compel a whole section of the population to work under coercion is impossible. 43. The high salaries paid to the specialists were thus clearly recognized as a compromise dictated by circumstances of the class struggle and not, as in the current formulations of the Soviet revisionists, as an application of the principle to each according to his work. In his report on the CC, presented to the Party Congress on March 18, 1919, Lenin stressed that many of the decisions taken by the Soviet government had been forced upon it by the pressure of facts, and he recalled that Marx once said that it is to the credit of the Paris communards that they carried into effect decisions which were not borrowed from some preconceived theories, but were dictated by actual necessity. 44. In practice, the measures taken with regard to the salaries of 165 bourgeois specialists were fairly soon extended to other responsible workers, and gave rise to inequalities that were not confined to differences in money received. In April 1919 a decree fixed the salaries of responsible political workers, providing that the People's Commissars, the members of the VTSIK, and certain high officials were to be paid 2,000 rubles per month, which meant partially abandoning the part max, that is, the rule by which no party member must be paid at a rate exceeding a worker's wage. As a result of the increase in prices in 1919 and 1920, wages and salaries were increased several times. These increases were accompanied by a slight tendency to narrow the spread, but to a growing extent during these years, money wages lost their significance owing to the general shortage of goods, rationing, and the sharp rise in prices, especially on the black market. 45. The depreciation of money wages was accompanied by the development of inequality in other forms. the bourgeois engineers, specialists, and administrators were granted various material advantages, and a similar process took place in the Red Army, in which the officers received a number of privileges, not only in respect of payment but also in the form of special quarters, meals differing from those served to the soldiers, and so on. In 1920 it was practically impossible to evaluate the average differences between the wages and salaries of different categories. Individual variations were becoming very important, and there were also bonuses in kind which could not be translated into a unified price system, for prices themselves varied a great deal and very quickly. These bonuses in kind were paid either in foodstuffs or in the actual products of particular factories. Such products were not, of course, directly consumed by those who received them in this way, but went into the black market, where they were exchanged for other goods. 46. A part of the workers' wages was also paid in the same 166 manner, but it was the bourgeois specialists who were the chief beneficiaries of the system. For the period in which these wages in kind bulked large, it is impossible to measure the size of the gap between the payment of the producers and that of the specialists, engineers, etc. Nevertheless, there are many indications that the administrators and technicians gave themselves the lion's share of the deductions in kind which were made from the factory's production, and that they participated extensively in illegal trade. Later on, the NEP was to consolidate these distribution relations by confirming the wage spread laid down by the decree of February 21, 1919, together with the many bonuses which were now paid in money to the managers, chief engineers, etc. The state bourgeoisie being formed during these years was as yet small in numbers. Its size cannot be estimated with any exactness, for there are no relevant statistics, but it cannot have exceeded a few thousand. In fact, it was only gradually that the system of the single manager appointed by the VSNKH came into force and that engineers and technicians also came to be appointed in the factories, trusts, and glavki. Thus, at the end of 1920, out of the 2,051 important enterprises for which we have statistics, 1,783 were operating on the basis of one-man management. 47 in some parts of the state economic machinery, especially in certain organs of the VSNKH, penetration by the bourgeoisie was considerable. It was described by a white university professor who arrived in Omsk during this period, at the head of many of the centers and glavki sit former employers and responsible officials and managers of business. The unprepared visitor to the centers who is personally acquainted with the former commercial and industrial world would be surprised to see the former owners of big leather factories sitting in glavokos, big manufacturers in the central textile organizations, etc. 48. In this way a state bourgeoisie was formed which was at that stage mainly composed of members of the old bourgeoisie. 49. This embryonic state bourgeoisie took shape in the first 167 place in the towns and constituted the mainspring of the organs of state capitalism. It was emerging also in the countryside, where the managers of the Sovkhazi usually ensured a privileged situation for themselves. At the 7th Congress of Soviets, in December 1919, the Sovkhazi were accused of attracting specialists to their service by paying them high salaries, and some of their managers were denounced for living luxuriously in the former homes of the landlords. It even happened quite often that it was the latter who contrived to re-establish themselves in the guise of managers of state farms. A delegate at the Congress went so far as to claim that state farms have been turned into instruments of counter-revolutionary agitation against the Soviet power. 50. The merely embryonic condition of the state bourgeoisie during war communism and at the beginning of the NEP was due to several circumstances. The class had been formed only recently. Some of the same kind of posts that were occupied by bourgeois specialists were held by Bolshevik party members who, inspired by the ideas of revolutionary Marxism, were models of proletarian practice who put first the common interests of the revolution and worked closely with the workers and the organizations of the working class, the party and the trade unions. Finally, the very acuteness of the class struggle to some extent restricted the Possibilities for action by members of the former bourgeoisie within the state's economic machinery. They were far from being able to cause the bourgeois practices of which they were the carriers to prevail generally, owing to the suspicion in which they were held by the workers and to the resistance of the latter to the consolidation of certain relations of hierarchy and authority. The workers' resistance was one of the obstacles limiting the possibilities for the consolidation of a state bourgeoisie. Proofs of such resistance are plentiful. The exasperation felt by the workers led them quite often to refuse to cooperate with the bourgeois elements managing the factories, to carry out searches in their homes, and seize their stocks of provisions. These events found an echo in the Soviet press and in Lenin's writings, for example, in his reply to an open letter. 168. By a bourgeois specialist, published in Pravda of March 28, 1919. 51. These forms of workers' resistance to the policy of integrating bourgeois specialists and technicians into the state economic apparatus were never to cease. They continued, including during the NEP period, in more or less acute forms. 52. However, this was an elementary form of class struggle which could not by itself modify the production relations or really prevent those who held posts of leadership in the economic machinery from developing bourgeois practices and becoming a state bourgeoisie. In any case, it would be quite wrong to assume that all who at that time held leading positions in industry or in the economic and administrative machinery formed part of the state bourgeoisie. Actually, some of these positions were held by communists who developed proletarian practices to the greatest possible extent, doing all they could to help the workers free themselves from bourgeois relations and find scope for their initiative. These leaders, whose principal function was revolutionary proletarian in character, did not belong to the state bourgeoisie but to the proletariat, in which they were ideologically and materially integrated and from which in very many cases they themselves stemmed. The educational system and the subsequent consolidation of the bourgeoisie. A far from negligible role in the subsequent consolidation of the bourgeoisie was played by the old educational system, which underwent practically no revolutionary transformation. This system remained a bastion of the bourgeois intelligentsia and bourgeois ideology, and increasingly imposed this ideology on the children of workers and peasants who passed through. 169. The Soviet schools and in growing numbers filled leading positions. The old educational system inherited from Tsardom and the provisional government had strongly subjected its own agents to bourgeois ideology. For several years after October 1917, the teachers and the educational bureaucracy in the main refused to recognize Soviet power. As Daniel Lindenberg writes, the Narkompros, established on November 22, 1917, with Lunacharsky as commissar, took over no files or statistics, and the former educational bureaucracy practiced sabotage by desertion. As for the great majority of the teachers, they remained deaf to the Bolsheviks' appeals, refusing for years on end to apply the party's recommendations, a form of sabotage by passivity. 53. After October, the state of affairs in the educational system was as follows. Primary education was dominated by the Union of Primary School Teachers, which was led by the Mensheviks and SRS, while the secondary schools were dominated by an association of secondary school teachers which was closely linked with the Cadet Party, the situation in higher education being similar. 54. After the Civil War, a modus vivendi was arrived at between the Soviet power and the ideological and political forces that actually dominated the educational system, but it was realized on the basis of bourgeois educational ideology, not on that of proletarian ideology. In 1917, moreover, the Bolshevik Party did not have a unified conception of what its line in the field of education should be. On this point, as on others, several conceptions clashed. The most influential were those of Krupskaya and Lunacharsky. On the question of the relations between the educational system and the state administration, Nadezhda Krupskaya's ideas were faithful to those of Marx, being opposed to any direct interference by the state administration in educational matters. She saw it as the task of specific Soviets, the school councils, to take charge of basic education. These councils were to elect the teachers and run the schools, with participa. 170. by the school children themselves. 55. In principle, the content of teaching was to be profoundly altered by the establishment of the single labor school, the basis of which must be productive labor, conceived not as being devoted to the material conservation of the school or merely as a method of teaching, but as a productive and socially necessary activity. 56. As a result of non-cooperation by the teachers, the economic and financial chaos resulting from the imperialist war, the Civil War, and foreign intervention, and the Bolshevik Party's concentration on other problems, the practical effect of these ideas remained extremely limited. When the schools really got going again at the beginning of the NEP, it was in concrete conditions very different from those which had been envisaged by Krupskaya. Her revolutionary notions had, besides, constantly conflicted with the centralizing and statist notions of an important section of the Bolshevik Party, represented by Lunacharsky, who upheld the conceptions of bourgeois humanism. These conservative ideas made themselves clearly felt after 1917, where secondary and higher educational institutions were concerned. In fact, at the level of secondary and higher education, nothing changed after October. The system of gymnasia remained practically intact until 1928, and the same was true as regards access to the universities, which in practice remained more or less closed to the workers and peasants. During the summer of 1918, at a moment when the Civil War had in fact already begun, an attempt was made to modify the state of affairs by opening workers' faculties, in which the period of study was relatively short and teaching related mainly to industrial techniques and political work. These rabfics had great success, but after the end of 1918 their role was modified so as to increase the production of specialists. For the same reason the universities reintroduced the old rules for selection, although, in principle, those candidates who held rabfic diplomas were exempt from the entrance examination, the content of the final examination. 171. Was such that university graduates of working class origin were few and far between, and these rare birds were usually persons who had assimilated the bourgeois ideology reproduced by the university system. Thus, on the morrow of October, the Soviet power had in practice not revolutionized the educational system, and had changed it only to a very limited extent. Fundamentally, the system remained bourgeois, by virtue of what it taught, how this was taught, and the type of relation between theory and practice which it fostered. Apart from a few abortive attempts, this situation was to persist. The functioning of the educational apparatus and its reproduction of bourgeois relations and ideological practices thus played a considerable role in the steady rise of bourgeois forces in the USSR. 3. The situation of the proletariat at the end of war communism. The situation of the Soviet proletariat at the end of war communism was profoundly contradictory. On the one hand, it wielded state power and, along with the peasantry, it had won victories that were remarkable, given the difference in the material forces involved, over capitalism, the landlords, and foreign imperialism. Furthermore, its material situation, though miserable because of the general shortage of goods, was relatively privileged. 57. On the other hand, its numbers had been reduced and it had been penetrated by alien elements of bourgeois and petty bourgeois origin. A part of the old working class was deeply demoralized and was often kept at work only by a system of rigorous discipline. This contradictory situation, together with some of the stages that had led to it, needs to be examined fairly closely if we are to understand the specific place of the proletariat in the system of class relations at the end of war communism. 172. The physical weakening of the Soviet proletariat and its partial disintegration. By the beginning of the 1920s the Russian proletariat had suffered a terrible bloodletting. It had literally melted away during the Civil War, and this process was continuing at the outset of the NEP. Thus, in 1922, the number of employed workers was less than half the pre-war figure, 4.6 million instead of 11 million in 1913, within the same frontiers, and of these 4.6 million, only 2 million were employed in industry, 1.2 million being agricultural laborers. 58. The active working class was not only reduced numerically but also greatly altered in its composition. Many of the most militant workers had fallen at the front. Others had been absorbed into the machinery of the party, the trade unions, and the state. Others, especially in the big industrial centers, had left the ranks of the working class, owing to unemployment or the food shortage, and gone back to their native villages. At the same time, men and women of bourgeois and petty bourgeois origin, who were usually hostile to the dictatorship of the proletariat, had made their way into the ranks of the working class so as to take advantage of the higher rations available to manual workers, or to conceal their class origin. Amidst a population of 136 million, of whom about half were of working age, the number of those who made up the active nucleus of the new ruling class were thus small, and this was so even if one adds to the workers actually employed in 1922 the former workers who were ready to go back to their old places in production. The solidity of the proletarian dictatorship was not mainly determined by the relative weight of the working class, but, above all, by its class organization and by its ability to exercise ideological and political leadership of the masses. The standard of living of the working class and the problem of wages. Immediately after October, the conditions of the working class improved greatly. The principal changes concerned the 173. Abolition of the fines which the capitalists deducted arbitrarily from the workers' wages on all sorts of pretexts, and the maintenance of the same wage level for a shorter working day, this being reduced to 8 hours instead of the 10 or 12 hours that had previously been worked in many cases. These changes were in line with those which the workers' economic struggle since February 1917 had been able to wrest from the employers before October. However, the economic disorganization caused by the war and the Civil War soon reduced the workers' level of consumption. True, wages were frequently readjusted so as to take account of official price increases, especially where rationed goods were concerned, but rations became increasingly scanty and unavailable. In 1919 consumption was covered only to the extent of 50% by purchases made at official prices, the rest being accounted for by the black market, where prices were high and fluctuating. The problem of wages, the way to determine them and the differentials to be maintained was the subject, all through war communism and at the beginning of the NEP, of many discussions in the trade unions and in the Bolshevik Party. The decisions taken were largely determined by a situation marked by the departure from the active working class of its best elements and the influx of many petty bourgeois and bourgeois. This situation, together with the general economic conditions, led to a catastrophic fall in productivity and in industrial production, a great deal of absenteeism, and the disorganization of industry. The Labor Code of the RSFSR, adopted on October 10, 1918, confirmed the regulations for the protection of labor adopted after the October Revolution, and charged the trade unions with responsibility for fixing wages in consultation with the managers of enterprises and subject to rectification by the Commissariat of Labor. 59. In April 1918 the Central Trade Union Council had declared itself for the extension of piece rates. The Labor Code provided that wages might be differentiated in such a way as to take account not only of the arduousness of the work performed but also of the degree of responsibility and the 174 skill involved. Piece rates and bonuses were treated as the normal form of wages. The payment of wages on a piece work basis was in fact widespread in Russian industry, and its retention was relatively advantageous to long-established workers, as compared with newcomers to the working class. The majority of the Bolshevik leaders favored this way of calculating wages, seeing in it, in the conditions then prevailing, one of the ways of re-establishing production and the productivity of industrial labor. On this point Lenin wrote, "We must raise the question of piecework and apply and test it in practice, we must raise the question of applying much of what is scientific and progressive in the Taylor system, we must make wages correspond to the total amount of goods turned out or the amount of work done by the railways, the water transport system, etc., etc." 60. This declaration gave rise to a wide discussion in the Bolshevik Party, in which a section of the party, the Left Communists, including leading figures such as Bukharin, Radek, and Osinski, denounced what they saw as a move in the direction of restoring capitalist management of the enterprises. In left-wing childishness 61, Lenin sharply attacked the position of the left communists, which, he said, coincided with that of the Mensheviks, who also protested against the introduction of piece wages and of arrangements borrowed from the tailor system, and against the reorganization of the management of the enterprises and branches of industry under the direction of industrial trusts. For Lenin, these measures were dictated by the conditions, objective and subjective, of the moment. They were part of the system of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the only form of production that could be developed immediately and rapidly. The orientation advocated by Lenin prevailed. It was maintained throughout war communism and during the NEP, though with a tendency, in 1918 and at the beginning of 1919, to narrow the spread of wages as compared with the pre-1914 situation. 62. 175. The February 21, 1919, Decree on Wages, already mentioned, divided wages into a large number of groups, each of which was subdivided into 12 categories. Within each group, the ratio of the highest wage to the lowest corresponded to a coefficient of 1.75. Piece wages and bonuses were made general. Only where piece rates were impossible to apply was payment on a time basis treated as admissible, but in such cases production norms had to be fixed. In April 1920, at the Third All-Russia Trade Union Congress, it was decided to widen the spread of wages somewhat. Within each group the coefficient of differentiation was increased from 1.75 to 2. Actually, since money wages were at that time losing much of their practical significance, it was decided to vary the rations distributed by the state in accordance with workers' levels of skill and output. In practice, this system was fairly widely replaced by payment of wages in kind, with levels also fixed in relation to output and skill. Eventually, then, along with the growing difficulty in obtaining supplies and the depreciation of the currency, an orientation was established which favored wage differentials, piece rates, and bonuses. With the development of the NEP, the differentiation in money wages and bonuses was to assume its full importance. In order to appreciate the meaning of the measures described, and those about to be mentioned, it must not be forgotten that when they were adopted most of them were, in principle, transient in character. They were intended to cope with what appeared as an immediate and crying need, in view of the demands of the front, to maintain and increase the quantity of industrial products available, at a time when labor discipline was so gravely compromised that interruptions in production were frequent. Study of the problems presented by labor discipline cannot be separated from consideration of a number of facts relevant to the ideological class struggle. 176. The ideological class struggle and labor discipline. Industrial production, as highly socialized production, calls for strict coordination of the elementary labor processes and the carrying out of these processes in accordance with strict qualitative norms. Genuine labor discipline is necessary for the fulfillment of these requirements, but this discipline always possesses a class character. It may be imposed from above upon workers who try to dodge exploitation or administratively fixed rules by reducing their productive effort. This is bourgeois discipline. It may be freely agreed upon by workers who get together and themselves coordinate their efforts. Labor discipline is then proletarian in character. The first kind of discipline is despotic and ensures the reproduction of capitalist social relations, of capital and labor. The second is inherent in socialist cooperation, which does not mean that the task of coordination is not assumed by one particular worker who plays the part of the conductor of the orchestra. An orchestra conductor need not own the instruments of the orchestra. 63. He is only the executant of the collective will of the workers. The transition from one type of discipline to the other, however, even when most of the means of production belong to the state of proletarian dictatorship, cannot be instantaneous. It forms part of the process of transition from capitalism to communism, and passes through stages in which factory discipline offers contradictory features which express the birth of communist relations and the withering away of capitalist relations. Like the transition process as a whole, this transition is no spontaneous affair, but depends on ideological and political class struggle. It is a revolutionary process with objective and subjective aspects and, like every such revolutionary process, it has to be guided by a revolutionary theory by means of which the lessons of experience and of mass initiative can be drawn. The subjective side of this revolutionary process is essential, for the agents of production need to free themselves from the ideological relations to which capitalist exploitation has 111. Forced them to submit, and from the social practices corresponding to this exploitation. As Marx noted, this revolution is necessary, therefore, not only because the ruling class can not be overthrown in any other way, but also because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fitted to found society anew. 64. The revolution through which the former exploited class rids itself of all the muck of ages is obviously more than a political revolution, it is an ideological revolution such as, we know now, can be accomplished only through several cultural revolutions. Insofar as the proletariat is not free from bourgeois ideology, it develops practices which contradict its own class interests and tend to consolidate the capitalist elements in the production relations. At the time of the October Revolution and in the following years, the ideological foundations of the bourgeoisie's political dominance had been sufficiently shaken for that class to lose power and fail to reconquer it, for the Russian workers were ready to fight against it, arms in hand, and make the greatest sacrifices in order to ensure military victory over the class enemy. However, the ideological revolutionization of the Russian proletariat and the Bolshevik Party's ability to advance this process were insufficient for mainly proletarian forms of discipline to become predominant in industry. Immediately after October, the Bolshevik Party made a certain number of attempts to move in the direction of proletarian discipline, drawing upon practical organizers among the workers and peasants, whom the party tried to get to play a leading role by leaving them the widest scope for initiative. Lenin stressed the decisive importance of the workers' own spontaneous initiative. In his essay How to Organize Competition he wrote, "There are a great many talented organizers among the peasants and the working class, and they are only just beginning to become aware of themselves, to awaken, to stretch out towards 178. Great, vital, creative work, to tackle with their own forces the task of building socialist society. One of the most important tasks of today, if not the most important, is to develop this independent initiative of the workers, and of all the working and exploited people generally, develop it as widely as possible in creative organizational work. At all costs, we must break the old, absurd, savage, despicable, and disgusting prejudice that only the so-called upper classes, only the rich, and those who have gone through the school of the rich, are capable of administering the state and directing the organizational development of socialist society." 65. He added that the generalized, universal accounting and control needed for socialism could be carried out only by the masses, and that, in endeavoring to bring it about, every attempt to establish stereotyped forms and to impose uniformity from above, as intellectuals are so inclined to do, must be combated. Stereotyped forms and uniformity imposed from above have nothing in common with democratic and socialist centralism. The Paris Commune gave a great example of how to combine initiative, independence, freedom of action and vigor from below with voluntary centralism free from stereotyped forms. 66. However, as we have seen, at the very moment Lenin was writing these lines, measures were being taken which cut down the powers of the factory committees and subjected workers' control to central administrative organs. In Lenin's eyes, these measures were justified by the urgent need to establish centralization in the form of state capitalism, and also by the timidity with which the working class masses were approaching the problem of control. 67. Lenin also justified these measures by reference to the influence of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideas, together with the fact that poverty and want forced thousands and thousands onto the path of rowdyism, corruption, and roguery, and caused them to lose all human semblance, 68 which made it necessary to establish strict discipline and strictly centralized control. In December 1917 Lenin seemed to think that the principal aspect of the situation was the enormous drive of the masses to 179. Free themselves from bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideas, to overcome their timidity and so to develop their self-confidence and self-discipline. He considered that what would best help the masses to advance in that direction was the class struggle. As their enemies, the exploiters, step up their resistance, the exploited mature and gain in strength, they grow and learn and they cast out the old Adam of wage slavery. Victory will be on the side of the exploited, for on their side is life, numerical strength, the strength of the mass, the strength of the inexhaustible sources of all that is selfless, dedicated and honest, all that is surging forward and awakening to the building of the new, all the vast reserves of energy and talent latent in the so-called common people, the workers and peasants. Victory will be theirs. 69. A few months later, in March-April 1918, faced with the increasing disorganization of Russia's economy, and with the development of anarchist or anarcho-syndicalist tendencies, which constitute one of the most dangerous forms of penetration by petty bourgeois ideology, Lenin considered that the Soviet proletariat had not succeeded, owing to lack of initiative, resolution, and unity, in developing the capacity to organize accounting and control of production on a countrywide scale, or in establishing its own factory discipline. From this followed the need to give more scope to capitalists and bourgeois specialists in the central organs directing the economy and in the administration and management of the enterprises. In his speech of April 29, 1918, to the VTSIK, Lenin connected the inadequate level of discipline with the petty bourgeois ideas of those workers who had not been through the school of trade unionism, and denounced the illusions of the left communists who thought it possible to get rid of the capitalists without replacing bourgeois discipline by proletarian discipline. It was in this connection that he observed that the most difficult task was not overthrowing the bourgeoisie but maintaining the dictatorship of the proletariat, and ensuring thereby the establishment of order, discipline. 180. Labor productivity, accounting, and control by the proletarian Soviet power. 70. At that time Lenin thought that the principal danger threatening the Soviet power was not open counter-revolution, but the bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideas present among the masses. He developed this theme in his April 23, 1918, speech to the Moscow Soviet. We have one extremely dangerous secret enemy, more dangerous than many open counter-revolutionaries. This enemy is the deadly enemy of the socialist revolution and the Soviet power. The enemy of whom I have spoken is the anarchy of the petty proprietors, whose life is guided by one thought, grab all I can, the rest can go hang. This enemy is more powerful than all the Kornilovs, Butovs, and Kaldins put together. 71. He took up the idea again in the immediate tasks of the Soviet government. Yesterday we were menaced by the restoration of bourgeois exploitation, personified by the Kornilovs, Gotzes, Butovs, Gagashkoris, and Bogayevskis. We conquered them. This restoration, this very same restoration menaces us today in another form, in the form of the element of petty bourgeois laxity and anarchism, or small proprietor it's not my business psychology, in the form of the daily, petty, but numerous sorties and attacks of this element against proletarian discipline. We must, and we shall vanquish this element of petty bourgeois anarchy. 72. It was thus a whole complex set of reasons that led Lenin and the Bolshevik Party to introduce a series of measures aimed at imposing from above as strict a system of labor discipline as possible. Clearly, it is possible to wonder whether these measures may not have contributed to restrict still further the initiative of the working class rank and file, to reduce what confidence it may have had in its own powers, and to cause it to resume a passive attitude hard to reconcile with the exercise of its role as the ruling class. Such questions can indeed be asked, but there is, of course, no possibility of answering them. We do know, however, that given the disorganized state of the 181 economy and the disintegration of the working class, and in the absence of a sufficient degree of discipline in the enterprises and coordination of their activities, Soviet industry would have been unable to go on functioning. We know, too, that the policy of state capitalism did make possible a partial reactivation of industry so that the latter was able to sustain the war effort which was forced upon the Soviet power from May 1918 onward. Labor discipline and the role of the trade unions. The appointment of former capitalists and bourgeois specialists to managerial posts in the factories, the Soviet trusts, the Glavki, and the VSNKH, which led to the re-establishment of capitalist discipline and methods of management in industry, often gave rise to serious discontent among the workers. From the second half of 1918 onward, this discontent frequently expressed itself in acts of violence and even of revolt, which were echoed in the Soviet press and trade union congresses of the period. At the same time, as a result of the shortage of foodstuffs in the towns, there was growing absenteeism and migration to the countryside. The factories and mines were thus deprived of workers whose regular presence was essential if production was to be maintained at a level adequate to servicing the hard struggle being waged on many fronts by the workers and peasants who were defending Soviet power. In the face of this situation, the Bolshevik Party was led to take measures resulting in a thorough transformation of trade union functions. This began during the second half of 1918, when military operations were becoming widespread and the nationalization of enterprises was developing. The trade unions were increasingly called upon to cooperate administratively with the People's Commissariat of Labor and with the managers of nationalized enterprises, especially in fixing labor conditions and disciplinary rules binding on the workers. 182. The Second All-Russia Congress of Trade Unions ratified the principle of what was then officially called the governmentalization of the trade unions, that is, their de facto subordination to the central state administration through the Narkomtrud. The principle of subordination of the administrative apparatus, a principle not to be identified with the leading ideological and political role of the party, was formulated by the Bolshevik Party 73 itself and submitted by the Bolshevik fraction in the Congress for ratification by the Second All-Russia Congress of Trade Unions. The effects of this subordination might seem limited, seeing that the Central Collegium at the head of the Narkomtrud was itself made up of trade union representatives. The task of these representatives in the Narkomtrud was twofold: deciding on rules for labor discipline, and checking that the bourgeois managers, engineers, specialists, etc., did not misuse their power. In principle, therefore, it was a question of endowing the trade unions, as a mass organization of the wage workers, with the formal right to supervise the activities of the bourgeois specialists and administer labor discipline themselves. Actually, in the concrete conditions existing, the presence of trade union representatives in the Central Collegium of the Narkomtrud did not mean much, as effective local control of bourgeois factory managers, specialists, etc., was in practice entrusted to the local organs of the Narkomtrud, that is, to a body of officials inherited from the previous regime and organized in the same administrative structures as of old. Moreover, the local organs of the Narkomtrud were not subordinated to the local trade union organizations, so that it was an apparatus free from effective control by the workers that increasingly tended to decide questions of working conditions and labor discipline. The governmentalization of the trade unions resulted in their de facto fusion with the state administrative apparatus and the transfer to this apparatus of a part of the tasks which were supposed to be delegated to the trade unions. This was 183. The case with the mobilization of labor that took place throughout 1919. The development of this mobilization led the Ninth Party Congress to adopt several resolutions, one of which concerned the trade unions. This Resolution 74 laid down a number of important principles, some of which were of a general character while others corresponded to concerns of the moment. One of the statements of principle dealt with the tasks of the trade unions. It was said that under the dictatorship of the proletariat the trade unions did not have as their principal task to act as organs of workers' struggle, but rather to contribute to economic organization and education. The same resolution said that the trade unions were to carry out their functions not self-sufficiently and in isolation, but as one of the essential instruments of the Soviet state, led by the Communist Party. The resolution defined the trade unions as schools of communism and as the link binding the most backward masses of the proletariat to the proletarian vanguard, the Communist Party. It added that, to this end, they must educate and organize the masses culturally, politically, and administratively. Furthermore, the resolution stated that the trade unions must carry out their administrative functions as subordinate parts of the state machine as a whole, and must not intervene directly in the management of enterprises. They might put forward candidates for the management of the enterprises, but the principle of election was set aside in favor of that of selection on the basis of a practical probationary period enabling estimation to be made of the candidate's technical competence, firmness, organizational ability, and efficiency. The principal functions of the trade unions were set forth as follows: improvement of labor discipline by all methods, up to and including comradely disciplinary tribunals, propaganda for productive labor. Educating the workers and arousing their interest in understanding the role of their factory. In describing the current tasks of the trade unions, the 184 resolution stressed that they must participate in the organization of work conducted on a war basis. Those trade union leaders who refused to follow the path laid down by the resolution could be relieved of their functions and replaced by a directly appointed political leadership. This was in fact done in certain sectors, such as the railroads, where far-reaching disorganization had to be remedied. The old leadership of the Railroad Workers' Union, which was hostile to the Bolshevik Party, was replaced, on Trotsky's initiative, by a political leadership of transport which was regarded as a temporary organ of the party and of the Soviet power. Another resolution, also adopted by the Ninth Party Congress, on the immediate tasks of economic construction, stipulated that decisions of this kind were exceptional, emergency measures. 75 The resistance of the old trade union leaders to the line laid down by this resolution was clearly inspired by a variety of motives. For some it was a question of sabotaging the war effort, for others, what mattered was to resist measures that developed in a one-sided way the administrative and disciplinary role of the trade union organizations. This resistance was all the greater because parts of the Congress resolution on the immediate tasks of economic construction 76 were not easily acceptable to a large section of the workers. These resolutions aimed at introducing a series of measures of a coercive character: compulsory labor, militarization of the economy, obligation of party and trade union organizations to register all skilled workers, mobilization of the workers as a whole, including the unskilled, in labor units, with a staff of technically competent instructors, and establishment of a system of scientific organization of production. The role to be assigned to the bourgeois specialists and the 185 administrative and technical personnel, and the basis for their remuneration were provided for as follows. Individual calculation of labor productivity and the system of individual bonuses are to be applied, in appropriate forms, to the administrative and technical staff. The best administrators, engineers, and technicians must be placed in the most favorable conditions for the full deployment of their capacities in the interest of the socialist economy. The prejudice against admission of the higher technical personnel of the enterprises and institutions to membership of the trade unions must be finally uprooted. By welcoming the engineers, doctors, agronomists, and other such workers, the trade unions will help them, through fraternal collaboration with the organized proletariat, to participate actively in Soviet construction and will acquire workers with specialized scientific knowledge and experience such as the trade unions have very great need of. 77. These resolutions testify to the great difficulties then being experienced by Soviet industry, and also reflect the existence of contradictory tendencies within the Bolshevik Party. These contradictions, which burst forth at the end of 1920 in the trade union discussion in which Lenin opposed Trotsky and Bukharin, related to the significance were they to be seen as mere conjunctural decisions or as matters of principle, of some of the resolutions of the Ninth Party Congress, and also to the role to be played by coercion where the workers were concerned. Such coercion was in fact applied until the end of 1920 as a result of economic disorganization and the need to furnish supplies to the armed forces of the revolution. Resort to measures of coercion against the workers. From the second half of 1918 onward, there developed a growing contradiction between what the war effort demanded from the various industries and the actual amount of work that many workers were disposed to put in spontaneously. Given the Bolshevik Party's lack of sufficient capacity to 186. Undertake the task of persuasion of the masses, coercive measures were adopted. In the first place, employment was subjected to regulation, so as to prevent workers from moving too often from one enterprise to another, and oblige them to accept whatever jobs were offered to them. This was, for example, the purpose of a decree of September 1918, forbidding unemployed workers to reject the jobs offered them on penalty of losing their right to unemployment pay. At the end of October 1918 the employment services were transformed into local organs of the Narkomtrud. Thereafter, the conclusion of any contract of employment 78 had to be authorized by these organs, which thus became an obligatory intermediary for workers and employers alike. In March 1919 the 8th Congress of the Bolshevik Party took an important step in the same direction. The program it then adopted stated, "For the purpose of development of economic life it is essential to utilize to the utmost all the labor power at the disposal of the state. Its correct assignment and reassignment as between the various territorial areas and as between the various branches of economic life is the main task of the economic policy of the Soviet power. It can be fulfilled in no other way than by an intimate association between the Soviet power and the trade unions. The general mobilization by the Soviet power of all members of the population who are physically and mentally fit for work, for the discharge of definite social duties, must be achieved far more widely and systematically than has hitherto been the case. By virtue of these decisions of the 8th Party Congress, the role of planned direction of labor, attributed to the trade unions, was exercised in practice by the state administrative system into which the trade unions were integrated, but because of the place formally assigned to the trade unions, the direction of labor planned in this way was identified with the introduction of a new socialist discipline 79. A month after the 8th Congress, the Sovnarkom adopted 187. A general mobilization order and gave the trade unions the task of selecting those workers who were to be sent to the front. In practice, this selection was made by the managers of enterprises, who chose the men they considered they could best do without. At the same time, the STO, which was headed by Trotsky, published a decree mobilizing at their workplaces those miners who had not been sent to the front. Other measures were gradually added so as to ensure better control over the way the country's labor force was being used. In June 1919 the workers of Moscow and Petrograd were made to carry workbooks containing full details of their work record. It was hoped by this means more effectively to prevent unauthorized moves by workers from job to job. This shifting about, usually inspired by a desire to find more attractive conditions, was indeed occurring on a scale that endangered the functioning of industry and the war effort. This measure was gradually extended to other towns. As the trade unions proved unable to control the workers, this task was taken out of their hands in November 1919. Thereafter, the power to mobilize the workers and direct them to particular factories or tasks was wholly transferred to the Narkomtrud and its local organs. This power to mobilize the labor force was also made applicable to the peasants. In January 1920 the Sovnarkom proclaimed that it was necessary to supply industry, agriculture, transport, and other branches of the national economy with labor power on the basis of a general economic plan. A system of general labor service was organized, dependent no longer on the Narkomtrud but on the STO. The latter set up its own local organs for the purpose of conscripting workers for urgent tasks. Workers who tried to dodge assignments they did not like by going back to their native villages could be sought out, arrested, and treated as deserters. 81 In April 1920 a report to the Third Congress of Trade Unions went so far as to regret the destruction by the revolution of the old police apparatus which had known how to register citizens not only in the towns but in the country. 82 In fact, the NERCOM tried, and the STO proved able. 188. To cope with the needs of the situation, in the forestry industry alone, they mobilized nearly 6 million persons through the labor service in the first half of 1920. 83. In the spring of 1920, when the army's need for manpower was slackening off, Trotsky decided not to demobilize that part of the army which was no longer required at the front, but instead to transform it into a labor army to be employed in particularly arduous tasks. The Ninth Congress, in its resolution on the present tasks of economic construction, systematized and developed a number of measures which had been adopted during the preceding months, dealing with the formation of labor armies and with the introduction of the crime of labor desertion, which was to be severely punished. Point 15 of this resolution declared, among other things, that, given that a considerable number of workers, in search of better food supplies, and often desiring to engage in speculation, are voluntarily leaving the enterprises and moving about from place to place, the Congress considers it to be one of the urgent tasks of the Soviet power and the trade unions to struggle in a planned systematic way, persistently and with strictness, against labor desertion, in particular by the publication of black lists of deserters, the formation of penal labor detachments made up of deserters and, finally, the internment of deserters in concentration camps. 84. The principal aspect of the proletariat's situation, its constitution as the dominant class. The necessity under which the Soviet power found itself to resort in a situation of extreme want and general physical misery, when it had to face an international coalition of counter-revolutionary forces to severe coercion not only against the enemy classes but also against the vacillating elements in the working class and the peasantry, must be put in its right context. This resort to coercion was only the secondary aspect of a situation whose principal aspect was the 189. Constitution of the proletariat as the dominant class. If this is not appreciated, one slips into the empty phrase-mongering of the Mensheviks, SRS, and anarchists who, like other ideologists of the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie, assert that what then existed in Russia was not the dictatorship of the proletariat but a dictatorship over the proletariat. Being incapable of making an overall analysis of class relations, the ideological opponents of the Soviet power are obviously likewise incapable of explaining what class, according to them, was then exercising its dictatorship over the proletariat. Whoever fails to undertake an overall analysis of class relations and merely isolates certain aspects of reality like the use of coercion against some sections of the working class and the peasantry remains unable to explain the actual course of history. The latter is indeed incomprehensible to whoever tries to ignore the fact that the strength of the Soviet power, its capacity to resist and overcome foes who possessed real force that was infinitely greater than its own, was based on its class character, on the fact that it was the power of the broad masses of the toilers. It was because it was their power, that the workers and peasants fought for it with a fury and heroism unequaled in previous history. One must be standing outside the real movement of history to allege that the Soviet power, issued from the struggle of the masses against the social and political forces of the bourgeoisie, the landlords, and imperialism, and continuing to wage a fight to the death against those forces, had suddenly changed its character, so that, while still fighting against its former enemies, it became transformed into an organ of oppression of the masses. It is not possible to argue that, because coercion was used against certain elements of the working class and the peasantry, the power using this coercion was not the power of the workers and peasants, when the activity of this power as a whole and its very capacity for action testify to its being thoroughly rooted in the masses, and to the leading role being played by the proletariat, organized as the dominant class, in alliance with the peasantry. 190. The victories won by the Soviet power over the bourgeoisie, the landlords, and world imperialism were possible only because it was then a proletarian power concentrating the will of the masses. If this is not seen, it is impossible to understand the outcome of the battles waged by the Soviet army, badly equipped and supplied, against the white armies backed by the imperialist great powers, to understand how and why Soviet Russia got the better of its powerful enemies although it was gripped by famine and disease. Apart from any abstract considerations, the actual course of events showed in practice the existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the realization of the fundamental unity of the masses, guided by the Bolshevik Party and revolutionary Marxism. This proletarian dictatorship, like every historical reality, was complex and contradictory. Through the work of the Bolshevik Party, through the fact that this party was deeply rooted in the working class and that it applied Marxism, which enabled it to carry out at every stage essential revolutionary tasks, the proletarian dictatorship realized the fighting unity of the proletariat and the peasantry. At the same time, for lack of a long ideological and political struggle waged on a large scale before the establishment of the proletarian power, and for lack of previous experience, the unity of the masses thus realized was not completely adequate to the tasks that had to be accomplished. A part of the peasantry and even of the working class continued to be strongly influenced by bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideas and practices, and so gave precedence to personal interests over the interests of the revolution and allowed itself temporarily to be influenced by ideological tendencies that weakened the revolutionary unity of the masses, the SRS, the Mensheviks, and various forms of anarchism. This was only a secondary aspect of the situation, for these trends never succeeded in wielding more than a limited and unstable influence, and as a rule they did not even operate openly. This secondary aspect of the situation explains some particular features of the dictatorship of the proletariat during these years: the low level of activity of some of the mass organizations and the relatively large proportion of acts of indiscipline which in a situation of extreme tension compelled the Soviet power to use coercion against unstable elements. In these circumstances, the proletarian character of the ruling power was essentially determined by the bonds uniting the Bolshevik Party with the revolutionary masses, by its practice of a mass line of revolutionary Marxism, and by the merging of this party, the vanguard of the proletariat, with the most militant section of the working class. Whatever may have been the role played by coercion of part of the workers, a coercion that was often exercised, moreover, by workers' detachments and not by a specialized body power, was wielded at that time above all by virtue of the confidence placed in the Bolshevik Party by the broadest masses. The latter saw in the party the victorious leader of the October Revolution, the party that had identified itself with their own desire to get out of the imperialist war, with the peasants' desire to become masters of their own land, and that had shown itself able to unite them to fight the enemies of the revolution. Furthermore, this confidence was based not only on the party's capacity to respond to fundamental popular aspirations and adopt the appropriate decisions, but also on the carrying out of the mass line, for this is essential for consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat and the mass line. Lenin frequently expounded some of the conditions needed for the practice of a mass line and emphasized that this practice distinguished a revolutionary proletarian party from the social democratic parties of the Second International. Thus, in one of the fundamental questions of the revolution, he wrote, "Don't be afraid of the people's initiative and independence. Put your faith in their revolutionary organizations, and you will see in all realms of state affairs the same strength, majesty, and in 192. Invincibility of the workers and peasants as were displayed in their unity and their fury against Kornilov. Lack of faith in the people, fear of their initiative and independence, trepidation before their revolutionary energy instead of all-round and unqualified support for it. This is where the SR and Menshevik leaders have sinned most of all. This is where we find one of the deepest roots of their indecision, their vacillation, their infinite and infinitely fruitless attempts to pour new wine into the old bottles of the old, bureaucratic state apparatus." 85. Lenin came back to the same principles and ideas on the most varied occasions. For instance, in left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. 86 He brought out with particular vigor the significance of the principle of keeping contact with the masses, and dwelled on the conditions for doing this. He also showed that proletarian discipline, in contrast to bureaucratic discipline, a discipline imposed from above, can only be based on ability to link up, maintain the closest contact, and if you wish merge, in certain measure, with the broadest masses of the working people, primarily with the proletariat, but also with the non-proletarian masses of working people. 87 In the same work Lenin writes about another, closely related principle, namely, that the party's role is not to force a political line on the masses, but to convince them of the correctness of this line by reference to their own experience. 88 Given these conditions, Lenin adds, proletarian discipline can be achieved, but without these conditions, all attempts to establish discipline inevitably fall flat and end up in phrase-mongering and clowning. 89 As for the conditions that enable the party to convince the masses, Lenin stresses that they cannot be improvised, that they cannot emerge at once. They are created only by prolonged effort and hard-won experience. Their creation is facilitated by a correct revolutionary theory which, in its turn, is not a dogma, but assumes final shape only in close connects ion with the practical activity of a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement. 90 This last remark obviously has important implications. It 193 means that the existence of a revolutionary party linked with the masses can only be the historical product of correct theory and practice. It means, too, that if the product of such theory and practice, that is, a party which has confidence in the masses and in which the masses have confidence, is destroyed because it has committed a certain number of mistakes, only very protracted work can bring about the rebirth of such a party, and without this work all appeals to discipline, confidence, etc., amount merely to phrase-mongering. Inherent in respect for this principle of maintaining a close link between the party and the masses, their relative merging, or internal relations to each other, is the party's capacity for watching the mood of the masses. 91 And learning from experience. 92 One of the conditions of existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat was respect by the Bolshevik Party for the fundamental requirements of the mass line. This does not mean, of course, as has already been shown, that at every moment and in all circumstances, the Bolshevik Party was able to respect these requirements. The rapidity with which it came to power, its composition, its lack of experience, and the features of the ideological struggle that developed within it meant that a mass line could be followed only to a partial extent, hence the real tensions that developed at certain moments between the Soviet power and some sections of the masses, especially in the countryside. But, however much the Bolshevik Party's practice may at times have departed from the requirements of a mass line, the dominant aspect of this practice was respect for these requirements. Had it been otherwise, the Bolshevik Party would not have been able to remain at the head of the Soviet power and ensure its triumph. The dictatorship of the proletariat and the merging of the Bolshevik Party with the advanced elements of the working class. The Bolshevik Party was able to play the role of instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat by rapidly increasing its 194 membership and merging with the advanced elements of the working class. Until the end of 1920, the evolution of the party's numbers largely reflected its increasing implantation among the masses, which entailed a profound change in its composition. From 24,000 in January 1917, 93 membership increased to 612,000 in March 1920 and 732,000 in March 1921. From 1921 onward, the numbers were greatly reduced by purges. In 1923 they amounted to 499,000. Of these members, the number of workers 94 increased from 14,000 in 1917 to about 270,000 in 1920, and 300,000 in 1921. Between 1917 and 1920, the number of peasant members rose from 1,800 to over 200,000. 95 While the party's peasant membership was slight in a country that was more than 70% peasant, the worker members represented in 1921 a considerable percentage of the active working class. From the standpoint of the role of the working class in the state machine, the size of the Bolshevik Party's proletarian membership is all the more significant in that in this period, 60% of the members were working in the administrative services of the state and the party, and a quarter in the Red Army, very often in posts of political or military responsibility. 96 Thus, the presence of communist workers in the principal organs of the state was considerable. During the years 1919 and 1920, joining the Bolshevik Party was, generally speaking, an act of undoubted political significance. True, the party was in power, and underscored that attracted careerists, but purges were frequent and, above all, the power wielded by the party often seemed gravely threatened by the military offensives of the White Armies, who massacred party members in the areas they occupied. Besides, members had to fulfill heavy obligations. The merging of the party with the advanced workers was at that time real and deep. It was one aspect of the proletarian character of the ruling power. In the long run, however, the incorporation of a large number of workers in administrative 195 functions, in a period when the proletariat was not very numerous and, especially, when its ranks were being thinned and were even being penetrated by bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements, had a negative side to it. After a few years, there was danger of these workers becoming transformed into officials, and their proletarian origin gradually ceasing to mean anything. In 1919, apparently, only 11% of the party members were working in factories. 97 At that time, however, the party members in official positions who came from the working class had left its ranks too recently for their class origin to have ceased to be significant. The danger of deproletarianization was nevertheless felt to be a real one. 3 years later, Lenin was to draw the party's attention sharply to its existence. In 1919 the Eighth Party Congress stipulated that worker members engaged in full-time administrative work must go back to their factories for at least 1 month in 498. In the conditions of civil war this obligation does not appear to have been fulfilled, and later it appears to have been forgotten. The negative consequences of this forgetting may subsequently have been all the greater because about 30% of the party members were neither workers nor peasants and, in the administration, communist workers worked alongside many officials taken over from the old regime, to whose ideological influence they gradually succumbed, a process referred to as bureaucratization, though it would be more correct to call it bourgeoisification. During the Civil War and immediately after, however, the class struggle was too intense for the communist workers holding responsible posts to be bourgeoisified on any large scale by the functions they were carrying out. By their numbers, energy, and devotion they constituted one of the safeguards of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is just this merging of the party with the advanced elements of the working class, together with the acuteness of the class struggle, that explains why, as a result of the initiative of the masses during the Civil War, entirely new production relations began to arise. 196. For the emergence of new socialist and communist production relations. The communist Saturdays are an especially significant aspect of the proletarian character of the Soviet Revolution, as they show the close attachment of the most militant workers to the tasks of the dictatorship of the proletariat. During 1918 to 1921 the ideological revolutionization of these workers gave rise, locally and transiently, to production relations of a new type, communist relations. This resulted from the ideological intervention of the Bolshevik Party, and in particular of some of its rank and file, in an acute process of class struggle. The Communist Saturdays. One of the first writings in which Lenin dealt explicitly with the concrete appearance of new production relations, communist relations, was his pamphlet A Great Beginning. It is important because in it he shows in a striking way the historic significance of the Communist Saturdays. It illustrates also Lenin's ability to grasp whatever was really new and revolutionary, and which remains incomprehensible to the bourgeois and petty bourgeois Philistines, for whom there exists a human nature of which the perfected manifestation is the egoistic and calculating petty bourgeois. The communist Saturdays were a form of voluntary mass labor. They were usually aimed at the rapid completion of certain productive tasks, especially, though not exclusively, in the domain of repairing or constructing communications. This is how Lenin evaluates the significance of this initiative taken by the workers themselves. The communist subotniks organized by the workers on their own initiative are really of enormous significance. Evidently, this is only a beginning, but it is a beginning of exceptionally great importance. It is the beginning of a revolution that is more difficult, more tangible, more radical, and more decisive than the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, for it is a victory over our own conservatism, indiscipline, petty bourgeois egoism, a victory. 197. Over the habits left as a heritage to the worker and peasant by accursed capitalism. Only when this victory is consolidated will the new social discipline, socialist discipline, be created. Then and only then will a reversion to capitalism become impossible, will communism become really invincible. 100. A few pages later, Lenin further explains the importance of the communist Saturdays as he sees it. The first communist subotnik was of greater historical significance than any of the victories of Hindenburg, or of Foch and the British in the 1914–1918 imperialist war. The victories of the imperialists mean the slaughter of millions of workers for the sake of the profits of the Anglo-American and French multimillionaires. They are the atrocities of doomed capitalism, bloated with overeating and rotting alive. The communist subotnik organized by the workers of the Moscow-Kazan Railway is one of the cells of the new, socialist society, which brings to all the peoples of the earth emancipation from the yoke of capital and from wars. 101. Lenin is not unaware of the fragility of the social relations which are beginning to emerge in this way, but he knows that the main thing is not this fragility, that it is the novelty of these relations that deserves attention, jeering at the feebleness of the young shoots of the new order, cheap scepticism of the intellectuals and the like. These are, essentially, methods of bourgeois class struggle against the proletariat, a defense of capitalism against socialism. We must carefully study the new shoots, we must devote the greatest attention to them, do everything to promote their growth and nurse them. 102. Nor does Lenin fail to realize that some of these shoots are doomed to perish and that this will perhaps be the fate of the communist Saturdays, since, in the prevailing circumstances, it is not certain that they will play an especially important role, but, as he says, that is not the point. The point is to foster each and every shoot of the new, and life will select the most viable. 103. In order to overcome capitalism, Lenin repeats, one needs to have the perseverance to try hundreds and thousands of new methods, means and weapons of struggle in order to elaborate the most suitable of them. 104. This is the very language of anti-dogmatism, the language of 198. Confidence in the revolutionary initiative of the masses, the language of a proletarian political leader who knows that, as Mao Zedong was to say later, correct ideas do not fall from heaven, but emerge from social practice. It is also the language of a Marxist theoretician who realizes that the building of a new world proceeds necessarily by way of hundreds of attempts, only some of which are destined to bear the fruits that they seem to promise. For Lenin, the historic significance of the Communist Saturdays lies in the fact that they originated from genuine mass initiative, in particular from the initiative of workers, and workers whose own situation was among the most difficult. It lies also in the fact that when the workers agree, as they did in the case of the Communist Saturdays, to work without remuneration, the transition to communism has already begun. This is why Lenin says, communist subotniks are extraordinarily valuable as the actual beginning of communism, and this is a very rare thing, because we are in a stage when only the first steps in the transition from capitalism to communism are being taken. Communism begins when the rank-and-file workers display an enthusiastic concern that is undaunted by arduous toil to increase the productivity of labor, husband every pood of grain, coal, iron, and other products, which do not accrue to the workers personally or to their close kith and kin, but to their distant kith and kin, i.e., to society as a whole. 105. In this essay so rich in ideas, Lenin also tackles the problem of the liberation of women and the emergence, in this sphere too, of exemplary communist work, freed from profit-making enterprises. 106. Communist work and socialist discipline. One of the essential concepts in this essay is that of communist work, by which Lenin means work performed without remuneration in the interests of society, in the interests of all the working people. 107 Work into which it is possible to 199. Lead the whole mass of the working and exploited people, as well as all the petty bourgeois groups, on the road to new economic development, towards the creation of a new social bond, a new labor discipline, a new organization of labor. 108 The new forms of discipline and organization of labor of which Lenin speaks are the basis of communist production relations, beginning a process of revolutionization of the labor process itself, in which the separation between executive tasks and performance tasks tends to disappear, particular work becomes transformed into general work, and there is a withering away of wage labor, the essential form of mediation, continually reproduced by the capitalist production relation. 109 About 8 months after the publication of his pamphlet A Great Beginning, Lenin returned to the theme of communist labor in his article From the Destruction of the Old Social System to the Creation of the New, in which he expressed the following ideas. We can, and should, get right down to the problem of communist labor, or rather, it would be more correct to say, not communist, but socialist labor, for we are dealing not with the higher but the lower, the primary stage of the new social system that is growing out of capitalism. Communist labor in the narrower and stricter sense of the term is labor performed gratis for the benefit of society, labor performed not as a definite duty, not for the purpose of obtaining a right to certain products, not according to previously established and legally fixed quotas, but voluntary labor, irrespective of quotas. It is labor performed without expectation of reward, without reward as a condition, labor performed because it has become a habit to work for the common good, and because of a conscious realization of the necessity of working for the common good. And 0. Here, too, Lenin returns to the close link between the flowering of communist work and the development of new social relations. He stresses that this flowering is a long-term process which will be spread over decades, for it is a process bound up. 200. With a mass ideological revolution, leading to work performed without expectation of any particular payment. A few days after the publication of this article, on the occasion of May 1, 1920, Lenin declared that, with the victory over the white insurrection and foreign intervention, the ground is being cleared for the actual building of socialism, for the development of new social links, a new discipline of work in common and a new national system of economy of world historic importance. 111 He added that, to win this ground, it was necessary to overthrow the old economic relationship, which also implied the transformation of all labor habits and being ready to make every sacrifice and do away with the habit of looking upon work merely as a duty, and of considering rightful only that work which is paid for at certain rates. 112. War, Communism and Communist Work. Lenin's writings on the subject of communist work are not numerous, but most of them have great theoretical significance. This is true of what he says about the connection between the transformation of habits and the building of new economic relationships. We are here a long way from the view that it is necessary to wait for a change in economic relationships to take place through pressure from the development of the productive forces. This is also true of the observations he makes when he shows that the real constructive task, following the revolutionary overthrow of the exploiters, is that of establishing new economic relations. 113 Among his few writings that deal with this question must also be mentioned the report on the tax in kind, delivered at a meeting of secretaries and responsible representatives of the RCP cells of Moscow City and Moscow Gubernia on April 9, 1921. This is especially significant because it is subsequent to the war communism period. Here Lenin offers a more general definition of socialist economic relations: in no circumstances must we forget what we have occasion to see very 201. Often, namely, the socialist attitude of workers at state factories, who collect fuel, raw materials, and food, or try to arrange a proper distribution of manufactured goods among the peasants and to deliver them with their own transport facilities. That is socialism. 114. However, the new relations which arose between 1918 and 1921 on the initiative of the masses gradually faded away, for a variety of reasons. Among these was the development of administrative centralism, the multiplication of rules and constraints imposed by the state, and the penetration of bourgeois specialists into the state machine, with the resulting bureaucratization. One of the effects of the last-mentioned development was the appearance of communist Saturdays, which were no longer communist except in name, as they were made obligatory. This practice 115 tended to destroy the germs of the new that were contained in the communist Saturdays. It expressed the contradiction between two types of discipline: collective self-discipline, inherent in the genuine communist Saturdays, and imposed discipline, inherent in the establishment and development of a centralized machine using coercion in dealing with the masses. Nevertheless, the excesses of centralization and regulation cannot by themselves account for the withering away, after 1920 to 1921, of communist work. 116 Actually, once the extremely acute Civil War period of class struggle came to an end, communist work faded away because of the very limited character of the transformation effected in overall social relations. This limitation was dictated by the phase in which the Russian Revolution then found itself. In industry, the capitalist division of labor had not been shaken, so that communist work was only marginal, appearing in the main outside the process of industrial production. 202. Correlatively with this, the system of bourgeois ideological relations was also only very partially shaken. In the countryside, the stage of the democratic revolution had not been surpassed, and this situation did not constitute favorable ground for the development of socialist relations or communist work. There were therefore objective reasons for the narrow limits within which at that time a few fragile islets of communist work could develop. The expansion and even the consolidation of these islets would have required a broad transformation of social relations as a whole, in both town and country. And at the opening of the NEP period no such transformation was on the agenda. 3. The transformation of class relations in the countryside. The transformation of class relations in the Soviet countryside between 1917 and 1923 was also the outcome of a revolutionary process, but this process was basically democratic, resulting from the alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. It took place through the activity of the peasant masses, protected and consolidated by the dictatorship of the proletariat, which gave support to the democratic revolution in the countryside. One of the first and most important steps taken by the Soviet power on the very morrow of its establishment was the Decree on Land. This decree annulled all private ownership of land. The estates of the landlords, of the state, and of the church were placed at the disposal of the district committees and peasants' soviets. By this decree the Soviet government proved concretely that it was a workers' and peasants' government. The Soviet state thus showed clearly that, unlike the previous state, it did not protect the interests of the landlords and bourgeois, but, on the contrary, deprived them of their lands. Furthermore, the Soviet power told the peasants that it was encouraging them to take the land themselves and to organize themselves in order to regulate the use they made of it. The implications of the October decree were enormous. By confirming in practice that the new ruling power was not that of the exploiting classes, it helped to tip the balance in favor of the Soviet revolution among the still hesitant sections of the peasantry for whom the question of the land was absolutely vital. The proletarian. 210. 211. Revolution in the towns thus ensured that the revolutionary movement of the peasants would develop in a new way. The actual content of the Decree on Land, and of the documents accompanying and following it which dealt with Its practical application did not correspond to the Bolshevik Party's previous program, but coincided almost exactly with the first draft of a decree drawn up in August 1917 by the All-Russia Peasants' Congress, which was largely dominated by the Socialist Revolutionary Party. To those Bolsheviks who protested against their party's approval of arrangements which it had previously stigmatized as being bourgeois democratic, not socialist in that, instead of abolishing private exploitation of the land and favoring the development of large, socialist units of production, it favored the multiplication of small-scale units. Lenin replied that these arrangements gave expression to the absolute will of the vast majority of the class-conscious peasants of Russia. One of the most remarkable aspects of the October Decree and, to a hardly lesser extent, of the law promulgated on February 19, 1918, which was called the Law on Socialization of the Land too, was that it did not seek to impose upon the peasants from above any strict rules about what was to be done with the land. The Bolshevik Party was, of course, in favor of collective forms of exploitation of the land, but it wished the peasants to adopt such forms on the basis of their own experience. In this sphere, too, Lenin called on the Bolsheviks to have confidence in the peasants. In his address to the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets, for example, he said, "In the fire of experience, applying the decree in practice and carrying it out locally, the peasants will themselves realize where the truth lies. Experience is the best teacher, and it will show who is right. Let the peasants solve this problem from one end and we shall solve it from the other. Experience will oblige us to draw together. In the general stream of revolutionary creative work, in the elaboration of new state forms, we must be guided by experience, we must allow complete freedom to the creative faculties of the masses." 3. The decisions taken at the end of 1917 and the beginning of 1918 by the Soviet power were thus far from being mere legislative documents. They were appeals to the masses. They showed confidence in the experience and patient work of the Bolsheviks who would help the peasants to understand what form of social organization would be best for them. They opened the way to something more than a mere legal transfer of ownership to an upheaval in production relations. It was the mass movement that, given the prevailing objective and subjective conditions, would determine the new production relations emerging from the class struggle that developed in the countryside. Since these new relations emerged from the destruction of the old ones, it is impossible to understand the nature of the revolutionary process then underway in rural Russia unless account is taken of the concrete conditions of the struggles and the specific character of the social relations which were formerly dominant there, and which, moreover, were only partly destroyed during the period 1917 to 1922. The specific character of the former social relations in the countryside. The social relations and class relations in Russia's rural areas on the eve of the revolution were highly complex and are not well known. The bulk of the documentation about rural realities in pre-revolutionary Russia comes from bourgeois specialists, the Zemstvo IV statisticians and the rural economists. Both described that fraction of the countryside with which they were concerned from the standpoint of their class practice and in terms of their own ideology. Hence the great difficulty experienced by the Bolsheviks in translating the information provided by these specialists into the terms of production relations. Lenin was undoubtedly the Bolshevik leader who had most systematically worked over the available documentation. He had brought out in a striking way the importance of the tendencies to capitalist development that existed in the Count. 213. Treeside of Tsarist Russia. His very earliest writings were devoted to analyzing this problem, new economic developments in peasant life, on the so-called market question, etc. 5. One of his principal economic works, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, dealt with it, and he wrote about it in his many polemics with the Narodniks and SRS. Lenin showed that the complexity of the social relations in the Russian countryside, and the plurality of forms assumed by capitalist development there at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th centuries, were due to the existence of a dynamic stratum of capitalist peasants who had left the old village communities, and to the transformation of some big landlords into capitalist agriculturists. he showed, too, how capitalism was emerging within the peasant communities themselves. The peasant community, the mir, is one of the specific features of Russian rural life which has given rise to many illusions and much discussion. The mir was a community that functioned at village level. It controlled the peasants' land, and shared it out among its members in accordance with various criteria which were supposed to maintain a certain equality among the various peasant households. After the last quarter of the 19th century, the law forbade share-outs at intervals of less than 12 years. The unit for allotment of a share of the land was the household, and the area of land received by each household was, in principle, a definite proportion of the land of the village to which this household belonged. This proportion was decided by taking account of the number of members in each household, but, depending on the particular village, this number might correspond to the number of mouths that the household had to feed or the number of persons in it who were capable of work, and it could also be decided in accordance with the means of production at the household's disposal, in particular the number of draft animals in its possession. Inquiries carried out at that time showed that rich households were often the ones most favored when the land was redivided. Moreover, the poor households were often obliged to lease out the land assigned to them, and their able-bodied members had to take jobs as wage laborers. Thus, a small group of rich families might dominate a village. The inequalities which developed in this way were due to the fact that, behind the communal facade of the mir, the basic reality was fragmented labor, individual cultivation and stock breeding, and private ownership of the instruments of production, especially draft animals. As Marx had observed as far back as 1881, the mir was breaking up from within because labor on one's own lot was a source of private appropriation, making possible the accumulation of movable goods, in other words, a social differentiation. This inevitably affected the functioning of the peasant assembly which regulated common concerns and the redistribution of the land. From having been egalitarian, the mir gradually became a means of consolidating and reproducing economic and social inequalities. At the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, this development was fostered by the landlords, to whom the mir was in practice subordinate, and by the general progress of capitalism. The Narodniks and SRS sought to deny that this evolution was taking place, and interpreted in a one-sided way the 1882 preface to the Russian translation of the Communist Manifesto, in which Marx and Engels wrote, "If the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that both complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for a communist development." 8. Here we find what Marx had written a year earlier in a letter to Varazay Sulich. In that letter, however, Marx emphasized the forces disintegrating the mir from within and also those which were attacking it from without. In 1881 Marx already noted that the village community is reduced almost to its last gasp. 9. 215. 13 years later, in 1894, Engels remarked that, in the period that had elapsed, the development of capitalism and the dissolution of the village community in Russia have both taken enormous strides forward. 10. Lenin, in showing the effects of the development of capitalism in Russia, carried forward in the form of a concrete analysis the comments made by Marx and Engels. At the same time, he warned against the illusions of the Narodniks who thought that the old peasant communities could be revived by means of various reforms. On this point he wrote, "The bourgeois proprietary peasantry has already made good use of the socialist phrases of the Narodnik, democratic intelligentsia which harbored illusions of sustaining the toiler traditions and modes of life by means of its artels, cooperatives, fodder grass cultivation, plows, zemstvo warehouses, and banks, but which actually promoted the development of capitalism within the commune." 11. To the many figures quoted by Lenin which show the development of capitalism in the countryside, it is perhaps worth adding others taken from writers who would like to prove that the mir did really operate as a leveling device, and yet, in fact, prove the contrary. This is the case with Tishinin, who shows that in the province of Kalyuga in 1897 the area of land per head varied in the proportion of 1 to 26, and that it was the most numerous households, those of the rich peasants, that held the largest amount of land per head. 12 Statistics regarding the history of households, though usually also compiled with a view to proving that the latter passed through a cycle of successive dimensions, show that in fact this did not happen. Thus, one such set of figures reveals that after 30 years, 75% of the households that originally possessed less than 6 deceatins were still in the same category, and that this was likewise true. 216. Of about 2/5 of the households possessing more than 9 deceatins. 13 Analysis of social differentiation in the Russian village shows that the mir presented no real obstacle to the development of capitalism, but that its existence did give rise to a certain number of problems, as it ensured the reproduction of specific social relations which need to be taken into account if one is to appreciate the forms that the class struggle could assume in the countryside of Russia before and after the revolution. Although seriously undermined by inner contradictions, the mir still existed in February 1917, and it affected to a considerable extent the way in which the revolution developed in the countryside and also, subsequently, the functioning of the NEP. The mir furnished a political and ideological apparatus that enabled the peasants to act in a relatively independent fashion. After October 1917, owing to the absence of a strong representation of the Bolshevik Party in the rural areas, this relative independence enabled the village rich to dominate the poor and middle peasants more easily. It must not be forgotten that at the end of 1917, the Bolshevik Party had only 203 peasant branches with 4,122 members, and in 1918 only 2,304 branches with 14,792 members. Even at that time the peasant branches were thus very few in number, and their members made up hardly 5% of the party's total membership. The effects of the mir's existence and of the specific social relations corresponding to it are all the more worthy of attention because the illusion that the mir constituted a distinctive mode of production and an instrument of social leveling continues to be fairly widespread. Briefly, these are the main points to be noted. The mir was not a mode of production but a political apparatus for carrying out redistribution of the land, which ensured not collective but individual cultivation. Consequently, producers did as they 217 liked with what they produced, being free to sell it and to accumulate freely. The mir did indeed impose certain rules on its members, but these were intended to facilitate individual cultivation of the separate holdings and had nothing to do with collective cultivation. The sole residue of a former communal mode of production was limited to a few practices of mutual aid between neighbors, and even these amounted to little, being often transformed by the development of exchange, which led to payment being required for the services rendered. The mir, being a political apparatus, was of course, not neutral. It was the battlefield of a class struggle that was fought out within it, and it felt the effects of the class struggle taking place on the scale of society as a whole. Generally speaking, the mir was dominated by the better-off peasants, who were often elected village heads or members of the permanent organs of administration, and they profited by their position of advantage to perpetuate their privileged situation. Their advantageous position also made itself felt in the redistribution of the land, despite the egalitarian principles which were supposed to govern its procedure. The relatively limited effects of the division of the land carried out between 1917 and 1922, seem to confirm that the domination of the mir by the well-to-do peasants was maintained even during those years of acute class struggle. The mir and the skod nevertheless took the form of a village community, tending to make of every village a little world of its own, cut off from the rest, with its own local authorities. Historical experience shows that this form fosters a village patriotism, a local egoism, which has as its counterpart a profound indifference to whatever is happening outside. Historically, the mir was the foundation on which the Tsarist autocracy developed. Tsardom was the instrument unifying, in a largely formal way, all the village communities. By ensuring their military defense, Tsardom established an external link between them which enabled it to enslave them. It is significant that most 218 Peasant revolts in Russia were directed against the landlords, not against the Tsar. Until the imperialist epoch, the Tsar seemed to the peasants to be someone to whom they could appeal against the landlords. When the peasants were drafted, they thought of themselves as going to fight not for Russia but for the Tsar. The Mir, based as it was on the household as unit of production, strengthened petty bourgeois individualism. This individualism, combined with the local egoism engendered by the workings of the Mir, accounts for the relative indifference shown by the peasants, during the period of war communism, toward the hardships then being suffered by the towns, which were without food. While substantial inequalities were reproduced on an expanded scale under the prevailing egalitarian forms, these forms did nevertheless help, at the ideological level, to reinforce petty bourgeois egalitarianism and individualism. Both of these obtained on a very large scale, to the detriment of the peasants' own interests, leading as they did to many parcelization of the land, in order that each peasant might have a piece of each quality of land, an arrangement which meant that some peasants had to travel huge distances, and also that considerable tracts of land were lost to cultivation. It also contributed to freezing for centuries the methods of cultivation, and was thus one of the factors in the low yields and famines that afflicted the peasantry. It is not wholly out of the question that if the Bolshevik party had been more effectively present in the countryside, and had been able to make use of what survived of communal traditions in the Mir, the latter might have been made the point of departure for collective farming. However, if Marx and Engels felt doubtful on the point at the end of the 19th century, there is even more reason to doubt whether such a possibility existed at the time of the October Revolution. The Mir, having undergone still further decomposition, had become a form concealing a reality quite different from what appeared on the surface. 219. To the democratic agrarian revolution and the hope of a socialist agrarian revolution. The decree on land and the subsequent documents issued by the Soviet power gave an extra stimulus to the movement that the peasants had themselves undertaken, from 1917 onward, to seize the estates of the landlords. The democratic agrarian revolution of the winter of 1917 to 1918. During the winter of 1917 to 1918 and the succeeding months, the peasants now backed by the Soviet power took over most of the land 14 belonging to the landlords, the state, and the church. The land thus acquired constituted a substantial area, for in 1916 the big landlords held 40% of all the cultivable land in Russia. 15 At the same time, the peasants also took over a part, which has not been estimated, of the land of the rich peasants who had broken away from the Mir after the reforms of 1861 and 1906. We have inadequate information regarding the land held by these peasants on the eve of October 16, and we know still less about how much of it was taken from them after October 17. In any case, these recoveries considerably improved the situation of part of the peasantry. 18 Each Mir distributed the lands it recovered among the peasant households of the village, for them to cultivate individually. Individual cultivation was thus preserved, for the encouragement being given to joint cultivation by the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet government had little effect at that time. A quantitative estimate of the results of this process of revolutionary transformation launched by the mass movement of the peasants backed by the Soviet power, becomes possible only in 1919. At that time, according to Soviet statistics, 96.8% of the land under cultivation was held by peasants who worked at Indi. 220. Visually, 0.5% was held by agricultural cooperatives, and 2.7% was held by state farms. 19 The agrarian revolution had thus indeed been a democratic, not a socialist transformation. This agrarian revolution did not change very deeply the way the Mir functioned. The sharing out of land continued to be effected on the basis of the household, and according to the same criteria as before. The scanty information available suggests that, when the land was being divided, the authority of the rich peasants continued to make itself felt. On the whole, however, because of the acuteness of the class struggle and the reappropriation of the bulk of the land that had been taken out of the Mir, the proportion of poor peasants was reduced, together with social inequality. Nevertheless, a considerable body of poor peasants continued to exist, and it was on them that the Bolshevik Party sought to rely, in the period from June 1918 onward, in stimulating the class struggle in the countryside, fighting against the rich peasants and their influence, both economic and political. The attempt to develop an independent movement of poor peasants in the summer of 1918, the Bolshevik Party's desire to base itself, in the countryside, first and foremost upon the agricultural laborers and poor peasants, was expressed in its program, and was recalled in Lenin's April theses. In June 1918 the party thought that the time had come to help these two groups fight directly for socialism. It thought indeed that the democratic agrarian revolution was essentially completed, so that preparation of the socialist stage was now on the agenda. At the same time, the party sought to mobilize in the villages those specific social forces on which it considered the proletarian power must rely in order to cope with economic disorganization, above all, the poor peasants, who were most directly interested in socialism. 221. During the summer of 1918 the decline in agricultural production assumed very serious proportions, just at the time when the white forces and the interventionist armies were beginning to go into action. The feeding of the towns was gravely jeopardized, for the peasants no longer had any but small quantities of produce available for exchange and were unwilling to sell what they had. The inflation that had developed meant that they could easily pay their taxes and they had practically nothing to buy in the towns in any case. In these circumstances the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet government endeavored to break with the policy followed up to that time with regard to the peasantry, a policy which treated the peasantry as a whole, as an undifferentiated ally of the proletariat, an ally within which class differences were as yet of secondary importance and which was fighting to carry through its own task the democratic agrarian revolution. A decree of June 11, 1918, gave concrete form to this move. It provided for the setting up of organs of power distinct from the peasant soviets and made up exclusively of poor peasants. This decree officially committed the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet government to systematic differential treatment of the different classes of the peasantry. A document of July 11, 1918, stipulated that only peasants who did not employ wage workers and who had no surpluses of grain available for collection could belong to the Poor Peasants' Committees. On July 15 it was decided that the Poor Peasants' Committees were to be one of the instruments of Soviet policy in the countryside, in particular, by helping in the seizure of grain from the kulaks, the poor peasants would be allowed to keep for themselves a proportion of the grain thus confiscated. 20 For Lenin, at least in 1918, the formation of the Poor Peasants' Committees signified the development of the class struggle in the countryside, the split at last effected between the agricultural laborers and poor peasants on the one hand, and the well-to-do strata of the peasantry on the other. It seemed to him that now an alliance between the town proletariat and the poor peasants had become possible, with the former helping 222. The latter to organize themselves and according them a specific leading role in the villages. In his address of November 8, 1918, to the delegates of the Poor Peasants' Committees of the Central Gubernias, Lenin said, "We decided to split. The workers have been helping the poor peasants in their struggle against the kulaks. In the civil war that has flared up in the countryside the workers are on the side of the poor peasants, as they were when they passed the S.R.-sponsored law on the socialization of the land." 21 He added that Russia must be covered with poor peasants' committees which would become transformed into Soviets, that is, into fully recognized organs of the Soviet power. At the same time he stressed the transition to collective work, to communes, that is, to the socialist transformation of production relations in the countryside. In the same period, in October-November 1918, in his pamphlet on the proletarian revolution and the renegade Koskai, Lenin declared that, with the formation of the Poor Peasants' Committees, the revolution could at last transcend in the countryside the bourgeois limits beyond which it had not hitherto been able to advance. In the same pamphlet he described the situation until June 1918 as having been one of proletarian revolution in the capitals and bourgeois democratic revolution in the countryside. 22. At that time most of the Bolshevik leaders thought that the class struggle among the peasants themselves had reached a level such that abandonment of individual cultivation and going over to the real work of building socialism had now become possible and necessary. 23 As Lenin saw it, the ruination left by the war simply does not allow us to restore the old small-scale peasant forms. Furthermore, this same war had given the masses the idea that the wonders of technique which had served for destruction could be put at the service of production, on the basis of collective labor. From this Lenin concluded that the majority of the working peasants are striving toward collective farming, and that it was therefore now possible to develop collective forms of cultivation, agricultural communes, and state farms. 24. 223. Lenin emphasized in all his speeches that the socialist transformation of production relations must be the work of the peasants themselves. It was not enough, he said, for the revolutionary leaders to be convinced of the necessity for such a change for the latter to become possible, nor was propaganda alone sufficient to win over millions of peasants, the latter could become convinced only through practical experience. 25 In very explicit terms, Lenin thus connected the socialist transformation of economic relations in the countryside not only with the abolition of private property in land and with the transformation of ideological relations which would enable the mass of the peasants to go over to collective farming. Lenin's and the Bolshevik Party's hopes for a rapid transition to a socialist agrarian revolution were not borne out by the facts. The majority of the working peasants were not really ready to take that path, and the poor peasants' committees were found to be lacking in vitality. They were not established everywhere, and those that did come into being often represented only a minority of the poor peasants, which, moreover, was not always made up of the most militant elements of that class. The committees sometimes included déclassé elements who were attracted by the idea of grabbing some of the produce seized from the rich peasants, and who were not at all interested in setting up collective farms. The ideological and political differentiation in the peasantry was thus not so advanced as had been supposed in the middle of 1918. The division of the estates had somewhat reduced the proportion of poor peasants and increased that of middle peasants. Above all, because of the lack of an adequate presence of the Bolshevik Party in the rural areas, it had led to a relative revitalization of the Mir, owing to the role the latter played in the sharing out of the land, for which it was the instrument, and this meant the consolidation of a certain unity of the village in relation to the town, a unity which 224 benefited the well-to-do and middle elements among the peasantry. The Bolshevik Party's move to form poor peasants' committees was thus followed by an unrepresentative minority of that class. Recognizing this, the party concluded that it would be dangerous to persist in pursuing this line, especially at a time when the offensive of the White Guards and interventionists was being intensified, and it was essential to strengthen the alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry as a whole. Toward the end of 1918, the abortive attempt to generalize the formation of poor peasants' committees was dropped. By the beginning of 1919, these committees had mostly merged with the peasant Soviets. Thus there opened a new phase in the Bolshevik Party's peasant policy. Henceforth, the emphasis was placed much more on the middle peasants, whose numbers had, moreover, increased as a result of the democratic revolution in the countryside. The years 1919 to 1920 and the orientation on the middle peasantry for the building of socialism. At the 8th Congress of the Bolshevik Party, Lenin directed the party's attention particularly to the problem of our attitude towards the middle peasants. This problem, he said, could not be brought to the forefront until we had made secure the basis for the existence of the Soviet Republic, but it must now be tackled directly, in order to lay the sound foundations of communist society. 27 Explaining the attitude to be adopted, Lenin declared. This attitude cannot be defined simply by the answer struggle or support. As regards the bourgeoisie, our task is defined by the words struggle, suppression, and as regards the rural proletariat and semi-proletariat, our task is defined by the words our support, but this problem is undoubtedly more complicated. On this point, the socialists, the best representatives of socialism in 225 the old days, when they still believed in the revolution and faithfully adhered to its theory and ideals, talked about neutralizing the peasantry, i.e., making the middle peasants a social stratum which, if it did not actively help the proletarian revolution, at least would not hinder it, that would remain neutral and not go over to the side of our enemies. This abstract, theoretical formulation of the problem is quite clear but is inadequate. We have reached the stage of socialist development when we must draw up definite and detailed rules and regulations which have been tested by practical experience in the rural districts to guide us in our efforts to place our relations with the middle peasants on the basis of a firm alliance and so preclude the possibility of a repetition of those mistakes and blunders we have repeatedly made in the past. These blunders estranged the middle peasants from us. 28. These few sentences are of fundamental importance. They pose the question of what was later called the integration of the middle peasant into socialism. They reject the previously held belief that the middle peasants could not be an ally in the building of socialism, so that the proletariat could only aim to neutralize them. They declare that in the building of communist society, the middle peasant can and must be a firm ally. They condemn the mistakes and blunders of the past, consisting in the belief that the only possible allies in the countryside, for the building of socialism, were the rural proletarians and semi-proletarians. They raise the problem of what the concrete conditions are for establishing this firm alliance which has not yet been realized. Lenin does not claim to be in a position to answer this question there and then. He considers it necessary to study the experience of work in the countryside. However, he warns expressly against continuing a situation in which the blows which were intended for the kulaks very frequently fell on the middle peasants. In this respect we have sinned a great deal. 29. The context shows that this mistake was not unconnected with the way in which the poor peasants' committees were formed and with the role that these committees played in the sphere of requisitioning and food supply. 226. The mistakes of orientation made in the second half of 1918 are certainly to be explained in part by the place previously given to the idea of mere neutralization of the middle peasant, but above all by the lack of any practical experience before that time, and by the presence in the party of a rightist-leftist tendency. The latter was disposed to consider any change in labor relations that gave rise to collective forms of production as a step toward socialism, even if it was imposed from above by coercion, provided that the state of the dictatorship of the proletariat was the agent of this change. On March 13, 1919, at the First Congress of Farm Laborers of Petrograd Gubernia, Lenin spoke very firmly against the tendency of certain party officials to compel peasants to join collective farms. He reminded his hearers that the Soviet government must not under any circumstances resort to coercion. Agricultural communes are established on a voluntary basis. The adoption of collective tillage must be voluntary, the workers' and peasants' government must refrain from exercising the slightest compulsion, and the law prohibits this. 30. Clearly, when he recalled these principles, Lenin was not concerned with the formal aspect of legality. What mattered to him was to stress that the founding of agricultural communes by force could not give rise to communist forms of labor. At this same Congress Lenin also spoke against the compromise of forming state farms in which the participants retained individual holdings. He considered that if such holdings existed they would be a germ of decomposition in the state farms. Thus, for instance, if private vegetable plots, animals, poultry and so forth were permitted again, we should revert to the small farming that had existed hitherto. If that were the case, would it be worthwhile to have all this bother? Would it be worthwhile establishing state farms? 31. In his report of March 23, to the 8th Congress of the Bolshevik Party, Lenin again discussed the policy of allying with the middle peasant in order to build socialism. He emphasized once more that it was necessary to refrain from resorting to coercion, that the peasants must not be dragged by 227. Force onto a path they were not ready to follow. He dwelt at length on this idea, because it was not easily accepted by certain party members. He said, if we were to act in the same way towards the middle peasant it would be such idiocy, such stupidity, it would be so ruinous to our cause, that only provocateurs could deliberately act in such a way. You cannot create anything here by coercion. Coercion applied to the middle peasants would cause untold harm. 32 And again, we must particularly stress the truth that here by the very nature of the case coercive methods can accomplish nothing. Here coercion would ruin the whole cause. Prolonged educational work is required. On this question we must say that we do encourage communes, but they must be so organized as to gain the confidence of the peasants. Nothing is more stupid than the very idea of applying coercion in economic relations with the middle peasant. The aim is not to expropriate the middle peasant but to learn from him methods of transition to a better system, and not to dare to give orders. 33. The principles are clear: no violence in dealing with the middle peasants, work must be carried on among them to convince them, to win their confidence, so that they themselves will change the economic relations, learn from the peasants, do not dare to give them orders. The Bolshevik Party formally accepted these principles, but the administrative organs showed only partial respect for them during 1919 and 1920, and even violated them where requisitioning was concerned. Only after the introduction of the NEP were these principles really respected, and then they were jettisoned again when the collectivization campaign was launched at the end of the 1920s. The party's rallying to the point of view voiced by Lenin was expressed in the adoption of a resolution on the attitude to the middle peasants. 34. It condemned arbitrary action on the part of the local authorities in dealing with the middle peasants, who are not exploiters since they do not profit by the labor of others, and it encouraged the formation of agricultural communes on an exclusively voluntary basis. It 228. Condemned the way requisitioning had been carried out among the middle peasants and declared that such requisitioning must be exercised with moderation. Finally, it dwelt at length on the help and support that the Soviet power must render to the middle peasants so that they might improve their individual holdings, through being backed up by cooperatives providing services and financing. This resolution is of all the greater importance from the standpoint of principle in that it was adopted at a time when the illusions of war communism about direct transition to communism were at their height. In practice, the resolution was applied very unevenly. The objective process of the class struggle proceeding in Russian society as a whole, the party's weak roots in the countryside, and the acute crisis in the supply of food to the towns meant that the Bolshevik Party could only partially honor the decisions of the 8th Congress regarding the middle peasants. The emergence of socialist relations in the countryside. It was in the matter of the transition to collective cultivation, and the need for no coercion to be used in this field that the decisions of the 8th Party Congress had most effect. In October 1919, in economics and politics in the era of the dictatorship of the proletariat, 35 Lenin observed that in the transition to collectivism in agriculture Russia had as yet taken only the first steps. 36 Indeed, in 1919 there were only 2,100 agricultural communes with some 350,000 members, and these figures later diminished. There were only 1,520 communes in March 1920. Some of them had had to dissolve in the face of the hostility shown by other peasants. This hostility, stirred up by the kulaks, sometimes led to the murder of commune members by peasants from neighboring villages. The agricultural communes were formed mainly by the poor and landless, not by middle peasants. Some of them were first established by workers from the industrial centers, as happened in 1918, for example, on the outskirts of Petrograd. 229. Which shows the close connection the industrial workers still retained with agriculture. 37. Another form of socialist production was constituted in this period by the Soviet farms, or state farms. These were formed by the Soviet state and not directly by the toilers themselves, and those who worked in them were paid wages. Their socialist character depended on the extent to which they were actually subordinate to the state of the proletarian dictatorship. In 1919, the number of state farms was a little larger than the number of agricultural communes, 3,500, and this figure even rose to 4,400 in 1920. They were still relatively small affairs, most covering less than 200 hectares, usually poor land of which not even half was under cultivation. Finally, Alongside these two forms there were artels, that is, producers' cooperatives of a lower type which carried on collective cultivation of fields that remained privately owned. These artels were a little more numerous than the communes, 1,900 in 1919 and 3,800 in 1920. 38 altogether, these forms of production represented almost nothing in the immense ocean of individual production. Nevertheless, their importance from the standpoint of principle was considerable. The poor development of collective production in its various forms showed that socialist ideas had barely penetrated the countryside, and was also due to the fact that the Bolshevik Party thereafter refrained from imposing these forms, especially as it did not view this as the main task at a time when the principal contradiction was still that which confronted the workers and peasants with the White Guards who were defending the landlords and capitalists, and with imperialism. Helping the middle peasant. The help for the middle peasant provided for in the 8th Congress resolution did not materialize. In view of the Kindi 230 of Russia's economy at the time, it was not possible to supply the peasants with improved seeds, artificial fertilizers, or pedigree stock, or to set up centers for repairing machinery or clearing land for tillage. All these intentions remained at that time so many aspirations. The chief form of help rendered to the middle peasant was political. The local authorities ceased to treat him as a kulak as far as his holdings were concerned. He was promised, in a decree adopted in the summer of 1920, that his land would not be taken from him. This was current practice in a number of mirs as long as he cultivated it with his own hands, even if its area was larger than allowed by the regional norms of distribution. 39 This decree was aimed at supporting the middle peasant even against the demands of the poor peasants. The official commentary noted that the decree creates stability in rural farming. It is necessary that every peasant should be convinced that his share will remain his own, that it will not be taken away from him because the majority wish to make another redistribution. 40 To sum up, the middle peasant, one of the chief beneficiaries of the agrarian revolution, did not receive, between 1919 and 1921, any material aid from the Soviet power, but the attitude officially adopted offered him reassurance as to his future, whereas previously he had felt threatened by the one-sided emphasis laid on alliance with the poor peasants and by the activities of the committees formed by a section of the latter. The problem of requisitioning. The decisions of the 8th Congress on requisitioning were not respected. The middle peasants who were defending the Soviet power by force of arms, without them victory over the White Guards and the imperialist forces could not have been won. Handed over to the Soviet state hardly any of that part of their produce which they did not consume themselves. They sold a big proportion of it on the black market, thus giving priority to their own immediate material interests. 231. Over the needs of the front and of the workers and peasants who were fighting there. In his speech of November 19, 1919, to the First All-Russia Conference on Party Work in the Countryside, Lenin pointed out the dual character of the middle peasant. On the one hand, he said, the peasant is a toiler, a man who lives by the sweat of his brow, and who therefore sides with the worker, but on the other hand the peasant as a proprietor with a surplus of grain is accustomed to regarding it as his property which he can sell freely and, Lenin added, anyone who sells grain surpluses in a hunger-ridden country becomes a profiteer, an exploiter, because the starving man will give everything he has for bread. 41 Basing himself on this formulation, Lenin said that the middle peasant must be given dual treatment, depending on whether he was acting as a toiler or as an exploiter. He reminded his hearers that renunciation of coercion in dealings with the middle peasant referred not to freedom for him to exploit the proletariat, but to the principle that there can be no question of forcibly imposing socialism on anyone. 42 In December 1919 the 7th Congress of Soviets adopted a resolution which called explicitly for a strengthening of measures of requisitioning and their extension to all agricultural products. In practice, these measures affected almost all holdings capable of producing a surplus over subsistence needs. Such measures were essential in order to ensure the survival of the soldiers at the front and the workers in the factories. At that moment and in this field, recourse to coercion was dictated by the economic and military situation and by the nature of the relations between the mass of the peasants and the Soviet power, which were not such as to cause the majority of the peasants to hand over their produce of their own free will to organs of the state with nothing to give them in exchange. The general requisitioning measures adopted at the end of 1919 nevertheless helped to worsen the political relations between the peasantry and the Soviet power, that is, the AL. 232. Alliance of the working class with the middle peasants, most of whom found themselves being treated as speculators and exploiters. Moreover, on the economic plane, these requisitioning measures discouraged agricultural production, which declined considerably. The Soviet power tried to resist this decline by imposing sowing plans upon the peasants, that is, by resorting, in this sphere as well, to coercion. 43. Actually, it was almost impossible to ensure the carrying out of these plans on the basis of individual production. The situation therefore worsened, since, by affecting an ever larger number of peasants, the requisitioning measures provoked increasing discontent on the part of the peasantry toward the Soviet power. At a conference of chairmen of Uyezd, Volost, and village executive committees of Moscow gubernia, on October 15, 1920, Lenin took note of this discontent. It had been manifested during the conference in such a way that the spokesmen of the government had often found difficulty in expounding their opinions. In one of his speeches Lenin said, "If extreme dissatisfaction and impatience have been expressed here so often, we all know that freedom of speech is the primary rule of procedure at meetings. At this meeting you have broken this rule. It is because the majority of the peasants are experiencing all too severely the effects of the very grave situation that has arisen in the localities. Most of the peasants are feeling all too severely the effects of famine, cold and excessive taxation." 44. Thus, contrary to what the Bolshevik party had wished, the year 1920 was a year in which the great majority of the peasants were subjected to severe requisitioning in order to provide for the needs of the front and of the towns. This entailed serious political consequences. At the end of the autumn of 1920 and during the winter of 1920 to 1921, when the White and interventionist armies had practically been defeated, peasant revolts broke out in various regions, particularly in the south and southeast of Russia, and compelled the Ministry of Food Supplies to suspend all collecting and requisitioning of grain in 13 provinces. 45. 233. The crisis in the grain collections at the end of 1920 was obviously not merely due to the peasants' refusal to sell part of their produce. It was connected also with the failure of the harvest, which was due to the war, to economic disorganization, and to the discontent felt by the peasants, many of whom restricted production to what was needed for their own consumption. Consequently, according to generally accepted estimates, annual grain production fell from 72.5 million metric tons in the period 1909 to 1913 to under 35 million in 1920, and the peasants' own consumption was less than 17 million metric tons, a catastrophic reduction of about 40% as compared with pre-war figures. 46. The grave situation in agriculture, the discontent of the peasantry, which was in rebellion in some provinces, and, finally, the victory over the whites and the imperialist armies, led the Bolshevik party to make a rectification in its peasant policy, as it was now actually in a position to do. This rectification took place as part of a new conception of economic policy in general, what was called the New Economic Policy. The latter will be discussed in the last part of this book. Here I shall examine only some of the decisions and measures which relate more particularly to the Bolshevik Party's peasant policy and its immediate effects on the class struggle in the countryside. For the rectification of the Bolshevik Party's peasant policy and class relations in the countryside at the end of war communism and the beginning of the NEP. At the end of 1920 and at the beginning of 1921, Lenin emphasized the need for a thorough rectification of the party's peasant policy. This did not take effect in practice, however, until March 1921, after the peasant discontent fanned by the SRS and Mensheviks had given rise to rural insurrections and contributed to the Kronstadt Rising. 234. In his report to the 10th Party Congress, on March 8, 1921, Lenin mentioned, as he had already done before, that the policy of requisitioning carried on without adequate knowledge of the possibilities and needs of the peasantry in the different regions had helped to intensify the crisis in the peasant economy considerably. 47 So that the peasants' dissatisfaction with the proletarian dictatorship is mounting. 48 And this made it necessary to rectify relations between the working class and the peasantry. The peasants' demands and the re-establishment of freedom of exchange. On March 15, 1921, in his report on the substitution of a tax in kind for requisitioning, Lenin spoke at length and explicitly about the rectification that had become necessary in the party's policy toward the peasantry. Under no circumstances must we try to hide anything. We must plainly state that the peasantry is dissatisfied with the form of our relations, that it does not want relations of this type, and will not continue to live as it has hitherto. This is unquestionable. The peasantry has expressed its will in this respect definitely enough. It is the will of the vast masses of the working population. We must reckon with this, and we are sober enough politicians to say frankly, let us re-examine our policy in regard to the peasantry. The state of affairs that has prevailed so far cannot be continued any longer. We must try to satisfy the demands of the peasants who are dissatisfied and disgruntled, and legitimately so, and who cannot be otherwise. We must say to them, yes, this cannot go on any longer. How is the peasant to be satisfied, and what does satisfying him mean? Where is the answer? Naturally, it lies in the demands of the peasantry. 49. These last formulations again show that, in Lenin's case, besides the theory that serves as guide to revolutionary action, there was another essential factor in the working out of a correct political line, the lessons of experience and the demands of the masses themselves. In order to meet the peasants' demands, Lenin and the Bolshevik Party acknowledged that, in the situation of the 235 moment, the peasants must be given freedom to dispose of their produce once they had paid their taxes, and a certain degree of freedom must be allowed to small-scale trade and small-scale industry. At the same time, concessions 50 of a limited kind were offered to foreign capital. Under the conditions then existing, it seemed to the Bolshevik Party that it was only by taking this path that the country could be saved from famine and economic breakdown, and the dictatorship of the proletariat consolidated, for the latter was seriously threatened by the discontent of the peasantry, with the prospect it opened up of an end to the alliance between workers and peasants. The concrete forms that were subsequently to be assured by the re-established freedom of exchange varied from time to time. The initial formula of still regulated exchange gave way to free commercial exchange and to the restoration of commodity circulation on a substantial scale. These variations were extensions of the original rectification, of the abandonment of war communism, and of the adoption of the NEP. The principal decrees inaugurating the NEP were published in the days immediately following the 10th Congress. On March 21 came the decree putting an end to the requisitioning of foodstuffs, and on March 28 Lenin signed the decree freeing trade, the buying and selling of foodstuffs, and abolishing restrictions on the transport of these goods. The agrarian legislation of 1922. We shall see later how, on the basis of practical experience, the original conception of the NEP became transformed. Here, in discussing class relations in the countryside, it is essential to say a few words about the decree of May 22, 1922, on land associations, or land societies. This decree gave practical recognition to the mir, while trying to transform it so as to make its functions more compatible with those of the various organs of the Soviet power. This attempt did not enjoy much success. Under the new name of Land Association, it was more or 236 less the same old mir that continued to exist. Like the mir, the Land Association functioned at village level. The Land Code of November 15, 1922, embodied the provisions of the decree of May 22. It sought to provide satisfactory conditions for the development of individual cultivation, since this was what, to an overwhelming extent, prevailed within the transformed Mir. At the same time, the Land Code of 1922 established more precise foundations for the constitution of agricultural communes, which could be formed either within a given land association or by several villages acting together. The land association, that is, the transformed Mir, was administered by a general assembly of all who had the right to vote and by elected organs. In principle, this change was important since participation in this code was previously confined to peasants who were heads of households, whereas henceforth, in theory, all who were aged 18 or over and possessed some land were to participate and to join in electing the governing bodies. This code decided who had the right to belong to the Mir and who was allowed to leave it, and it could decide on the type of cultivation and on the mode of distributing the land. The renovated Mir was juridically a person, with power to buy and sell. The reality of the new Mir was considerably different from this, however. After the promulgation of the Land Code, just as before, actual political power in the localities was usually wielded by the rich and well-to-do peasants through this code and its elected head, or plenipotentiary, who was, as a rule, himself a rich peasant. This code, largely dominated by the rich and well-to-do peasants, took precedence over the rural Soviets. It was in practice the sole judge of how the land was to be shared out. Sometimes it went so far as to deprive the poorest peasants of the little land they had, 51, on the grounds that they were not able to cope with the holding. This situation continued until collectivization, as was acknowledged, for example, in an analysis of the situation in the countryside made at the end of 1928, the village's code continues to occupy the predominant position in the life of the village. 52. 237. Some Soviet writers 53 consequently consider that the consolidation of the Mir favored the rich peasants, and that they were even its chief advocates since, given the lack of a real presence of Bolshevik party members in the villages, they were able to profit by their dominant position in this code. This claim is probably correct. The rich peasants were not, generally speaking, the best cultivators, but they skillfully combined farming with commercial activities and even with usury, and they also rented out draft animals and agricultural tools or machines. The 1922 code sought to combat the tendency to many parcelization, and to promote the concentration of land within each holding, so as to remedy a situation that involved considerable loss of cultivable land used as paths and as box separating plots, and obliged the peasants to travel great distances. These efforts conflicted, however, with the redistributions of land carried out from time to time by the Mir, and which the law also strove to restrict with only relative success. Finally, the code authorized the leasing of land for a period not exceeding 3 years, on condition that it be cultivated without the employment of wage labor. At the beginning of 1923 the employment of wage labor was permitted, subject to certain limitations. In this way some of the peasants' demands were satisfied. Given the relation of forces in the countryside, however, these demands broadly corresponded to the demands of the rich peasants who were able to influence the mass of the countryfolk. The economic position of the peasantry immediately following the Civil War, and class differentiation in the countryside at the beginning of the NEP. The peasantry was the social group whose economic position underwent the greatest fundamental improvement as a 238 result of the revolution. The land at its disposal was increased by 50%. The dues it formerly had to pay to the state were abolished, and it was no longer obliged to pay rent for land leased from the landlords, since the latter had been expropriated. Accordingly, the peasantry actively supported the revolution and enabled the Red Army to beat the white and imperialist forces. Without the support of a mass which constituted more than 2/3 of the population, victory would have been impossible. The victory of the Red Army, which was extremely poorly equipped and supplied, was and could only be a political victory, that of the worker-peasant alliance. The enlargement of the area of land available to the peasants and the elimination of the landlords basically improved the position of the peasantry, but its immediate economic situation nevertheless suffered substantial deterioration. This happened, first, because the prices of industrial goods rose much more quickly than those of agricultural products, and, Secondly, because agricultural production itself collapsed, 55 and the requisitions carried out until the end of 1920 took such quantities of produce from the peasants that they were reduced to hunger, the strengthening of the economic position of the poor and middle peasants. The revolution changed a section of the former poor peasants into middle peasants and improved their relative position. It is extremely difficult to arrive at a numerical estimate of the changes that occurred inside the peasantry between 1917 and 1922. To be serious, it would need to be based on detailed studies which have not been undertaken. It is necessary therefore to confine oneself to broad figures whose significance must not be overestimated, especially as they relate essentially to the division of land among peasant holdings, and not to the division of the peasants into classes. Among the various estimates that have been made, the one that gives the most likely seeming figures is due to N.D. Kondratev and N.P. Oganovsky. 56%. 240. Zion of land and the division of other means of production. Uncultivated land in 1922 to 1923 amounted to about 30% of the area under cultivation in 1913. Therefore, if what is taken into account is actually cultivated land, we see that the proportion of smaller holdings increased from 43.8% to 49.6% between 1917 and 1922, whereas the proportion represented by the in-between group diminished, as did that representing the well-to-do and rich peasants 58. In short, the Russian Revolution enabled the poor peasants and the less well-off middle peasants categorized in terms of land to improve their economic position. Nevertheless, by 1922 it had not improved the immediate economic situation of these peasants. Such an improvement was not to be experienced until the NEP got underway. All the same, since possession of land seemed the most important thing in the eyes of most peasants, the increase in the amount held by the poor and middle peasants constituted a decisive victory for them. Hence, the undoubted political support given to the Soviet power by the peasant masses during the Civil War. As we know, this did not prevent a section of the peasantry from starting to revolt, when the Civil War was nearing its end, against this same power, which had gone too far with its requisitioning and its banning of free trade. The peasantry then formulated the demands to which the NEP gave satisfaction, thus consolidating afresh the bonds between the broad masses of the peasantry and the Soviet power. The Russian peasantry and the village petty bourgeoisie. In the main, that is, with the obvious exceptions of the rural proletariat and poor peasants at one extreme, and the rich peasants at the other, the Russian peasantry of this period belonged to the petty bourgeoisie. It was involved in 241. Commodity relations, and occupied in the Russian social formation the intermediate position characteristic of the petty bourgeoisie. True, part of what was produced by the middle section of the peasantry was intended for its own consumption, but another part was intended for sale in order to obtain in exchange the sums of money which the peasants needed for their consumption, both productive and unproductive. The peasants' production was therefore dominated by the requirements of the reproduction of conditions of production that were realized through circulation. As far as that part of the peasantry was concerned which formed the village petty bourgeoisie, and also as regards the rural bourgeoisie, the domination of production by market conditions was very thorough. Thus, the decline in production that took place in 1917 to 1922 was partly due to the depreciation of the ruble and to the lack of industrial goods obtainable in exchange for agricultural produce. This situation blocked the social conditions for agricultural production and contributed to its decline. The first years of the NEP showed to what an extent Russian agriculture could be affected by price and market conditions. That the middle section of the peasantry belonged to the petty bourgeoisie was due to its place in the relations of production. In the absence of ideological and political activity by the Bolshevik party which could have made it possible to transform the social practices of this part of the petty bourgeoisie, its practices also remained petty bourgeois, at both the economic and the political levels. Thus, at the economic level, the sharp fall in the amount of produce provided by agriculture was due only in part to a worsening of the material conditions of production. In fact, the material means for maintaining a relatively high level of production existed almost everywhere. if the amount produced fell dramatically between 1917 and 1921, this was because the mass of the peasants who could have been producing to supply the towns, the factories, and the front had reduced their 242 production to more or less the level required for their own subsistence, and had done this because they could get nothing, or almost nothing, in exchange for what they might have supplied. In this matter, what was decisive was the petty bourgeois practice of giving nothing for nothing. For the moment, the towns could give nothing, and so they were given nothing, or almost nothing. The petty bourgeois practice of exchange thus took precedence over solidarity with the soldiers, with the town workers, or even with the peasants in those regions where the harvest had failed. In noting this fact, we are not, of course, drawing up some sort of indictment of the Russian peasants of that time, but noting a class practice, and the Bolshevik party's inability at that time to transform it. At the political level, the peasant revolts of the winter of 1920 to 1921, and the Kronstadt Rising, which was a continuation of this movement, testify to the petty bourgeois class nature of the support given by the peasantry to the state of the proletarian dictatorship. This support was unstable insofar as it emanated from the middle peasants, who formed the bulk of the peasantry and influenced a section of the poor peasants. The middle peasants supported the Soviet power as long as it was helping them get rid of the landlords and seize a certain amount of land, but their support faltered once the war was over and the Soviet power did not allow them then to develop their commercial activities as they wished. This was the vacillating support of a petty bourgeoisie that wanted to dispose freely of its own products and carry on trade in them. A type of support symbolized in the formula used by the Russian peasants, up with the Bolsheviks, down with the communists. In order to understand what the NEP meant for the Russian peasantry at the beginning of the 1920s, one needs to recognize the class character of the peasantry's practice, both 243 economic and political, and to appreciate that the Bolshevik party was not in a position to transform this practice. This incapacity of the party was due to many reasons. Some were connected with its own history, its weak roots in the countryside, its too rigid conception of the relations between class situation and class practice, etc. The other reasons were connected with the actual situation in Russia, the types of social differentiation existing in the Russian countryside, the influence of the petty bourgeois ideas of the SR party, and the effects of the functioning of the Mir, even in its renovated form. The rural bourgeoisie. If we confine our attention to changes in the division of cultivable land, we arrive at false conclusions regarding the changes undergone by class relations in the countryside. These conclusions would be especially misleading as regards the rich peasants, whose share of the cultivable land was reduced between 1917 and 1922. To form a judgment of the economic position of the rural bourgeoisie, we need above all to take into account the division of the means of production other than land. Unfortunately, overall figures on this subject are not available. The fragmentary information we have suggests that the inequality in the division of these means of production was reduced a little, but that it persisted and continued to be one of the vital material foundations for the relations of exploitation that were reproduced at village level, that is, for the differentiation of the peasantry into poor, middle, and rich peasants, with the rich peasants constituting the nucleus of a rural bourgeoisie. It is first of all necessary to dispose of the idea that only the division of the land mattered, as the peasants could produce for themselves the other means of production, since these were so simple. That is a plainly unrealistic notion. While a swing plow could sometimes be made by an individual for personal use, this was not the case with a wheeled plow or a scythe, and even less so with a cart. As for draft animals, these 244 had to be bought, since they were not redistributed, and that called for large sums of money for most poor and middle peasant households. The death of their one draft animal was an economic catastrophe which plunged them into the lowest social category. The means of production owned by the poor peasants were, in fact, very inadequate. Thus, in northwest Russia, a region for which some usable figures exist, 29% of the holdings belonging to the Mir had no tools at all, and there were only 35 draft animals for 100 holdings. For the RSFSR as a whole, the number of swing plows per 100 deciaton sown was only 9.6 in 1920, and the number of wheeled plows only 11.2. The unequal availability of equipment had, moreover, a decisive influence on yield per deciaton. In one and the same region, the yield from well-equipped holdings was often more than 60% greater than that from holdings with average equipment. 59. However, the problem of the differentiation among the peasantry is not to be reduced to a problem of inequality, it was a problem of class differentiation. At one of the poles of village society were the agricultural semi-proletariat and the poor peasants exploited by the rich peasants from whom they had to hire horses, plows, and other instruments of agricultural production. At the opposite pole was the rural bourgeoisie, the kulaks, who exploited the semi-proletarians, the poor peasants, and some of the middle peasants. There are no figures for this exploitation, but it is known to have been severe. We know, too, that under Soviet rule this exploitation often assumed concealed forms so as to avoid state intervention, but, in any case, it was real and heavy exploitation. What was present here was capitalist parasitism combined with the slow development of capitalism in agriculture. The kulak got more income from hiring out his tools of labor and 245. Speculating in grain than he got from improving his own farming. The observations that Marx and Engels had already made in the second half of the 19th century were basically still valid in 1920 to 1922. 60. The rural bourgeoisie had a considerable economic and political impact. Through the Mir, it tended to dominate the village and manipulate the mass of the peasants who were, in part, economically dependent upon it. This was all the more the case in that the Soviet administration was far away, located in the chief town of the district, and was even itself, in some places, much under the influence of the kulaks. The resulting polarization of the village turned the middle peasants into a petty bourgeoisie striving to become rich and struggling to save itself from falling into the ranks of the semi-proletariat and the poor peasants. This petty bourgeoisie was thus also driven to exploit, so far as it could, the poorer strata of the peasantry. It was on the basis of these social relations, these class relations and these class practices, that the state apparatus underwent transformations which we must now examine. It varied enormously from one region to another. These variations were due to the relative size of the holdings that were detached from the Mir before the revolution, and also though to a rather slight degree, since the party's influence in the rural areas was itself slight to the role that the Bolshevik party was able to play. It seems that in the regions where separated holdings were comparatively numerous they were less affected than elsewhere, since the section of the peasantry which had broken away from the Mir constituted a real social force in those regions. Thus, in Petrograd province, where such holdings, a good many of which were actual capitalist farms, made up 28.7% of all holdings in 1916, they were still 22.7% in 1922. See Sharapov, Razreshiny. 18. For European Russia as a whole, the land at the disposal of the peasants increased by about 50%. See Volin, A Century of Russian Agriculture, p. 133. 19. See Narkevich, The Making of the Soviet State Apparatus, p. 27. 20. On this point see Dobb, Soviet Economic Development, pages 104 to 105, and Carr, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, pages 59 to 60. 21. C.W., Volume 28, pages 174 to 175. 22. Ibid, pages 227 ff, quotation on pages 303 to 304. 23. Ibid, pages 338 ff, quotation on p. 341. 24. Ibid, pages 343, 344. 25. He touches on this subject in his speech to the 6th Congress of Soviets, and in his speech to the Poor Peasants Committee delegates. 26. See his speech to the First Congress of Land Departments, in CW, Volume 28, p. 340. 27. Opening speech at the 8th Congress, in CW, Volume 29, pages 143 to 145. 28. Ibid, pages 144 to 145. 29. Ibid, p. 159. 30. Ibid, p. 44. 31. Ibid, pages 43 to 44. 32. Ibid, p. 210. 33. Ibid, pages 210 to 211. The communes mentioned here were not the traditional village community but agricultural communes in which the peasants came together to carry out collective labor. 34. Ibid, pages 217 to 220. 248. 35 CW, Volume 30, pages 107 ff. 36 Ibid, p. 108. 37 On these agricultural communes formed by town workers, see Sharapov. 38 The figures given here are taken from Kar, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 160, and Narkevich, The Making of the Soviet State Apparatus, pages 42 to 43. 39 Izvestiya, June 10, 1920. 40 Quoted in Narkevich, The Making of the Soviet State Apparatus, p. 43. 41 CW, Volume 30, pages 143 ff, quotation on p. 146. 42 Ibid, p. 146. 43 I shall show later on how, during the summer of 1920, the illusion arose that it would be possible to increase agricultural production by forcible means and that such means would even enable socialism to be built. 44 CW, Volume 31, p. 335. 45 Statement made to the 10th Party Congress, quoted in Kar, The Bolshevik Revolution, Volume 2, p. 173, and 2. 46 The figure for grain production in the period 1909 to 1913 is taken from Narodnoy KH.SSSRV 1958, p. 70, and that for 1920 is calculated from Krzyzanowski, Dzayat, pages 124 to 125. The total for pre-war consumption by the peasants is given according to current estimates, while that of 1920 to 1921 is quoted in Grosskopf, Le Problème de Cereals, p. 122. Though not strictly comparable, being based on unreliable statistical foundations and tending to overestimate the decline in production and consumption, these figures give some idea of the magnitude of the fall in both. 47 CW, Volume 32, p. 175. 48 Ibid, p. 178. 49 Ibid, pages 215 and 217. 50 By concessions was meant opportunities accorded to foreign capital, under very strict controls, to invest in certain industries, especially factory production, to bring into Russia the equipment the country lacked, and to transfer abroad the profits made. 51 Carr and Davies, Foundations of a Planned Economy, Volume 1, p. 121, and 2. 52 Quoted in Carr, Foundations of a Planned Economy, Volume 2, p. 248, and 7. 249. 53 C. Ustinov, K. Voprosu o Formach Zemlopalzovania, pages 143 to 149. 54. Figure given by Grosskopf, Le Problème de Cereals, p. 55. 55. The decline in overall agricultural production has been officially estimated at 40%, as compared with the figure for 1913 and even more so far as grain was concerned. The view is often expressed that a quarter of what was actually produced was concealed, so that the real decline in production was only 20%, but this seems an optimistic estimate. 56. Quoted in Grosskopf, Appropriation, p. 515. 57. See Grosskopf, Le Problème des Céréales, p. 87. 58. Cf. The estimates of Kondratev and Oganovsky, quoted in Grosskopf, Kayaz, p. 516. 59. On these points, see Kondratev and Oganovsky, especially pages 60 to 61 and 123. 60. It was with reference to Russia's rich peasants, the kulaks, that Engels used the expression capitalist parasitism in his 1875 article on social conditions in Russia. Part 3. The transformation of the principal instruments of the proletarian dictatorship. Analysis of the transformations undergone between 1917 and 1922 in the principal instruments of power enables us to grasp some of the political changes that began at that time, and which later on gave rise to increasingly negative consequences for the proletariat. It also enables us to see that these transformations were the result of an objective social process, the outcome of a class struggle, and not the product of the theoretical or organizational conceptions of the Bolshevik Party. Although some of these conceptions, through their partial inadequacy, did fail to enable the effects of the transformations that were going on to be foreseen, or their consequences to be prevented, one should not confuse a partial failure to control an objective social process with its driving force. To get to the root of the matter, let it be recalled that political relations are never decreed. In the last analysis they are always the form assumed by fundamental social relations at the level of production. As Marx wrote in the introduction to his contribution to the critique of political economy, each mode of production produces its specific legal relations, political forms, etc. 1. This determination of political forms by modes of production enables us to understand how it was that the limited extent to which changes were effected at the level of production relations, tended in the final analysis to offset the achievements of the October Revolution. Viewed over a period of several decades, this determining relation also explains why, in the absence of a renewed Revo. 251. 252. Revolutionary offensive attacking production relations in depth, and of a political line permitting such an offensive to develop successfully, the dictatorship of the proletariat itself has ended by being annihilated, and why we are seeing in the Russia of today, under new conditions, a resurgence of internal political relations and of political relations with the rest of the world which look like a reproduction of bourgeois political relations, and even of those of the Tsarist period. The determination of the political level by the economic level, the relation which Lenin summed up admirably in his well-known formula, politics is concentrated economics, is obviously a relation of determination in the final analysis, and not a relation of expression, such as would make political relations a mere expression, another face of economic relations. The political level is relatively independent of the economic level. This relative independence explains how the revolutionary struggle could bring down the political power of the bourgeoisie and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, as happened in October 1917, without production relations and property relations having been previously or simultaneously revolutionized, this revolutionization becoming possible only after the bourgeoisie had been deprived of power and the proletariat had become the ruling class. The need for uninterrupted revolution, for the revolutionary struggle to be continued under the dictatorship of the proletariat, is due precisely to the fact that without such a struggle the fundamental economic relations cannot be transformed in depth. And as long as they have not been radically transformed, destroyed and rebuilt, and insofar as they contain elements of capitalist relations, the prevailing social relations provide an objective basis for bourgeois social practices which tend to ensure the reproduction of the former political relations, to weaken the dictatorship of the proletariat and, eventually, by consolidating the positions from which the bourgeoisie can carry on its class struggle, to re-establish all the conditions for the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, as well as this dictatorship itself. 253. One of the issues in the class struggle under the dictatorship of the proletariat is the development of proletarian social practices. It is this development alone that makes it possible to transform social relations as a whole in a revolutionary way. Without it, bourgeois social practices are reproduced, and ensure, at every level of the social formation, conditions favorable to the bourgeois class struggle, to the consolidation and re-establishment of bourgeois social relations. Historical experience shows that one of the vital and irreplaceable tasks of a revolutionary party is to assist the advance of proletarian practices. To this end, the party must constantly pay attention to the ripening of class contradictions, taking account of all aspects of these contradictions. The Bolshevik party coped very unevenly with this task, and thereby allowed bourgeois social practices to be reproduced, and consolidation to proceed in the capitalist social relations to which the October Revolution had administered no more than an initial shake-up, mainly at the political and juridical levels. The process of consolidation of these relations showed itself first in a process of transformation of the principal instruments of the proletarian dictatorship. I shall now analyze the main aspects of this process, the significance and effects of which were, and could not but be, appreciated only partially by the Bolshevik Party, the first revolutionary party to have to cope with the unprecedented historical task of guiding the construction of socialist social relations. Marx expresses the same idea in Capital, Volume IL, p. 772. The transformation of the central organs of power and the administrative machinery of state. The Soviet power evolved very quickly toward a system of political relations profoundly different from that which Lenin had outlined in the State and Revolution. According to Engels's expression, taken over by Lenin, the characteristics of this system should have made the Soviet power something that was no longer a state in the proper sense of the word. This power should have been based fundamentally upon the local Soviets, with the central organs of state serving mainly the purpose of centralization. In practice, relations of this sort, partly non-state in nature, which did appear in embryonic form in the Soviet system, failed to become consolidated. Concentration of power in the central organs of state occurred instead of mere centralization. The role of the local Soviets either failed to materialize or else tended to diminish, as did that of the Congress of Soviets. This tendency continued and was accelerated under war communism. It gave rise to an ever more pronounced trend toward the administrative machinery of state acquiring independence. This machinery was not really subjected to control by the masses, and it even tended to escape from the effective authority of the Bolshevik Party. The transformation of relations between the central governmental organs. According to the Bolshevik Party's original plans, central state power was to be held by a Congress of Soviets, which would meet every 3 months. In the intervals, central state power was to be exercised by the All-Russia Executive Committee of the Soviets, or CEC, elected by the Congress. Actually, after 1918, although no formal change was at first made in the rules, the Congress of Soviets met only once a year. In 1921, the 9th Congress of Soviets formally resolved that subsequent congresses should be annual only, and this not merely in the case of the All-Russia Congress but also where the district congresses of Soviets were concerned. Not only did the congresses of Soviets meet less frequently, but their authority was reduced. After July 1918, the chairman of the VTSIK and the Sovnarkom no longer presented reports to the Congress on the activities of the organs over which they presided. Previously, these reports had to be discussed and ratified by the Congress. The VTSIK itself, derived directly from the All-Russia Congress of Soviets, became less active, even while the number of its members increased, reaching 300 in 1920. Originally the VTSIK was to have remained in permanent session, but in practice its meetings were held at long intervals and became more and more infrequent. In 1921 it met only 3 times. In December 1919 such power as the VTSIK retained was virtually transferred to its chairman, whose role was soon reduced to that of a formal and honorific head of state. 3. During war communism, the state organ which actually played the dominant role was not the one that emanated from the All-Russia Congress of Soviets, but the Council of People's Commissars, which Lenin headed until his death. From the formal standpoint, important decisions were taken, indifferently, in the name of the Sovnarkom, of the Central Committee of the party, or jointly by one of these organs and the VTSIK. As will be seen, there was also a considerable gap between the formal concentration of power in certain central organs and the actual exercise of this power, which tended to shift toward the administrative organs, though these were in theory subordinate. On more than one occasion Lenin noted that this was the real state of affairs, which he tried to alter. 257. 2. The process of eliminating the bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties and their press. The Bolshevik Party had no preconceived program regarding the place to be occupied in the system of the proletarian dictatorship by the democratic and bourgeois parties and press. Before the October Revolution, however, a clear distinction was made between the parties and publications which directly expressed the interests of the bourgeoisie, against which repressive measures would have to be taken, and the democratic parties and press which voiced the aspirations of the petty bourgeoisie. With regard to the latter, the Bolshevik Party considered that the principal aspect of the struggle to wrest the masses from their influence was constituted by ideological class struggle, which implied confronting these parties in the Soviets and allowing them to have their own newspapers. This attitude, of course, did not mean that these parties or publications would be allowed to carry on counter-revolutionary activity with impunity. In fact, in the period immediately following October, the Bolshevik Party in power allowed the democratic parties to pursue their activities. The party even negotiated with a view to their possible participation in the government, and it exercised only limited repression against the bourgeois press and parties. The Cadet Party and its press. The Cadet Party was not at once suppressed after the October Revolution. Only at the end of November 1917, when this party was openly supporting Kaledin's preparations for a counter-revolutionary revolt, was it declared a party of enemies of the people and banned by a decree of the Sovnarkom. 4 cadet deputies, together with deputies belonging to other bourgeois parties, were nevertheless elected to the Constituent Assembly and took part in its brief meeting. 258. As regards the bourgeois press, the Soviet government showed itself at first more tolerant in its practice than in its declarations. In principle, the bourgeois press was to have been closed down. As Lenin recalled in his speech on the press on November 4, 1917, earlier on we said that if we took power, we intended to close down the bourgeois newspapers. To tolerate the existence of these papers is to cease being a socialist. We cannot provide the bourgeoisie with an opportunity for slandering us. However, he went on, we are not bureaucrats and do not want to insist on the letter of the law everywhere. 5. Its application would depend on local conditions, which meant that the Soviet power was not at that stage disposed to follow a policy of crude suppression. In practice, during the winter of 1917 to 1918 and the spring of 1918, the Soviet power refrained from banning all the bourgeois papers. Thus, when the Cadet Party had been dissolved, its newspaper, Svoboda Rossii, continued to appear, and was circulating even during the summer of 1918, in the midst of the Civil War. 6. It disappeared only later, when the military conflict became so acute that publication of a paper which represented the views of the enemy could no longer be tolerated. The cadets were to reappear officially for the last time when an All-Russia Committee for Aid to Famine Victims was set up by a decree of July 21, 1921. This committee was to take part in obtaining international relief for the famine-stricken regions of Russia. The Soviet government then nominated several well-known cadets to serve on this committee, where they sat alongside Mensheviks, SRS, and, of course, Bolsheviks. It soon became obvious that the bourgeois members of this organization were trying to negotiate directly with foreign representatives, in an endeavor to establish themselves as a counter-government. The committee was thereupon dissolved by a decree of August 27, 1921, and its principal bourgeois members were arrested. 7. The cadets then vanished from the political scene. In 1922, that is, early in the NEP period, the last bourgeois publications, including the liberal economic periodical, Economist, ceased to appear. 8. These facts show that it was 259. Essentially in response to changing political situations, to the critical conjuncture of the war years and the grave difficulties that followed them, that the Bolshevik Party in power gradually suppressed all the activities of the bourgeois organizations and publications, since these activities were not confined to ideological struggle but constantly tended toward open counter-revolution. A parallel process went on with regard to the democratic parties and press, but this process was more complex and developed more slowly. The initial negotiations with the democratic parties. Although the October insurrection was directed not only against the bourgeoisie but also against the policy of support to Kerensky's provisional government, which was being followed by the democratic parties, the Bolshevik Party did not at first treat the latter as counter-revolutionary parties. Not only did it not ban them, but it tried to get them to participate in the new government. When the Mensheviks and SRS decided to leave the Congress of Soviets, Lenin said on October 29, 1917, at a meeting of regimental delegates of the Petrograd garrison, "It is not our fault that the socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviks have gone. They were invited to share political power, but they want to sit on the fence until the fight against Kerensky is over." And he added, "Here everyone knows that the S.R.S. and the Mensheviks went because they were left in a minority. The men of the Petrograd garrison are aware of this. They know that we wanted a coalition Soviet government." 9. In fact, during the night of October 25 to 26, the Mensheviks and SRS had refused to recognize that power was now held by the Soviets and had decided to leave the Congress, thus siding with the counter-revolution. Nevertheless, on October 29 the Central Committee, in the absence of Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky, agreed to discuss with these parties 10 the forming of a coalition government. 11. But the democratic parties showed open hostility to the Soviet power. They demanded that the VTSIK include a large number of bourgeois representatives, 260, and that Lenin and Trotsky be excluded from any coalition government. On November 1 Lenin, while agreeing that these negotiations could serve as diplomatic cover for military preparations, said that the time had now come to break them off. It was henceforth a question of standing either with the agents of Kaldin or with the rank and file. 12. He moved a resolution to this effect, but the Central Committee rejected it by 10-4. 13. The next day Lenin declared that those in favor of continued negotiation with parties refusing to recognize the power that had emerged from the October Revolution and the Congress of Soviets had departed completely from all the fundamental positions of Bolshevism and of the proletarian class struggle in general. The resolution he put before the Central Committee declared, to yield to the ultimatums and threats of the minority of the Soviets would be tantamount to complete renunciation not only of Soviet power but of democracy, for such yielding would be tantamount to the majority's fear to make use of its majority, it would be tantamount to submitting to anarchy and inviting the repetition of ultimatums on the part of any minority. 14. This resolution was adopted by only 8-7, after 3 votes had been taken. As a result of the final vote, the minority withdrew from the Central Committee. 15 and several people's commissars resigned from the government. But the minority's attempt to continue talks with the Mensheviks and SRS came to grief on the anti-Sovietism of these parties, which, after having demanded that the Bolshevik Party practically renounce leadership of the government, ended by deciding to put an end to the negotiations. 16. The breakaway minority then returned to the Central Committee. It must be emphasized that in its resolution of November 2, the Central Committee did not rule that the parties which had withdrawn from the Congress of Soviets must be excluded from it. Indeed, the resolution, moved by Lenin, said, the Central Committee affirms that, not having excluded anybody from the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets, it is even now fully prepared to permit the return of those who walked out and to 261. Agree to a coalition within the Soviets with those who walked out, and that, consequently, all talk about the Bolsheviks refusing to share power with anybody else is absolutely false. 17. After the breakdown of the talks with the Menshevik and SR parties, the Bolsheviks, Lenin included, still continued to try and negotiate with the left SRS, who had not walked out of the Congress. When the Soviet government was formed, they had been asked to participate, but had refused. 18. After the resignation of the People's Commissars who supported the line of the minority in the CC, fresh approaches were made to the left SRS. Following protracted negotiations, agreement was reached on December 12, 1917, and a coalition government formed, made up of 11 Bolsheviks and 7 left SRS. A left SR became deputy chairman of the Cheka. This coalition government lasted until the end of February 1918, when the agreement between the two parties failed owing to the opposition of the left SRS to the peace negotiations with Germany. Nevertheless, for a time even after the resignation of the left SR People's Commissars, relations continued to be quite good with this party, which was still represented in the commissions of the VTSIK, in some departments of the People's Commissariats, and even in the Cheka. When the peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk was actually signed, however, and the Civil War began, relations with the left SRS definitely deteriorated. The Bolshevik Party thus decided how to act toward the Democratic parties in response to the policy actually being followed by the latter, their hostility to, or acceptance of, the Soviet power. Provided the activity of these parties was not dangerously counter-revolutionary, it was not hindered. Depending on the intensity of the contradictions, and in particular on the military situation during the Civil War, broader or narrower opportunities for activity were allowed to these parties. They were not treated in a uniform way, since what mattered was their actual attitude to the Soviet power. The policy of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. The Democratic Party most immediately and openly hostile to the Soviet power was the Socialist Revolutionary Party. 262. At the time of the October Revolution, the social base of this party was constituted by the rural intelligentsia, the staffs of the Zemstvos and cooperative societies, the school teachers, and the officials of the villages and country districts. Between February and October 1917, this party drew closer and closer to the cadets, and it opposed the Soviet power and the dividing up of the land by the peasants. Before they were nationalized, the Russian banks helped the party financially, and it also received funds from American businessmen. As early as October 26, 1917, it decided to launch armed action against the Soviet power, and for this purpose entered into negotiation with Cossack regiments and army cadets. After the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, it resorted to individual terror and committed several assassinations. During the Civil War, the SR Party openly supported the counter-revolution, participating in several anti-Bolshevik governments. 19. Despite these counter-revolutionary activities, the SR Party was not dissolved by the Soviet government. Until the Civil War began, it took part in the work of the Soviets and its papers continued to appear, although these were increasingly subjected to censorship. When the Civil War got underway, however, the SRS were expelled from the Soviets on grounds of their association with notorious counter-revolutionaries, 20, but their party was not formally dissolved, and at certain periods its activity was more or less tolerated. This tolerance was not fruitless. Thus, in February 1919 the SRS of Petrograd denounced the counter-revolutionary movement and foreign intervention. By a decision of the VTSIK dated February 25, 1919, 21 SRS who took this position were readmitted to the Soviet organs. Thereafter, it was possible for some SR meetings to be held, and at the end of 1920 SR delegates even participated, though without the right to vote, in the 13th Congress of Soviets. 263. The Left SRS. The Left SRS were during a certain period dealt with rather differently. They had broken away from the SR party during the war, and had a different social base, with considerable influence among the middle peasants. In October 1917 they continued to take part in the Congress of Soviets, and soon afterward formed a distinct party, their constituent congress being held in November 22. Although this party then entered the Soviet government and the VTSIK, a break between it and the Bolsheviks became inevitable early in 1918, first of all because of the signing of the peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk, to which the left SRS were totally opposed. In the summer of 1918 they denounced the decision to set up the Poor Peasants' Committees and send workers' detachments into the countryside, and in July they broke with the Soviet power in startling fashion. This open break took place at the Fifth Congress of Soviets, where the 1,132 delegates included 754 Bolsheviks and 352 left SRS. The left SR representatives used the Congress platform to call for revolt. One of them congratulated some military units which had mutinied. A left SR leader, Maria Spiridonova, declared, "Some of the differences between us are only accidental, but on the peasant question we are ready for battle." She announced that the left SRS would go over to terrorist action and that she herself would confront the Bolsheviks with revolver or bomb in hand. The chairman then stopped her from continuing her speech. The next day, men inspired by the left SR movement murdered the German ambassador, hoping to cause a resumption of hostilities, and the party launched an armed insurrection in Moscow. Thereafter, the left SRS were regarded as being in the camp of counter-revolution. Actually, their party split. Those who associated themselves with counter-revolutionary activities were expelled from the Soviets and arrested when they took part in uprisings. The activity of those left SRS who held aloof from terrorism was not prohibited, and repression was 264. Wreaked against them only in a limited way. If they decided to continue working in the Soviets, they were not expelled from them. 23. Clearly, the Bolshevik Party was taking account of the left SR's social base, and wished to avoid a definitive break with them. This hope was not realized, though, for an increasing number of left SRS engaged in counter-revolutionary activity, while others fell victim to the sectarianism of some of the Bolsheviks. The anarchists. The relations of the Soviet power and the Bolshevik Party with the anarchists also testified to the former's willingness to cooperate with those who were not engaged in counter-revolutionary activity. These relations were, however, rendered confused by the extreme variety of tendencies that existed among the anarchists, some of whom gave occasional support to the Soviet regime while others were violently hostile to it. Cooperation with the anarchists was also made difficult by the presence among them of déclassé and adventuristic elements. In any case, until April 1918 the anarchists functioned without restraint, especially in the two capitals. In that month, a police operation was carried out against one of the anarchist offices in Moscow, as counter-revolutionary officers had infiltrated among them. In July 1918 some anarchists took part in the attempted revolt by the left SRS, and in September 1919 an anarchist group attacked the Bolshevik Party offices in Moscow, killing 12 people and wounding more than 50. 24. Between 1918 and 1920 Lenin strove to maintain good relations, in spite of everything, with the anarchist tendencies which were linked with certain sections of the proletariat. In August 1919, in a letter to Sylvia Pankhurst, he stated that very many anarchist workers are now becoming sincere supporters of Soviet power, adding that these were our best comrades and friends, the best of revolutionaries, who have been enemies of Marxism only through misunderstanding, or, more correctly, because the official socialism prevailing in 265. The epoch of the Second International betrayed Marxism. 25. In July 1920, in his theses on the tasks of the Second Congress of the Communist International, Lenin wrote that it was the duty of all communists to do everything to help all proletarian mass elements to abandon anarchism and come over to the side of the Third International. 26. The policy followed by the Bolshevik Party toward the anarchist elements in the proletariat was aimed at making it possible to carry on the ideological struggle against anarchism in good conditions, avoiding measures of repression and helping the workers who were under the influence of anarchist theories to realize that these theories were mistaken and could not lead to the victory of the revolution. 27. One of the peasant tendencies in the anarchist movement, headed by Nestor Makhno, was particularly strong in the Ukraine. For a time Makhno led an army of peasants, and the Bolshevik Party negotiated with him in order to organize joint action against the White armies. This cooperation could not last very long, though, for the Makhnovists were violently anti-Bolshevik, they did not tolerate communist propaganda in the villages under their control, and exterminated party members who showed up there. 28. In November 1920 the agreements between the Soviet power and Makhno's forces broke down, and the latter were quickly defeated and scattered by the Red Army. After the end of the Civil War the Kronstadt Rising caused new clashes with the anarchists, but later they recovered a certain amount of freedom of expression. Their organization had an office in Moscow and printed various publications. It was toward the end of the NEP that the last remaining anarchist organizations were broken up. The Mensheviks. Relations with the Mensheviks were also largely governed by their attitude to the Soviet power. Immediately after the October Revolution, the Mensheviks walked out of the Congress of Soviets, along with the SRS. However, their party was 266. Not dissolved, either, and they took part in the work of the Soviets until July 1918. After the attempted revolt of the left SRS, the Mensheviks, too, were excluded from the Soviet organizations on grounds of counter-revolutionary activity. Those Mensheviks who engaged in specific anti-Soviet operations were arrested during the summer of 1918. The functioning of the Menshevik organizations which confined themselves to ideological struggle was not systematically hindered, however, for the Soviet power wished to confine the battle against petty bourgeois ideology to the plane of persuasion and argument and not of repression. At the end of October 1918, the Menshevik Central Committee met for 5 days in Moscow and adopted a resolution of support for the Soviet government in defense of the conquests of the revolution. Although the wording of this resolution was confused and contradictory, the Bolshevik Party saw it as a sign that the Menshevik leaders were turning away from their counter-revolutionary attitude. On November 30, 1918, a decree of the VTSIK cancelled the earlier decision excluding the Mensheviks from the Soviet organs. This did not apply, of course, to those groups of Mensheviks who continue to be allied with the Russian and foreign bourgeoisie against the Soviet power. 29. Even though relations with the Mensheviks continued to be strained throughout 1919, owing to the ambiguity of their attitude, the Menshevik leaders were invited in December 1919 to attend the 7th Congress of Soviets. Several of them, such as Dan and Martov, addressed the Congress. The former called for the single revolutionary front, while the latter demanded a restoration of the working of the Constitution, freedom of the press, of association, and of assembly. 30. Lenin, referring to the life and death struggle going on between the Soviet power and the world bourgeoisie, replied that Martov's slogan was, in fact, back to bourgeois democracy, and he added that when we hear such declarations from people who announce their sympathy with us, we say to ourselves, no, both terror and the Chaika are absolutely indispensable. 31. 267. During 1920 the Menshevik Party carried on its activities in Moscow and in the provinces. It possessed offices, printed several papers and, although all its doings were closely watched, took part in elections to local Soviets, winning some hundreds of seats. The Mensheviks held meetings, convened their Central Committee, organized in August 1920 a conference of their party, and were also very active in the trade unions, in which they worked as an organized group. When the 8th Congress of Soviets met, Menshevik delegates were invited. These invitations enabled the ideological struggle to be carried on before a huge audience, and also helped to counteract the attitude of the lower organs of the Bolshevik Party and the Soviets, which saw fit to prevent the election of Menshevik delegates to any bodies higher than the local Soviets. The 8th Congress of Soviets was the last in which Menshevik or SR delegates took part. During the winter of 1920-1921, the anti-Bolshevik activity of both parties was an important factor in fostering the conditions for the Kronstadt Rising. The Mensheviks used their position in the trade unions to promote extension of the strikes that broke out in Petrograd, while the SRS encouraged the development in certain regions of active peasant resistance to the Soviet power. The development of repression of the democratic parties and press. Just as their counter-revolutionary activity in the second half of 1918 had resulted in the jailing of some Mensheviks and SRS, so their subversive conduct in the winter of 1920-1921 brought repression down upon them and caused the Soviet power to place increasing restrictions on their organizations and press. In this connection there was a considerable difference between the Bolshevik Party's practice from 1921 onward and the line Lenin had taken even during the Civil War. Thus, in November 1918, speaking about the Mensheviks who had shown that they repudiated an anti-Soviet attitude, Lenin 268 said, "We must not now turn them away, on the contrary, we must meet them halfway and give them a chance to work with us." 32 In the same period Lenin warned that it would be foolish and ridiculous to insist only on tactics of suppression and terror in relation to the petty bourgeois Democrats when the course of events is compelling them to turn in our direction. 33 He also expressed himself in favor, at one and the same time, of banning the bourgeois press and of allowing freedom to the democratic press, that is, the publications of mass organizations or of parties willing to carry on a political struggle within the Soviet system. Thus, soon after the October Revolution, a draft resolution composed by Lenin declared that the press which was not dependent on capital would be left free. Dated November 4, 1917, it stated that for the workers' and peasants' government, freedom of the press means liberation of the press from capitalist oppression, and public ownership of paper mills and printing presses, equal right for public groups of a certain size to a fair share of newsprint stocks and a corresponding quantity of printers' labor. 34 The project was never put into practice, first, owing to a grave shortage of paper, and then, from 1918 onward, owing to increasingly tense political circumstances, especially as a result of the development of the Civil War. In March 1918 censorship was introduced, and starting in July of that year, numerous Menshevik, SR, and anarchist publications were banned. Until 1921, however, it was usually enough for these publications to assume a different title for them to be able to reappear, even when their contents were violently critical of the Bolshevik Party. It was, in fact, from 1921 on, in the disastrous situation that prevailed in that year, and after the attempt of the committee set up in July 1921 to enter into direct negotiations with the imperialist governments, that repression hardened against the democratic parties and press, and became more and more 269 systematic. It does not appear, though, that Lenin at that time envisaged the banning of the democratic parties, which, in his view, were inevitably engendered by petty bourgeois economic relations. 35 And it has even been claimed that in 1922 he was contemplating the revival of some degree of press freedom. 36 The actual practice of the Bolshevik Party took a different direction, partly owing to the counter-revolutionary activity of many SRS and Mensheviks. In February 1922 47 SR leaders were charged with anti-Soviet conspiracy, and in June their trial began. It ended with a number of convictions, 37 and both the SR and Menshevik parties now found their activities increasingly obstructed. Nevertheless, they were not banned. The VTSIK decree of August 8, 1922, which confirmed the sentences passed on the convicted SRS, even gave implicit recognition to the legal existence of their party, since it declared, if the party of the S.R.S. indeed and in practice discontinues its underground conspiratorial terrorist and military espionage activity leading to insurrection against the power of the workers and peasants, it will by doing so release from paying the supreme penalty those of its leading members who in the past led this work. 38. All the same, The legal existence of these democratic parties was thereafter increasingly a fiction, though not formally dissolved, their activity became practically impossible. Their leaders were often arrested and most of them eventually emigrated. Their press could no longer be produced in Russia, though for some years it continued to be circulated there. Gradually, a certain number of Mensheviks and SRS who did not emigrate joined the Bolshevik Party. In this way Russia soon became, during the first years of the NEP, a one-party state. The original attempt to grant the democratic parties a place in the political relations that were being formed under the proletarian dictatorship had thus failed. This failure was due mainly to the illusions entertained by these parties, which thought they could overthrow the proletarian power by means of subversive agitation, and so refused, on their own initiative. 270. To fit into the new political relations. This attitude was certainly fostered by the mistakes of the Bolshevik Party, which often preferred to apply methods of repression instead of relying mainly on ideological struggle. The very great difficulties encountered by the Soviet power at the beginning of the 1920s, difficulties which created a situation that seemed hopeless, played a vital role in this connection. They gave rise to the illusion in the petty bourgeois organizations that the dictatorship of the proletariat could be overthrown, an illusion which led them to choose the path of subversion in preference to that of finding a place for themselves in the system of the proletarian dictatorship. These parties were the first to suffer the consequences of their mistake, for they disappeared altogether as a result of the repression that descended upon them, but their disappearance did not have a good influence on the development of the Soviet system, or on the Bolshevik Party. The party did not have to wage the same ideological struggle it would have faced had these parties remained in existence. It was not obliged to reply to their criticisms, 39, in a way that could only have proved helpful to the development of revolutionary Marxism. 3. The transformation of the role of the Soviet organs. A process parallel to that which led to the transformation of the relations between the central organs of government, reducing to a formality the role of the elected assemblies, that is, the central Soviet bodies, went forward at the level of the Soviets of the provinces, districts, and towns, and in the local Soviets. Here, too, effective power shifted from the Congresses to the executive committees, and, in fact, within the latter, on the one hand, to the Bolshevik Party, and, on the other, to a permanent administrative machine. 271. It is important to emphasize how objective this process was, bringing transformations that were not wished for, but happened of themselves. This process, moreover, had begun before the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Thus, already in April 1917 it was possible to observe that the Petrograd Soviet had been transformed into a well-organized administrative machine. Several hundred office workers, mostly secretaries, were actively engaged in its service. The executive of the Soviet was obviously escaping from the supervision that the deputies were supposed to exercise over it. 40. After the October Revolution this process continued, transforming at all levels, local and provincial, the relations between the administrative machinery and the deputies to the Soviets, and consequently, the interest that the masses took in the activities of their representatives. This process led to the inflation of an administrative apparatus which was increasingly in the hands of the former bourgeoisie, and which tended to become independent of the proletarian ruling authority. In 1920 Lenin noted that this was the situation. Any person in authority who goes to the rural districts as delegate or representative of the Central Committee, must remember that we have a tremendous machinery of state which is still functioning poorly because we do not know how to run it properly. The Soviet government employs hundreds of thousands of office workers who are either bourgeois or semi-bourgeois, or else have been so downtrodden that they have absolutely no confidence in our Soviet government. 41. The authority of the local Soviets was affected even more profoundly by another development, namely, the increasing concentration of power in the hands of the various central organs of government. This concentration, due at first to the demands of the military struggle, and then, more lastingly, to the weakness of the local political cadres, aroused from time to time protests by the lower Soviet organs, which did not always readily agree to accept subordination to the central authorities. The process whereby the effective authority of the local 272 Soviets passed to the central organs of government and, still more, to the central administrative machine, affected adversely the working people's interest in the functioning of the basic Soviet organs. As a result, the Soviets were not a system of government by the masses, as Lenin recorded when he wrote, in March 1919, the Soviets, which by virtue of their program are organs of government by the working people, are in fact organs of government for the working people by the advanced section of the proletariat, but not by the working people as a whole. 42. A decree of the Sovnarkom in April 1921 sought to increase participation by women workers and peasant women in the executive committees of the Soviets. They were to be employed in administrative capacities, either on a temporary basis or permanently. This decree had no effect on the indifference of the masses toward the Soviet organs, which no longer played more than a very much reduced role, with effective administration concentrated in the hands of a permanent bureaucratic apparatus over which the Soviets exercised, in fact, no real control. Thus, between 1918 and 1921 a process of withering of the Soviet organs went forward. These organs offered less and less opportunity for the working people to express their criticism or to control the corps of officials. The state's administrative machine became more and more independent, more and more separate from the masses, and the role played by this machine also made it hard for the Bolshevik Party to control and give political guidance to the state machine. For the state administrative machine becomes independent of the party and the government. At the center, the leading role of the party in relation to the government was shown as early as October 16, 1917, by the conditions in which the Sovnarkom, headed by Lenin, was 273 formed, and by the role assumed on that occasion by the Central Committee of the RSDLP. This leading role was a matter of principle, but it was not enough for the Bolshevik Party to proclaim it for the party to exercise in reality concrete leadership of the country's affairs. Actually, during the first period of Soviet power a considerable part of the administrative machine was not guided by the party and the government. This was so not only in remote country areas but even in the towns, including the capitals, Petrograd and Moscow. Jacques Sadoul notes that in early 1918 the Bolshevik cadres, themselves dedicated militants, were surrounded by administrators of bourgeois origin, careerists and corruptionists who seemed to have no other defined ideal than to fill their pockets fast. He added that these people had developed with brilliance the regime of bribe-taking which was already notorious in Tsarist Russia, and that, as a result, corruption was tending to infect certain party circles. Sadoul mentions, in particular, commissions of between 10 and 15%, payment of which enabled members of the former bourgeoisie, whose funds were theoretically frozen, to draw from their safe deposits all the valuables or money they wanted. 43 Relations between the central organs of government and the state administrative machine changed during war communism, but remained nevertheless such that a divergence was often to be observed between the orders issuing from the highest level and the actual doings of the administration. As early as March 1918 an attempt was made to increase the central government's control over the administrative machine. It took the form of establishing the People's Commissariat for Control of the State. This measure had no serious results, and so the Eighth Party Congress decided in March 1919 that control in the Soviet Republic should be radically reorganized in order to create a genuine, practical control of a socialist character. The leading role in exercising this control should be entrusted to party organizations and trade unions. 44 As a consequence of this decision a new People's Commissariat 274 Sariat for Control of the State was formed on April 9, 1919, with Stalin as commissar. He held at the same time leading positions in two other organs that had been recently formed: the Politburo and the Orgburo. In fact, however, the People's Commissariat for Control of the State did not succeed in changing the situation very much. A decree of February 7, 1920, aimed afresh at improving the control exercised over the administration by transforming the commissariat into a workers' and peasants' inspection, also headed by Stalin. This organ was intended to develop a new type of relationship with the masses. The decree provided that the fight against bureaucratism and corruption in Soviet institutions must henceforth be carried on by workers and peasants elected by the same assemblies which elected deputies to the Soviets. The idea was thus, in principle, one of organizing mass control over the state administrative machine. In April 1920 the trade unions were also associated with the work of Rabkrin. Under conditions in which the Soviet organs were declining in activity, however, Rabkrin was doomed to remain a bureaucratic organ of which Lenin would say, a few years after its creation, the People's Commissariat of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection does not at present enjoy the slightest authority. Everybody knows that no other institutions are worse organized than those of our Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, and that under present conditions nothing can be expected from this People's Commissariat. 45. V. The development of the Red Army. The October Revolution was accompanied by the collapse of the old feudal bourgeois military machine of Tsardom, which literally disintegrated. The order for demobilizing the entire old army, which was officially promulgated on March 2, 1918, ratified a de facto situation, a tremendous victory of the masses, the breakup of one of the instruments of repression used by the exploiting classes. 275. However, largely for the same reasons that governed the general process already analyzed, the October Revolution did not succeed in building an army that was definitely proletarian in character, characterized by new ideological and political relations which could have been an instrument in the struggle for socialist transformation of social relations and against the subsequent rise of bourgeois forces. The creation of the Red Army. The Red Army did not result from the merging of squads or detachments of workers and peasants. Armed forces of that character did exist, having emerged directly from the struggles preceding October, and their nucleus was the Red Guards. These forces were too meager, however, for the Soviet power to be able to rely on them alone in facing up to the enormous military effort it had to undertake. The Red Guards and other revolutionary detachments formed only a minority element in the Soviet army. The latter had to be built up quickly, from above. The old machinery of the Ministry of War, transformed into the People's Commissariat for War and the Red Army, played a substantial part in this process. Purged of its overtly counter-revolutionary elements and brought under control by the Bolshevik Party, it was entrusted with the task, as Trotsky put it, of unifying and organizing the huge military apparatus inherited from the past, which though disorganized and disordered, is mighty owing to the quantity of values it includes, and adapting this to the army that we now wish to form. 46. This quotation shows clearly that the Red Army was largely continuous with the military apparatus inherited from the past. The values that the Red Army conserved were thus, in part, the rules of discipline, the hierarchical relations, etc., of the old Tsarist army. The commanders of this army were to some extent revolutionary officers risen from the ranks, but there were also many former Tsarist officers. Some of these had rallied to the 276 Soviet power, for a variety of reasons, while others were incorporated by order of the Soviet state. 47. All of them were appointed, not elected. The role accorded to the former Tsarist officers was due in part to technical requirements and, still more, to the decisive importance accorded to the military skills which were supposed to be mainly concentrated in the old officer corps. The idea of the neutrality of technique was at work here, an idea frequently expounded by Trotsky. For example, in his report of March 28, 1918, to the conference of the Bolshevik Party of the city of Moscow, Trotsky said that the technicians, engineers, doctors, teachers, ex-officers constitute, just like the inanimate machines, national capital 48 belonging to the people, which it is our duty to take stock of, organize and adopt if we are to solve the vital problems facing us. 49. This conception was bound up with the idea that there is no strictly proletarian way of fighting and making war. In Trotsky's view, military tactics are determined not by the class nature of the power organizing the military operations, but by the level of development of the productive forces. He therefore declared that it was wrong to suppose that now, on the basis of our low technical and cultural level, we are already able to create tactics, new in principle and more perfected, than those which the most civilized beasts of prey of the West have attained. 50. At the same time, Trotsky had a mechanistic notion of the relations between the nature of the ruling class and the army placed under the domination of that class, a notion expressed in the same article. The composition of the army and the personnel of its command is conditioned by the social structure of society. The administrative supply apparatus depends on the general apparatus, which is determined by the nature of the ruling class. 51. This undialectical way of presenting the problem rules out a priori the possibility of any contradiction developing between the class in power and its own machinery of state, administrative, military, etc. The new military apparatus was markedly affected by the 277 place given in it to the former Tsarist officers, and more especially to the younger generation of the old officer corps, by the role of the old military academies in the training of the new cadres, and by the retention of many principles characteristic of the army that had just been dissolved. Here we see at work a technicist conception according to which there is an institutional form for an army, dictated by the prevailing techniques. Trotsky gave clear expression to this notion when he said, "We must have an effective armed force, constructed on the basis of military science. The active and systematic participation of military specialists in all our work is, therefore, a vital necessity. We must ensure that the military specialists are able conscientiously and honestly to make their contribution to the work of building the army." 52. In the absence of real practical military experience before the establishment of the Soviet power, the technicist conception of the army and of military tactics, which prevailed widely in the Bolshevik party, stood in the way of the building of an army of a new type. It favored, on the contrary, the formation and consolidation in the Red Army of hierarchical relations of the feudal bourgeois type, and this all the more rapidly because, from the spring of 1918 onward, a general process began whereby the machinery of state became increasingly independent. In Trotsky's case this conception was combined with great distrust of the masses. Speaking of their recent past, he said, for instance, that they were merely a compact mass that lived and died just as a cloud of grasshoppers lives and dies. 53. And, speaking of their present, he said that they were possessed by the most elementary instincts, so that the mass man tries to grab for himself all that he can, he thinks only of himself and is not disposed to consider the people's class point of view. 54. The old hierarchical relations retained by the Red Army were imposed upon the revolutionary cadres in the army and upon the newly qualified officers emerging from the Soviet military academies. As soon as they were promoted, the young officers found themselves 278 placed at a certain level in these hierarchical relations. They enjoyed material privileges, and they learned to trust their technical knowledge more than the working masses in arms. Control of this army by a proletarian state dictatorship obviously presented grave problems. Control of the officers by the soldiers was ruled out by the facts of the situation, especially since recruitment was based on conscription, which resulted in the mass-scale incorporation of peasants who were as yet little influenced by the Bolshevik party. In these circumstances, the tasks of political control were entrusted to political commissars appointed by the Soviet power. While these commissars were chosen on the basis of their proven devotion to the dictatorship of the proletariat, the officers were appointed above all on the basis of their technical ability. One of the principal tasks of the political commissars was thus to check that the army was not used by the officers for counter-revolutionary operations. On the other hand, in principle, they refrained from interfering in the way military operations were conceived. The latter, except on the highest plane of strategy, were regarded as being essentially technical. It was for the officers to conduct them as they saw fit. Trotsky said on this point, where purely military, operational questions are concerned, and even more so as regards questions relating to the battle itself, the military specialists in all branches of the administration have the last word. 55. The problem of the local militias. During the summer of 1918 the Soviet power decided to form a militia of the rear. Actually, the conceptions that prevailed in the formation of the Red Army, together with concern not to risk putting military means in the hands of the SR and Menshevik enemies of the Soviet power who were still active, got in the way of any serious development of these militias. The price paid for this failure was a heavy one. In 1919 the rear was not prepared to withstand the enemy's increasingly numerous cavalry raids, and a system of local militias had to be improvised. These were set 279 up, in certain regions at any rate, with a success that tended to prove that it was possible to develop forms of armed struggle other than those that the Red Army could conduct, and that such a development might have been of great service to the defense of the Soviet power. Trotsky was obliged to recognize this. The deep breakthrough by Mamontov's cavalry made it urgent to create local forces from scratch. We can say that, this time, our Soviet apparatus showed sufficient flexibility and aptitude in concentrating all its efforts upon an unexpected task, in many places. Groups and detachments, not only of infantry but of cavalry as well, were created literally out of nothing. 56. On this occasion were displayed the remarkable qualities, the capacity for initiative, and the military skills of the worker and peasant masses solving for themselves, out of nothing, by their own powers, the problems involved in an unexpected task. However, the ruling notions regarding military science and the structure to be given to the armed forces, together with the resistance opposed by the new officer corps to military initiatives that were not under their control, meant that the system of local militias was not developed extensively. It was, instead, looked upon with suspicion. The same happened with the partisan detachments, the necessity of which, in view of enemy incursions, Trotsky had also to recognize, while endeavoring to restrict their role in conformity with the demands voiced by the military authorities. 57. The Red Army's victories and its nature as a people's army. The Red Army, formed in the conditions just recalled, won victories the historical significance of which was immense. Backed by absurdly inadequate material resources, with industry disorganized and operating in slow motion, and with very little to eat, it defeated the White Guards who were backed by the interventionist forces of the imperialist powers. The Russian soldiers who, not long before, had revolted. 280. Against continuance of the imperialist war waged by the provisional government, displayed extraordinary heroism, an indomitable will to defend the Soviet power. Without that will, victory would not have been possible. The victories which the Red Army wrested from armies that were infinitely better equipped testify to the profoundly popular character of the October Revolution. They show, too, that, owing to its dual character, at once proletarian and democratic, the revolution could be defended by an army that was not constructed on proletarian principles, provided that this army was actually subject to political guidance by the proletariat and that the general political line followed by the leading party was basically correct. The mistakes of war communism, since they did not deeply shake the will of the Red Army's soldiers to struggle and conquer, must be regarded as being of secondary importance. As Lenin said in his speech of May 13, 1920, at an enlarged conference of workers and Red Army men. In the final analysis, victory in any war depends on the spirit animating the masses that spill their own blood on the field of battle. The conviction that the war is in a just cause and the realization that their lives must be laid down for the welfare of their brothers strengthen the morale of the fighting men and enable them to endure incredible hardships. Tsarist generals say that our Red Army men are capable of enduring hardships that the Tsar's army could never have stood up to. The reason is that every mobilized worker or peasant knows what he is fighting for, and is ready to shed his own blood for the triumph of justice and socialism. 58. Although, in the conjuncture of the Civil War and the fight against imperialist intervention, the revolutionary will of the soldiers and the masses was the deciding factor in the victories of the Red Army, it is nevertheless true that this army, as an instrument of state, did not possess the fundamental features of a proletarian army. Indeed, the internal political relations of the Red Army corresponded at bottom to the demands of a democratic revolution led by the proletariat. These relations enabled the Russian Revolution to cope with the principal tasks facing it at the stage at which it then stood. However, constituted as the Red Army was, this army could not be an instrument suitable for making the transition to the next stage of the revolution. It was not a proletarian army but a people's army subordinated to the dictatorship of the proletariat. It was thus very different from what the People's Liberation Army in China was to be from the outset. This army was formed directly by the Chinese Communist Party, from the ground up, by merging into Army Corps the most combative elements of the proletariat and the peasantry who had already committed themselves to struggle under the leadership of the party. Accordingly, from the beginning, the PLA was under the ideological and political guidance of the Chinese Communist Party, with its officers under the control of the soldiers helped by political commissars. As regards the Soviet Red Army, the following 2 points need especially to be stressed. It was a centralized army and not a collection of people's militias. An army of this type seems necessary if military forces are to be formed that possess the mobility and unity over a vast area which are required for fighting the armies of centralized, imperialist states. These were the exigencies that dictated, in Russia as in China, the formation of a real army. 59. The Red Army's subordination to the dictatorship of the proletariat was at the outset more a matter of political than of ideological leadership by the Bolshevik Party. The political leadership was ensured, in the main, by the presence of political commissars alongside the officers of the Soviet Army. The weakness of the ideological leadership exercised by the proletariat over the Soviet Red Army resulted from an historical process, from the concrete conditions in which this army had had to be built. This weakness had as its counterpart the still mainly bourgeois character of the dominant ideological 282 and political relations within the Red Army, whence the importance of external signs of respect, the markedly different living conditions of officers and soldiers, etc. Since the internal political relations of the Red Army were not predominantly proletarian, the same was true of its relations with the masses. One of the most significant indications that this was the case was Trotsky's move to form labor armies, made up principally of soldiers who, though demobilized, could be recalled to the colors at any moment. This move shows that participation in productive labor was not one of the normal tasks of the Soviet Red Army. It shows also the fear that existed of allowing the former soldiers to disperse, of letting them wander off, and of not being able to reincorporate them easily in the event that they should be needed again for military tasks, which confirms that the Red Army's discipline was founded more on bourgeois forms of maintaining discipline than on the predominance of proletarian ideology. While its formation took place in basically the same way as that of the state's civil administrative system, the Red Army nevertheless had some distinctive features that made it an instrument much more closely subject to the political ruling power. The institution of political commissars was one of the means of ensuring a political subordination which was absolutely necessary in view of the vital importance of the Red Army's task of waging armed struggle against the bourgeoisie and imperialism in order to ensure the very survival of the Soviet power. This task obliged the Bolshevik Party to focus upon the Red Army attention and efforts that were beyond all comparison with those that were devoted, in the same period, to the civil administration. During the war communism period, and even long afterward, the Bolshevik Party watched with quite special vigilance over everything that went on in the army. It sent into the army a large proportion of its best political forces. However, this exceptional vigilance and attention could not by themselves alter the political relations, in particular the Rela. 283. Relations between soldiers and officers, prevailing in the Soviet army. This army did not become a proletarian army, on the contrary, getting caught up in a general process, the army's bourgeois features were gradually reinforced. On the morrow of war communism, one of the principal contributions made by the Red Army was to release for service in the civil administration and the state's economic apparatus a number of energetic and experienced administrators. They strengthened in their new settings those forms of efficiency that could be achieved by means of strict discipline of the traditional type, which is quite different from proletarian discipline. 6. The establishment and development of the Chayka. The proletarian character of the October Revolution was shown in its ability to smash the apparatus of repression of the Tsarist and bourgeois rulers. Like the old army, the old police apparatus was shattered during the October days. The same thing happened with the old judicial system. 60. The functions of that organization were taken over by revolutionary tribunals directly representing the masses. In the concrete circumstances in which the revolutionary process developed, the Soviet power quickly equipped itself with an apparatus for security and for the repression of counter-revolution. This apparatus grew out of the Military Revolutionary Committee, of which it was a commission, the Extraordinary Commission, or Chayka. When a decree of the Sovnarkom, dated December 7, 1917, dissolved the Military Revolutionary Committee, the Chayka was kept in being, and when the seat of government was moved in March 1918 from Petrograd to Moscow, the Chayka went with it and took up residence in Lubyanka Square. Its importance grew as the Civil War progressed. 284. The dictatorship of the proletariat was then fighting for its life, and the Chayka was one of the instruments that it employed in its fight against the bourgeoisie and imperialism. During the second half of 1918, when the activities of the SRS and Mensheviks were increasingly serving the interests of the counter-revolution, it was decided to use the Chayka to keep an eye on their organizations. In the extremely tense situation of autumn 1918, an official decision, dated September 19, authorized the Chayka to make arrests and carry out executions without reference to the revolutionary tribunals, thus giving official approval to a practice which had already become established. As Peters, one of the heads of the Chayka, wrote, in its activity the Chayka is completely independent, carrying out searches, arrests, shootings, afterwards making a report to the Council of People's Commissars and the Soviet Central Executive Committee. 61. At the end of 1918 and during 1919 the struggle for survival waged by the dictatorship of the proletariat consciously assumed the form of revolutionary terror, in imitation of the terror imposed in 1793 by France's Committee of Public Safety. 62. The Chayka was the agency charged with implementing this revolutionary terror. Its power to destroy its opponents, and the secrecy surrounding it made the Chayka especially susceptible to playing a relatively independent role. Already in 1919, indeed, it sometimes went beyond the limits that were in principle laid down for its activity, and struck not only at counter-revolutionary acts but also at mere expressions of discontent, as when repression was extended to middle peasants protesting against excessive requisitioning. Some of the actions of the Chayka whose powers of intervention increased with the passage of time, especially when it acquired its own armed forces, thus conflicted with the political line laid down by the top leadership of the Bolshevik Party. At the 8th Party Congress, in March 1919, Lenin warned the party and the repressive organs against coercion of the middle peasants. The resolution adopted on this question stated, 285. To confuse the middle peasants with the kulaks and to extend to them in one or another degree measures directed against the kulaks is to violate most flagrantly not only all the decrees of the Soviet government and its entire policy, but also all the basic principles of communism, according to which agreement between the proletariat and the middle peasants is one of the conditions for a painless transition to the abolition of all exploitation in the period of decisive struggle waged by the proletariat to overthrow the bourgeoisie. 63. However, this resolution did not succeed, any more than did the earlier decisions of the 6th Congress of Soviets or the subsequent resolutions of the 9th Party Congress, in keeping the Chayka's activity within the limits that the Soviet power wished to lay down for it. The Chayka thus very soon acquired a relative degree of independence, as was shown by the fact that it was necessary to repeat the resolution of the 6th Congress of Soviets ordering the release, within a fortnight of their arrest, of all persons detained by the Chayka, unless definite charges of counter-revolutionary activity could be brought against them. 64. Similarly, it seems that not much respect was shown in practice to the resolution of the Sixth Congress of Soviets, according to which the VTSIK and the local Soviets' executive committees had the right to supervise the Chaikas' activities. This resolution included also a reminder that all functionaries of the Soviet power were obliged to observe strict obedience to the law, and it gave citizens the right to appeal against violation of their rights by these functionaries. The year 1919 was marked, however, by large-scale counter-revolutionary offensives, and in this situation the Bolshevik Party granted new powers to the Chaika, cutting across previous decisions to subject its work to closer control. On April 15, 1919, the powers of the Chaika were strengthened in order to deal with acts of banditry and breaches of Soviet discipline. For this purpose corrective labor camps were established, to which could be sent those persons who were convicted by the revolutionary tribunals. 286. The local Soviets, or the Chaika. The provincial departments of the Chaika were given the responsibility of setting up these camps, where detainees were to be employed on work of benefit to Soviet institutions. Separate camps were set up for children and minors. 65. On October 21, 1919, another decree established a special revolutionary tribunal under the immediate authority of the Chaika, with the task of waging merciless struggle against thieves and speculators. At that time the crime of speculation included the unauthorized conveyance of any quantity of foodstuffs, however small, from country to town. At the beginning of 1920 this special tribunal was abolished, but in November of that year the local organs of the Chaika were endowed with the same powers as those possessed by the military revolutionary tribunals, including the right to carry out sentences on the spot, merely reporting the executions to the People's Commissariat of Justice. 66. Generally speaking, the work of the Chaika between 1917 and 1921 came gradually to have two aspects. On the one hand, it was an instrument for maintaining law and order, intervening in certain cases to prevent theft and speculation, enforce various requisitioning measures in the countryside, or ensure respect for labor discipline. On the other, it was an instrument of political struggle, both against open agents of counter-revolution and against members of those parties which were associated with counter-revolutionary activities. During those years, cases of interference by the Chaika in the internal life of the Bolshevik Party were exceptional. In some cases, though, this interference was sufficiently serious to provoke reactions from party members, causing a Bolshevik speaker at the Ninth Congress of Soviets to call for a complete reorganization of the Chaika organs with the aim of restricting their competence and of strengthening the principles of revolutionary legality. A resolution including this phrase was passed by the Congress. 67. 287. Subsequently, on February 8, 1922, the VTSIK issued a decree abolishing the Chaika and its local commissions. This decree transferred the responsibilities of the Chaika to the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, creating within the latter a state political administration entrusted with fulfillment of the functions of the former Chaika, under the supervision of the People's Commissariat in question. In principle, the political sections of the GPU in the provinces, autonomous republics, and autonomous regions were to be responsible to the executive committees of the local Soviets. This measure was intended to ensure better control by the Soviet authorities over the activities of the security organs. At the same time, the GPU was allotted special army detachments, one of the functions of which was to combat crime in the army and on the railways. In theory, the GPU enjoyed much more limited freedom of action than the Chaika had enjoyed de facto. In particular, preventive detention was to last no more than 2 months, after which any person arrested by the GPU must either be released or handed over to the judicial authorities, unless the VTSIK should decide otherwise. These restrictions were ignored, however, and political offenses continued to be dealt with quite outside the judicial system, with the GPU, in this connection, even assuming powers that were still more extensive and arbitrary than those wielded by the former Chaika. Though the subordination of the GPU to the Commissariat of Internal Affairs had been decided with a view to limiting its powers. In 1923, After the establishment of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the GPU shook off even formal control by the Commissariat of Internal Affairs. 68. One other point that needs to be mentioned is that, after the 10th Party Congress, first the Chika and then the GPU participated directly and officially in the work of the party's Control Commission. This meant increasing interference in the life of the Bolshevik Party by a repressive organ which had its own apparatus and its own files and card indexes. Increasingly, one of the activities of the GPU was to 288. Consist in probing within the Bolshevik Party in order to identify and track down dissident members. 69. The widening of the GPU's activities and the arbitrary character of its decisions contributed to creating an atmosphere unfavorable to free expression of opinion and free development of initiative. At the 11th Party Congress, the last he was able to attend, Lenin himself denounced the irregular extension of the GPU's scope, but this did not prevent the process from continuing whereby that institution was strengthened, and its activities merged more and more closely with those of the party's Central Control Commission and of the People's Commissariat of Workers and Peasants, inspection of which commissariat Lenin was to say, not long before his death, that it does not at present enjoy the slightest authority. Finally, in 1921, and even more markedly in the years that followed, the position acquired by the organs of repression and the scope of their activities created a situation utterly different from what Lenin had envisaged in 1917 and at the beginning of 1918. 2. The changes in the Bolshevik Party, the guiding instrument of the proletarian dictatorship. Before October 1917, the Bolshevik Party was essentially a party of revolutionary activists who took upon themselves political and ideological tasks among the masses. They propagated the revolutionary ideas of Marxism, organized the workers, analyzed the political situation, the class contradictions, and guided the class struggle along the path of revolution, taking account of the state of mind of the masses and drawing lessons from their experience. It was a small party mainly composed of tried and tested militants who were ready for the greatest sacrifices. After October, the party still had to carry out these same tasks, but it had also to cope with new ones. As the principal instrument of the proletarian dictatorship, it had to take part in the management of public affairs, be present in the organs of power at all levels, both the elected organs and the administrative ones, determine the economic, military, and administrative aims to be attained, and contribute to their attainment. The party's new functions and the place it held in the power structures called for an increase in membership. The Bolshevik Party underwent a massive influx of new members. Some of the newcomers were undoubtedly motivated by a desire to serve the revolution, but others looked on a party card as an aid to the furtherance of their ambitions. The danger of such members flooding in became very real by the end of 1920. In 1922, despite the purges, the party's numbers were regarded by Lenin as too big, and its recruitment insufficiently selective. He considered that, in the then existing conditions, with the 292, 293 Soviet proletariat decimated by the imperialist and civil wars and undermined by unemployment, a party membership of between 300,000 and 400,000 was still excessive. However, the transformations undergone by the Bolshevik Party during those years were not merely quantitative, nor mainly determined by the influx of careerist and ambitious elements. They were connected with the ever closer relations being formed between the party apparatus and a state administrative machine whose proletarian character proved especially weak. The types of practice that developed in the machinery of state, including the Red Army and the Cheka, thus produced effects on the functioning of the party, on the relations between its different levels, and on its relations with the masses. 7. The Bolshevik Party's relations with the state machine. The party's role as the ruling party, the party in power, meant, as Lenin rightly observed, that we had inevitably to merge the party and government leadership. 2. However, the forms assumed by such a merger may vary. The merging of the leaderships can be the result of mass work carried out by the party, which brings forward activists capable of shouldering responsibilities in the various branches of government and strengthening the party's leading ideological and political role. But this merging can also result from the appointment to posts of responsibility of militants who, though active, are not closely linked with the masses locally. After October the conditions were such, in many areas, that it was often the second type of merging that took place. The Bolshevik Party had hardly any footholds in the rural districts, in the small and middle-sized towns, and in vast regions of Russia. In countless localities it possessed no basic organization, nor even activists who were already connected with the masses in these localities and capable of playing a leading role among them. The party had to send all across the 294 country organizers and cadres drawn from the big industrial centers. Lacking a sufficient number of members, it had to entrust the activists it dispatched hither and thither with a great number of functions, to be performed simultaneously, including administrative responsibilities. Soviet organs often did not exist at all in a certain place, or else were so composed that it was impossible to find among their members reliable persons who could be entrusted with the indispensable tasks of administration. A report by Podbolsky, a people's commissar who was sent to make a tour of the countryside, describes the situation he found in July 1919 in Tambov province. Strictly speaking, there is no Soviet government in the majority of the uyezdi. At present the Soviets exist in most places only on paper. In reality, representatives of kulaks and speculators, or self-interested people, or cowards, who carry out the work without any definite direction, work under the name of Soviets. 3. These pseudo-Soviets, like, for that matter, most of the normally elected Soviets, were served by a bureaucratic apparatus made up of officials inherited from the old regime, persons who were corrupt, formalistic, or indifferent to their work. It was under such conditions that the few party activists who could be spared from the central organs and the army had to assume a multitude of responsibilities. They had to do this without being able to rely locally on a collective of communists linked with the masses, for in many places such a collective was either non-existent or only embryonic. Given the urgency of their tasks, they had to get on with them before the embryonic party organizations had been transformed into proper ones, and before genuine Soviets had been created. A situation like this inevitably entailed a series of effects on the way the party itself operated. It led locally, in a great number of towns and districts, to activists taking on a plurality of functions, to a lack of control by basic party organs over activists who were loaded with many responsibilities, and, often, to the absorption of these activists in tasks that were essentially administrative in 295 character, to the detriment of political and ideological tasks, that is, of work among the masses. Some of the delegates to the Eighth Party Congress described in detail the sort of thing that was happening at that time. They mentioned, for instance, that very often, in the provinces, the chairman of the party committee was also the chairman of the Soviet, of the Chayka, of the Revolutionary Tribunal, and of yet other institutions. They showed that this confusion of functions strengthened the tendency for the executive committees to take over the role of the Soviets, and for the party committees to substitute themselves for the party organizations. For in other words, the party apparatus tended to merge with the administrative apparatus and at the same time tended to substitute itself for the party organizations, that is, to act in their place and not to submit to control by the rank and file of the party. The basic organizations of the party being, in many places, barely existent. Under these conditions, the party came to be dominated by an increasingly weighty administrative machine, instead of really running its own affairs. This was the situation that Lenin described in his report of March 27, 1922, to the 11th Party Congress, when he used the metaphor of the man at the steering wheel, meaning the ruling party in charge of the state. The state machine, he said, did not operate in the way we wanted. How did it operate? The machine refused to obey the hand that guided it. It was like a car that was going not in the direction the driver desired, but in the direction someone else desired. 5. As Lenin made clear, This someone else was the capitalists, the speculators, and the administrative apparatus which was under the influence of the bourgeoisie and tending to become independent of the proletarian dictatorship. The continuation of this passage shows that Lenin clearly recognized the possible outcome of the evolution that had begun in the preceding years. Shortly after evoking this image, 296. Of the man at the steering wheel, Lenin raised the question of the direction that the Soviet power might take, and, analyzing the new tactic of certain Russian émigrés grouped around Ustryalov, did not hesitate to declare that one of the dangers to which the Soviet power was exposed was indeed that of eventually evolving into the ordinary bourgeois state. 7. Lenin then described the type of relationship which had become established between the party and the state machine. If we take Moscow with its 4,700 communists in responsible positions, and if we take that huge bureaucratic machine, that gigantic heap, we must ask, who is directing whom? I doubt very much whether it can truthfully be said that the communists are directing that heap. To tell the truth, they are not directing, they are being directed. 8. He went on, communists who are put at the head of departments and sometimes artful saboteurs deliberately put them in these positions in order to use them as a shield. Are often fooled. Will the responsible communists of the RSFSR and of the Russian Communist Party realize that they cannot administer, that they only imagine they are directing, but are, actually, being directed? 9. Lenin then sketched an analogy between the situation of the Bolshevik Party, which occupied the leading positions in the state but could not really govern, and that of a conquering people which had apparently subjugated another people but, in the long run, though still occupying the latter's territory, became subject to it, because the vanquished nation, being more civilized, imposes its culture upon the conqueror. 10. The subjection of which Lenin spoke here meant the domination of the party by the bourgeoisie, especially the bourgeois elements present in the state machine with which the party was tending to merge under the conditions already outlined. This subjection could be nothing but the transformation of the Bolshevik party into its opposite, from a proletarian party into a bourgeois party. In 1922 this was still a distant danger, but it is not without importance that Lenin was able to recognize it, just as it is of interest to note that, about a year after the 11th Congress, 297. Lenin's point was repeated and developed by Bukharin in terms that deserve attention, since they describe in a striking way what actually came about later on. The work in which Bukharin gave this description was entitled The Proletarian Revolution and Culture. 11. He started from Lenin's comment that the real and main danger 12 was not a direct attack, but the overthrow of proletarian class domination within the machinery of the state and the party, which would lead to full restoration of bourgeois power. Like Lenin, Bukharin referred to Ustryalov and his supporters, the Smenovikhovцы. 13. Their advice to the bourgeois intelligentsia to rally to the Russian Revolution was one of the leading themes of the journal they were then publishing in Paris. They hoped that the revolution had taken the road to their midterm, and their journal praised those intellectuals who had remained in Soviet Russia and joined the party or entered government service. Bukharin outlined with remarkable precision the possibility of a restoration of bourgeois power in Soviet Russia under cover of the monopoly of knowledge that the bourgeoisie and its intelligentsia were supposed to possess. He showed that the Smenovikhovцы were friends of a very special kind, who considered that the October Revolution had carried through an indispensable historical task from which a new bourgeoisie would be able to profit to the full. For the Smenovikhovцы, the October Revolution possessed the immense merit of having roused and mobilized the bravest and most ruthless enemies of the rotten old regime of Tsardom. It had utterly smashed the corrupt intellectual strata who could only talk of God and the devil, and had set the masses in motion, thereby opening the way to the creation of a new bourgeoisie, a bourgeoisie which, having passed through many trials, has fortified its will and character and is now entering history's scene. Fresher, younger, more vigorous, more American. This freshness, this vigor of the new bourgeoisie existed, of course, only in the imagination of the Smenovikhovцы. But the vision they had of the possibility. 298. That the new bourgeoisie might subvert the Soviet power and the Bolshevik Party from within corresponded to what we know today is indeed one aspect of the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, of the struggle between two lines and two paths of development. Denouncing the path indicated by the Smenovichovцы, Bukharin showed how the bourgeoisie was supporting the Soviet power in a quite special way, gradually penetrating into the pores of the apparatus, introducing its own people, slowly but persistently changing the characteristics of the Soviet power. After thus describing the process that was going on, the very process which had worried Lenin a year earlier, when he showed that it was often not the communists but the bourgeoisie who were really determining direction, Bukharin said that, if this process was not halted, we shall arrive at a situation in which all our declarations, our flags, the Internationale, the Soviet form of government would remain outwardly in being, while their inner content would already have been transformed. This content would correspond to the expectations, wishes, hopes, and interests of the new bourgeois stratum, which is constantly growing, constantly getting stronger, and which, through slow, organic changes, could succeed in transforming all the features of the Soviet state, setting it gradually on the rails of a purely capitalist policy. The old, rotten bourgeoisie, which lived on alms from the Tsarist government, would then have been replaced, thanks to the Russian Revolution, by a new bourgeoisie, which would stop at nothing, making its way forward in the spirit of nationalism but hiding itself behind the phraseology and the banners of internationalism, so as to advance toward a new capitalist and bourgeois Russia, great and powerful. 14. Bukharin drew from his analysis this general conclusion. Every workers' revolution, in whatever country it takes place, inevitably runs, in the course of its development, very great dangers of the internal degeneration of the revolution, the proletarian state, and the party. 15. He said that one of the vital tasks of the period of the proletarian dictatorship was to 299. Initiate a cultural revolution. 16. In this connection he took up the example given by Lenin of the conquest of a civilized people by a barbarian one. Lenin gave this example in order to show how the working class risked losing power by gradually adopting the forms of social organization of the class it had overthrown. Bukharin added, the working class can mechanically subjugate its opponent, it can take physical possession of all that exists, and yet it can at the same time be absorbed by the enemy's cultural forces. This danger inevitably threatens every working class which seizes state power. If it were to happen, we should be transformed into a new class made up of the new technical intelligentsia, a part of the new bourgeoisie. Because we should have become cut off, without noticing it but absolutely, from our general proletarian base, and in this way we should be transformed into a new social formation. 17. Bukharin rejected the illusion that the proletarian class origin of the cadres would constitute an adequate safeguard against their transformation into a new bourgeois class, for, he said, it was perfectly possible to imagine a situation in which a part of the working class became separated from the working masses, acquiring a monopolistic position and transforming itself into a new class. 18. This observation regarding the general character of the process of recovery of power by the bourgeoisie, that is, the universal character of the struggle between two roads, is particularly interesting, as is the idea developed by Bukharin that only a cultural revolution can halt the trend toward capitalism, even though he puts forward only very vague formulations as to the conditions and forms of such a cultural revolution. While the process of internal bourgeois subversion of the Soviet power, begun during the Civil War and continuing after it, bears a universal character and therefore provides general lessons, it is nevertheless true that the specific form assumed by this process at the beginning of the NEP was destined, contrary to Bukharin's forecast, to be completely overturned. 300. A few years later, when the NEP was abandoned and the Bolshevik Party took the path of collectivization and the 5-year plans, // the transformation of internal relations in the Bolshevik Party. During the Civil War, internal relations in the Bolshevik Party gradually changed. This change was bound up, to some extent at least, with the new and urgent tasks which had to be fulfilled by the ruling party. But it was also due, and to a greater extent, to the specific conditions under which the Bolshevik Party was obliged to fulfill its tasks. It had suddenly to cope with extensive and complex economic and military problems at a time when the administrative state apparatus through which it operated was essentially non-proletarian and when its relations with the peasant masses were far from being close and trusting. In order to appreciate the scale of the changes that took place after the October Revolution, one must remember that the Bolshevik faction, and then the Bolshevik Party, had experienced for many years an intense political life which included ample discussion even at the most difficult moments. When faced with complex or new problems, the party leadership did not, as a rule, take decisions until after holding discussions that were thorough, detailed, and as open as possible, given the nature of the problem at issue. Not only were these discussions largely open in character, but members who held a point of view differing from that of the majority of the Central Committee could address themselves directly to the party as a whole. They could do this either through the party's official organs or through publications of their own, periodical or otherwise. 20. As for the principles governing the discussions and the ideological and political disputes, these were, in practice, the same that the Chinese Communist Party was later to proclaim. 301. Explicitly, unity struggle unity. By virtue of these principles, party members who came to conclusions differing from those of the majority of the Central Committee were not made objects of a ruthless struggle or of merciless blows. 21. The party expected participants in discussions to put forward concrete analyses and undertake theoretical investigations that would help real progress to be made toward a serious solution of the problems at issue. Even when, on certain questions, the number of active participants in a discussion was limited, this limitation was in no way imposed by administrative methods or regulations, and the rank and file were frequently called upon to give their views, which meant that the discussion affected the mass of the membership. After the middle of 1918, however, a gradual change set in. Modifications in relations between the rank and file of the party and the higher party bodies. The first changes appeared during the struggle against the white insurrection and imperialist intervention. These changes were favored by the dispersal of a great many of the leading figures, whose time was increasingly taken up with tasks that were precise, urgent, and of absolutely decisive immediate importance, especially on the Civil War front. In the last few months of 1918 the party leadership was obliged to take, on its own, a number of highly important decisions, often without consulting the basic organizations. The party's capacity to function as a body was all the more limited at that time because the political leadership possessed practically no central apparatus by means of which it could maintain regular contact with the basic organizations. At the beginning of 1919, the Central Committee staff consisted of 15 people, grouped around Sverdlov, the secretary of the CC. Between June 1918 and the beginning of 1919 the leading bodies met only rarely. Nearly all decisions were taken by 302. Direct contact between Lenin, chairman of the Sovnarkom, Sverdlov, and the party members in charge of the various sectors. In this period, the tendency for the party to merge with the state machine was such that Preobrazhensky went so far as to suggest without provoking a storm of protest that the party should be dissolved, on the grounds that it had become completely merged with the state machine. Osinski put forward some practical proposals tending in the same direction, e.g., that the Central Committee, the VTSIK, and the Sovnarkom be merged. These suggestions were not followed. 22. The Eighth Party Congress marked an important turning point. It began to reconstruct the party, to give it a structure more suitable for enabling it to carry out its task as a ruling party. Henceforth, the CC was to meet at least twice a month, and in the intervals between its meetings, decisions would be taken by a new organ, the Political Bureau, or Politburo. A similar organ had existed previously on a quite temporary basis, in connection with the preparation of the October insurrection. The first non-temporary Politburo was formed in March 1919, at the 8th Congress. It was made up of 5 permanent members and 3 substitute members. This Politburo soon became the real leadership of the party, taking all the important decisions, which became operative at once. The Eighth Congress also declared in favor of the forming of a People's Commissariat for control of the state, which was placed under Stalin's direction. As mentioned earlier, this became in 1920, still under Stalin, the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, the Rabkrin, or RKI. Another decision of importance for the subsequent life of the party was taken by the Eighth Congress, namely, the establishment of the Orgburo, the Organization Bureau. It had also 5 members, including Stalin. It was to meet 3 times a week and direct all the party's organizational work. In addition, a secretariat of the Central Committee was 303 formed, responsible, in principle, for executive tasks. Stalin was present here, too, having been appointed secretary of the Central Committee after Sverdlov's death on the eve of the Eighth Congress. In 1919 the secretariat of the CC was, in theory, a mere technical organ. Gradually, however, the secretariat and the Orgburo were to become a sort of administrative leadership, paralleling the party's political leadership, an evolution confirmed 3 years later when, on April 4, 1922, the post of General Secretary was created. Stalin became General Secretary by decision of the Central Committee elected by the 11th Party Congress. The 8th Congress was thus the starting point in a rapid change in the conditions in which the Bolshevik Party functioned, and in its internal relations. Increasingly, the party became a structured body, subject to a discipline of a type quite different from what it had previously known. A discipline in which there was a certain element of administrative centralism, though this was as yet only nascent. In the circumstances that prevailed in 1919, with acute class struggle and difficulty in controlling a state machine in which bourgeois practices were predominant, the effects of the tendency to administrative centralism began to make themselves strongly felt. A process can be seen to have started by which the party's administrative organs became independent of its leading political organs, a process closely linked with that in which the state machine was becoming independent of the proletarian dictatorship. This process grew more pronounced as the years went by. To the increasing role played by the party's central administrative organs corresponded an inflation of the administrative staff attached to the Central Committee. This staff increased from 15 members at the beginning of 1919 to 150 in March 1920 and 602 a year later. 23 highly structured departments were formed. The 2 departments of the party administration that played the most important roles were the Argodel and the Uchrespred. There were also other departments, groups, and bureaus which gradually came to supervise, ever more closely, the activities of the party cadres. In practice, the party secretariat and the Uchrespred made most assignments, with only some of these coming before the Orgburo, the elected body. Thus, between April and November 1919, the Uchrespred made 2,182 assignments, as against 544 made by the Orgburo. 24 between April 1920 and mid-February 1921 the Uchrespred made 40,000 assignments. For some time these assignments were made without much of a selection procedure, but increasingly they came to be decided on the basis of central card indexes that were maintained with ever greater efficiency. In November 1921 the Uchrespred possessed reports on about 23,500 party cadres, who were divided into groups in accordance with their specialty. A few months later, the Uchrespred had an index covering about 26,000 cadres. These records enabled it to follow a party member's career and, to a large extent, to determine its course. In June 1922, through a merger with the Argodel, the Uchrespred became even more powerful. It was then put under the direction of L. M. Kaganovich. The Argodel now had its own staff of instructors, charged with inspecting the party's local organizations and having access to all documents and all meetings, including secret ones. These instructors could make any recommendations they liked with a view to amending the decisions of provincial party committees, though the latter retained the right of appeal to the Central Committee. In this way a process developed which increasingly stripped political power from the party conferences that were held at province, town, and district level. The gradually diminishing role of provincial party conferences was reflected in the lengthening intervals between their meetings, and also, especially, in the fact that, although these conferences still elected their committees, the latter were dominated by the holders of a few key posts whose appointment had been decided on by the central administrative organs. Fairly soon, the committee elected by the conference played only a consultative role. 305. Whereas the real decisions were taken by the bureau of this committee. Gradually, then, a structure was formed in which rank-and-file decisions assumed secondary significance, the vital ones being taken at the top, by an administrative apparatus. In this way it came about that the secretaries of provincial party committees were more and more frequently appointed from the center, and the powers of these political officials increased rapidly. The provincial party secretary ceased to be dependent on the party conference and the party committee. On the contrary, it was the members of these bodies who increasingly became dependent on the provincial party secretary and, through him, on the central administrative apparatus. This apparatus was structured in the image of the state machine. Its members were divided into 5 categories corresponding to the 5 salary grades of government officials. 25. In principle, the increasing role accorded to the central administrative apparatus was intended to ensure better management of the party cadres and a rational selection of leading personnel. In practice, it led quickly to an increasing degree of political control by the party's internal administration over the organization as a whole, and especially over its cadres. This control was exercised especially through the system of assignments and transfers, which made it possible to alter the balance of political forces in a particular party organization. By means of transfers, party members whose notions differed from those of the party's administrative heads could be isolated. These transfers corresponded at first to the requirements of a good system of assignment, or to justifiable administrative sanctions. In 1921, however, at the time of the struggle against the workers' opposition, such measures began to be used as a means of uprooting oppositionists from local party organizations in which they had a certain influence, and of reducing the freedom of expression enjoyed by the party cadres. The provincial, municipal and district party organizations protested many times against this development. It was in 306 response to these protests that in September 1920 a Central Control Commission was set up, with a pyramid of local control commissions to which party members could appeal against arbitrary decisions by the party's administrative apparatus. This method of recourse to an organ independent of the party's administrative apparatus functioned, more or less, until 1922, when a change was made. In order to avoid conflicts between the control commissions and the party's administrative apparatus, a resolution of the 11th Congress 26 decided to unify the work of the local control commissions. These became practically a new branch of the central administrative apparatus, instead of helping to supervise it, they became an additional instrument at its disposal. The transformation of relations between the administrative directorate of the party and the rank and file also altered the relations between the political leadership and the party as a whole. The administrative apparatus became a second center of party leadership, a center which, though formally only administrative, was in reality, of course, also a political center that could exercise an influence over the party's political leadership, even determining the line its decisions would take, and the way these decisions would be applied. In 1921, at the 10th Party Congress, Lenin explicitly warned against the growth of the bureaucratic apparatus, which was tending to raise a screen between the party leadership and what was really going on in the country. Later, Lenin was to emphasize, but without his idea being followed up in practice, the need to cut down the bureaucratic apparatus and to ensure that the party was supervised not only by its rank and file but even by non-party people. Thus, in his article Purging the Party 27, Lenin said that the party should rid itself of bureaucratized elements and that, in order to do this, the suggestions of the masses should be sought. In appraising persons, in the negative attitude to those who have attached themselves to us for selfish motives, to those who have become puffed up commissars and bureaucrats, the 307 suggestions of the non-party proletarian masses and, in many cases, of the non-party peasant masses, are extremely valuable. The working masses have a fine intuition, which enables them to distinguish honest and devoted communists from those who arouse the disgust of people earning their bread by the sweat of their brow, enjoying no privileges and having no pull. 28. The conception of the party becoming overgrown by its administrative apparatus. Until the 10th Congress, the changes in internal relationships within the Bolshevik Party seemed to many of its members to be a consequence of the exceptional circumstances connected with the Civil War and the imperialist intervention, and this was why the manifestations of these changes provoked only a few protests. The resolution of the 10th Congress still reflected the idea that these changes in the party's internal life were only transitory and conjunctural. This Congress adopted, at one and the same time, resolutions intended to promote more democratic relations, enabling the rank and file to express themselves better, and resolutions restricting opportunities for criticism, largely under the influence of the fears aroused by a political situation marked by the peasants' growing discontent and culminating in the Kronstadt Rising. Actually, the 10th Congress resolutions calling for the development of more democratic relations within the party remained inoperative, so that in 1922, at the 11th Congress, fresh protests arose against the predominance of administrative and hierarchical relations. A resolution passed by this Congress declared, "The party organizations have begun to be systematically overgrown by a large apparatus which serves these organizations. This apparatus, which is gradually spreading, has itself begun to acquire a bureaucratic coating and to absorb an excessive share of the party's forces." 29. The 11th Congress's protest against the overgrowing of the party by a large apparatus had no effect. The party's 308 administrative apparatus, that is, the Secretariat of the Central Committee, and the central departments and bureaus, were to take practically no notice of this resolution. The administrative apparatus only broadened and expanded the sphere of its interventions. The conception of the party being overgrown by its apparatus defined in an ambiguous way the result of a twofold process, a process which led to the one-sided domination of the party's rank and file by the party's central organs, and a gradual process of shifting of authority within the central organs themselves, that strengthened the position of the administrative organs in relation to the political leadership elected by the Congresses. Later, the effects of this second process would seem to disappear when the very composition of the Congresses, and of the political leadership elected by them, would be very largely determined by the central administrative organs. In 1922 to 1923, things had not gone that far, and the distinction between the authority of the administrative apparatus and that of the party's political leadership was still real. The first aspect of the process of overgrowing against which the 11th Congress protested, corresponded to a large extent to the desire to preserve the proletarian character of party policy. It was a matter of concentrating vital decisions in the hands of an experienced revolutionary old guard, since this was a period when the party was receiving a massive influx of new members, some of whom, though devoted to the revolution, were as yet inexperienced, while others were joining the party in order to get important positions or to facilitate their career in state service. At the beginning of 1922, Lenin drew attention to the changes that had taken place in the composition of the Bolshevik Party, when he said that taken as a whole, our party is less politically trained than is necessary for real proletarian leadership in the present difficult situation. 30. Lenin considered that the state of affairs was bound to get worse in 309. The absence of rigorous measures, which were not taken, and in that event he expected to see a big increase in the efforts of petty bourgeois elements, and of elements positively hostile to all that is proletarian, to penetrate into the party. 31. In the historical conditions of 1918 to 1923, preserving the proletarian character of party policy meant concentrating authority in the hands of those who embodied the historical experience and theory of the revolutionary movement, Russian and international. In other words, in practice, at the start of this period, in the hands of the Political Bureau and the Central Committee. The other aspect of this process of overgrowing, and the more dangerous aspect as regards preservation of the proletarian character of the Bolshevik Party, was the concentration of an increasing number of decisions in the hands not merely of the heads of the central administrative bodies but in those of a corps of party officials. This concentration of power had the result of removing many vital decisions both from control by the rank and file and from control by the Central Committee and the Political Bureau. By its growth in numbers, its complex structure, the conditions under which it was recruited, the corps of party officials and the administrative organization came to acquire a larger and larger measure of independence. The transformation of the Bolshevik Party between 1918 and 1923 thus presented a twofold aspect. On the one hand, it tended to preserve the proletarian character of party policy; on the other, it tended to bestow independence upon the party's administrative apparatus and thereby increase the freedom of action of a body of officials who, in the conditions then existing, were increasingly bourgeois and petty bourgeois. This second aspect became increasingly important in the period following the 10th Congress. There developed within the Bolshevik Party political relationships of a bourgeois kind, marked by increasing independence of the 310 party officialdom in relation to the rank and file and to the masses, and gradually ousting the former proletarian political relationships. On the eve of Lenin's death, the concentration of power in the hands of the party's administrative apparatus and its corps of officials had already gone far. At the time of the 12th Congress, held during April 17 to 25, 1923, when Lenin was very seriously ill and unable to attend, many old Bolsheviks called for a change in internal relations, and for a return to relations such as would enable the party as a whole to lead a more active and genuine political life. At this Congress, the old Bolshevik V. Kozier condemned the way the General Secretary was influencing the party's orientation by making changes in members' assignments so as to get out of the way those who dared to voice criticism, and by giving preference to docility over ability and a firm proletarian attitude. Others, such as Bukharin and Rakovsky, used Lenin's own words, 32, in denouncing Great Russian chauvinism and the policy of Russifying the minorities being carried out by the party's General Secretariat. But these protests were ineffectual. In the months that followed, when Lenin was no longer able to direct public affairs, arrests of party members who expressed critical views became frequent. In September 1923, Dzerzhinsky, an old Bolshevik and first head of the Cheka, told a subcommission of the Central Committee, "The decline of our party, the extinguishing of our internal life, the replacement of election by appointment are becoming a political danger." 33. This did not prevent Dzerzhinsky himself, shortly afterward, from intensifying repression of groups of oppositionists among the workers and demanding of the Political Bureau that every party member be called upon to denounce to the GPU anything that might be considered oppositional activity. 34. In practice, the change in internal relationships within the party had already reached such a point that a genuine reactivation of its internal political life would have required open intervention by the rank and file and also, doubtless, large-scale intervention by all those workers who were inspired by a 311 proletarian conception of how the party should function and relate to the state machine and the masses. The conditions for a development of this sort were not present, and so the crisis of leadership that opened after Lenin's death led to a new concentration of power in the hands of the party's administrative apparatus, thus confirming the forecast made by Lenin in his letter to Molotov of March 26, 1922. 35. Thereafter, the political power wielded by the party's administrative apparatus was to increase rapidly. This did not mean, however, that the political leadership of the party passed completely into the hands of its administrative apparatus, slipping away from the influence of the Central Committee and the Political Bureau, but that the influence of these bodies tended to diminish, while there was an increase in that of the administrative apparatus which, through the very circumstance of its growing independence from the rank and file and the masses, was open to influence and penetration by the bourgeoisie. The effects of the changes in the Bolshevik Party on the way the party functioned. the tendency for the party to become merged with a state administrative machine which was itself becoming independent of the masses, and to be overgrown by its own administrative apparatus, were not without consequences where the class character of the political practices in the party was concerned. These consequences made themselves felt first and foremost in the everyday life of the party, that is, in its style of leadership and in its underlying ideology. The style of leadership. The strengthening of the two tendencies mentioned above created favorable conditions for the development of bourgeois. 312. Political practices. Thus, instead of a democratic and proletarian leadership such as Lenin endeavored to maintain, emphasizing the centralization of correct ideas, persuasion, and broad discussion, there was gradually substituted a style of leadership of quite a different order, in which the giving of orders and insistence on unquestioning discipline were the main features. This different style of leadership, and the ideological relations underlying it, tended to transform a section of the party membership in the first place, the political cadres from militants into office holders who were principally concerned to know what their superiors expected of them, rather than to analyze a situation and point out to the party leadership the mistakes that had been made, so as to help in rectifying them, to assess for themselves the state of mind of the masses so as to warn the leadership in good time against ill-considered measures, and so on. In this way a set of new political practices appeared which the Bolshevik party had in previous times hardly known. These practices were those of party members who were turning into functionaries, members of the apparatus, or, as they were already starting to be called, apparatchiki. At the time, Sosnovsky, an old Bolshevik, described in these terms the way such apparatchiki behaved. They are neither hot nor cold. They take note, for information and execution, of all the circulars they receive from the CC or the Gubernia committees. Unhurriedly, they do their duty in carrying out campaigns, they keep precise statistical accounts of these campaigns, set down on square-ruled forms all the party's revolutionary activity, and are pleased with themselves when all the squares have been filled and they can report to the center the thorough fulfillment of all directives received. From party workers of this sort, plans, programs, instructions, theses, questionnaires, and reports pour out as though from a cornucopia. They are happy when outward calm prevails in their organization, when there are no squabbles and nobody is fighting anybody else. 36. Early in 1921 the 10th Congress had sought to put an end. 313. To this style of leadership and to the lack of workers' democracy which characterized it, a style which was thought to be connected with the militarization of the party, itself a consequence of the Civil War. Thus, Bukharin, speaking on behalf of the Central Committee, said, "We must strive towards workers' democracy, and put this into effect with the same vigor we showed in the previous period in militarizing the party. By workers' democracy within the party must be understood a form of organization which ensures that all members can participate actively in party life, in discussion of all questions that arise and in deciding how to answer them, and also in the building of the party. Workers' democracy makes impossible the system of appointment, and is characterized by the election of all organs, from top to bottom, by the responsibility of these organs, and by their subjection to control." The report stressed the need for a broad discussion of all important questions, absolute freedom of criticism within the party and collective working out of party decisions. 37. It is well known that the resolutions adopted by the Congress, following the line proposed by Bukharin in the name of the Central Committee, did nothing to alter the existing style of leadership, which instead became more prominent in the years that followed. In September 1921, in a letter to Stalin, Lenin vigorously denounced another aspect of the repressive style of leadership which was tending to become established in the party. He stigmatized one of the practices of the administrative apparatus, which consisted in exposing rather than improving. In a later piece of writing he also denounced the toadyism of the members of the apparatus and what he ironically called communist conceit. 38. In one of his last works, Better Fewer but Better, 39, he did not hesitate to write, We have bureaucrats in our party institutions as well as in the Soviet institutions. In denouncing bureaucracy in the party and the state, Lenin was continuing a campaign he had been waging for several years. The term bureaucracy, in itself purely descriptive, has had a remarkable history. At first it was used to reprove the 314 behavior of certain cadres, their authoritarianism, their personal style of leadership, their careerism, and so on, which seemed to be due to features of character rather than to a particular form of organization. Very soon, however, it acquired a second meaning, describing both a form of organization and the resulting style of work. Subsequently, the term bureaucracy was used to describe a social stratum. It was in this sense that Trotsky used it, in accordance with a well-established tradition. 40. Finally, some have even seen in the bureaucracy a new social class and the basis of a new mode of production. 41. Since this is not the place to discuss these various conceptions, I will confine myself to noting that what is usually referred to, when the descriptive term bureaucracy is used, is the situation conferred on the agents of certain social apparatuses by a set of relationships which make of these agents a group placed in a position of relative independence both in relation to the dominant class and to the dominated classes. When, from 1921 onward, Lenin and other Bolsheviks denounced the rise of bureaucracy, they were referring to a set of practices and relationships which put the leading officials of the state and the party in a position of relative independence. That time saw only the beginning of practices that were later to become consolidated and deprive the proletariat of power, placing it instead in the hands of this leading group, which then became a state bourgeoisie insofar as it had at its disposal all or most of the means of production and activated them on the basis of capitalist production relations. While in 1921 that situation was still a long way off, what was truly and ultimately at stake in the struggle against bureaucracy was the position of the proletariat as the dominant class, with the bureaucracy representing the embryo of a new bourgeoisie in the apparatus of the state and of the ruling party. 315. The membership and social composition of the Bolshevik Party. I have already mentioned that the speed with which party membership increased, and the extent of the changes undergone by its social composition between 1917 and 1923, contributed to the transformation of internal relationships in the party. The process actually worked both ways. While the sudden and poorly supervised increase in the number of members and the alteration in their social makeup had the effects mentioned, it was also true that the transformation of the party's style of work and leadership, and the close ties binding it to a state administrative machine which was not really proletarian, helped to attract bourgeois or petty bourgeois elements, and even to bourgeoisify the worldview of party members who were of proletarian origin. The changes affecting the party had two main aspects. First, there was the influx into the party of bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements, which had been denounced by Lenin in 1919, at the 8th Congress, when he mentioned that old bureaucrats who had been driven out of the administration had had to be recalled, and that some of them, disguising themselves as communists, had slipped into the party. 42. Between 1921 and 1923, Lenin frequently returned to this problem. He referred to the ever-growing danger of a big increase in the efforts of petty bourgeois elements, and of elements positively hostile to all that is proletarian, to penetrate into the party. 43. He emphasized the need to turn to the non-party masses in order to get rid of the lordly ones and the bureaucratized elements in the party, and he urged that the only persons to be regarded as workers, and so to be entitled to the short probationary period of 6 months before being admitted to party membership, should be those who have actually been employed in large industrial enterprises for not less than 10 years. 44. The other aspect of the changes affecting the party was perhaps even more serious because it was less directly 316. Trollable, namely, the changes in the worldview of many party members and in particular of the cadres. These changes were closely bound up with changes in the party's role and place in political relationships as a whole and, more especially, with the intimacy of its ties with the state administrative machine, and with the growth of its own administrative functions. These changes helped attract bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements, and even, to a certain extent, to make their entry necessary. At the same time, these changes, and their effects as a whole, helped to alienate from the party those revolutionary militants who refused to bow to the demands of strict administrative rules and to the routine and type of discipline required in a centralized administrative organization tending to cut itself off from the masses. Rejection of this form of organization, of its rules and methods of discipline, contributed to some of the struggles that went on in the party between 1918 and 1923. This rejection was also expressed in the sporadic attempts by some rank-and-file members to oppose the party's bureaucratization. The defeat of these attempts led to disappointed militants leaving the party, or even being expelled from it for having criticized the administrative apparatus. Such expulsions took place especially during the party purges, about which something will be said later. The multiplication of administrative tasks of a certain type helped also to change profoundly the conditions of existence of the party cadres responsible for these tasks, and so to transform their world outlook, since, in the last analysis, it is conditions of existence that determine consciousness. What was involved here was, in the first place, specialization of administrative functions. As a result of this specialization, those who held such responsibilities were increasingly absorbed into activities which severed them from production and from the conditions in which the great majority of the population lived and worked. They thus tended to become separated from the masses and to look down on them from the height of their responsibilities. This tendency was accentuated by the fact that most admin 317 administrative tasks were carried on outside the organs of self-administration by the masses and without any supervision by the latter, through an administrative apparatus that was centralized, hierarchical, and becoming more and more formalis. Tick. At the beginning of 1923, Lenin criticized this development, saying, as regards precedence, the observation of the forms and rights of office management, our revolutionariness often gives way to the mustiest routine. 45. It is in the light of these considerations that the figures regarding the increase in party membership, its social makeup, and the assignment of party members to different types of activity assume their true significance. As regards the increase in membership, we have already seen that this rose from 24,000 in 1917 to 612,000 in March 1920. It reached 732,000 in March 1921 and exceeded 860,000 3 years later. 46. This rapid growth in party membership might be seen as a symptom of health, if one were to ignore the concrete conditions in which it took place, and the effects it had. As regards the circumstances of this growth, there are several points that deserve attention. In the period closed by the Eighth Congress, the Bolshevik Party followed, more or less, an open-door policy, which led to a rapid increase in membership, which reached the figure of 350,000, or thereabouts, at the time of the Congress. The Congress decided to undertake a registration of the membership with a view to expelling any who were found unworthy. So began a period in which a mass purge was carried out. By autumn 1919, the party had no more than about 150,000 members. In October-December 1919, a particularly difficult moment in the Civil War, when the risk of careerist elements trying to get into the party seemed diminished, a third period opened. Recruitment was again carried out on a mass scale, so that party membership rose to nearly 612,000 by the time of the Ninth Congress. This policy continued until the eve of the 10th Congress. The 10th Congress was the starting point for a fresh purge. The aim of the decisions adopted by the Congress was 318. To proletarianize the party to a greater extent by expelling non-communist elements, reducing the number of party members occupying administrative posts, and increasing the recruitment of workers. All the tendencies in the party agreed on the need to realize this aim. 47. Application of the decisions of the 10th Congress contributed to reducing party membership to less than 500,000 in January 1923. After Lenin's death and against his wish that party membership be reduced to under 400,000, a new recruitment campaign was launched, which sharply increased the number of party members by about 70% in a little over a year. However, the change effected in the proportion of workers in total party membership was not very great. But the abrupt reversals in recruitment policy and the conditions in which the purges took place entailed a certain number of negative consequences. An important aspect of the purge campaigns, which partly accounts for their negative effects, was their essentially administrative character. In practice, the purges were not carried through with the help of the masses, and especially not with the help of the non-party masses. In 1921 the purge was effected by a central control commission with subordinate local commissions. In the prevailing circumstances, this procedure considerably strengthened the powers of the party's administrative apparatus. The latter succeeded in eliminating those, whether among the rank and file or among the cadres, who were critical of its bureaucratic style of work, or else in reducing them to silence through fear of getting purged. The protests raised at the time suggest that numerous members or supporters of the former left oppositions were got rid of in this way. There are, of course, no statistics enabling us to judge the relative importance of this kind of purge as compared with those expulsions that were justified on political or moral grounds. It is known, however, from the statements issued by the former workers' opposition, that the latter was effected in this way, and that many who held opinions similar to those of this opposition, especially among the working class members of the party, preferred to leave the party of their own. 319. Accord rather than risk being expelled from it on false pretexts. 48. The sharp reversals in recruitment policy also played a role of some significance in the transformation of the party's composition, which, moreover, did not always evolve in the way desired by the party congresses and the party's leading bodies. One of the inevitable consequences of the expansion of the party's total membership was the reduction in the proportion of its members who had belonged to it before the revolution. Already by March 1919 only 8% of the members had been Bolsheviks before February 1917, and only 20% had joined before October 49. These figures show that after 1919 the great majority of party members had no experience of the party's earlier life and the political relations that then prevailed in it. This facilitated acceptance of the establishment of new relations, especially the lack of control by the rank and file over the selection of cadres, and also contributed to non-participation by the rank and file in critical analysis of the party line, of mistakes that the party might have made, and of the behavior of cadres. Furthermore, given the fundamentally new composition of the party, those, whether among the rank and file or among the middle-ranking cadres, who might have wished to maintain the old relationship in the face of the rise of new ones, found themselves isolated. In fact, from 1921 onward, in the course of the struggle waged against the former workers' opposition, a high proportion of old party members of proletarian origin, who had been active during the underground period of the party's history, were excluded from all positions of responsibility, if not expelled altogether. The changes in the party's social composition are not always revealed very clearly in the available statistics. This unclarity is due in the main to the way that members were classified. Socially, classification was based, as a rule, on the occupation followed by each person just before or at the moment of joining the party. It was therefore sufficient to have been a worker for a very short time, often merely in order to enter the 320 party with greater ease. As Lenin noted, this was quite a widespread way of getting oneself regarded as a proletarian, and forever afterward being classified in the party's statistics as one of its worker members. This point needs to be kept in mind when interpreting statistics relating to the composition of the party. These show that in October 1919, just after the first purge period, when a certain number of bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements were eliminated, 52% were workers, which means that this had been their social position at a certain moment. The same figures show 15% of the membership as peasants, though we know that this term often merely meant party members living in the country, and included members of the rural intelligentsia. Nevertheless, the statistics enable us to see that the actual distribution of jobs was such that over 53% of party members were government officials, 8% were party and trade union officials, and that, among the 11% employed in industry, many held managerial and administrative positions. Less than 3 years later it was estimated that 2/3 of the party members held positions of responsibility which gave them a certain degree of authority and some material advantages. In order to obtain an overall view of the changes effected in the party's social composition, if we take the years 1921 to 1923, when the decision to proletarianize the party was being put into effect, it will be seen that this did indeed result in an increase in the percentage of members who were of proletarian origin, together with a decrease in the percentage of those whose origin was other than worker or peasant. It must be added, though, that it is not by increasing the percentage of worker members that one automatically brings about a genuine proletarianization of the party, that is, the predominance within it of members having a proletarian world outlook. A certain voyeurism may even result in the recruiting of workers who lack a high level of political consciousness. Lenin warned against this danger, but recruitment campaigns among the working class did not always avoid it. Altogether, despite the fact that the Bolshevik Party had been able successfully to lead the October Revolution and the fight against the landlords, the Russian capitalists and imperialism, and despite its having attracted a high proportion of the most combative elements of the working class, the rapid inflation of its membership, the form taken by the purges, the nature of the tasks to which many of its members were assigned, and the conditions under which they were called upon to accomplish these tasks, gradually had the effect, during the years 1917 to 1923, of rendering the proletarian character of the party more fragile. The fragility of the proletarian character of the party and of its leadership. In 1922 Lenin did not regard as remote the dangers threatening the party's stability and its proletarian character as a result of the changes in its internal relations, its style of leadership, and its social composition, and he therefore sought for means of preserving the party from these dangers. In March 1922 he sent 2 letters to Molotov, the second within a few days of the first, in which he dealt mainly with the problems connected with maintaining the proletarian character of the party. In the first of these letters, dated March 322. 24, Lenin referred to the fact that, as things were, many petty bourgeois appeared as workers and even managed to pass as such. On this theme he wrote, "There is no doubt that we constantly regard as workers people who have not had the slightest real experience of large-scale industry. There has been case after case of petty bourgeois, who have become workers by chance and only for a very short time, being classed as workers. All shrewd white guards are very definitely banking on the fact that the alleged proletarian character of our party does not in the least safeguard it against the small proprietor elements gaining predominance in it, and very rapidly too." 52 In order to cope with this situation and ward off the danger that the Bolshevik Party might become a bourgeois and petty bourgeois party, Lenin suggested a whole series of measures that he considered would enable this danger to be fought or removed. As we know, these suggestions were not carried out. The statutes adopted by the 12th Party Congress, held on April 17 to 25, 1923, when Lenin was ill and remained at Gorky, did not include, otherwise than in a formal way, some of his proposals, and departed from them in their actual content. 53 On March 26, 1922, in his second letter, Lenin returned to the same subject. "If we do not close our eyes to reality, we must admit that at the present time the proletarian policy of the party is not determined by the character of its membership but by the enormous undivided prestige enjoyed by the small group which might be called the old guard of the party. A slight conflict within this group will be enough, if not to destroy this prestige, at all events to weaken the group to such a degree as to rob it of its power to determine policy." 54 These lines are of very great importance. They bring out in a striking way one of the essential features of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat, namely, that it cannot conquer and advance towards socialism unless it is guided by a party which is headed by revolutionaries who are well equipped theoretically and who enjoy the full confidence of the working people. The leading role played within the party by such revolutionaries constitutes the ultimate safeguard of the party's proletarian character and of the possibility of preserving it. By asserting as he did that the party's proletarian policy depended on the unity of the old guard, Lenin had in mind several dangers. The danger of an open split that would make it impossible to maintain the dictatorship of the proletariat in a country where most of the population were peasants. In the conditions prevailing at that time, a split would inevitably have engendered two parties, one which would have continued to try to base itself on the working class, but by following an arrierist policy which would have cut it off from the other popular strata, and a party which would have tried to base itself mainly on the peasantry, increasing the concessions made to the latter. We shall see later that many elements in the platform of the left oppositions involved especially the first of these dangerous possibilities, because of their arrierist character. This was the danger that Lenin had in mind in his letter to the Congress. 55. In this memorandum Lenin mentioned the danger that an open split could be caused by the development of growing contradictions between the working class and the peasantry. He wrote, "Our party relies on two classes and therefore its instability would be possible and its downfall inevitable if there were no agreement between those two classes. In that event this or that measure, and generally all talk about the stability of our CC, would be futile. No measures of any kind could prevent a split in such a case." 56. The danger of a hidden split which could occur as a result of the expulsion of some of the members of the party leadership at that time. This type of split is referred to in the succeeding part of this same letter to the Congress. Lenin does not link this danger directly with divergences regarding the political line, but rather with the style of work of two of the principal party leaders, Stalin and Trotsky. Of the former Lenin says that he has unlimited authority concentrated in his hands, and I am not sure whether he will always be 324. Capable of using that authority with sufficient caution. Of the latter he says, he is personally perhaps the most capable man in the present CC, but he has displayed excessive self-assurance and shown excessive preoccupation with the purely administrative side of the work. 57. These observations have often been interpreted as referring to certain features of the psychology of the two leaders, and that is not wrong, but they relate above all to a certain style of leadership which, in Lenin's view, was dangerous for the unity of the party. Accordingly, after having made these comments, Lenin goes on, "These two qualities of the two outstanding leaders of the present CC can inadvertently lead to a split, and if our party does not take steps to avert this, the split may come unexpectedly." 58. 10 days after dictating this letter, Lenin added a postscript in which he recorded an even more severe judgment on Stalin's type of leadership and his character. "Stalin is too rude, and this defect, although quite tolerable in our midst and in dealings among us communists, becomes intolerable in a secretary general. That is why I suggest that the comrades think about a way of removing Stalin from that post and appointing another man in his stead who in all other respects differs from Comrade Stalin in having only one advantage, namely, that of being more tolerant, more loyal, more polite, and more considerate to the comrades, less capricious, etc. This circumstance may appear to be a negligible detail. But I think that from the standpoint of safeguards against a split and from the standpoint of what I wrote above about the relationship between Stalin and Trotsky, it is not a detail, or it is a detail which can assume decisive importance. 59. The danger that the party line might no longer be determined by the old guard, that is by a proletarian leading nucleus which had proved itself during many hard years of struggle and enjoyed a high degree of prestige. If this danger materialized, it would mean that the party's political line would no longer be decided by a truly proletarian headquarters but by the party's administrative apparatus, and this would open the way to loss of power by the proletariat and to 325. The restoration of a bourgeois dictatorship operating through a state machinery which had lost its proletarian character. Finally, Lenin saw emerging, even if there were no open or hidden split, the threat of worsening relations of trust between the party and the masses, such as would make it ever more difficult to elaborate a proletarian political line and rectify mistakes. The danger of such a development was all the more serious in that the party had seen, in the early months of 1921, at the time of the Kronstadt Rising, the beginning of a deterioration of this kind, and in 1923 its effects had not been completely overcome. We shall see later the fundamentally important political consequences which Lenin deduced from this situation when he drew up his balance sheet of 5 years of revolution. In order, however, to appreciate fully the implications and significance of the changes experienced by the Bolshevik Party, it is essential to see these changes in the setting of the overall social process which developed in the period 1917-1923, and then to analyze the way in which the class struggle produced effects inside the Bolshevik Party, in the form of clashes between different tendencies or different political lines, or elements of such lines. This will be examined in Part 4, after I have explained what I have meant up to now in referring to the process whereby the state machinery became independent. 3. The objective character of the process whereby the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquired independence. The tendency for the state administrative apparatus to acquire independence, the development of bourgeois practices and relations within the coercive apparatus of the proletarian dictatorship, and the transformations that took place inside the Bolshevik Party itself constituted, at bottom, different aspects of one and the same objective process which, for convenience, I shall call the process whereby the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquired independence. Lenin commented on many occasions that the Soviet organs were not being run by the working people themselves. He denounced the usurpation, by an anonymous and elusive apparatus, of power that should have been exercised by the Soviets. He stressed the need to give power back to the Soviets. However, the process whereby the state machinery was acquiring independence triumphed over the resolutions of the party congresses, over the decisions of the party's leading bodies, and over Lenin's appeals. Before examining the social foundations of this process we must show what its class effects were. The class effects of the process of acquiring independence and the call for a new destruction of the state machine. The class effects of this process consisted in a weakening of the conditions for the exercise of proletarian dictatorship, through the penetration of the apparatus of this dictatorship by 329. 330. Bourgeois elements and the reinforcement of bourgeois practices. Lenin acknowledged this situation when, addressing the Eighth Party Congress in 1919, he said that the Soviet power had been obliged, after it had dispersed these old bureaucrats, to place them in new posts. He added, the Tsarist bureaucrats began to join the Soviet institutions and practice their bureaucratic methods, they began to assume the coloring of communists, and, to succeed better in their careers, to procure membership cards of the Russian Communist Party. And so, they have been thrown out of the door but they creep back in through the window. 1. The bureaucratic distortion of which Lenin spoke in December 1920 gave a particular character to the dictatorship of the proletariat in the USSR, which was also connected with the place occupied by the bourgeoisie and bourgeois practices in the machinery of the dictatorship. A little over a year later, in January 1922, in his theses on the role of the trade unions and the NEP, which were adopted by the 11th Party Congress, Lenin drew precise conclusions from what he had said in December 1920, for he now spoke of the existing state as being a transitional type of proletarian state, so that a proletarian class struggle needed to be waged against its shortcomings and mistakes, against the capitalist appetites which eluded its control, and against all sorts of survivals of the old capitalist system in the government offices, which were such as to justify having recourse to the strike struggle. 2. At the end of 1922, addressing the Fourth Congress of the Communist International, Lenin went further in his characterization of the state administrative apparatus, which he identified with the Tsarist apparatus. We took over the old machinery of state, and that was our misfortune. We now have a vast army of government employees, but lack sufficiently educated forces to exercise real control over them. In practice it often happens that here at the top, where we exercise political power, the machine functions somehow, but, down below, government employees have arbitrary control and they often exercise it in such a way as to counteract our measures. 331. Down below. There are hundreds of thousands of old officials whom we got from the Tsar and from bourgeois society and who, partly deliberately and partly unwittingly, work against us. 3. Finally, not long before he was definitely condemned to silence by illness, Lenin delivered his most severe judgment on the Soviet state machine. It was nothing, he said, but the machine which we took over from Tsarism and slightly anointed with Soviet oil. And he added that the apparatus we call ours is, in fact, still quite alien to us, it is a bourgeois and Tsarist hodgepodge. For thus, right down to his last writings, Lenin denounced the process whereby the state machinery was acquiring independence, and the resurgence of an apparatus taken over from Tsarism. Toward the end of 1920 Lenin went so far as to say, it is the task of the Soviet government to completely destroy the old machinery of state as it was destroyed in October, and to transfer power to the Soviets. 5. As we know, the reconstituted old machinery of state was never destroyed as Lenin demanded. On the contrary, it developed and became consolidated. After the end of the NEP, that is, after the disappearance of the private bourgeoisie, it became one of the centers in which the bourgeois forces became concentrated. The class effects of the process whereby the state machinery acquired independence were a weakening of the proletariat's leading role in its own state machinery and, correlatively, a strengthening of the bourgeoisie. It was therefore a process of class struggle. We must examine the objective basis for this process, and the conditions that enabled it to develop as it did. // The objective basis of the process. The objective basis for the process of class struggle which led to the machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquiring independence cannot be reduced merely to the existence of classes in general. This basis must be sought in the totality of 332 relations and practices which existed concretely at that moment and gave specific features to the classes confronting each other. It was, in fact, these relations, and the practices that developed on the basis of these relations, which determined both the forms of existence of the classes and the forms assumed by the struggle between them. To realize what the objective basis was for the process whereby the state machinery acquired independence, it is necessary to start from the stage at which the Russian Revolution found itself in the years 1917 to 1923. It was the characteristics of this stage that determined the changes which occurred in social practice and relations, and therefore in the forms in which the bourgeoisie and the proletariat clashed in this period. What was characteristic of the stage at which the Russian Revolution then stood was that its principal task was still democratic. It was still, above all, a matter of the proletariat in power helping the peasant masses in the struggle against the White Guards, that is, against the landlords, and thereby strengthening the alliance between the proletariat and peasantry under the leadership of the proletariat. This was the main task, both during war communism and at the beginning of the NEP. Indeed, the fact that the Bolshevik Party believed for a time that the building of communism was already on the agenda did not make this come true. This illusion, subsequently acknowledged to be such by Lenin, merely made more difficult the accomplishment of the revolution's principal task. It did not cause it to go away. The nature of the stage of the Russian Revolution at that time, and the concrete conditions of the revolution's previous development, limited the transformations that could take place in social relations and relations between classes. The transformations realized within these limits were of fundamental historical importance. They corresponded to the transfer of power into the hands of the proletariat, and the expropriation of the landlords and of a large part of the private bourgeoisie. On the other hand, the socialist transformation of 333. The economic relations could only begin to appear, the socialization of the means of production had been barely started. A transformation of that kind can be effected only in the course of a relatively long historical period and can be effected on a large scale only when it is the principal task before the proletariat and its party. This can be the case only after contradictions such as those that were still dominant in 1917 to 1923 have already been dealt with, that is, after the tasks of the democratic revolution have been accomplished, in the main, and the worker-peasant alliance has been consolidated. Between 1917 and 1923, the Russian Revolution did not and could not attain the strictly socialist stage of the development of the revolutionary process. Consequently, bourgeois or pre-bourgeois economic relations, unaltered or hardly altered, were still dominant. The capitalist division of labor was almost intact, individual or patriarchal production predominated in the countryside, and the division of labor between town and country was unaltered. On the basis of these bourgeois or pre-bourgeois relations, bourgeois or pre-bourgeois ideological and political relations developed. To use Marx's own expression, these economic relations were the secret of the political forms that came into being at that time, in other words, of the process whereby the machinery of state acquired independence. What has been said enables us to grasp the basis of the process, but does not reveal the conditions that made it possible, or that would have permitted a struggle to have been waged against it. These conditions must now be analyzed. 3. The conditions for the development of the process whereby the state machine acquired independence, and for struggle against this process. The fundamental condition for the process to occur whereby the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquired independence, was the predominance of bourgeois. 334. Or pre-bourgeois social relations and the development, on that basis, of bourgeois social practices. These practices made possible the reproduction of capitalist relations, or the transformation into capitalist relations of pre-capitalist relations. When the bourgeoisie is in power, it is the dominant agent of the expanded reproduction of capitalist relations, but it is also under the constraint of the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production the agent of a contradictory practice of transformation of capitalist relations. Thus, elements that prefigure socialist relations are introduced. They are placed in a wholly subordinate position, subjected to the requirements of overall reproduction of capitalist relations, and they cannot but remain so, in the absence of a proletarian revolution which can make them dominant. As Marx points out more than once when he deals with joint stock companies, the stock exchange, trusts, capitalist nationalization, and so on, the process of conserving capitalist relations proceeds by way of the formal transformation of these relations. Historical materialism enabled Marx to show the contradictory character of the capitalist process of reproduction, which, though it reproduces the dominant relations, also transforms them. Marx thus founded, in contrast to the various utopian socialisms which were unable to change the world, scientific socialism which reveals, in the very womb of present-day society, the conditions for the socialism which the proletariat will have to compel this society to give birth to. This is the significance of what Marx says in the Grundriss, when he writes, "But with bourgeois society there arise relations of circulation as well as of production which are so many mines to explode it." 8. This analysis gives its full meaning to the metaphor of the bringing to birth of a new world with which present-day 335 society is pregnant, this bringing to birth for which the proletariat acts as midwife, provided that it develops revolutionary practice. The social practices of the proletariat, inserted in the antagonistic social relations of capitalism, also bear a dual character. They are practices of conservation and of transformation of the existing social relations. To the extent that the proletariat remains fundamentally dominated by bourgeois ideology, its practices, including its practice of class struggle, remain subordinate to the requirements of capitalist reproduction. This dictates the limits to trade union action which has not been transformed by a revolutionary orientation with a scientific basis. It is only insofar as the proletariat is guided by revolutionary theory, that it can cause to predominate practices which transform social relations, and which, instead of ensuring the conservation of existing relations and the continued dominance of capitalism, smash these relations and this dominance, open the way to socialism, and so constitute not merely proletarian practices but proletarian revolutionary practices. To return to the process whereby the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquires independence, we see that the fundamental condition for an effective struggle against this process is the predominance of proletarian revolutionary practices in the sphere of the relations to be transformed. These practices, and these alone, make possible a revolutionary transformation of social relations, dominance for the socialist elements in these relations provided that they intervene at the appropriate moment in history, when united and coordinated action by the revolutionary forces is possible. At the level of generalization corresponding to the above propositions, it can therefore be said that the condition for the 336 process to be possible whereby the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquired independence in the period 1917 to 1923, was the predominance of bourgeois practices and the weakness of revolutionary practices in the sphere of the relations to be transformed. This predominance was closely linked with the historical moment at which the Russian Revolution then stood, and this is the reason why the process developed with the speed and in the forms we have seen. For a fuller understanding of the process, however, without which no lesson can be drawn from the way it actually developed, we need to advance beyond the foregoing generalities and return to the historical moment in which the process was situated, and so to the concrete characteristics of the period in which it took place. These characteristics were such as to compel the concentration of revolutionary efforts upon a first priority aim, namely, the defense of the proletarian dictatorship. They did not permit the socialist transformation of social relations as a whole to be put on the immediate agenda. The urgent immediate tasks. Here the decisive pressure of urgent immediate tasks made itself felt. During war communism, the Soviet power, which had only just come into being, had to cope with the combined military onslaught of the White Guards and the interventionist forces of most of the imperialist powers. It was necessary, at any price, to feed the towns and the armies at the front without delay, or otherwise the Soviet power would simply have been swept away. In the conditions in which the proletarian power had been established, and given the predominance of commodity relations and petty bourgeois practices among the peasantry, when industry had almost nothing to offer to the villages and the urgent needs of war made it impossible to wait, the Soviet power had in practice no other course open to it but the one that it followed. 337. It had to resort to requisitioning, and to discipline imposed either by vanguard workers or by the state machine. This had to be done, even if it was bound to mean a momentary worsening of relations between the proletariat and part of the peasantry, and so to a development of the contradictions between the apparatus of Soviet power and the section of the masses upon which this apparatus exerted constraint. Repeating in June 1920 the slogan he had issued earlier, "Everything for the war," Lenin emphasized the nature of the emergency. This is a question of saving the lives of tens of thousands of our finest comrades, who are perishing at the front, in the foremost ranks. It is a matter of saving ourselves from the famine which is imminent just because we are not fighting the war to a finish, when we can and must do that, and quickly too. For this, discipline and subordination must be enforced at all costs and with the utmost severity. The least condonement, the least slackness displayed here, in the rear, in any peaceful pursuit, will mean the loss of thousands of lives, and starvation in the rear. 9. The historical relations between the Bolshevik Party and the rural population. The emergency situation gave all the less opportunity for the Bolshevik Party to develop other methods, and thereby help the peasantry to transform its own practices, in that it was itself almost entirely unrepresented, as an organization in the countryside. We have seen how the attempt to set up genuine poor peasants' committees failed. With few exceptions, these committees were neither developed nor consolidated, while the rural Soviets remained largely under the control of the village bourgeois, themselves influenced by the SRS, who were often engaged in counter-revolutionary activity. The proletarian political cadres were still too few in number, and their presence at the front too essential, for it to be possible for them to be sent en masse into the countryside, or to help the poor and middle peasants to escape from the ideological influence. 338. Ins of the rural bourgeoisie, and help them develop a revolutionary practice of thoroughgoing and systematic solidarity with the front and with the towns. The slightness of the Bolshevik party's direct influence in the countryside was reflected in the slight degree of participation by the peasants in elections to the rural Soviets. Between 1919 and 1922 this participation was of the order of 22%, falling sometimes even as low as 9%, 10%, and the percentage of party members in the rural Soviets of the Russian provinces varied between 0.3% and 1.8%. 11. Their influence was thus extremely limited. At the level of the rural district, the party's position was a little better. 11.7% of the deputies to the Soviets at this level were party members. Only at the level of the county Soviets was the situation very different, especially if one looks at the executive committees, which in 1922 consisted to the extent of 81% of party members, or candidates for party membership, but 76% of these deputies had joined the party only after the revolution, and many of them were administrators who had belonged to the old state machine. As for the administration serving the Soviets and their executive committees, it was composed mainly of the remains of the former administration, which had been first smashed and then put together again. 12. As Lenin pointed out on several occasions, the extreme weakness of the party's roots in the countryside was thus one reason why bourgeois and petty bourgeois practices predominated over vast areas of Russia. In most villages, and even in many small and middle-sized towns, the party members were only a drop in the ocean, as Lenin put it. Their numerical weakness prevented them from undertaking broad campaigns of explanation and from systematically gathering from the masses opinions and suggestions that would have made it possible to develop new practices. Consequently, the weight of the reconstituted former apparatus was all the heavier, and bourgeois practices developed within it. In its turn, the reconstitution of a state machine similar to 339. that of Tsardom, and the development of authoritarian relations between this machine and the masses, produced ideological effects which included distrust on the part of some of the workers and peasants toward the established authorities and even fear of repression. These ideological effects contributed to more or less isolate from the masses those party members who found themselves far from the centers and the Soviet organizations in which the party effectively exercised its leading role. The fact that these centers and organizations existed played a decisive role in the defense of the proletarian power, but it could not suffice to bring about a proletarian transformation of social practices on a countrywide scale. The lack of adequate previous experience of the requirements for socialist transformation of social relations and social practices. Between 1917 and 1923, there thus prevailed in Russia objective conditions which favored the process whereby the state machinery acquired independence, with the reconstitution of an apparatus of the bourgeois or pre-bourgeois type. Or, in Lenin's striking phrase, a Tsarist apparatus slightly anointed with Soviet oil. There were other factors, too, which set limits to the Bolshevik party's action, connected with the party's lack of experience regarding the conditions for transforming social practices and relations, and also determined by certain theoretical conceptions which were held by the party. Without claiming that the Bolshevik party's line of action could have been really very different from what it was, given the stage at which the Russian Revolution found itself, the urgency and magnitude of the tasks facing the party, and the latter's size and distribution, it is nevertheless possible to conceive that the process whereby the machinery of the proletarian state acquired independence could have been combated more effectively, and so slowed down, if the party had possessed previous experience of the requirements for struggle against a process of this sort. It is a historical fact that this 340 experience was lacking, and that the very general pointers to correct action which were suggested by a limited amount of practice proved inadequate. What might or ought to have been done to combat the process whereby the state machine acquired independence, and the positions of the bourgeoisie in Russian society became strengthened, was not something that could be invented. It was necessary to learn from actual practice, drawing lessons from the mistakes made and compiling a balance sheet of these mistakes. Ideas do not fall from heaven, they arise from practice. Not necessarily from successful practice, they can also arise from setbacks, provided that those who have suffered these setbacks draw the lesson to be learned from them. It was only in and after 1921 and 1922, that the Bolshevik Party, and Lenin in particular, were able to start drawing lessons from their own experience. I shall come back to this point in Part 5. The party's theoretical conceptions and the balance sheet of the years 1917 to 1922. We are justified in thinking today, when we compare the practices and the theoretical formulations which were dominant in the Bolshevik Party in 1917 to 1922 with the formulations and practices which dominate the thought and action of the Chinese Communist Party, that some of the conceptions prevalent in the Bolshevik Party constituted an obstacle to the path that might have led to an effectual struggle against the process whereby the state machinery of Soviet power acquired independence. It is, of course, ridiculous to write history with ifs and to try and imagine what would have happened if conditions had been different. All the same, it is possible to affirm, for it is a fact, that some of the Bolshevik Party's theoretical conceptions prevented the party, for a time, from understanding and foreseeing the real nature and implication of a process some of the effects of which it condemned. 341. Among the conceptions which had the effect of concealing what was happening may be mentioned the party's notions regarding the role that could be played by certain forms of centralization and state capitalism. Up to a certain point, and within the narrow limits imposed by the objective conditions, these notions had the effect of preventing the Bolshevik Party from marking out a path that would have enabled the masses to develop, on the basis of their own experience, practices differing from those which then predominated on many occasions, revolutionary practices which would have given more life to the Soviets and the mass organizations. Some additional observations are certainly pertinent here. It must be stressed, first and foremost, that mistaken conceptions are never the determining factor in a social process. What determines the development of such a process is the existing state of social relations and social practices. It is not ideas that make history, but the masses. The role played by correct conceptions is nevertheless a vital one. Such conceptions can help the masses to develop in a systematic way their own revolutionary practices and give up practices which enslave them. Correct conceptions open up a path, but they create nothing, except possibilities for the masses to strengthen their revolutionary practices, to unify and coordinate them. Correct conceptions do no more than this, but also no less. This is what Lenin rightly asserted in What Is to Be Done. Without revolutionary theory, no revolutionary movement. This proposition obviously does not mean that it is theory that creates the revolutionary movement, but that theory guides this movement, showing it the path that enables it to continue to advance. It does not do this by inventing anything, but by drawing lessons of theoretical importance, of universal bearing, from the movement itself in all its historical magnitude. To return to the problem with which we are concerned. 342. Here, that of the process whereby the state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquired independence, we must conclude from the foregoing that it was not the weak points in the theoretical conceptions of Bolshevism that lay at the origin of this process, as is claimed by an idealist conception of history, but that these conceptions and their inadequate subsequent rectification contributed to the fact that the Russian masses were not guided along the path that would have enabled them to develop, unify, and coordinate their revolutionary practices to the degree necessary to destroy afresh the reconstituted Tsarist apparatus. The theoretical conceptions of Bolshevism included a certain number of weak points because they were in part inherited from a labor movement which had departed from revolutionary Marxism. The Bolshevik Party, emerging as it did from the Second International, was not able to rid itself at one blow, in the absence of practical experience, of everything that had been wrong in the Second International's conceptions. This elimination process could take place only gradually, through a class struggle in theory itself. Here, too, we must look at the historical circumstances, for it is not at just any moment at all that the weaknesses in revolutionary theory, those features in which the influence of bourgeois ideology is still felt, can be eliminated. This elimination, and the rectifications it makes possible, are themselves part of an objective process. They become possible only on the basis of a maturing of contradictions, a maturing that the application of an inadequate theory brings about within the revolutionary movement. They take place at the moment when these contradictions can be effectively dealt with. When we speak of the theoretical heritage of the Second International which the Bolshevik Party did not manage to shake off, we must include in this a certain conception of centralism which was not democratic centralism, and a certain conception of the role of the centralized machinery of state. Also, when we consider the reasons why the Bolshevik Party 343 did not succeed in ridding itself of these conceptions in 1917 to 1922, we must remember that these reasons were partly bound up with the nature of the stage at which the Russian Revolution then found itself, the principally democratic task the revolution was then fulfilling. The predominance of this task tended to cause methods and notions to prevail which were similar to those that characterized the French Revolution, namely, Jacobin notions and methods, which were, indeed, included in the heritage of the Second International. Rosa Luxemburg, who supported the October Revolution, noted the points of similarity between the French and Russian revolutions when, toward the end of 1918, she wrote of a dictatorship in the bourgeois sense, in the sense of the rule of the Jacobins. 13. She observed that, with political relations of this kind prevailing, life in the Soviets must become more and more crippled, with a fading out of vitality from the public institutions, so that only the bureaucracy remains as the active element. 14. At the same time she acknowledged that it would be demanding something superhuman from Lenin and his comrades if we should expect of them that under such circumstances they should conjure forth the finest democracy, the most exemplary dictatorship of the proletariat. 15. By recognizing the part played by concrete historical conditions, Rosa Luxemburg took her stand on the ground of historical materialism and not of idealism. The tendency for Jacobin methods to predominate in this period was indeed the result of the conjunction of the effects of particular historical conditions with Jacobin conceptions which were not at all alien to Bolshevism. 16. Though Marx and Engels had warned against nostalgia for Jacobinism. 17. At all events, during the years 1917 to 1922 the process whereby the principal state machinery of the proletarian dictatorship acquired independence was already a reality, and this fact did not fail to affect to a considerable degree the ideological and political struggles that went on inside the Bolshevik Party. Part 4. The ideological and political struggles inside the Bolshevik Party. Analysis of the ideological and political struggles which took place in the Bolshevik Party enables us to appreciate the ideological foundations of the party's line and activity, and the nature of the help that the party was able to give to the struggles of the masses, the latter being the determining factor in all historical transformations. This analysis is not merely of retrospective interest. It helps us not only to understand the ideological trends which clashed in Lenin's time and had an influence on all the revolutionary struggles of this period, but also to understand better the significance and implications of the ideological struggles which took place subsequently in the Bolshevik Party, in the Communist International, and in the International Labor Movement, immediately after Lenin's death and much later, and which are still going on today. With such an analysis one can see the conflict between the ideas of revolutionary Marxism, ideas which are always open to enrichment by practical experience and theoretical reflection, and bourgeois or petty bourgeois conceptions presented in Marxist language, that are one of the sources of modern revisionism. Analysis of the ideological and political struggles that went on in the Bolshevik Party in Lenin's time also enables us to see more distinctly the exceptional position occupied in the party by Lenin, his vital role in the adoption of a revolutionary line. The term exceptional is appropriate for emphasizing the fact that, on certain crucial questions, Lenin took up positions that proved to be correct, but was often the only one, or almost the only one, to defend these positions. There was indeed a considerable gap between Lenin's living Marxism. 345. 346. and the tendency of most of the other Bolshevik leaders to be content with repeating formulas which had already been overtaken by the course of history. To quote only one example, it is well known that Lenin, while still in exile, denounced all policies of support, even conditional support, for the provisional government formed after the February 1917 revolution. He put forward the slogan of direct struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat at a time when nearly all the Bolshevik leaders were taking up a much more cautious attitude. Only gradually did they rally to the position which had been Lenin's from the outset. It is not easy to explain the special place held by Lenin in the party, even though this place which put him not merely at the head of the party but ahead of it was confirmed every time that life called for an important reformulation of strategy and tactics or a rectification of the line that had been followed down to that moment. It can be said, however, that the two essential factors which account for it are his distinctive capacity for listening to the masses and the solidity of his theoretical training. These two elements, combined with his political courage, which enabled him to dare to go against the tide, not to be afraid of being momentarily isolated, explain why Lenin was generally in advance of his party, including in his acknowledgement of mistakes made by the party and by himself. Analysis of the ideological and political struggles that developed inside the Bolshevik Party also enables us to appreciate the magnitude of the rectifications which Lenin began to undertake from late 1920 onward, continuing right down to 1923, and which opened up new vistas which the other party leaders accepted only to a very partial extent. Before analyzing the most significant aspects of these ideological and political struggles, we must recall some of the changes that took place in the party's relations with the masses. This will be done very briefly, as the fundamental aspects of the matter have already been examined. The changes in the Bolshevik Party's relations with the masses. The transformations that took place in the relations between the masses and the Bolshevik Party had their roots in the transformation of social relations and relations between classes. Directly, however, they resulted from the political line followed by the party, the correct or incorrect orientation it gave to its activity, and so from its analysis of the contradictions and its ability to deal correctly with the principal contradiction at each stage of the revolution. A study of the changes in relations between the party and the masses must therefore be linked with a study of the principal tasks facing the party at different moments. When we look at the Bolshevik Party's relations with the masses, what is most difficult is to define the principal aspect of these relations. The latter were necessarily very complex. Indeed, these relations were always strongly differentiated. They were not the same with the working class as with the peasantry. And where each of these classes was concerned, relations were different depending on whether advanced elements were involved, or backward elements, or intermediate elements. As a general rule, during the years following the October Revolution, the advanced and intermediate elements of the masses supported the Bolshevik Party. If this had not been so, the Soviet power could not have resisted the military offensives of the Whites and the imperialists, and the huge economic difficulties due to the different forms of resistance and sabotage practiced by the bourgeoisie and to the economic chaos caused by 6 years of war. 347. 348. What was at stake, however, in the relations between the party and the masses, was the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the party's ability to expand the ranks of the advanced elements by gradually winning support from those who at the outset had been intermediate or backward elements. This was a continuous struggle, a struggle aimed at wresting from bourgeois influence the fraction of the masses still subject to this influence. It was also a struggle which had its ups and downs, for the mistakes made by the party or by some of its members were reflected in a decline in the backing given to it by part of the masses. Studying the relations between the party and the masses means, therefore, above all, throwing light not upon the support given to the Bolsheviks by the advanced and combative elements, a support without which the Soviet power would have collapsed, but upon the attitude of the intermediate elements. Their hesitations and fluctuations determine the greater or lesser degree of solidity of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and its aptitude for developing from its initial transitory form to a higher form. It is therefore from this angle that we must study the changes in the party's relations with the masses. I shall not go over again the period between February 1917 and May 1918, except to recall that during those months the Bolshevik Party's influence over the masses was developing rapidly. Between February and October of 1917, an increasing number of working people, especially in the towns, came to support the Bolshevik Party, participating in the activity of the revolutionary organizations and backing up the initiatives taken by the Bolsheviks. In October, the relation of class forces became such that the power of the bourgeoisie collapsed and gave way to the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the months that followed, the deeds of the Bolshevik Party in power brought it an increased basis of support among the masses, especially among the peasantry, even though the diff. 349. Faculties of everyday life difficulties connected with the consequences of the war and the maneuvers of the capitalists were, of course, exploited by the bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties, that is, in the main, by the Mensheviks and SRS. These parties had been so badly discredited by their conduct in the period of the provisional government that their influence was not then such as seriously to embarrass the Soviet power, though this did not apply in certain sectors which, although restricted, were important from the economic standpoint. Thus, the Menshevik leaders of the Railroad Workers' Union helped aggravate the disorganized state of transportation. After the Civil War began, relations between the party and the masses entered a more difficult phase, owing, first of all, to the party's overestimation of the extent to which socialist ideas had penetrated the peasantry, and also to mistakes made in assessing the conditions under which socialist transformation of production relations was possible in the rural areas at that time. From the attempted proletarian offensive in the countryside to the orientation on the middle peasant. In connection with the mass mobilization undertaken by the Bolshevik Party, in and after the second half of 1919, to cope with the white rebellions and foreign intervention, the illusion arose that the situation had become favorable for the launching of a proletarian offensive among the peasantry. This was the period when the party thought that the time had already arrived to begin the real work of building socialism, because it believed that the majority of the working peasants are striving towards collective farming. At that time the party thought it could stir up a revolutionary movement among the poor peasants, and organize them in separate committees, distinct from the Soviets. As we know. 350. These attempts at a proletarian offensive failed. The situation was not ripe for it. The revolution in the countryside could not then proceed beyond the democratic stage. The first attempt, to be abandoned later, involved the formation of the Poor Peasants' Committees. Launched in June 1918, at the time of the split between the Bolsheviks and the left SRS, this attempt did not result in a movement with firm foundations among the mass of poor peasants. Only a minority of the latter took part in the movement, and these peasants often pursued narrowly personal aims and attacked the middle peasants. Where the Poor Peasants' Committees became active, they set themselves in opposition to the peasant Soviets and sought to form a second ruling authority, dividing the peasantry at a moment when, in the face of the onslaught of the white and imperialist armies, it was necessary to unite the working class and the peasantry in the same fight. Already in November 1918, hesitation and anxiety regarding the consequences of the development of the Poor Peasants' Committees arose in the Bolshevik Party and in the VTSIK. When a Congress of the Poor Peasants' Committees of the Petrograd region was held, at which the representatives of these committees asked for all the political powers of the Soviets to be transferred to their own committees, Zinoviev tabled a resolution declaring that, though the committees had fought against the kulaks, in carrying out their task, they were inevitably obliged to go beyond the limits of the decree of 11 June, with the result that a dual power was created in the countryside, leading to fruitless dispersal of energy and confusion in relations. A week later, the 6th Extraordinary All-Russia Congress of Soviets unanimously adopted a similar resolution. On December 2, 1918, the VTSIK decided to dissolve the Poor Peasants' Committees, because of the situation of dual power which had developed in the countryside. Actually, the uneven development of the class struggle as between regions meant that at the moment when the poor peasants 351 committees were being suppressed in Russia, they were developing in the Ukraine, which had then been reconquered by the Soviet power after the collapse of German imperialism. The decision to dissolve the poor peasants' committees was not a concession to the kulaks. It was dictated by a desire to avoid a split between the proletarian power and the middle peasants. The weakness of the Bolshevik Party in the rural areas prevented it from being able to give proper guidance to the Poor Peasants' Committee movement, and safeguard it from becoming isolated from the middle peasants. In principle, the latter should have been included in the Poor Peasants' Committees, but, in practice, the middle peasants were often treated as though they were kulaks. After December 1918, the Bolshevik Party increasingly sought to widen its influence among the middle peasants and, more generally, among the petty bourgeoisie. At the end of November, Lenin had published his article Valuable Admissions of Piotr Sorokin, in which, writing of the least proletarian and most petty bourgeois strata of the working people who were turning toward the Soviet power, and of the hesitating and neutral elements, he said, the slogan of the moment is to make use of the change of attitude towards us which is taking place among them. In this connection he emphasized the need for agreement with the middle peasant, with the worker who was a Menshevik yesterday and with the office worker or specialist who was a saboteur yesterday. While declaring that there was no question of departing from the line of building socialism, or forgetting the past vacillations of the petty bourgeois democrats, Lenin concluded, when profound world historic changes bring about an inevitable turn in our direction among the mass of non-party, Menshevik and socialist revolutionary democrats, we must learn and shall learn to make use of this change of front, to encourage it, to induce it among the various groups and sections of the population, to do everything possible to reach agreement with them. For the decisions made between December 1918 and March 352. 1919 were the preconditions for a new attempt at direct alliance with the middle peasants which was launched in March 1919. We know that at the 8th Party Congress, held in that month, Lenin tried to define a new attitude toward the middle peasants, a numerous and strong section of the population. On this occasion, he said that it was not enough, at the stage then reached by the Soviet Revolution, to neutralize the peasantry, but that it was necessary to place our relations with the middle peasants on the basis of a firm alliance and so preclude the possibility of a repetition of those mistakes and blunders we have repeatedly made in the past. Those blunders estranged the middle peasants from us, although we of the Communist Party, the leading party, were the first who helped the Russian peasants to throw off the yoke of the landlords and establish real democracy, which gave us every ground for counting on their complete confidence. 5. The new party program adopted by the 8th Congress was clearly oriented toward an alliance with the middle peasants. It expressly recalled that the middle peasants were not part of the exploiting classes, and that therefore no coercion must be used toward them. It called for measures to be taken to help the middle peasants to increase the productivity of their holdings, and said that they should be taxed only to a moderate extent. 2. Requisitioning and the development of the contradictions between the Soviet power and the peasantry. During 1919, and still more during 1920, it proved impossible to put into effective practice the principles laid down at the beginning of 1919 and ratified by the 8th Party Congress, owing to the increasing disparity between production, agricultural deliveries, and the needs of the front and the towns for agricultural products. In order to cope with this 353 disparity, the Soviet power was led, as we have seen, to increase requisitioning, which meant striking, often in an indiscriminate way, at the middle peasants. During the Civil War, the mass of the peasantry felt the objective necessity of this requisitioning and endured it as a necessary evil. Matters changed markedly after the middle of 1920, when victory became certain. At that moment, the continuation of requisitioning, and even its aggravation in the face of declining agricultural production, provoked serious discontent among many of the peasants, and serious tension developed between them and the Bolshevik Party. From June 1920 onward, This tension increased all the more rapidly because the party thought it could pursue the policy of requisitioning indefinitely, seeing in it even a necessary instrument for the building of socialism, which seemed an immediate task. Some of Lenin's writings testify to the illusions that prevailed in those days. Thus, during the Second All-Russia Conference of organizers responsible for work in the rural areas, on June 12, 1920, he said that the proletarian dictatorship should display itself primarily in the advanced, the most class-conscious and most disciplined of the urban and industrial workers, educating, training and disciplining all the other proletarians, who are often not class-conscious, and all working people and the peasantry. Discipline must be imposed upon them from outside, without any sentimentality, for the working man, as we have inherited him from capitalism, is in a state of utter benightedness and ignorance, and does not realize that work can be done not only under the lash of capital but also under the guidance of the organized worker. 6. At that time Lenin looked upon the requisitioning measures as not merely temporary, having to be applied because of war conditions, but as measures that were inherent in the dictatorship of the proletariat, in the nature of the relations existing between the proletariat in power and the peasant masses. It was characteristic of the illusions associated with war. 354. Communism. That the Bolshevik Party viewed the requisitioning measures as an integral part of the frontal attack on capitalism which it thought it was then conducting. And so, after having been adopted provisionally as measures dictated by circumstances, the requisitioning measures came to be looked upon as normal socialist measures, and not only by Bukharin, who then advocated the use of coercion with regard to the peasants, as can be seen in his book The Economics of the Transformation Period 1, but also by Lenin. When, during the summer of 1920, Lenin read Varga's analysis of the experience of the Hungarian Revolution, which stated that requisitions do not lead to the goal since they bring in their train a decrease of production, he put 2 question marks in the margin. 8. Soon after reading Varga's work, Lenin expressed approval of what Bukharin said in The Economics of the Transformation Period, where he asserted that the constraint exercised by the proletarian dictatorship with regard to the peasantry could not be considered as pure constraint, since it lies on the path of general economic development. Lenin noted in the margin, "Very good." 9. In November 1920 Lenin even thought that, as a result of the big increase in the amount of grain that the state had been able to obtain through requisitioning, we have convinced the peasants that the proletariat provides them with better conditions of existence than the bourgeoisie did, we have convinced them of this by practice. He added, his is a wait-and-see attitude. From being neutrally hostile he has become neutrally sympathetic. 10. Actually, at that moment the peasants' discontent had been manifesting itself openly for 2 months already. 11. In September 1920, with the demobilization of the army and the ending of the White Guard menace, there began to appear what was called peasant banditry, which was simply the expression of profound discontent in the countryside. This banditry developed above all in the central and southeastern regions. The province of Tambov was especially affected by a movement of this kind. During the winter of 1920 to 1921, the People's Commissariat 355 for food supplies was finally obliged to suspend the requisitioning in 13 provinces, as a result of the troubles that were developing in them. 12. Thereafter, expressions of peasant discontent continued to occur until the official abandonment of requisitioning measures in March 1921. Despite this situation, Lenin was still saying, in December 1920, that the constraint applied to the peasants was necessary, and a means of increasing agricultural production. At the 8th Congress of Soviets, while emphasizing the need for efforts to convince the peasants, especially the working peasants, the poor and the middle sections, he nevertheless said that in a country of small peasants, our chief and basic task is to be able to resort to state compulsion in order to raise the level of peasant farming, and he urged that the apparatus of compulsion be activated and reinforced. 13. These statements were his last of the kind. Departing further and further from this favorable attitude toward the use of compulsion in dealing with the peasants, Lenin carried out an increasingly thorough rectification of his conception of the relations between the proletarian power and the peasantry. We shall see in Part 5 how Lenin went about this rectification, its place in the balance sheet he drew up for the 5 years of the revolution, and the extent to which what he then said influenced the conceptions that prevailed in the Bolshevik Party. For the moment I shall give only a few indications of the beginning of a re-evaluation of peasant policy which Lenin undertook in early 1921. 3. The peasants' discontent and the beginning of a re-evaluation of the Bolshevik Party's peasant policy. In January 1921 Lenin met many peasant delegations. He became more and more aware of the mistakes that had been made in the countryside. In February he drafted some theses concerning the peasants. He proposed to satisfy the wish 356 of the non-party peasants for the substitution of a tax in kind for the surplus appropriation system, and to reduce the size of this tax as compared with last year's appropriation rate. He also proposed to give the farmer more leeway in using his after-tax surpluses in local trade, provided his tax is promptly paid up in full. 14. On February 17 and 26, Pravda published 2 articles explaining the need for the measures proposed by Lenin, and the Central Committee appointed a special commission to work out a scheme along these lines. Thus, in the weeks leading up to the Kronstadt Rising, Lenin had drawn the party onto a new path, which was to be that of the new economic policy. On March 7, 1921, the Central Committee examined and approved the scheme worked out by the Special Commission. On March 8 and 15, Lenin spoke in support of the scheme at the 10th Party Congress. 15. These 2 speeches were presented in the form of reports in which Lenin gave a first re-evaluation of the policy followed down to that time by the Bolshevik Party. They are of great importance. In them we find explicit admission of the mistakes made, and an explanation of their immediate source, namely, the party's earlier misunderstanding of the state of mind of the peasant masses. In his report of March 8, Lenin spoke of the mistakes made not only in the party's calculations and plans, but also in determining the balance of forces between our class and those classes in collaboration with which, and frequently in struggle against which, it had to decide the fate of the Republic. He went on, with this as a starting point, let us return to the results of the past. 16. The frankness and sharpness of the self-criticism which Lenin made at this time, and which he called on the whole party to take part in, were in accordance with the proletarian revolutionary character of Lenin's style of leadership. The way he oriented himself toward a new political line was typical of this style of leadership. Confronted with a difficult situation due to past errors, Lenin 357 sought and found the elements of a new political line in the demands of the peasants themselves, in their aspirations. It was on that basis, and on that of an analysis, free from whitewashing, of a setback that was admitted to be such, and treated like a scientific experiment, as an objective process the outcome of which was being assessed, that Lenin took a decisive step in the rectification of the Bolshevik Party's relations with the peasantry. As we shall see, it was by carrying further his rigorous analysis of the mistakes made during war communism that, between 1921 and 1923, Lenin opened up radically new vistas for the peasant policy of the proletarian dictatorship. In doing this, Lenin effected, in a series of stages, a major rectification of part of his conceptions regarding relations between the proletariat and the peasantry. The thoroughness of this rectification was so great that it forbids us to consider Lenin's earlier writings on peasant problems as still expressing the conclusions at which Lenin had arrived when he drew up the balance sheet of 5 years of revolution. The beginning of this rectification, in the first months of 1921, and its subsequent deepening, did not of course fall from heaven. They resulted from both a concrete and a theoretical analysis of the most serious crisis the proletarian dictatorship had experienced until that time. Before discussing this crisis, which had repercussions inside the Bolshevik Party in the form of an ideological and political crisis of unprecedented seriousness, we must briefly recall the way relations had evolved between the Bolshevik Party, the vanguard of the proletariat, and the mass of the workers. 4. The relations of the Bolshevik Party with the mass of the workers. The Bolshevik Party's relations with the mass of the workers were very different, and developed very differently, from its 358 relations with the peasant masses. Not only was the Bolshevik Party organically present in the working class, at least in the cities and big industrial centers, where the most militant elements of the working class masses were to be found, but its ideology, its theoretical conceptions, and its political practice were always closely linked to the proletariat, and especially to its most advanced elements. The closeness of these links which, obviously, did not rule out the existence of contradictions between the party and more or less extensive sections of the working class, especially in a country like Russia where mistakes in policy toward the peasants inevitably produced negative effects among the proletariat, corresponded to the Leninist principles regarding the party's style of leadership and its leading role in relation to the working class. The relations between the party and the proletariat. I have considered earlier the Leninist conception of the party, which insists on respect for certain principles where the party's relations with the working class masses are concerned, attention to the workers' initiative as a source of instruction for the party, confidence in the revolutionary energy of the proletariat, presence of the party amidst the proletariat and close links with its advanced elements, and the need to allow the working people to convince themselves by their own experience. Lenin's revolutionary Marxism included other principles, connected with the party's role as the instrument for working out a political line and as the bearer of revolutionary theory. In this respect, what is essential is the party's role as political guide and theoretical educator. For Lenin, a party which does not fulfill this role is not a revolutionary party, it does not rise above the level of economism and spontaneism, according to which absolutely any initiative or aspiration of the masses is revolutionary. This emphasis on the role of the party as educator and guide is found in the very first of Lenin's major political interventions, especially in what is to be 359. Done. Bolshevism thereby radically distinguished itself from German social democracy, including the latter's revolutionary tendency, one of whose most outstanding representatives was Rosa Luxemburg. Thus, in his article on the Junius pamphlet, Lenin wrote, "A very great defect in revolutionary Marxism in Germany as a whole is its lack of a compact illegal organization that would systematically pursue its own line and educate the masses in the spirit of the new tasks." 17. The party's appropriate role as educator and guide of the proletariat corresponds to the place which Leninism ascribes to revolutionary theory, and to the acknowledged need to struggle against bourgeois ideology as the dominant ideology. This role implies rejection of the naive conception according to which the proletariat is ready at any moment and on a mass scale to engage in revolutionary action. Leninism here links up with Marx's analyses which distinguish between the theory of the proletariat and what the proletarians imagine their role and their interest to be in any given situation. We recall what Marx wrote on this point: the question is not what this or that proletarian, or even the whole of the proletariat considers as its aim. The question is what the proletariat is, and what, consequent on that being, it will be compelled to do. 18. These Leninist principles, put into practice by the Bolshevik Party, enabled it to take the lead in the revolutionary movement of the masses, and help the masses to overthrow the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat in October 1917. The leadership practice of the Bolshevik Party after the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship.